Goodness, the update speed of this game developer is abysmally slow, isn't it? It has been half a month, and still no new dungeons? What happened to the promised journey to the West DLC elements? Even the donkeys in the production team are more industrious than him. Woo, TT, I just completed the storyline of Change flying to the moon. I feel so sorry for the Archer brother. How wonderful it would be if we had such mythical stories in our Huaxia culture. Hongmeng Ba Huang is truly eternal. Dogsit developer, if you don't update soon, I will send you razor blade super sharp ones. As he observed the various pleas for updates and admiration in the comment section. Yi Feng, the creator of this game, couldn't help but display a hint of helplessness on his face. After all, he had not anticipated that within merely 2 months of his transmigration, the low-cost online game he developed, which intricately wove together ancient Huaxia mythological tales, would become the biggest dark horse in the gaming industry by the second day of its release. Even Yifeng himself felt immensely gratified. His initial intention in creating this game was to ensure that the people of Huaxia in this world could comprehend the significance of their cultural treasures, the 3 pure ones, the 5 emperors of Yao and Shun, the calamities of the investiture of the gods, and the trials of the journey to the West. These are cultural gems that every child of Huaxia should be aware of, myths that inherently belong to them. However, to his dismay, in the eyes of other nations in this world, Huaxia not only lacked a so-called millennia-long heritage, but was also perceived to have been established a mere 300 years ago. It was as if the historical civilization had undergone a disjunction. The Sakura nation had even boasted more than once on the world stage, claiming that the ancestors of Huaxia were once their vassals. Many people abroad agreed with this notion, which caused Yi Feng great anguish. If only one day I could make the entire world aware of Huaxia's 1,000-year history and mythical realm. Alas, I am but one person, making it exceedingly difficult to prove anything to the world. Yi Feng's side. Suddenly warning, this is the National Destiny game system. Currently, the population of Blue Star has reached the critical resource load point. Thus, a divine selection game will be initiated across all nations. Game rules. The 201 countries of Blue Star will have 20,000 participants randomly selected by this system to enter the divine selection game world. Participants selected by the system will be bound to their respective nations. In the divine selection world, for every death, 50,000 citizens of the corresponding country will be erased. If all participants from a nation perish, that civilization will cease to exist. Important note, the challenges in the divine selection game will be based on the mythological figures that each country can manifest. The manifested figures will only be present for 24 hours once a mythological figure is summoned. It cannot be reused for a short duration. Note, if the manifested mythological figure represents a certain national faction, that character will evaluate both the summoner and the nation itself. Remember, only those familiar with the history of mythological figures are qualified to earn their trust and assistance. Reward rules. Only the nations that win or place within the top 3 will be eligible for rewards from this system. Rewards include, but are not limited to, various resources, evolution points, lifespan extensions, and powerful secret techniques. This divine selection game will be broadcast live to the entire globe. The divine selection game will officially commence in 1 hour. Note, the last 5 nations in each round will be directly erased by this system. All nations, please prepare. A mysterious voice suddenly resonated in the minds of all humanity. At that moment, all people around the world felt a profound shock. Some among them might have thought they misheard due to lack of rest. But soon, a cerulean interface appeared before everyone's eyes, densely packed with text bubbles from various nations. Clearly, the global live broadcast had officially commenced. The divine selection game, was it truly real? Fake? To hell with the divine selection game. How long has my beautiful nation existed? How can we compete in mythology? Haha, is this what they call the trend of the times? My nation is one of the top 10 ancient civilizations of the world, and Buddhism even developed from us. We are bound to emerge as a superpower in this divine selection game. What does Buddhism even matter? Our Nordic nation remains silent. For in terms of mythological depth, is there any nation stronger than us? Long live Amaterasu. Long live Susanoo. Our Sakura nation will undoubtedly rise in this divine selection game. No one can halt our march. What Amaterasu? Isn't that a deity of our plastic surgery nation? What evidence do you have to prove she belongs to you? Baka, what nonsense are you spouting? Why don't you claim the entire universe is yours? Is cultural theft now extending to our Sakura nation? Our pyramid nation will ultimately rise. Our ancient emperors will spread glory across every inch of the world. Have you all noticed? Our Huaxia nation seems unusually quiet today. As the discussions in the live chat heated up, a sudden mocking remark immediately captured everyone's attention. Huaxia nation? Upon seeing those characters, some lamented the unfairness of the divine selection game towards Huaxia. Yet, more individuals smirked inwardly, harboring a sense of schadenfreude. At this moment, Feng was staring blankly at the vivid, cerulean interface that had appeared before him. His heart was first filled with shock, followed by disbelief, and then an unprecedented excitement and anxiety. The excitement stemmed from the fact that the rules of the divine selection game were based on mythological figures from each nation. This meant he could manifest the mythological characters from his mind and reintroduce them to the public eye. Countless deities of Huaxia, from Pangu who opened the heavens to Niwa who mended the sky, are all extraordinary beings. On a grand scale, each of the 3 pure ones and the 5 ancestors are renowned deities. On a smaller scale, the Monkey King's son Wukong wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, while Nezha fought the dragon in the East Sea. If they were to confront one another, how would foreign deities contend? Yet, Feng's heart was also filled with trepidation, for the system randomly selected 20,000 participants to enter the divine selection game world. This meant he might not be chosen. What kind of world would the divine selection game be? Feng had no inkling. However, one thing was clear to him. Given the level of understanding about mythology among the people of Huaxia in this world, they might not even survive the first round. If Huaxia were to fall into the last 5 nations, it would be directly erased by the system, disappearing entirely from this world. The only way to alter this fate was singular, unless Feng could be chosen by the system and become one of the 20,000 divine selection players. Chapter 2. The Worries of Huaxia. In the Grand Conference Room of the Huaxia Imperial Capital Headquarters, an emergency meeting was convened to address the impending divine selection game. The spacious room was filled to capacity, revealing a gathering of military leaders in uniform alongside the nation's foremost scholars, the majority of whom were experts in history and mythology. Those scholars unable to attend were required to participate via video link, underscoring the significance of this meeting. The directives from above had been issued. I do not care what methods you employ, you must identify mythological figures related to Huaxia within 1 hour. Ning Zhangwell, the presiding leader of this assembly, pounded the table with urgency. Bearing the immense responsibility of this meeting, he felt a pressing anxiety that surpassed that of anyone else present. The outcome of this matter was tied to the fate of Huaxia itself. Failing to prepare adequately before the onset of the divine selection could lead to Huaxia's elimination in the initial round, as envisioned by its adversaries. The civilization and homeland forged over countless generations could be obliterated, a result intolerable to all people of Huaxia. General Ning, it is not that we lack the will to assist, but rather that Huaxia has scant mythological tales to draw from, lamented a scholar in his 30s, his face etched with despair. These academics, more knowledgeable than anyone about Huaxia's culture and history, understood that if any mythological narratives had indeed survived, they would have unearthed them long ago. Rather than finding themselves in such a passive predicament, spare me your complaints. If we do not devise a solution swiftly, Huaxia will face annihilation at our hands. Ning Zhangwo's tone grew more serious, though his demeanor softened somewhat. He recognized that Huaxia's history spans only a few hundred years, no matter how much pressure he exerted. It would not conjure mythological tales from thin air. As his words settled in, the assembly fell into a contemplative silence, brows furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a specialist in mythological literature suggested, mythological tales are merely the fanciful imaginings of early humans. Could we not fabricate a few on the spot? However, before he could elaborate, he was met with immediate dissent from his peers. Mythological narratives reside within a structured pantheon, demanding a comprehensive world framework and cultural history. Moreover, the rules of the game clearly state that only those well-versed in the histories of these mythological figures may earn their trust and assistance. How could randomly fabricated deities possibly qualify? Indeed, chimed in another scholar via video link. The system would not grant us such latitude. Otherwise, citizens from various nations could easily concoct powerful deities, rendering the divine selection game unmanageable. The already demoralized assembly felt their spirits plummet further upon hearing this. If that is not permissible, then what are we to do? Just as despair began to settle, they collectively recalled a prominent figure who had yet to speak. All eyes turned toward the elder seated beside Ning Zhengguo. The elder, Zhao Chongren, despite his advanced age of 70, with his silver hair and beard, was an esteemed academician in the study of Huaxia's history and mythology. If anyone in the world comprehended Huaxia's historical and mythological narratives, it was undoubtedly him. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhao Changran ceased his contemplations. He stroked his white beard and murmured, "The remaining mythological stories of Huaxia are few, primarily inherited from the Qing dynasty, such as the legend of the three immortal maidens and the loyal dog saving the king, with the most complete being the legend of the white snake." The legend of the white snake? Someone interjected skeptically. I have seen both the novel and the film no less than 10 times, yet the most formidable character, Fahai, belongs to the Buddhist pantheon. Even if we were to summon him, could he possibly contend with Amaterasu from the land of cherry blossoms? Zhao Chongren shook his head, sighing. Amaterasu is one of the 3 divine children in the mythology of the land of cherry blossoms and the highest deity of Shinto. Fahai is not even a fraction of her strength. At this proclamation, the faces of those present turned pale. If Fahai could not even measure up to a mere fraction of Amaterasu's power, how could they hope to compete with the might of the Norse gods? In such vast territories, was there truly no deity native to Huaxia? A soft lament escaped someone's lips, barely audible yet resonating with all, amplifying the solemn atmosphere in the conference room. Deep down, they all understood this to be a harsh truth, a misfortune for Huaxia. 20,000 individuals would be randomly chosen as players in the divine selection, and who among them would be selected remained unknown, regardless of who it might be. The outcome of Huaxia as erasure seemed inevitable. Bang! Ning Zhengguo struck the table anew. "Everyone, rally your spirits. If we succumb to despair, what will become of the people of Huaxia?" He urged, "Utilize every possible means to upload any mythological tales we can find to the internet, disseminating them to the populace." This approach, albeit desperate, was their only recourse as they felt powerless. In their view, defeat for Huaxia appeared almost predetermined, leaving them with no choice but to resign themselves to fate. The information was swiftly disseminated to the mobile phones of the Huaxia populace, and chaos erupted. "Are you joking? The loyal dog saving the king? You cannot be serious about summoning a dog to battle against other nations. Just a moment ago, a few rascals from the land of the cherry blossoms mocked us for venerating dogs. Now, it seems we have inadvertently slapped ourselves in the face. But what of Fahai from the legend of the white snake? I recall he was capable of subduing both the white and green snakes. Surely he can help us survive the first round of the divine selection." Fahai? In the legend of the white snake, he is merely an adept practitioner. How would he stand against Shiva from the land of the 3 rivers or Amaterasu from the land of cherry blossoms? Let us not succumb to despair. Perhaps in the first round, we will not encounter them. If we happen upon a nation with inferior mythological literature, we may still have a chance. Indeed, as long as we are not among the bottom 5, there remains hope. Hope? More like disappointment. Thankfully, I have already immigrated to the land of cherry blossoms. I need not await death alongside you pitiful souls. With Amaterasu as protection, my new homeland shall surely triumph. Traitor, how dare you bark in Huaxia? Go drink your nuclear waste. As a Huaxia person, I shall die as a Huaxia ghost. What is there to fear? Well spoken. We, the children of Huaxia, shall stand resolute, unafraid of death, guarding our homeland like our ancestors. Chapter 3. Is Huaxia the only chosen player? The national fortune game officially begins. The voice of the system resonated across humanity once more, as everyone frantically absorbed mythological knowledge, lest they be the one chosen. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had swiftly passed. Just as the crowd stood in bewilderment, the next moment, the same phrase echoed in the minds of over 4 million individuals. Congratulations. You have been selected as a player in the national fortune game. You will represent your nation in the chosen world. The transmission is about to commence. Please hold on. In stark contrast to the fear and terror of others, Feng appeared somewhat exhilarated. Who in this world could comprehend Huaxia mythology better than he? In the next instant, countless beams of white light descended from the heavens, illuminating various regions of the globe. Over 4 million individuals were enveloped in this radiant glow. Feng among them. They slowly floated off the ground, unable to control themselves. Suddenly, darkness engulfed their vision, and they vanished along with the white light. Before long, the chosen players began to materialize in the distinct realms of their respective nations, each space being entirely independent. Transmission complete. Initial reward. Each nation receives a supply station to provide for the daily needs of the chosen players. The form of the supply station will vary according to the civilization of the nation, indirectly demonstrating the cultural depth of each country. The National Fortune game is about to commence. Chosen players from all nations, please prepare yourselves. As the system's announcement concluded, a vibrant blue interface commenced a live broadcast of the gameplay across the various chosen worlds. Haha, our supply station is the Chicken Country Shrine. Our ancestors blessed the great Cherry Blossom Nation to triumph. A shrine dedicated to war criminals. How dare you boast? Our supply station in the Korean Peninsula is the Blue House, with a history spanning nearly a millennium. Why is the Statue of Liberty our supply station in the beautiful country? This is unjust. You fellows, our supply station in India is the Taj Mahal. What are the new 7 wonders of the world? Netizens from around the globe clamored to send comments and bullet screens, rallying for their nations while deriding others. Soon, all eyes turned to the barren chosen world of Huaxia. This is hilarious. Why is there only one person from Huaxia? And the supply station is a thatched hut, utterly pathetic. Looks like Huaxia is aiming to be the first to exit. Commendable courage. Oh yes, a thatched hut truly suits Huaxia. As an ancient vassal of the Korean Peninsula, just as foolish as its suzerain. Haha, in comparison, the Statue of Liberty from our beautiful country shines much brighter. At this juncture, Huaxia's netizens erupted in outrage. On the display screen, Feng found himself amidst an endless expanse of grass, with a meager thatched cottage behind him, seemingly ready to collapse with the slightest breeze. This is unfair. Weren't there supposed to be 20,000 participants? Why is there only one person from Huaxia? We're doomed. Competing against 20,000 with just one person, this is akin to a cheat code. In the conference room of the capital, the unfolding situation left everyone present in despair. Immediately find out this person's information. Ning Jiangwo nearly shouted, his urgency palpable, as he yearned to berate the system. One person is bad enough. But a mere youthful lad at that. This is beyond unfair. His subordinates dared not hesitate, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The information soon surfaced. General Ning. This individual is named Feng, 23 years old, from Huaxia Prefecture, currently a game developer. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over everyone. A 23-year-old. What could he possibly know about mythological tales? This must be a sign of doom for Huaxia. Quick, see if we can connect with him. Ning Jiangwo immediately ordered. Unlike the others, Feng, while puzzled as to why he was the sole participant, felt no fear. Instead, he was brimming with excitement. After all, Huaxia's mythology was not something that could be measured by numbers. Whether few or many, it was inconsequential. He even contemplated igniting a celebration in the thatched hut, but reconsidered, as it was after all his supply station. Before long, a floating screen materialized before him, revealing Ning Jiangwo and others on the other side. Although Feng did not recognize Ning Jiangwo, the attire he wore clearly indicated his status. Feng, I know you might be feeling anxious right now, but you must remain calm. Huaxia has loyal canine mythologies, as well as the tale of the white snake. You can start by exploring those. Ning Jiangwo endeavored to maintain a gentle tone, fearful that a harsh voice might frighten Feng. Should that occur, Huaxia would truly be finished. I'm not scared. Who told you I was scared? In fact, I'm quite excited, as though I've been injected with adrenaline. Feng replied, rubbing his hands together in eagerness. However, his reaction only deepened the despair of the nationwide audience. Damn it, is he a lunatic? How did the system select him? This is truly the end. This defeat is too humiliating. Even a dog would perform better. This kid's expression is too smug. Can someone please send him a beating through Chapter 4, The Great Sage? Son Wukong at this moment, he was still laughing? Had he been rendered senseless by the beast? Goodness, that grin is utterly infuriating. I cannot bear it any longer. Do not restrain me. I shall charge in and strike him. Alas, it seems our first wave from Huaxia is doomed to fail. Feng's actions and reactions incited fury among the Huaxia netizens, some to the point of spitting blood. The more extreme keyboard warriors even hurled curses at Feng's ancestors. In contrast to the reactions from Huaxia, netizens from other nations appeared to revel in the misfortune. Oh, is this not Huaxia? They seem to be faltering after just a few days. Given Huaxia's mere few hundred years of history, their first round exit was rather anticipated. However, I am quite curious. Has Huaxia run out of capable individuals? How could they possibly choose such a fool to represent them? As a vassal state, to not even withstand the first wave is truly a disgrace to our nation. Witnessing Huaxia's elimination brings me inexplicable joy. Faced with the barrage of ridicule from netizens worldwide, the people of Huaxia appeared somewhat pale and powerless. They yearned to retort, yet the taunts held a semblance of truth. Unbeknownst to them, Feng was oblivious to the online disputes. At that moment, he was lost in excited murmurs, as if a demon were chanting. You were born of the heavens and earth, a spirit amidst the chaos, an old monkey from Huagua Mountain. Water Curtain Cave is your abode. Seeking friends and mentors to comprehend the profound. You have cultivated countless methods of longevity, mastering transformations boundless in scope. Discontent with the narrowness of the mortal realm, you aspire to reside in the celestial realm. The Lingxiao Palace is not your permanent dwelling. The lineage of human kings has long been passed down. The strong deserve respect, and heroes dare to contend. I shall traverse the 4 seas and inquire. You are the foremost demon of all time. Arise, great sage, Sun Wukong. The final words escaped Yi Feng's lips in a near shout. As his voice faded, a blinding golden light descended from the sky. When the radiance dissipated, a stone monkey over a meter tall appeared on the ground. Though it stood with its back to Yi Feng and appeared ordinary, it emanated an aura of unyielding strength. Upon witnessing this, Yi Feng felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. He could scarcely believe he was encountering the legendary Great Sage. In a daze, he could still hear the melodious strains of the Little Knife Society overture. This remarkable scene was broadcast live across the globe. A stone monkey measuring just over a meter? It was certainly an improvement over a mere dog. But when did Huaxia possess such a mythological tale about a stone monkey? That creature is simply too diminutive. Other nations summoned mythical figures towering several meters high. Yet here, we are left with a mere one. 3 meters? I doubt it could even climb onto a bed. Everyone knows the caliber of our chosen player. That he has not simply stood by waiting for death is already a stroke of good fortune. Although Yi Feng successfully summoned a mythological figure, the netizens from Huaxia were far from impressed. Some with ulterior motives even began to sing the downfall of Huaxia. In the conference room of the capital, as they gazed at the motionless stone monkey on the screen, Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues felt both curiosity and despair. Their curiosity stemmed from the identity of the stone monkey. The fact that it could be summoned by a chosen player indicated the truth of its mythological existence. Yet, none of these scholars knew anything about it, not even the venerable Zhao Chongren. Their despair arose from the apparent weakness of the monkey. As it bore no weapons and appeared empty-handed, how could it contend against a pig demon wielding a blade? One could easily surmise that the pig demon could dispatch it with a single strike. Even in disbelief that the stone monkey could bring victory, he suppressed his emotions and commanded his subordinates. Immediately gather all available information about the stone monkey. Ning Jiangwo still clung to a sliver of hope. What if this stone monkey was indeed formidable? In the chosen world of Huaxia, Sun Wukong stretched his arms and flexed his muscles before turning to face Yi Feng, inquiring, "Who are you? Why have I appeared here?" "Great sage, this is the chosen world, and I have summoned you," Yi Feng responded with utmost reverence. Sun Wukong, cloaked in black fur and lacking even a shred of modesty, had a sharp visage reminiscent of a thunderous monkey, not much different from the monkeys of a May Mountain. Yet, Yi Feng held no disdain nor disrespect. This was his childhood idol, especially during the tales of Sun Wukong's havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Even the recollection of those stories stirred him, sending shivers down his spine. "Did you summon me?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical. "An ordinary person without any cultivation could bring me from another world? Surely you jest." "Indeed, great sage." Yi Feng nodded earnestly. At that moment, pig-headed beasts began to encircle them from all directions. The chosen world? Why are there so many demons here? Pig-headed beasts, ha! They bear a certain resemblance to my useless second disciple. Sun Wukong exhibited no fear. Rather, he mockingly teased Zhu Beiji. If Zhu Beiji were to know, he would surely be infuriated. "Great sage, these demons seek to invade the sacred land of Huaxia. You, having attained Buddhahood, are concerned for the people. I implore you to assist us in vanquishing these beasts and restoring peace to the world." Yi Feng clasped his hands together, his posture and demeanor one of utmost respect and humility. He understood that Sun Wukong cherished his pride. If he was given sufficient honor and vanity, he would undoubtedly lend his aid. "You speak of Buddhahood? Ha! What a fine notion." Sun Wukong scoffed, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. His eyes filled with disdain towards the very word Buddha. Sun Wukong's reaction left Yi Feng somewhat perplexed. He felt as though this great sage was not the one he had known. "Great sage, you are a hero in the hearts of one. For billion people in Huaxia, they await your salvation." Yi Feng exaggerated his expression. "Huh, a hero? What do the lives and deaths of men have to do with me, Sun Wukong?" The great sage remained indifferent, clearly stating his refusal. Please, great sage. I grew up listening to your tales. This scene was broadcast live worldwide. Initially, the netizens from other nations expected Yifeng to summon a divine being. But it turned out to be nothing more than a wild monkey. The barrage of ridicule in the live chat was relentless. How could Huaxia's chosen player be conversing with a small monkey? What else can they do besides chatting? A monkey the size of a child could hardly withstand a single kick. Do they expect it to battle the pig demon? Dream on. Even the least formidable nations can summon totemic beasts several meters tall, yet Huaxia's mythological figure is the most absurd. It appears that the character summoned by Huaxia has no intention of assisting. We are in for an entertaining spectacle watching them get obliterated. Chapter 5. Is this over so quickly? In the conference room of the capital, Zhao Chongren harbored a glimmer of hope. As Yifeng had summoned a mythical character he had never encountered before. To his astonishment, the stone monkey summoned by Yifeng showed no intention of cooperating. While other mythical characters would immediately engage in battle to protect their believers, here Yifeng was faced with a creature that was haggling. Was this a mockery of the people of the nation? Ning Jingwo's eyes were fixated on the screen, his fists clenched so tightly that they drew blood. Yet he remained oblivious to his own pain. Every movement of Yifeng now concerned the safety of all of Huaxia. He dared not lose focus for even a moment. At that moment, the pig demon was already charging towards Yifeng, closing in within 10 meters. Yifeng had never anticipated that Sun Wukong would not lend a hand. After a moment of Yifeng's incessant pleas, Sun Wukong finally moved, performing a gesture as if digging into his ear. And his golden staff immediately flew from his ear into his hand. With a commanding shout, the staff transformed from a needle-like size to an imposing length of nearly 2 meters, towering over even Sun Wukong himself. Seeing this, Yifeng exhaled a long breath. As long as Sun Wukong was willing to assist, the first round of the game would be without doubt. However, at that moment, the pig demon swung its cleaver towards the back of Yifeng's head. Being merely an ordinary human, Yifeng stood no chance. If struck, he would undoubtedly perish. In a critical moment, Sun Wukong's golden staff suddenly elongated, stretching for dozens of miles at a speed too swift for the eye to follow. The staff grazed Yifeng's face as it passed. Had it veered even slightly closer, Yifeng would have met his demise on the spot. The pig demon behind Yifeng was impaled through the chest, blood splattering everywhere. With a flourish of his hand, Sun Wukong wielded the golden staff as if it were a lethal weapon, effortlessly cleaving through the surrounding pig demons. In that instant, the first wave of pig demons was entirely vanquished. Huaxia has gained 900 points by defeating the first wave of monsters. Prepare for the second wave in 30 seconds. The system's voice resonated in the minds of the people across Huaxia. Just a second prior, everyone had braced themselves for failure. Yet, in the next moment, they found themselves inexplicably victorious. Their minds. Chapter 6. No regrets in joining China this lifetime. Still a flower person in the second wave of monsters consisted of a group of minotaurs, towering over the previous pig-headed creatures. Their weapons had transformed from hefty cleavers to massive clubs. Yifeng pondered whether the corpses on the ground would accumulate, only to find that, in the blink of an eye, the bodies of the pig demons and the bloodstains had completely vanished. This was eerily reminiscent of his game settings, prompting Yifeng to exclaim in wonder. The number of minotaurs matched that of the earlier pig demons, yet their presence exuded a far greater aura. Some nations with weaker mythological figures were caught completely off guard, leading to the death of their mythic characters, while 20,000 chosen players scurried about like ants. Those who could seek refuge in supply stations were spared from death, but even so, many lives were lost. In the realm of chosen players, the death of one individual resulted in the erasure of 50,000 citizens from their respective nations. Should an entire nation's participants perish, their civilization would cease to exist. The penalties for failure were severe, dissuading chosen players from taking unnecessary risks, especially since some smaller nations boasted populations of merely over 1 million. Thus, the demise of 30 chosen players could effectively obliterate their nation. Only a top 5 finish in the competition could offer any hope. In a contest among over 200 nations, securing a top 5 position was no small feat. Nations steeped in rich mythologies, such as India, Japan, Korea, and several others, experienced minimal casualties, confidently showcasing their strengths. In stark contrast, the so-called world leader, Beautiful Nation, faced dire straits. Their initial mythological summon was the Tooth Fairy, possessing a pair of white wings and a modest stature of 7 to 8 meters. Among the 200 nations, their power ranked among the lowest, and they suffered significant losses, resulting in the random erasure of nearly 10 million citizens from Beautiful Nation. In the chosen world of China, Sun Wukong appeared to grow impatient. From a distance of 1,000 meters, he swiftly dispatched a minotaur with a single strike. The impact was akin to a nuclear explosion, obliterating hundreds of minotaurs in an instant. With a few more strikes, the entire minotaur horde was vanquished. Witnessing such a feat from a distance was nothing short of astonishing. My goodness, is Sun Wukong really this formidable? Has he turned a defensive game into a game of whack-a-mole? Yi Feng mused, recalling his visit to the foreign chosen world, feeling as though they were not playing the same game. Anyone daring to claim that China lacked mythological tales would incite his ire. From this moment on, Sun Wukong would be his idol, the pinnacle of Chinese mythology. As the people of China reveled in their excitement and relief, unfriendly comments began to flood the live stream. Is cheating really something to celebrate? You should be ashamed of your actions. A country without a history has no mythologies. You have stolen our legends, a band of thieves. Don't judge success or failure by the moment. Whether you can survive the second wave of chosen games remains a mystery. Faced with such derision, the people of China stood confidently, choosing to confront these insults head-on. Subtly, Yi Feng instilled in them a sense of cultural pride. They no longer cowered or retreated. Amidst the curses of hundreds of millions, the foreign detractors fled in disgrace. In the conference room of the capital, General Ning reported, "We have scoured the entire internet but found no references to the stone monkey. The only source of information is the game developed by Yi Feng, Haomeng Bahuang. Furthermore, it contains other mythological scenarios, such as Hui shooting the sun and Chang'e flying to the moon." Hui? Chang'e? Zhao Changren eagerly took the document from the staff. It prominently featured the mythological figures from Haomeng Bahuang alongside illustrations. Hui, with his dark skin and muscular build, wielded a bow and arrow crafted from special materials. Chang'e, clad in traditional garb, radiated beauty and grace, resembling a celestial fairy. After decades of historical research, Zhao Changren found himself unable to identify the origin of this attire. Could this be the lost historical clothing of our China? He pondered, increasingly convinced of its possibility. If the legend of Sun Wukong was indeed real, then the other mythological tales on this document likely existed as well. Zhao Lao, what have you discovered? Ning Zhangwo, in high spirits, noted that Sun Wukong had successfully battled through the third wave of monsters. As long as they defeated this final wave, China would emerge victorious. Yi Feng was no ordinary individual. The words he had spoken while summoning Sun Wukong likely traced the Monkey King's life trajectory. The trajectory of Sun Wukong's life? Ning Zhangwo furrowed his brow, recalling Yi Feng's incantation. In the beginning, the heavens and earth birthed the spirit. In Huagua Mountain lived an old ape. Water Curtain Cave became his home, seeking friends and mentors. The more he reminisced, the more he sensed that this seemingly frail Sun Wukong was far from ordinary. Simultaneously, he developed a deep interest in Yi Feng. This young man might just be the key to China's potential success, and their only hope. Zhao Changren spoke gravely, increasingly optimistic about Yi Feng, feeling a thirst for knowledge. Indeed, I have noticed this. Who would have thought Yi Feng would be so unassuming? Ning Zhangwo felt genuine admiration. Initially, the system had selected Yi Feng alone, leading him to despair for China's prospects. Yet, Yi Feng had delivered an extraordinary surprise. Was this not a case of finding light in the dark? In the chosen world of China, after Sun Wukong effortlessly dispatched the final monster, the system's voice resonated in the minds of the Chinese populace. China has successfully passed the third wave of monsters, earning 900 points. We have triumphed, and we are the first nation to clear the game. No regrets in joining China this lifetime. Still a flower person in the next. The chat was flooded with crimson comments, a testament to China's honor, deserving pride from every citizen. A nation that had experienced a cultural rupture managed to stand out amidst a plethora of countries rich in mythology. This was no small feat. As the people of China celebrated in the live stream, the expressions of foreign netizens resembled those who had just tasted something bitter. To them, China had no right to win, let alone claim the top spot. How could a nation devoid of historical depth attain first place seemingly out of nowhere? It was akin to a student who habitually skipped classes and failed to study suddenly acing the provincial entrance exam. It was simply unacceptable. Yet, the reality before them was undeniable, forcing them to concede. Chapter 7. The display of divine power. Sun Wukong retracted his golden staff into his ear. He then turned to Yi Feng and said, "Youngster, I have already assisted you enough. Do not disturb my slumber any further. Great sage, do not be in such a hurry to leave. I have yet to express my gratitude." Yi Feng replied, a broad smile adorning his face. "Humph, hypocritical human." Sun Wukong dismissed Yi Feng's goodwill with disdain. Yi Feng paused, taken aback. Could this version of the Monkey King have suffered some emotional trauma? At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Selected player from Huaxia, do you choose to continue the challenge? The more you challenge, the greater the rewards and the higher your ranking. However, if you fail midway, it results in death. This announcement was heard by every individual in Huaxia simultaneously. The nature of the subsequent challenges remained shrouded in mystery. If they chose to decline now, they would suffer no significant loss, merely forfeiting a chance at the top 5. Nonetheless, the rewards would remain unchanged, and importantly, they would avoid any peril. Feng did not rush to respond to the system's inquiry. In contrast, the players from A3 country boldly accepted the challenge without hesitation. The strength of Yamata was evident to all. Given his explosive power, he surpassed even Sun Wukong. However, his speed was not as swift, which led to his present predicament. A3 country unleashed such formidable beings at the outset to secure first place in the initial round, laying a foundation for the ensuing selection games. We, A3 country, shall undoubtedly claim victory. If you dare, keep up. Netizens from A3 country flocked to various international live streams to provoke animosity, leaving others unable to voice their anger. After all, A3 country possessed the strength to do so. You must hurry to A3 country's live stream. The beasts behind them are an astonishing 10 meters tall, continuously emanating red flames, their power utterly outrageous. 10 meters tall? This height obliterates a third of the mythical figures from other nations. How can we combat that? You are missing the crux of the issue. The fact that these beasts can emit red flames signifies they possess the strength of a boss-level creature. Moreover, there are so many of them that only the most powerful mythical beings dare to engage. In the world of Huaxia's chosen ones, Feng, undeterred, shamelessly implored Sun Wukong to continue facing the next wave of beasts. Youngster, do not overstep. I have already shown enough compassion to Huaxia, Sun Wukong remarked, astonished at Feng's audacity, which surpassed even that of his pig disciple. Flower and Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave, the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain, Six-Eared Macaque, Great Sage. I understand your suffering, Feng said earnestly, deviating from his usual demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong appeared struck by lightning. He furrowed his brow and glared at Feng, inquiring, You, a mere mortal, dare to claim you comprehend my suffering? Feng paid no heed to Sun Wukong's tone and continued, In the past, you assisted Jin Chanzi in retrieving the true scriptures, and thereafter, you became a Buddha residing in the Spirit Mountain. Yet, it was not you who attained Buddhahood. Someone impersonated you and ascended in your stead. Enough, Sun Wukong bellowed, the surrounding winds swirling violently, rendering Feng unable to open his eyes. Gradually, the tempest subsided. Though furious at Feng for unearthing his past wounds, Sun Wukong was equally astonished. How could this mortal possess such knowledge? In truth, Feng's words were not drawn from the original journey to the west, but rather from the legend of the black myth version of Wukong. Feng lamented, the entire journey to retrieve the scriptures was merely a conspiracy. Yet we still remember you, great sage, just like I do. Moved by Feng's declaration, Sun Wukong let out a howl towards the heavens. He had not anticipated that. After so many years, someone would still be aware of this matter. Did that sanctimonious Tathagata truly believe his sordid deeds would go unnoticed? Noticing Sun Wukong's uplifted spirits, Feng seized the moment. Great sage, shall we continue the game? Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Sun Wukong replied with surprising promptitude. Feng grinned. Monkey King is magnificent. Monkey King is valiant. System, we choose to continue the challenge. Feng's voice resonated among the citizens of Huaxia. In the conference room of the imperial capital, Ning Zhangwo and his colleagues fell into collective silence regarding Feng's choice. Although they wished to dissuade him, they were powerless. For Feng was the chosen player, and they could not intervene. However, the Huaxia netizens in the live stream were far from calm. Why continue the challenge? While the rewards may be greater, the subsequent beasts are stronger. If we lose, Huaxia is finished. I feel he is getting ahead of himself. Other countries can afford to fail multiple times, as they have 20,000 chosen players. But we, Huaxia, can only afford one failure. I just watched the battle from A3 country. The fourth wave of beasts was too powerful. I doubt Sun Wukong can prevail. Feng was aware of Sun Wukong's true strength. These were merely a horde of boss-level beasts. In the past, Sun Wukong had faced 100,000 celestial soldiers and challenged countless formidable adversaries without faltering. Even if the number of boss-level beasts were to increase tenfold, Sun Wukong would easily vanquish them. A figure that once wreaked havoc in heaven could not be compared to these beasts. Yet, the Huaxia netizens were unaware of Sun Wukong's true prowess. leading to inevitable misunderstandings. At a critical moment, netizens from other nations began to stir trouble in the Huaxia livestream. We in A3 country have already completed the 4th wave of beasts and are preparing to challenge the 5th wave. Why is Huaxia still hesitating? Are you afraid? Just a monkey who can perform tricks. He can handle small demons. But the ones ahead are all boss-level beasts. Their challenge is guaranteed failure. To this point, only a few countries dared to continue the challenge. It was entirely unexpected that Huaxia's chosen player would be among them. If you don't court disaster, you won't face destruction. Huaxia exemplified the very definition of courting disaster. If Huaxia can defeat the 4th wave of beasts, I will eat excrement on livestream. Count me in. I will defecate while standing on my head. Though much of the barrage of comments was filled with ridicule, one thing remained true. The subsequent beasts were immensely powerful. The mythical figure Yan Mo from A3 country was formidable, yet it took considerable effort for him to eliminate the 4th wave of beasts. The strength of the upcoming beast was unmistakably formidable. In the world of Huaxia's chosen ones, after Feng agreed to continue the challenge, the 4th wave of beasts officially descended. From all directions, a terrifying aura approached. The red flames illuminated the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Countless boss-level beasts surged towards Sun Wukong, roaring fiercely as if intent on trampling him underfoot. Chapter 8. I can take on 10 if the deities facing these demonic beasts were not Sun Wukong, but rather some ordinary gods that would likely be paralyzed with fear. The overwhelming aura exuded by these creatures was simply too formidable. Feng felt a sense of assurance, which is why he remained unfazed. A group of insignificant demons dares to flaunt before me? They are asking for a beating. With a cold snort, Sun Wukong plucked a tuft of hair from the back of his head. As he gently blew on it, each hair transformed into an identical Sun Wukong. These replicas wielded golden staffs, and their numbers appeared to surpass that of the demonic beasts. Countless demonic beasts clashed with countless Sun Wukongs. Initially thought to be an evenly matched battle, the 10-meter-tall beasts fell as if made of paper, dispatched by the mere 1.3-meter-tall Sun Wukong with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, the 4th wave of demonic beasts was utterly annihilated. This scene left everyone in the live stream dumbfounded, pondering what kind of sorcery this was. Is this truly possible? This is even more absurd than a cheat. It wasn't until the system announced the victory of the 4th wave challenge that the people of Huaxia snapped back to reality. Am I dreaming? Quick, someone pinch me. How narrow-minded I was, to think that Sun Wukong was weak. If anyone dares to claim otherwise in front of me, they'll receive a slap. A single hair transforming into a Sun Wukong? At this rate, I believe Sun Wukong could single-handedly challenge the mythological figures of all nations, without emotions clouding my judgment. Capable of slaying a boss beast with a mere strike, what mythological figure can accomplish that? Sun Wukong is undoubtedly the strongest mythological figure of Huaxia. I am no longer merely watching the live stream on my knees. I should be lying down to witness this. If there were any lingering doubts about Sun Wukong's prowess, after witnessing his recent display, no one would dare question him now. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the mythological experts of Huaxia were flushed with excitement. That move by Sun Wukong seemed to be the legendary body-outside-body technique. I have only seen this employed by deities from other nations. Who would have thought we possessed it too? Everyone, hurry and investigate. Sun Wukong is so powerful, he cannot be a mere footnote in history. There must be ancient texts we have overlooked. However, after extensive searching, no clues emerged. Someone then recalled that Feng had mentioned Huawa Mountain and Water Curtain Cave, which seemed to be geographical names. Additionally, didn't Feng create a game called Hongming Baha? I read online that Sun Wukong appears in A Journey to the West instance. Perhaps it contains the information we seek. They were eager to unravel the mythological legend of Sun Wukong, curious about the narrative that could depict such a formidable deity. Meanwhile, the situation in Sakura Country appeared rather lackluster. Due to Feng's earlier delays, they had accepted the 4th wave challenge before Huaxia. Yet, while Sun Wukong had already completed his challenge, the warriors of Sakura Country were still struggling. Although the summoned Hachiman deity possessed considerable strength, he was not among the most powerful figures of Sakura Country. Coupled with the subsequent might of the demonic beasts, their efforts were fraught with difficulty. Not only Sakura Country, but also countries like Korea and Sheila found themselves in similar predicaments. Among these nations, only India managed to struggle through the challenge without sustaining injuries. The performance of Sun Wukong left them feeling utterly disheartened. Who would have imagined that an unassuming little monkey could be so ferocious? This defies logic. Discussing science in the context of mythology indeed seems absurd. They never dreamed that such a powerful mythological figure could emerge from the centuries-old history of Huaxia. The previously boastful netizens of various nations fell into collective silence. However, the netizens of Huaxia seized this golden opportunity. They did not spare any country that had mocked Huaxia. That little trickster who scammed us for food and drink, come out and face me. When does the live stream of eating dung begin? I'll shower you with rockets. And the upside-down hero from Korea, if you start a live stream, it would undoubtedly be more exciting than watching the divine selection game. Is this the Yama from India? How come he seems to be lagging behind? Oh my, he is being chased and beaten by the fifth wave of demonic beasts. After annihilating the fourth wave, son Wukong, surprisingly, expressed his desire for more. Young one, proceed with the challenge you mentioned. I wish to see what other formidable demons this so-called divine selection world has to offer. The other nations, witnessing son Wukong's audacity, felt as if they might bleed from frustration. We are being ruthlessly pursued, and he has the audacity to claim he is not satisfied? Please, show some humility. You are a monkey, not a human. Regarding son Wukong's eagerness to continue, Feng could not have wished for more. Without hesitation, he opted to challenge the fifth wave of demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the netizens of Huaxiao erupted in excitement. My brother monkey is incredible. What brother monkey? I have a name. I am the great sage equal to heaven, son Wukong. Damn, I have goosebumps all over. I feel compelled to rush in and join the fight against the demonic beasts. After being bedridden for 10 years, I am suddenly so excited that I stand up. Is this a medical miracle? My brother monkey is amazing. I need to revisit Hongming Baha. I feel that the deities summoned in the second round of the divine selection game by Feng are undoubtedly characters from within. My brother monkey is amazing. Hongming Baha is amazing. Feng is amazing. Ning Jiangwo and others watched son Wukong on the screen with exhilaration. They no longer felt the same worry and fear as before. Some even felt a pang of annoyance toward Feng, thinking to themselves, why didn't you say something earlier? If I had known son Wukong was this formidable, I wouldn't have worried at all. The divine selection players from Sakura Country, who believed summoning Hachiman would secure them a place in the top 5, were dismayed to find themselves relegated to outside the top 10 upon reviewing the results. Meanwhile, Korea sat right in front of them at 10th place. As for Huaxia, they firmly held 2nd place, trailing only India. However, they understood that as soon as Huaxia commenced the 5th wave challenge, their rankings would inevitably change. This was a foregone conclusion. For son Wukong's strength was so outrageous that no one had yet discerned his upper limits. At this point, no one held out hope for India's Yama. Yet even so, India's 2nd place position remained unshakable. The divine selection players from Sakura Country were unwilling to accept such an abrupt conclusion. The 5th wave of demonic beasts had deterred many nations. But if they took on the 5th wave challenge, their ranking could at least squeeze into the top 5, and with a stellar performance, they might even breach the top 3. Several leading divine selection players gritted their teeth and proposed that Hachiman continue to challenge the 5th wave of demonic beasts. This suggestion immediately unsettled the netizens of Sakura Country, as it was evident to all that Hachiman had shown signs of exhaustion during the 4th wave challenge. Moreover, the 5th wave of demonic beasts would be even more formidable. It was clear that this was a reckless gamble, endangering the lives of the entire nation. Chapter 9. The Hellhound in response to Feng's unwavering decision to challenge the 5th wave of demonic beasts. The people of Huaxia cast aside all doubts and rallied behind him with fervent support. However, international netizens found it difficult to accept this turn of events. They were utterly astounded that Huaxia had emerged as the dark horse in the first round of the divine selection game, and judging by the current trajectory, they seemed poised to seize the lead. Few nations dared to confront the 5th wave of demonic beasts. Only a handful remained, including the likes of India, Huaxia, the northern lands, and Sira, along with the tenacious Sakura nation. Most countries had faltered at the 3rd or 4th wave, their divine players opting for a prudent approach rather than the reckless fervor displayed by Sakura. After all, they had witnessed the formidable power of the subsequent demonic beasts. The deities summoned by their own nations might not necessarily prove to be effective adversaries. Even if they pressed forward with determination, the outcome would likely see them reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Eager not to miss the thrilling spectacle, international viewers flocked to the live streams of Huaxia and other nations. In the divine selection realm of Huaxia, the 5th wave of demonic beasts made its official appearance. This time, the number of beasts was significantly reduced, totaling just over 200. However, their strength was incomparable to previous waves. These creatures were monstrous 3-headed hounds. towering at a staggering 15 meters, effectively obliterating over 90% of the divine beings from other nations. The sheer might of these beasts was evident, as their stature bore a direct correlation to their power. The exception to this rule was Sun Wukong, who stood at a mere 1 meter and 3. The fifth wave of beasts radiated an ominous azure flame, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble in fear. With over 200 of such formidable entities, the question arose, how could this possibly be managed? It became clear to the international observers why India's Yama was relentlessly pursued by the beasts. It was a blatant case of a divine being of equal rank being overwhelmed by a swarm. From a distance, Feng could sense an oppressive heat radiating towards him, as if the beasts could eliminate him without even lifting a finger. He had never anticipated such a circumstance. If he were to be inadvertently harmed, Huaxiao would face dire consequences as well. The viewers across various nations noted this grave predicament. Unlike the apprehensive citizens of Huaxia, foreign netizens reveled in a sense of schadenfreude. They had numerous divine players, and even if hundreds were to perish, it would not be of great consequence. Yet, for Huaxia, with only one divine player, the stakes were far higher. Not far away, Sun Wukong, sensing Yifeng's discomfort, raised his hand and cast a spell. A beam of white light penetrated Yifeng's being, and remarkably, the discomfort vanished, replaced by a sense of serenity. This astonishing scene left international viewers utterly dumbfounded, pondering the possibilities of the game. Who exactly was this Sun Wukong? As the demonic beast drew closer, a look of intrigue crossed Sun Wukong's face. The Hellhound? This divine selection world was proving to be quite interesting. With that thought, he turned to Yifeng and said, "Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly." With that, Sun Wukong drew a circle around Yifeng with his golden staff. Watching Sun Wukong ascend into the air, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. This scene felt oddly familiar. However, Yifeng was not foolish enough to leave this protective circle like Tang Sung or Zhu Beiji. In the Huaxiao livestream, viewers speculated about Sun Wukong's intentions. Was this circle meant to protect Yifeng? If so, how extraordinary. Laughter erupted as some joked that Sun Wukong was actually cursing Yifeng but found him quite endearing. While many Huaxiao viewers expressed confidence in Yifeng and Sun Wukong, the sentiment was not shared by others. Could a mere circle truly shield a divine player from the onslaught of demonic beasts? The audacity of Huaxiao believing that a simple drawing could render them invincible was the funniest joke they had heard all year. To be fair, Sun Wukong was undeniably powerful, but his intellect seemed to match that of Huaxiao's divine player, lacking in ingenuity. Drawing a circle for protection? They scoffed at the absurdity. As the verbal sparring continued, the battle commenced. Sun Wukong plunged into the throng of demonic beasts, leaving viewers in awe. Even the Hellhound paused momentarily, taken aback by the audacity of this small monkey. As denizens of the underworld, the beasts could not allow such insolence to stand. Without hesitation, they raised their claws to strike Sun Wukong, with some even launching fireballs in an attempt to incinerate him. Yet, after a relentless barrage, it became evident that none of it had any effect. Sun Wukong remained unscathed, standing tall and proud, without losing even a single hair. The Hellhound was left bewildered. How could this be? I am a fearsome entity from the depths of hell, and yet I am being made to look foolish. The flames I unleashed were imbued with the very essence of hellfire, capable of incinerating all. How could he emerge unscathed? Shuntihi at least stumped Chapter 10. New discoveries. Meanwhile, the live streams from Sakura Country were bustling with activity. A multitude of Huaxia netizens flooded in, their mocking comments cascading wildly. At this moment, the deity Hachiman of Sakura Country had lost his initial grandeur. He was being relentlessly pursued and battered by over 200 hellish three-headed dogs, his form growing increasingly frail. Many selected players from Sakura Country were not spared. While fleeing in desperation, they were crushed into a pulp beneath the feet of the hellish beasts, blood splattering across the ground. The players from Sakura Country and the Divine Realm were engulfed in despair. In the real world, despair reigned supreme in Sakura Country as well. For every fallen selected player, 5,000 compatriots were randomly erased from existence. Some individuals, merely seconds prior, were hurling insults at foreign deities, only to find themselves lifeless moments later. The populace of Sakura Country was gripped by anxiety. Even the Prime Minister was not exempt. In the face of the system, all were rendered equal. At this juncture, Hachiman could no longer endure. After being struck by the flames of the hellish three-headed dogs, his entire being transformed into shimmering stardust, vanishing without a trace. The system's voice resonated across the globe. The deity Hachiman of Sakura Country has fallen. The fifth wave of beast challenges has ended in failure. Instantly, the world erupted in chaos. The popularity of the Sakura Country live stream surged tenfold, with an unending tide of comments. However, these were not words of comfort, but rather derision. How could a deity simply vanish like that? My condolences. Who would have thought that the guardian deity of the nation was so ineffectual? I thought he was formidable. Weren't they rather arrogant before? They even came to our Huaxia live stream to mock us. Truly, as the old saying goes, vengeance is a dish best served cold. Sakura brothers, do not lose heart. Though you faltered in the first round of the divine selection game, you still have a second chance. Please continue to falter. This time, Sakura Country will suffer great losses. I know I shouldn't laugh, but I can't help it. Haha. As they read the mocking comments from other nations, the faces of Sakura Country's netizens twisted in disgust. In truth, had they not participated in the fifth wave of beast challenges, they might not have faced such dire consequences. Based on their success in the fourth wave, they surely would have secured a place in the top 15. However, with the fall of their deity Hachiman, they would now face a significant reduction in points. Forget about rewards, they might even be directly eliminated. In the fifth wave of beast challenges, nearly 1,000 selected players perished, leading to the probable demise of 50 million citizens in the real world. This was far more catastrophic than the troubles faced by mere children or the rotund. In the Huaxia divine realm, Sun Wukong refrained from retaliating, primarily wishing to gauge the strength of the summoned creatures. However, after this experience, he found them utterly lacking, rendering the endeavor uninteresting. He planted his golden staff into the ground and recited an incantation. Instantly, the staff rose from the earth, growing taller and larger, reaching skyward without limits, as if determined to pierce the very heavens of the divine realm. The hellish three-headed dogs beneath the staff appeared no larger than ants, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. In a swift motion, the immense staff descended heavily, crashing down upon the powerful hellish beasts, incapacitating them instantly. The surviving creatures, terrified, fled in haste, leading to a dramatic scene where Sun Wukong, wielding his colossal staff, pursued the retreating dogs. The audience in the live stream was left in shock once again. Good heavens! While others are being pursued by beasts, here you are, reversing the roles. They had lost count of how many times they had been astonished, even with prior mental preparations. Sun Wukong's display left them in awe. The comments in the live stream were filled with exclamations of astonishment. Even many foreign netizens altered their attitudes, captivated by the divine powers exhibited by Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the citizens of Sakura Country were left infuriated, their blood boiling at the sight. In the capital's conference room, Sun Wukong's performance continually reshaped their worldviews and perceptions, leaving Ning Zhangwo and his colleagues numb with disbelief. It felt as though they had been stabbed in the back with a dagger, awakening their eyes to a new reality. At that moment, a staff member rushed in, clutching a large stack of documents. General Ning, we have discovered that within our Huaxia territory, there exists an ancient stone monkey legend akin to that of Sun Wukong, originating from the Water Curtain Cave on Flower and Fruit Mountain. Yet, this legend has nearly vanished. Our information comes from a centenarian, and there are no records available online. What? There truly is one. Ning Zhangwo and the others were taken aback. They eagerly accepted the documents from the staff member, poring over them with the utmost care. Eventually, upon correlating them with segments of Sun Wukong's story, they found remarkable similarities. This discovery was monumental. It marked Huaxia's first encounter with a myth that predated the Qing dynasty. In the past, few would have believed it to be true. Yet now, with Sun Wukong manifesting in the divine realm, disbelief was no longer an option. Quickly, disseminate these findings to every citizen of Huaxia and establish a new mythological chronicle, making it a required subject in elementary school curricula. This directive was issued by Zhao Changren, a prominent academician within Huaxia, empowered with the authority to do so. As Huaxia netizens received the government's broadcasted information, they could no longer contain the primal strength within them. I knew it. Our Huaxia is vast and rich. How could we not possess our own history and mythology? This is a small step for Huaxia, yet a monumental leap for the world. Feng is magnificent. Sun Wukong is magnificent. Huaxia is magnificent. As the citizens of Huaxia celebrated jubilantly, netizens from other countries were momentarily bewildered. Yet, they paid little heed, instead focusing intently on the Huaxia live stream. The hellish three-headed dogs were being relentlessly beaten back by Sun Wukong, with half of their numbers falling in mere moments. The fleeing beasts could scarcely fathom that they, as heralds of the underworld, would be overwhelmed by a mere mischievous monkey. Where, then, was their dignity. Suddenly, one of the hellish three-headed dogs spotted Yifeng. By sheer coincidence, Yifeng also noticed the fleeing creature. The two locked eyes. This foolish dog wouldn't dare think of devouring me, would it? Why does it regard me with such strange eyes? Yifeng mused, puzzled. Meanwhile, the hellish beast's internal monologue was quite different. This foolish human dares to glare at me? This is intolerable. If I don't consume you, how can I maintain my reputation in the canine realm? Thus, the hellish three-headed dog altered its fleeing trajectory, charging straight towards Yifeng. Oh no, this dog can't possibly be fearless. Although Yifeng brimmed with confidence and fearlessness, the Huaxia netizens in the live stream could no longer remain calm. They understood that while Sun Wukong was powerful, even a casual gesture could lead to unforeseen consequences. The fate of Huaxia hung in the balance. Chapter 11. Doubts of a canine existence. Yoshi, should Yifeng perish, it is certain that the fate of Huaxia will follow suit. I shall relish witnessing their arrogance dissipate. Though Huaxia's Sun Wukong possesses formidable strength, the demise of their singular chosen player would render all prior efforts futile. Who was it that claimed this circle could safeguard the chosen player? I am eager to witness how this hastily drawn circle intends to protect your chosen one. Haha. This pitiful circle aspires to shield the chosen player? Dream on, my friend. The international audience in the live stream began to fervently stir the pot, particularly those from the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the morning calm, who yearned for Huaxia's downfall. Only then would they have the opportunity to ascend as the hegemon of East Asia, leading the world. As the three-headed hellhound charged towards Yifeng, he remained resolutely still, inciting palpable tension among the citizens of Huaxia. Brother Monkey, you must deliver this time. The masses silently prayed. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen, Sun Wukong continued to strike the hellhound, pushing it back relentlessly. Meanwhile, Yifeng was on the verge of being devoured by the fleeing beast. The central head of the hellhound opened its gaping maw, aiming to consume Yifeng. He appeared almost insignificant in comparison to the beast's tongue. Should it ensnare him, defeat would be inevitable. Crack. Alas, the hellhound's fangs were unexpectedly shattered, blood spilling profusely. The creature wept in agony. Just as it prepared to devour Yifeng, it discovered an impenetrable wall of air surrounding him. The force of its own bite had led to its fang's demise, and the thought of never again enjoying a bone caused it immense resentment. Being pursued and beaten by an extraordinarily powerful monkey was one thing, but to be tormented by a mere human? The hellhound felt increasingly aggrieved. In a fit of rage, it abandoned its fangs and resorted to slashing at Yifeng with its claws. Despite the ferocity of its strikes, they were thwarted by the air wall. Yifeng remained unscathed, and to add insult to injury, he beckoned mockingly with his finger. How could the hellhound endure such humiliation? It leapt back, conjuring a fiery inferno in its mouth. With a forceful expulsion, a massive fireball surged towards Yifeng. Bang! The fireball collided with the air wall, dissipating into nothingness. What sorcery is this? The hellhound was left utterly bewildered. Its hellfire was capable of incinerating all, yet it could not even scorch a mere human today? Just as it prepared for another assault, the sky darkened ominously. Looking up, it saw a mass of shadows looming above, and in the next moment, a colossal golden staff descended like a pillar of heaven. Boom! The hellhound was obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Huaxia has triumphed in the 5th wave of challenges, earning 5,000 points. Current points, 9,000, ranking first. The audience in the live stream was left in shock. This circle truly can protect the chosen player? Are we playing the same game? How could the hellhound, which had been relentlessly battling divine beings from other nations, now appear as feeble as a puppy here in Huaxia? Goodness, 9,000 points, while the second-place contender from A3 barely scraped together 3,000. Each wave of challenges grants corresponding points. And should a chosen player perish, points are deducted. Can someone please tell me this is all a mirage? The astute began to initiate immigration procedures to Huaxia. Immigrate to Huaxia? You must be unaware that it is one of the most challenging countries for immigration. Best remain where you feel comfortable. No wonder Yifeng stood still. He was composed and assured. Enough said. Yifeng is eternal. Sun Wukong's performance exceeded all expectations and continually shattered their perceptions of reality. They could not even fathom the limits of his prowess. He seemed like an unbounded deity. Huaxia's chosen player, shall you accept the 6th wave of challenges? This final wave offers greater rewards but also poses increased danger. The system's voice resonated in the minds of people worldwide. Among all nations, only Huaxia continued to fight, while others had either been eliminated or voluntarily forfeited challenges. The first wave was merely a trial. Many nations failed to summon their powerful deities. Notably, Huaxia was the sole nation to succeed in the 5th wave against the monstrous horde, while others, including the boastful A3, faced failure. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen, Sun Wukong did not hear the system's announcement. Feng, sensing the gravity of the situation, cautioned, "Great sage, there remains one final wave of beasts to contend with. Yet they are far stronger than those previously faced. Perhaps we should reconsider?" Feng's words were delicately phrased, infused with concern. The previously cheerful Sun Wukong instantly bristled at the suggestion of retreat. Retreat? How could anything be stronger than me? In the past, I confronted the Jade Emperor and the King of Hell without so much as a frown. Then shall we proceed? Feng probed tentatively. Absolutely. Bring on whatever they have. Sun Wukong thumped his chest, entirely unaware of Feng's subtle manipulation. Very well, brother monkey. Feng chuckled slyly, then addressed the system. Let us continue. Feng's decision left everyone once again in disbelief. The strength of the fifth wave had already reached astronomical levels. Even a three's deity, Yamata, was no match for them. One could only speculate how formidable the beasts of the sixth wave would be. However, one thing was certain, the sixth wave would undoubtedly possess overwhelming power. Or else the system would not have issued such a warning. It was clearly an attempt to dissuade challengers. Yet, Feng and Sun Wukong treated it with nonchalance, further heightening the anxiety of the people of Huaxia. This sensation feels eerily familiar, they thought. While I recognize the prowess of Brother Monkey, why do my legs tremble still? In the conference room of the capital, General Ning received a confidential message from high-ranking officials in the War Nation, urging Huaxia to adopt a cautious stance and forego the sixth wave of beast challenges, as they had calculated the strength of the sixth wave to be at least tenfold that of the fifth. Upon receiving this news, the secretary immediately relayed it to Ning Jiangwo. However, Ning Jiangwo's expression darkened as he pointed at Feng on the screen, exclaiming, "Come. Tell me how we can abandon this." The secretary felt somewhat stifled, thinking to himself that he was merely carrying out orders. Had he known, he would have refrained from speaking. Ning Jiangwo and the others could attempt to intervene, but with only one chosen player in Huaxia, they had no means of resolution through voting. If Feng simply said yes, the decision would be made without further deliberation. Time was of the essence. Chapter 12. The three-headed demon dragon. How audacious the Huaxia people are. Even after receiving a special warning from the system, they dare to continue challenging the sixth wave of demon beasts? They truly do not comprehend the meaning of peril. Huaxia? Merely a self-important nation that cannot possibly make a mark. It is indeed perplexing. Despite their reckless endeavors, they seem to weather every storm. However, I am curious to see if they are truly overstepping their bounds. Ha ha ha, Huaxia is destined to follow in the footsteps of our Sakura nation. To challenge the final wave of demon beasts is nothing short of fanciful delusion. What you may not realize is that Huaxia has merely a history of around 300 years, a fact acknowledged worldwide. What legendary myths could they possibly possess? Even if they do, they are of little worth. This Sun Wukong was likely summoned by mere chance. Indeed, this Sun Wukong must be their trump card, which is why their chosen players are willing to take the plunge to secure victory in the final challenge. If they succeed, subsequent challenges might be somewhat easier. But if they fail, it matters not. The outcome would be the same. The barrage of comments in the live stream continued to refresh, with several remarks striking at the heart of Huaxia. Their confident tone rendered the people of Huaxia silent, for much of what they said was grounded in reality. Even with Sun Wukong providing a fleeting sense of assurance, what would follow? Could they truly summon formidable deities to fight for Huaxia? Despite this, a portion of netizens remained unconvinced. The Sun Wukong summoned by Feng hails from Hongming Baha, a game filled with powerful characters. If he can be summoned, it signifies that Sun Wukong is indeed a mythical figure of Huaxia. In response to the fervent defense from some Huaxia netizens, foreign commenters displayed disdain. Can you even withstand this challenge? Why act as if you were formidable? We possess even more powerful deities, not inferior to your Sun Wukong. And our aim is to ascend the final rankings of the chosen game. Well, what is Huaxia doing? Merely surviving. Do you truly believe Feng is your savior? He is but a fool. Foreign netizens expressed skepticism that Huaxia could summon any powerful deities, even doubting their ability to survive the first round of the chosen game. People from all over the world flocked to the Huaxia livestream. Some came to witness a spectacle, others to revel in their misfortune, and only a small fraction came to support Huaxia. In the realm of the chosen, after Feng opted to continue the challenge, the very fabric of the sky transformed dramatically. The heavens turned blood red, resembling an apocalyptic disaster. Even Feng, filled with confidence, could not help but furrow his brow. Before even encountering the demon beasts, such an overwhelming aura was present. How powerful must these beasts be? Nevertheless, Yifeng merely reflected on the insignificance of such power in the face of the black myth Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong gazed skyward, a faint, wicked smile gracing his features. Compared to the previous adversaries, this one seemed genuinely formidable. After years of slumber, he had not fought for a long time, and in this so-called chosen world. He was eager to unleash his full prowess. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a deafening roar, causing even those outside the live stream to wince in pain. A fierce gale swept towards Yifeng and Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Sun Wukong let out a cold chuckle. Standing unwavering as the tempest raged around him, failing to even disturb a single hair, Yifeng, shielded by a barrier, remained unscathed. Witnessing this scene, the live stream erupted in chaos. What on earth? How is this possible? Just how powerful is Sun Wukong? Though the demon beast had yet to reveal itself, any discerning observer could tell that it was undoubtedly a god-level boss. How could Sun Wukong be of any help against such a creature? I cannot endure this. Sun Wukong is practically a bug. It is utterly outrageous. Don't be so hasty. The demon beast merely sneezed. It has not even shown itself yet. Do you truly believe Huaxia will emerge victorious? Exactly. I will relish the moment when Sun Wukong meets his demise at the hands of the monster. You wretched beings. Must you insult us even in your own country? Do you dare to come to Huaxia and provoke us? Just watch as I rain down curses upon you. In the Chosen Game live stream, there was no censorship of words. Thus, no matter how foul the language, it was displayed in full. The ensuing barrage of comments became a source of amusement. Millions of keyboard warriors from Huaxia unleashed a torrent of insults upon the netizens from Sakura Nation and the Korean Peninsula. Particularly from Sakura Nation, their insults remained painfully repetitive, while Huaxia's invectives were boundless in variety. The battle in the Chosen World continued. After the thunderous roar subsided, a shadow descended from the sky. This silhouette resembled a colossal western dragon, its wings extending for miles, a sight that left onlookers breathless. As the shadow fully materialized, the netizens in the live stream fell into a stunned silence. The sixth wave of the demon beast could no longer be classified as merely a demon. It was the ultimate, invincible boss. What in the world? Is that the three-headed dragon king Ghidorah from Godzilla lore? Is your Ghidorah truly 1,000 meters tall? This is clearly a three-headed demon dragon from Western mythology. Regardless of its origin, Huaxia is genuinely doomed this time. A height of 1,000 meters is beyond the capability of any ordinary deity to contend with. It is rather fortuitous. Had Huaxia not bravely sacrificed itself, we would not have witnessed such a spectacular scene. The people of Huaxia in the live stream were utterly despondent. They had harbored great hope. But upon witnessing the sixth wave of demon beasts, that hope dwindled to nearly nothing. 1,000-meter-high, three-headed dragon. How could they possibly fight against that? Their heads would be smashed to pieces. In the conference room of the imperial capital, as they observed the Huaxia battlefield on the large screen, Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Chongren wore expressions of profound gravity. Do you think we still have hope, Elder Zhao? Ning Jiangwo whispered. Beside him, Zhao Chongren sighed softly, his pallid countenance making him appear aged by several years. General Ning, while Yifeng is a promising young man, he has misplaced his faith this time. The three-headed demon dragon is not merely 10 times stronger than the hellhound. It exceeds that by 1,000-fold. What? 1,000? 1,000-fold? Chapter 13. The hand-torn boss Ning Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. However, he understood that Zhao Chongren was not jesting. Given Zhao Chongren's extensive study of foreign mythologies, his assertion carried weight. Yet, Sun Wukong displayed no trace of fear. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope, though reluctant to admit it. Ning Jiangwo knew that this time, Sun Wukong was up against an almost invincible foe. General Ning, it has been an honor to work alongside you for so long. Zhao Chongren suddenly chuckled, as if he had found peace. Ning Jiangwo felt a twinge of emotion. He recognized Zhao Chongren as a relic of the past. If even he deemed the situation hopeless, then it truly was dire. The members of the conference room appeared deflated, like punctured balloons, devoid of energy. In the world of the chosen of Huaxia, the three-headed dragon's wings cast shadows over the land, generating powerful gales with a mere flap. Observing the dragon hovering in the air, it was hard to imagine anyone possessing the desire to engage it in battle. The three heads of the dragon simultaneously roared at Sun Wukong. It too felt a sense of frustration. How could a mere 1-meter-tall monkey summon it? Were the beasts before it truly so inept? Yet, now that it had been summoned, it prepared to vanquish its opponent. With that thought, the three-headed dragon initiated its assault. A blue laser shot forth from its central head, aimed directly at Sun Wukong below. The laser's temperature was terrifying. as if it could melt anything in its path. However, Sun Wukong merely sneered and withdrew his golden staff. This action ignited a flurry of reactions among the onlookers. Ha ha ha, even now he retracts his weapon. He must have resigned himself to defeat. They exclaimed. I thought he might put up a fight, but he seems so cowardly. Enough of this spectacle, let us leave. In contrast to the mockery from foreign netizens, the people of Huaxia felt a deep sense of frustration. Where has your former bravado gone? You should wield your weapon and resist. Strike with the golden staff. What if you succeed? I called you monkey brother for so long. Only to discover this is the Sun Wukong you are? Meanwhile, Feng was oblivious to the external opinions. His mind was consumed with thoughts about how many attacks the three-headed dragon could endure from Sun Wukong. To others, Sun Wukong's withdrawal signified surrender, but to Feng, it clearly indicated a serious approach. In Western mythology, the three-headed dragon possessed formidable strength and should withstand at least 10 strikes, he mused. Just then, as the laser from the dragon neared Sun Wukong, the latter finally sprang into action. Law manifest in the world. He roared angrily. As soon as the words left his lips, a black light emanated from his body, quickly expanding outward. The earth erupted in a cloud of thick smoke, dispersing the dragon's blue laser, causing even its form to tremble slightly. The live stream plunged into darkness, leaving viewers in confusion. What had just transpired? Had the dragon's laser simply vanished? Surely, Sun Wukong must have evaded it. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. Yet, why was the screen black? Nothing could be seen. It must be the smoke obscuring the view after the laser struck the ground. The land of the chosen possessed unique laws that no attack or magic could breach. As the smoke gradually cleared, a colossal ape appeared, towering over the three-headed dragon by more than double. What on earth is this? I must be dreaming. Why is there suddenly such a massive ape? Could this be Sun Wukong's transformation? Some marveled in admiration, while others expressed disbelief. Bah! Sun Wukong has merely grown larger. Devoid of magical enhancement, he is just a bigger target. Indeed. We have just received intelligence that the three-headed dragon's power is 1,000 times greater than that of the hellish three-headed canine. Sun Wukong cannot possibly triumph. Do you see? This is the once vassal nation of Huaxia. We have confirmed that Sun Wukong's legend originated from our nation. The three-headed dragon was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the enormous ape. It gazed up at Sun Wukong, its expression akin to that of a pet dog looking at its master, thinking, if you're unharmed, I shall take my leave. This was all a misunderstanding. However, Sun Wukong had no intention of engaging in dialogue. He seized the two dragon heads with his hands, startling the creature. Brother, you cannot pull this. It could kill me. Reluctantly, the central head had no choice but to tilt back and unleash another laser towards Sun Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong stood his ground, allowing the laser to strike him without flinching. The impact left him unscathed. The giant ape bared its fangs and bit down on the central head of the three-headed dragon. To everyone's astonishment, it shattered the head as if it were a mere snack, swallowing it with ease. Dark blood gushed forth from the severed neck, raining down like droplets of rain. The three-headed dragon writhed in agony, desperate to resist and roar, yet the remaining two heads were firmly grasped by Sun Wukong, rendering it utterly immobile. Despair washed over the dragon. Who could have imagined that a creature of such legendary status would meet its end in such an undignified manner? Sun Wukong, losing interest in prolonging the struggle, tightened his grip on the remaining heads and yanked them. Chapter 14. Task rewards people of Huaxia. Come forth and provide us with a clear explanation. What is there to explain? If I do not berate you for a moment, do you not feel a sense of discomfort? How is it that you, from the land of cherry blossoms, and you, from the land of the morning calm, can be so contemptible? Those who previously derided us, one and all, will find themselves facing the consequences. In the realm of reality, I maintain my silence. Yet in the online domain, I strike with fervor. If heaven did not give birth to me, the keyboard warrior, then the endless night would prevail. With a mere keystroke, I can open the gates of heaven. With another, I can vanquish immortals. Alone, I can challenge 3,000 emperors, and with dual keys, I can conquer 13 continents. Among 300,000 keyboard warriors, even the mightiest must bow their heads before me. At the pinnacle of immortality, I stand proud, for where there is my keyboard, there is heaven. The key from the great river descends from the skies. A single keystroke can shake the world. When chaos reigns, my magical key will strike the heavens. In this moment, I finally comprehend the responsibility and significance of my existence as a keyboard warrior. At this instant, Huaxia calls upon me. To the small devils and those from the land of the morning calm, witness my prowess. A multitude of keyboard warriors join the fray, rallying for our nation, nearly driving both the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the morning calm to the brink of silence. Observing this, other international friends fall into a hushed reverence. Unwilling to provoke our wrath. It is no jest. Our keyboard warriors can scold the heavens and the underworld, and if they do not leave you drenched in indignation, it would be the true miracle. Those such as Ning Jiangwo, who had already resigned to despair, were astonished when the battle with the formidable three-headed dragon concluded in mere moments. This unexpected turn nearly caused the elderly scholar to faint from the shock of rising blood pressure. The joy arrived far too suddenly. In this world of Huaxia as chosen, Yifeng found himself equally astonished. He had not anticipated that this fearsome three-headed dragon would prove so feeble. With a single move, Sun Wukong had dispatched it. Following the battle, Sun Wukong transformed from the colossal giant back into a diminutive monkey. As he approached Yifeng, who stood several heads taller, Yifeng quickly greeted him with a warm smile. "Great sage, how magnificent you are. What is this magnificence you speak of? Is it akin to the essence of cattle?" Sun Wukong inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Great sage, to be magnificent means to possess extraordinary prowess, unrivaled by others." Yifeng explained with a smile. "Magnificent means extraordinary? Your world's manner of speech is truly peculiar." Sun Wukong shook his head, expressing his bewilderment. As he drew near, Yifeng provocatively gazed at Sun Wukong and mischievously remarked, "Great sage, you should be more aware of what magnificence entails." "What do you mean?" "I, Sun Wukong, know more than you." "I beg to differ," Sun Wukong responded, utterly perplexed, sensing that this human harbored some dubious intent. "Great sage, have you forgotten about the Princess Iron Fan, the wife of the Bull Demon King, in the Banana Leaf Cave?" Cough, cough, cough. Yifeng's words left the fearless Sun Wukong choking for air. "You scoundrel, do not speak nonsense." Sun Wukong shot Yifeng a reproachful glare. Yet, he too felt puzzled. He had been exceedingly cautious in the past. Even his good friend, the Bull Demon King, had been unaware. How could this human know so much? It felt as though he were present at the scene. The more Sun Wukong pondered, the stranger it seemed. With so many secrets, if he lingered any longer, this cunning human might reveal them all. "Well, since the crisis has passed, I shall take my leave." With that, Sun Wukong swiftly made a gesture with his fingers. Seeing this, Yifeng hurriedly waved and called out, "Great sage, may our paths cross again in the future." However, upon hearing Yifeng's words, Sun Wukong's expression darkened. He opened his mouth, ready to respond, but vanished from the spot. A gentle breeze swept by, as if he had never been there. The three-headed dragon and the bloodstains on the ground dissipated as well. Huaxia has successfully passed the 6th wave of monster challenges, earning 10,000 points, currently totaling 19,000 points, ranking first. The first round of the Divine Selection Challenge has concluded. Rewards and penalties will be distributed based on rankings. The system's voice resonated in the minds of people around the world. Those ranking high were elated, while those at the bottom lamented their fate. Particularly, the 5 nations at the bottom had completely lost hope. They clamored to immigrate, desperate to escape their countries, but the system's penalties denied them that opportunity. Their nations, along with their civilizations, were erased as if they had never existed on Blue Star. Meanwhile, the first-ranked Huaxia erupted in celebration, making this day more festive than National Day itself. Yifeng had led them to a remarkable comeback, achieving first place. What a source of pride it was. No one had anticipated that the once civilizationally fractured Huaxia would rise to become the champion of the first round of the Divine Selection game, outpacing the second place by a wide margin. Rewards are as follows. The system's notification echoed in the minds of the people of Huaxia simultaneously. 1. National Lifespan 5. 2. Surpassing Task Challenges grants the Great Freedom Sutra, which can be cultivated by all citizens. Those who succeed in cultivation may prolong their lives and even become practitioners. Though the rewards may seem modest, they sent the people of Huaxia into joyous exuberance. 5 additional years of life could grant many on the brink of death a second chance. Especially for researchers, an extra 5 years could significantly elevate Huaxia's scientific endeavors. Even a slight improvement would be immeasurable. The second reward, the Great Freedom Sutra, while not yet practiced, had already been elucidated by the system. Prolonging life, what hope does this bring to those ailing? Now, through the cultivation of the Great Freedom Sutra, individuals can escape disease and suffering through means beyond science. What a monumental achievement this is. Moreover, the people of Huaxia could also cultivate the Great Freedom Sutra and become the legendary practitioners. This alone suffices to etch Yifeng's name into the annals of Huaxia's history. On this day, not only Huaxia but the entire world would remember Yifeng, the legendary figure who turned the tide and saved a nation. Numerous rival nations began dispatching spies to clandestinely gather information on Wukong's identity, undoubtedly seeking to uncover his weaknesses in the next round of the divine selection game and defeat him. However, some people of Huaxia found themselves in a state of frustration, as they had not received the rewards of Huaxia. Many were immigrants, drawn to Huaxia for economic opportunity, especially since the onset of the divine selection game. These individuals had clamored to re-emigrate, eager to escape Huaxia. Had time allowed and the immigration process not been so cumbersome, many would have already fled. Now, with Huaxia triumphing, they found themselves mere bystanders, a rather absurd predicament. Of course, exceptions existed. Only those immigrants who had fully integrated into Huaxia and recognized it as their own could receive the system rewards akin to the citizens of Huaxia. Thus, some rejoiced while others despaired. The top 5 nations were Huaxia, Bharat, Shila, Bailu, and Shamo, all exempt from the penalties of the divine selection's death decree. Chapter 15. The Revenge of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The nations ranked below did not share the same fortune, particularly the Cherry Blossom Nation. The death penalty for their chosen players was severe enough to leave them reeling. Although they were not among the last 5, their scores were meager, and the rewards they received were pitifully scant. Nevertheless, they attributed all their misfortunes to Huaxia. In the conference room of the Cherry Blossom Nation's high-ranking officials, a man clad in a yellow military uniform and sporting a neat mustache slammed his palm on the table in frustration. Damn it. We, the Cherry Blossom Nation, could have easily secured a place in the top 10. If it weren't for Feng and son Wukong inciting chaos, we would not have strayed off course and ultimately faced defeat. He was the head of the Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen game, holding a position akin to that of Ning Zhangwo in Huaxia. Seiji Kuan, there is no need for such alarm, chimed in a senator seated in the second row with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, another senator added, Huaxia's ability to summon Sun Wukong for battle is impressive, but what about the next time? Huaxia is internationally recognized as a nation with a brief history. What myths could they possibly possess? Even Sun Wukong was merely appropriated from others' legends. Though we lost the first round of the chosen game, we have the protection of Amaterasu, and we will have ample opportunities to reclaim our standing in the subsequent rounds. Indeed, we also possess the formidable Yamata no Orochi and the support of countless deities. In the ultimate showdown of the chosen game, the Cherry Blossom Nation will undoubtedly secure a place. Various officials, civilians, military personnel, and senators contributed their thoughts. In their eyes, the Cherry Blossom Nation had merely lost a single round of the chosen game, and they were certain of a comeback. They perceived Huaxia's victory as a mere stroke of luck, not worthy of concern. While they were engaged in discussion, a nervous man in a suit burst into the room. Upon entering, he hurried to Seiji's side to deliver urgent news. Seiji Kuan, due to the large number of civilian casualties, protests have erupted across the nation, with some even clashing with the Prime Minister and Appo's residents. Damn it. Seiji struck the secretary and Appo's face in anger. The secretary promptly lowered his head. My apologies. How is it possible that you cannot manage such a simple matter? If the Prime Minister is harmed, we will all be compelled to commit harakiri. Seiji scolded vehemently, leaving the secretary pale with fear, unable to utter a word. The others present remained silent, not daring to breathe. Damn it. What are you all still sitting for? Hurry and protect the Prime Minister. Seiji slammed the table in fury. Understood. Everyone in the room stood in unison, their faces solemn as they hastily exited the conference room. While they had previously strategized against Huaxia, they had not anticipated an uprising within their own nation. Following the conclusion of the first round of the chosen game, there would be a prolonged intermission. Some nations began to prepare the necessary information for the next round, while others succumbed to despair and relinquished hope. The chosen game, centered around mythology, posed a formidable challenge for smaller nations lacking in cultural and historical depth. What they revered as divine in their homeland was regarded as trivial by larger powers. How could they possibly compete? Huaxia was among them. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the attendees hastily finished their lunch before reconvening for an emergency meeting. The number of individuals present was noticeably greater, as scholars who had previously joined via video link had returned. Some had been on field research, while others had been attending weddings. But all had set aside their activities to rush back to the imperial capital. Ning Zhangwo and Zhao Changren remained seated in prominent positions. Although Huaxia had triumphed in the competition, claiming first place, they felt no sense of ease. It was as if a shadow loomed above them, suffocating them with anxiety. They were acutely aware that, aside from Sun Wukong, they could not identify another deity capable of standing alongside him. Not only could they not find a worthy companion, but they struggled to find anyone remotely comparable. Moreover, the difficulty of the chosen game was bound to escalate, a fact that everyone understood. Some conservative scholars even quietly blamed Feng for summoning Sun Wukong so early in the game. Such a powerful figure should have been reserved as a trump card. They reasoned. It was akin to playing cards and revealing a winning hand at the outset. What fun could be had from that? If Feng were aware of their sentiments, he would undoubtedly scoff, asserting, "All the cards in my hand are bombs." Since Sun Wukong is a tangible entity, could other characters from Hongming Bahwang also be summoned? A proposal echoed in the quiet conference room. "I'm not so sure," countered a more senior expert. Sun Wukong could be summoned due to the existence of the stone monkey legend in our culture. However, the other characters in Hongming Bahwang are virtually untraceable, let alone widely known. If Feng had not summoned Sun Wukong, we would have never learned of the stone monkey legend. I believe Hongming Bahwang is merely a reimagining of our own myths. The earlier scholar retorted, unwilling to concede. Humph. The expert scoffed. I do not mean to belittle the younger generation, but while the narrative backdrop of Hongming Bahwang is indeed rich, Li Zhao, vehemently disagree that it is a mere duplication of our mythology. The expert's words incited the scholar's frustration, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. His assertions were purely speculative, devoid of any supporting evidence, and thus lacked substance. Despite the recent contention, Ning Jiangwo chose not to intervene. This was the atmosphere he desired. It was through debate that truth could emerge. Everyone expressed their opinions freely. During my travels, I gathered various folk legends, such as the deity who blesses children with high exam scores and the god of gambling who ensures victory. A young scholar specializing in mythology and history spoke up. He often ventured far and wide across Huaxia, collecting information not found in existing texts. However, his comments were met with derision from many experts. Are you certain you're not trying to be humorous? Setting aside whether these so-called deities could even be successfully summoned, do you truly expect them to assist in examinations or gambling? The scholar sighed in frustration, thinking to himself, I'm merely offering suggestions. Is such a reaction truly necessary? If all else fails, we should reach out to Feng. He may already have devised a strategy, suggested another scholar. Chapter 16. Doubts surrounding Feng. In response to this proposal, the assembly nodded in agreement. After all, Feng had just led Huaxia to victory. Yet many held ambivalent expectations of him. In the realm of divine selection, Feng was currently resting peacefully in a thatched cottage. Though modest in size, the cottage was filled with Huaxia's delectable cuisine and all the essentials for daily life. It echoed the ancient adage, though the sparrow is small, it possesses all its vital organs. The system had not revealed when the next round of the divine selection game would commence, leaving Feng to languish in idle anticipation. In contrast, other participants in the divine selection world engaged in lively conversations, alleviating their worries and seeking solutions. Among the 20,000 individuals, nearly half were women, providing ample entertainment options. Feng, however, found himself languishing in boredom. Just as he began to drift into slumber, a video call interrupted his repose. The individuals in the conference room were taken aback to see Feng lying in bed, appearing unconcerned. They thought to themselves, we are here, frantically working and fretting, while you seem to have the luxury of sleep. Had it not been for Feng's recent triumph, they would have surely expressed their frustrations vocally. Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Changren were also surprised, yet their reaction differed from the others. They breathed a sigh of relief. Feng's ability to rest assuredly indicated his confidence in the forthcoming divine selection game, a promising sign indeed. Ning Jiangwo rose and, with a gentle demeanor, called out, Feng. His unexpected approach left the assembly astonished, particularly the more traditional scholars. Had it not been for Ning Jiangwo's esteemed position, they would have likely voiced their displeasure. After a few soft calls, Feng stirred from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find the entire room fixedly gazing at him. It took him a moment to regain his composure, though he muttered under his breath, his words too soft for anyone to hear. Sitting up, he casually inquired, Dear friends, what brings you here? Feng and Appo's nonchalant attitude irked the elder scholars, who prided themselves on their extensive knowledge. Yet they dared not express their anger. Currently, Feng was a celebrated figure in Huaxia. Anyone daring to disparage him would likely face a torrent of backlash from millions of keyboard warriors. Ning Jiangwo smiled warmly, Feng. We were just discussing which deity to summon for the second round of the divine selection game. However, after much deliberation, we reached no conclusion. Feng, astute as ever, recognized the underlying implication in Ning Jiangwo's words, prompting him to respond openly. Rest assured, I have numerous deities at my disposal for summoning. And they all belong to Huaxia. What? The room erupted in astonishment at Yi Feng's declaration, including the usually composed Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Changren. Yi Feng, are you serious? Zhao Changren exclaimed, rising in excitement, his eyes ablaze with fervor as if gazing upon an enchanting beauty. Yi Feng nodded with a smile, indeed. And even Sun Wukong ranks merely in the mid-tier of strength. This revelation sent ripples of exhilaration through the conference room. The notion that such a formidable entity as Sun Wukong could only be of moderate power was utterly bewildering. They could scarcely fathom the strength of the other deities Yi Feng mentioned. Yi Feng observed the crowd's reactions, having anticipated such astonishment. This was precisely why he was eager to participate in the divine selection game. Only he could resurrect the mythic power of Huaxia. Naturally, some skeptical old-timers remained unconvinced, struggling to believe that a young man could possess such knowledge of Huaxia's rich mythological tapestry. When one elder scholar inquired about which deity Yi Feng intended to summon for Huaxia's cause, his tone remained neutral, lacking the enthusiasm of Zhao Changren. Yi Feng replied candidly, I am still uncertain about the nature of the second round, thus I cannot determine which deity to summon. The scholar forced a laugh. Then may I ask, what other deities do you know of? Faced with a barrage of questions, Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Though sensing the oddity of the situation, he maintained his humility. The characters within Hongbingba Huang are all deities lost to Huaxia's history. Upon hearing this, the scholar abruptly stood, exclaiming, impossible. Li Zhao, that is enough. Zhao Changren interjected sternly. Although Li Zhao wished to retort, he fell silent under Zhao Changren's unwavering gaze. Yi Feng, please don't take offense. Zhao Changren suddenly adopted a friendly demeanor. Yi Feng shrugged, indicating it was of no consequence. He understood that altering these scholars' perceptions would require time and effort, akin to the painstaking construction of the Great Wall over countless dynasties. As the discussion heated up, an urgent knock echoed through the conference room door. The rapidity of the knocks suggested that the person outside was in a state of distress. Come in. The door swung open to reveal Ning Jiangwo's secretary, his expression grave. Brows furrowed in concern. General Ning, there is a new confidential report. The secretary approached and whispered. Ning Jiangwo frowned and insisted the secretary address the assembly directly, ensuring that Yi Feng was privy to the information without needing a second explanation. Given the political vetting of all present, the risk of information leaks was negligible. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary complied. There are developments from the Sakura Nation. They seem intent on securing first place in the upcoming divine selection game and are secretly rallying support from several other nations against us. Anger surged through the assembly. Huaxia was already facing dire straits. Without Yi Feng's leadership, they might not have even survived the first round. Now, the prospect of being undermined further was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 17. The Divine Ladder. How can one not feel indignant? Amidst the simmering anger, there was a weight of apprehension and trepidation in the hearts of the crowd. The land of cherry blossoms is a nation steeped in myth and legend, a far cry from what the Huaxia can compare to. Although Yi Feng claimed he could summon formidable deities, the cherry blossom nation boasts many powerful gods of its own. The deities Yi Feng spoke of were mere illusions, while those of the cherry blossom nation were tangible. This comparison naturally led many to believe that the cherry blossom nation held the upper hand. Ning Jiangwo raised his hand to quell the raucous complaints and inquiries, his expression solemn as he inquired, have we discerned which deity the cherry blossom nation intends to summon in the second round of the divine selection game? Knowing oneself and one's adversary may not guarantee victory in 100 battles, but at least it would afford Huaxia a moment of respite. The secretary nodded, stating, the cherry blossom nation will summon the legendary beast, Yamata no Orochi. Upon hearing those words, the faces of the crowd turned as grim as if they had swallowed a fly. Some even succumbed to a profound sense of despair. Observing the silence that enveloped the room, the secretary added, this intelligence was procured at the cost of our spy's life. This remark subtly urged everyone to honor the sacrifices made for Huaxia. At these words, the crowd stood in solemn respect, even the older veterans adopting a more dignified demeanor. After a 2-minute silence, Zhao Changren slowly explained, Yamata no Orochi is the calamity deity of the cherry blossom nation. It is a ferocious serpent that brings disaster, characterized by its terrifying 8 heads and 8 tails, hence its appellation, Yamata no Orochi. There are also rumors that within its body lies a legendary sword capable of cleaving mountains and rivers and breaking myriad laws. While it may not be the most supreme deity of the cherry blossom nation, it is undoubtedly a formidable presence, suggesting that they are resolutely vying for supremacy. Zhao Chongren's words undoubtedly darkened the expressions of the crowd even further. Hope had already been scant, and now it seemed utterly extinguished. If only Sun Wukong had been summoned in the first round, one scholar lamented. Indeed, only Sun Wukong might stand a chance against Yamata no Orochi. However, once a mythical figure has been summoned, they cannot be called upon again. In the realm of divine selection, Feng remained unfazed. Yamata no Orochi? Is that truly considered a powerful deity? What a jest! The dragon tendons that Nezha casually pulled from the East Sea are far superior to this mere serpent. With this thought, Feng shook his head in resignation. These individuals clearly lacked worldly experience. A mere transformed serpent demon had them quaking in fear. Feng, we should avoid a direct confrontation with the Cherry Blossom Nation in the second round. It would be wiser to adopt a more cautious approach. As long as we do not suffer a catastrophic defeat, we will be fine. Ning Jiangwo expressed his concerns. The others echoed his sentiments, emphasizing the importance of prudence. It's just a serpent. There is no need for concern. I have my methods. Feng responded decisively. The crowd, caught in a moment of uncertainty, did not know whether to persuade or support him. It was akin to someone preparing to gamble. One knows the odds are against them, but still harbors a glimmer of hope for victory. However, the stakes of losing were monumental, a burden no one could shoulder. Feng, resolute in his decision, declared that there would be no repercussions and promptly ended the call, leaving the group in disarray within the conference room. Time continued its inexorable march. 2 days later, the fervor within Huaxia remained unabated. Some exceptionally gifted individuals, after practicing the Great Freedom Heart Sutra, managed to scale walls and leap rooftops in a remarkably short span. This astonished countless online viewers, and many foreigners finally witnessed the reality of Huaxia's martial prowess. This ignited high expectations for Huaxia among many. Conversely, some believed that Huaxia's success was merely a stroke of luck, as only they had summoned a deity of the highest caliber in the first round, enabling them to secure victory. In the realm of divine selection, Feng did not squander these 2 days. He discovered that after practicing the Great Freedom Heart Sutra, he felt remarkably light, with improved digestion and vitality, his appetite insatiable. Whether influenced by the realm of divine selection or not, his pace of cultivation was unmatched by any Huaxia individual on Blue Star. The second round of the divine selection game is about to commence. The cold voice of the system reverberated across the globe, pulling those immersed in brief tranquility back to reality. Simultaneously, the live streams from 196 nations reignited, drawing viewers from around the world to rally behind their nation's divine selection players. The Divine Ladder. Game rules. Divine selection players must manifest deities and ascend the divine ladder together. The nation with the most steps attained will win the game. Failure penalty. The last 5 nations will be obliterated. Though the crowd had long been aware of the consequences of failure, hearing them reiterated stoked anxiety and fear once more. As the system's announcement concluded, an endless expanse of white stairs appeared in each realm of divine selection. The staircase was vast and lengthy, capable of accommodating thousands at once. Gazing up at the staircase that pierced the clouds, despair washed over the crowd. For between each step lay a half-meter gap. This meant that one misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall, resulting in a shattering demise. The online comments exploded in a frenzy. What the heck? This time, the divine selection players are expected to ascend the ladder together? Is this a case of shared glory or shared ruin? Climbing the divine ladder? For us, the gaming nation, this is a trivial task. We possess years of experience in scaling trains. Gaming nation? No, we are a nation of warriors. I say, our warriors should ascend the ladder before our deities, otherwise, we would be unworthy of our title as a fighting nation. This time, our northern land is poised to claim the top spot. Climbing the divine ladder is so simple. We, the Cherry Blossom Nation, shall graciously accept first place. Dream on, you deluded souls. Our nation will remain silent yet victorious. Huaxia has only one divine selection player. If he happens to fall, does that not spell doom for Huaxia? Is that even a question? Absolutely. However, given Huaxia's stellar performance in the first round, they might just exceed expectations in the second round. It is indeed pitiable for Huaxia. Others may lose multiple times, yet they cannot afford a single defeat. Huaxia? What does it matter how many victories they claim? A nation with merely 300 years of history cannot possibly emerge triumphant in the end. Chapter 18. The Eight-Headed Serpent to Many Nations. The emerging power of Huaxia was hardly regarded with seriousness. These nations, all boasting millennia of history, possessed well-established mythological frameworks, rich in countless legends and deities. Notable among them were the kingdom of Jinta, the kingdom of Shila, and the northern land. Their elaborate mythologies were sources of immense pride. In their eyes, Huaxia appeared merely as a fortunate child who had achieved high scores by chance, insignificant and incapable of making a substantial impact. The celestial ladder of divine selection manifested, radiating a gentle white light, resembling a pathway to a terrestrial paradise. At first glance, it bore no semblance of danger, instead evoking a sense of wonder. Yet, deep down, everyone understood that the second round of the divine selection game was far from the simplicity it seemed to convey. While other nations summoned deities to assist in their ascent, Huaxia convened an urgent meeting to strategize. The celestial ladder, seemingly straightforward, undoubtedly concealed treacherous challenges. Could it be that monsters would emerge to harass both the divine beings and the chosen players during their ascent? It was uncertain. But one thing was clear: the chosen players would face formidable hurdles in their climb. What, then, should be done? Other nations had numerous divine elects. Even if lives were sacrificed, they could endure. Yet, Huaxia possessed but a single chosen player. The atmosphere in the imperial capital's conference room grew increasingly tense as voices rose in fervent discussion. If the second round was specifically designed to target the chosen players, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Huaxia. The competition has commenced. Let us first connect with Feng, commanded Nezha. Soon, 2 video feeds from distinct realms were established. At that moment, Feng was curiously observing the celestial ladder, unlike other nations that were summoning deities for their ascent. As the video appeared, he had yet to utter a word before Nezha and others interjected. Feng, this second round of divine selection may very well be aimed directly at the chosen players. We should proceed with caution. Let us observe the performances of other nations. Even if our ranking is low, as long as you remain unharmed, everything else is secondary. Nezha sought to alleviate the pressure on Feng with his gentle words. After all, should Feng fail, Huaxia would follow suit. Upon hearing this, many voices chimed in, urging Feng to exercise utmost caution. As long as we are not among the last 5, we will be fine, they suggested. Even the seasoned experts softened their tones in council. Observing this, Feng felt a pang of frustration, realizing that his prior reassurances had seemingly gone unheeded. Yet, upon reflection, he understood the underlying sentiment. Huaxia lacked national confidence, particularly in terms of its historical and cultural identity. Mythology, after all, was a manifestation of culture. In the absence of a formidable mythological system, it was only natural for them to harbor such thoughts. This state of affairs was unlikely to change unless Feng could lead Huaxia on a continuous winning streak, one that would evoke global incredulity. Otherwise, altering the perceptions of others, including his fellow citizens, would remain an elusive dream. To assuage the concerns of those around him, Feng nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that he would ultimately act according to his own judgment, regardless of others' opinions. Simultaneously, the commentary in Huaxia's live stream turned increasingly pessimistic. Why has the esteemed Feng hesitated for so long? Is he unsure of which deity to summon for Huaxia's defense? He seems to lack confidence. Could it be that he is unaware of Huaxia's deities? But there is still Haoming Ba Wang, right? I recall it features numerous characters. Surely they can be summoned. Even if they can be summoned, what of it? This second round is a ladder competition, and chosen players must participate. If anything goes awry, it would spell disaster. What then? We cannot simply wait idly. Although the system hasn't specified the duration, time will inevitably run out. If we remain inactive, we will be mercilessly eliminated. The chilling thought of the first round's last 5 nations, erased without a trace, sent shivers down their spines. If Huaxia were to join their ranks, it would mean obliteration, leaving behind nothing but a barren land, as if it had never been inhabited. Such a fate was terrifying. As the comments scrolled on, a particularly striking message caught the attention of all in Huaxia's livestream. It's over. The Sakura nation has summoned the 8-headed serpent. Those engaged in the discussion were momentarily stunned. The name of the 8-headed serpent loomed large, impossible to overlook. The 8-headed serpent, the very one from Sakura nation's legends. With 8 heads and tails, who else could it be? It appeared that Sakura nation was indeed serious this time. Summoning such a formidable deity in the second round of the divine selection game hinted at their ambition for the top spot, or perhaps a more sinister motive. Prior comments from Sakura Nation's netizens had indicated intentions to make Huaxia pay dearly. Was it possible they aimed to target Huaxia specifically? Among the multitude of commenters, some were quick-witted. As they speculated, many soon deduced Sakura Nation's purpose. Although the 8-headed serpent was not among their highest deities, It was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with, and its might was formidable. Many in Huaxia had been exposed to Sakura Nation's anime, featuring the eight-headed serpent, and the influence of those narratives led to a growing sense of despair. If their suspicions were correct, and Sakura Nation's second round was indeed aimed at Huaxia, then this battle would prove to be more challenging than they had anticipated. The fight had yet to begin, yet the morale in the live stream sank ever lower, prompting some to take action. Brothers, let us charge into Sakura Nation's live stream and face them in battle. Even if we must perish, we shall do so with our voices raised. Encouraged by the live stream's chatter, a wave of Huaxia's citizens surged into Sakura Nation's live stream, which was abuzz with activity, not only from Huaxia's netizens, but from people across the globe. In that moment, Sakura Nation became the center of the world's attention. Underneath the celestial ladder, a colossal figure stood, the legendary eight-headed serpent. With 8 heads and 8 tails, its dragon-like heads glowed with eyes as red as crimson sauce. Moss and trees adorned its back, while its belly was grotesquely festering, oozing blood, and 8 colored clouds perpetually swirled above its crown. Chapter 19, The Illustrious General. Not only that, its form towers like 8 majestic peaks, vast as 8 deep valleys. Although the 8-headed serpent is referred to as a snake, it is more akin to a dragon in a stricter sense. The sense of oppression it exudes surpasses even that of Yama, the god of death summoned by the nation of A in the first round. Standing nearly 50 meters tall, it is the tallest divine figure summoned thus far. One can only imagine its formidable strength, undoubtedly among the most powerful. However, the appearance of the 8-headed serpent evokes an aura of malevolence, rivaling even that of the 3-headed dragon. While dragons are often associated with lust, the 8-headed serpent embodies a wickedness that exceeds that of its 3-headed counterpart, rendering it somewhat enigmatic. Some netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation take great pride in explaining and educating foreign viewers in the live stream. They proclaim, "The deity we have summoned is a yokai known as the 8-headed serpent, one of our oldest yokai. It is said to harbor a divine sword within, capable of cleaving heaven and earth, wielding immeasurable power. Indeed, the reason the 8-headed serpent appears so sinister is that it is a harbinger of calamity, a fearsome serpent that brings disaster. It is no exaggeration to state that Sun Wukong, summoned in the first round by Huaxia, pales in comparison to our 8-headed serpent. Moreover, it is rumored that the 8-headed serpent has a particular fondness for consuming monkeys, initially observing and biding their time. Huaxia netizens seized the opportunity when they saw the Cherry Blossom citizens mockingly using Sun Wukong as a target of ridicule. The 8-headed serpent? It's merely an overgrown snake spirit. How dare you compare such a creature to Huaxia's Sun Wukong? You Cherry Blossom folks are truly amusing. The 3-headed dragon towers over 1,000 meters, yet your summoned serpent is smaller than its toenail, and you dare claim superiority over Sun Wukong? Have you forgotten that just recently, millions perished in your nation? Would you like me to refresh your memory? As long as the Cherry Blossom Nation endures, I shall find no peace." Though the Huaxia netizens pointed out many shameful aspects of the Cherry Blossom Nation, foreign netizens held a different view. They even sided with the Cherry Blossom citizens, helping them to twist the narrative and confront the Huaxia online army. This was because, among the deities summoned in the second round, the Cherry Blossom Nation stood at the forefront, evidently investing heavily in this endeavor. The foreign netizens dared not provoke the Cherry Blossom Nation as Huaxia did. Should they become targets, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, most foreign netizens merely observed the spectacle, some even ridiculing Huaxia for their audacity. Furthermore, the fact that Huaxia had yet to summon a deity served as ammunition for the Cherry Blossom Nation to retaliate against them. The exchange of insults between Huaxia netizens and those from the Cherry Blossom Nation resulted in a stalemate, as it was their home ground. Apart from the Cherry Blossom Nation, other countries also summoned their own deities to bolster their national pride. Among the more formidable nations was a civilization steeped in ancient history. They summoned the Azura, or more accurately, the Azura King, who boasts 3 heads and 6 arms, his muscular form exuding both righteousness and malevolence, with flowing white hair cascading behind him. However, his stature measures only slightly over 20 meters, far less than the 8-headed serpent of the Cherry Blossom Nation. As for who is stronger, that remains unknown, as neither can engage in battle. The only discernible distinction lies in their heights. Of course, Sun Wukong, at 1 meter 3, is an exceptional case. Next was the nation of Sheila, another ancient civilization, which summoned the sun god Apollo. Apollo, the son of the chief god Zeus and the night goddess Leto, is the twin brother of Artemis. He is also one of the most renowned deities in ancient Sheila mythology. Revered as the god of arts, light, youth, medicine, livestock, and music, he is a protector of humanity, the god of light, prophecy, migration, and seafaring, as well as a deity of healing and calamity relief. With many esteemed titles, he garnered significant admiration, particularly from the female populace, as Apollo is remarkably handsome, even surpassing Yifeng. His height measures around 20 meters, slightly shorter than the Azura of Nation A. Additionally, nations such as the Infant Nation, Northern Land, and the Battle Nation summoned their respective deities, most of which ranked among the top 10 in the first round of divine selection. These nations possess profound cultural legacies, rich in myth and legendary figures. Returning to the Huaxia divine selection realm, after much contemplation, Yifeng ultimately decided whom to summon. As he murmured softly, a brilliant golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. As the light dissipated, an 8-year-old child appeared before Yifeng, dressed in a red vest and draped in a long red cloth, adorned with a golden collar. The child stood slightly shorter than Sun Wukong. Upon the appearance of Nezha, a smile graced Yifeng's face, thinking, this is a sure win. However, the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. What is this? A mere child? Is this a deity? My mind is blown. While I understand that Yifeng's thoughts differ from those of ordinary people, can a 1-meter-tall child ascend to the celestial ladder and lead Huaxia to victory? Child labor. Yifeng is illegally employing a child. This little one appeared quite formidable, as being summoned by Yifeng indicated he was no ordinary being. Moreover, the child was rather cute, likely a well-behaved boy. The live stream chat was a cacophony of reactions. Some viewers were incredulous, others curious, and some remained indecisive. At that moment, discordant comments began to flood the Huaxia live stream. Clearly, individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation had come to stir trouble. Does Huaxia have no deities to summon? They resorted to calling forth a mere child? It makes sense, with only 300 years of history. What myth could they possibly possess? Previously, Sun Wukong was a stolen relic from the Stick Nation, and now they plunder another country's mythology? Do Huaxia's divine selection players genuinely believe this child could become the second Sun Wukong? Do they truly think that being shorter equates to greater strength? It's utterly laughable to send an 8-year-old to battle for over 1 billion people in Huaxia, in the face of ridicule from the Cherry Blossom Nation's netizens. Few from Huaxia chose to retaliate, as they lacked confidence. Even players familiar with Hongming Bahuang's side in resignation, for they had no knowledge of Nezha. They were entirely unfamiliar with his legend. Chapter 20. Deception to the point of crippled in truth. Yifeng found himself in quite a predicament. For the characters within Hongming Bahuang predominantly consisted of ancient deities from Huaxia, such as Pangu and Yuhua. Occasionally, he introduced new and intriguing instances, drawing from tales like Journey to the West and Chang'e Flying to the Moon. Given the current difficulty level of the divine selection game, there was no way these ancient deities could make an appearance. Even figures like Sun Wukong and Nezha had already reached the pinnacle of existence. Thus, the Huaxia netizens were unable to witness other characters from Hongming Bahuang. In the conference room of the imperial capital, they had anticipated that Yifeng would summon a formidable deity to secure their ranking, preventing them from falling behind. To their astonishment, he summoned a mere child. This left many seasoned experts in disbelief, exclaiming in outrage, arrogance of the Night Lang. Even Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Chongren, who had believed in Yifeng, wore expressions of dismay. If Sun Wukong was an exception, could this child also be considered one? While foreign mythologies do feature child deities, their powers are typically quite feeble, akin to Cupid from the West. How could they compete with other nations under such circumstances? Now that Yifeng had summoned a deity, there was no way to prevent it, as the divine selection allowed for only one deity to be summoned. The only option left was to place their trust in Yifeng, a sentiment that reflected their helplessness. With Yifeng's current approach, they feared that they would be more likely to perish from fright than by the system itself. The rules of the divine selection game are quite peculiar. The power of the summoned deity is not solely dependent on their prowess as depicted in their mythological background, but also takes into account the audience reception of their legend, their influence, and even the number of their worshippers. Despite the cultural fragmentation experienced in Huaxia, the deities Yifeng summoned were from the world prior to his transmigration. In that original world, many of Huaxia's myths were widely recognized, with some enduring for thousands of years and boasting billions of followers. Their influence overshadowed that of most nations. The system was designed this way to prevent any nation from exploiting bugs, as summoning an invincible deity would negate the very essence of the divine selection game. Deities must rely on their worshippers, as well as the mythological framework and influence. In the Huaxia Divine Selection world, Yifeng remained blissfully unaware of the derision directed at him from the livestream. He was currently engaged in polite conversation with Nezha, displaying an even more courteous demeanor towards him than he had with son Wukong. After all, this particular master was known for his ruthless nature, having once pulled out the Dragon Prince's tendons without a second thought. Naturally, in terms of power, Nezha could not compare to son Wukong. However, Yifeng dared not voice such thoughts in Nezha's presence, lest he find himself in a precarious situation. What do you need, mortal? Nezha initiated the dialogue, simultaneously surveying the surroundings, particularly the direction of the celestial ladder and supply station, clearly sensing some extraordinary force at play. Yifeng replied with a pleasant demeanor, Third Prince, I wish to represent Huaxia in inviting you to ascend this celestial ladder. Ascend the celestial ladder? Nezha was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at the endless staircase. He then scoffed, Is that the purpose of my summoning? Apologies, but I am uninterested. Despite the mysterious nature of the surroundings, as a deity, Nezha had encountered many experiences. To journey across great distances for such a trivial matter seemed rather dull. Thus, he decisively rejected Yifeng's request, his irritation palpable. Yet this scene ignited excitement among a portion of the live stream audience. It's happening. Our esteemed Yifeng is once again bargaining with a deity, one exclaimed. Why does it feel like Yifeng treats this third prince with more courtesy than our Monkey King? Regardless, our Monkey King remains superior. Moreover, I have a hunch that this child is not to be trifled with. As the focus returned to the Huaxia Divine Selection world, Yifeng had anticipated Nezha's refusal, so he remained unfazed. He continued, Third Prince, this matter pertains to the entirety of Huaxia's 9 provinces and is of utmost importance. You may not be aware, but our civilization is currently shrouded in dust, and even a small nation like Sakura Country dares to show us disrespect. Sakura Country? Nezha furrowed his brow, momentarily puzzled. It is the nation across the sea from where you once stirred up trouble. Yifeng reminded him. Oh, I recall now. That was a wild land inhabited by savages. Nezha suddenly enlightened, reflecting on Yifeng's earlier words. He frowned again and inquired, So these savages now dare to mock Huaxia's 9 provinces? Yifeng nodded. Indeed. And there is something else I have yet to inform you. What is it? Nezha's anger began to rise. Sakura Country has summoned the 8-headed serpent, which claims to be a descendant of the Dragon Clan. It seeks revenge on you for your past actions against the Dragon Prince. Yifeng embellished the tale. As expected. Upon hearing this, Nezha's fury boiled over. His aura intensified, and had Yifeng not cultivated the Great Freedom Heart Sutra for 2 days, he surely would have suffered internal injuries from Nezha's overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, the viewers from Sakura Country in the live stream were incensed. When did our Sakura Empire become a wild land? And what do you mean by savages? This little brat is courting death. They raged. Just wait until he attempts to ascend the celestial ladder. We shall see how arrogant he can be. Yet, the grievances of the Sakura netizens went unheeded. As the Huaxia viewers were captivated by Nezha, summoned by Yifeng, I am the great deity of the 3 altars of the sea. A mere gathering of savages dares to speak to me in such a manner? Nezha declared. Even I, who am known for my kindness, cannot tolerate this. Yifeng continued to fan the flames. The 8-headed serpent, is it? Nezha clenched his fist. In the past, discussions had arisen in the heavenly realm regarding whether to send deities to punish it for its transgressions. Had it not been for its weakness, it would not have survived to this day. Now, it dares to provoke me, it shall not escape unscathed. With that, Nezha waved his hand, sending forth a golden light that soared into the distance. Moments later, a tremendous explosion erupted several kilometers away, shrouding the area in thick smoke. Nezha's display of power startled the live stream audience. What? This? A mere flick of his hand is akin to a missile strike? One exclaimed. I was wrong to doubt Yifeng. Forgive me, Monkey King. I now see that this third prince is formidable as well. Truly, Yifeng is everlasting. Chapter 21. The existence of deities. The online community in Huaxia was abuzz with excitement, while the netizens from Sakura Country were shrouded in dismay. As the illustrious Yamata no Orochi of Sakura Country, a being renowned for slaying gods, how could it be that I am spoken of in such diminutive terms? Inferior even to a mere minor deity? And to think I am deemed unworthy of any accolades? Is this truly necessary? Despite the indignation simmering within, the dialogue between Nezha and Yifeng bore a serious tone. Nezha had just demonstrated formidable power, certainly ranking among the top 10 deities summoned this time. Notably, this was not even Nezha's full strength, suggesting that his true capabilities could be even more terrifying. Such a being is unlikely to fabricate tales. As for the rivalry between him and Yamata no Orochi, the netizens from Sakura Country preferred to focus on their own deities. Nezha had grasped the current situation and expressed a willingness to ascend the heavenly ladder, albeit with a small condition. Observing Nezha's enigmatic smile, Feng sensed trouble brewing. Yet, he feared that if he declined, this troublesome lad might simply turn and leave, leaving him bereft of recourse. Reluctantly, Feng nodded in agreement, prompting Nezha to state his condition. It was straightforward. Since Feng had summoned him, he should also be able to summon Nezha's father, Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. The mention of Li Jing sent a chill down Feng's spine. Could it be that this impish creature was plotting against his father? The thought of the formidable and imposing Li Jing made Feng shudder. Feeling utterly intimidated, Feng realized he could jest with figures like Sun Wukong and Nezha. But before Li Jing, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare. Nezha continued, "Once my father is summoned, please find a way to destroy his Linglong pagoda, so I won't be confined within it so often." Nezha's expression was one of innocence, yet the request was anything but trivial. What is this? To destroy the Linglong pagoda of Li Jing? Wouldn't that necessitate a name change to Li the handyman? Who would dare to undertake such a perilous task? Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he could not refuse. It was no wonder Li Jing had once sought to eliminate him. Who could blame him for raising such a mischievous and cunning son? Before agreeing to raise Nezha, one would need to assess his astrological compatibility. Reflecting on this, Feng understood Nezha's complicated relationship with Li Jing. Their history was marred by conflict, with Li Jing once even considering punishing Nezha for his transgressions. However, these matters were of little concern to Feng. Even if he were to acquiesce to Nezha's request, he had no intention of acting upon it. He was merely playing along with Nezha's whims, not the other way around. Besides, to provoke Li Jing's Linglong pagoda was a dangerous gambit. Few would dare to undertake such a challenge. Feng wondered if Sun Wukong might entertain the idea. While Feng conversed with Nezha, players from other nations had already begun their ascent of the heavenly ladder. The highest among them was nearing the 4,000th step. While Yamata no Orochi from Sakura Country was leading the charge, guiding the chosen players of his nation to the forefront. In stark contrast, Feng and Nezha remained engaged in leisurely conversation, seemingly indifferent to the urgency of the deity selection game. The viewers in the live stream were growing restless. "Come on. You too. Keep moving while you chat. Don't just stand there." Even the second-to-last player had already climbed hundreds of steps, and time was running short for Huaxia. "Feng, I'm begging you. Please stop the chatter, or Huaxia will be left behind." The exasperation was palpable as viewers lamented. How can they talk so freely? It's not like they're in a romantic conversation. Meanwhile, Sakura Country's netizens seized the opportunity to mock Huaxia. "Is this all you've got? Boasting about the great San Tenhaihui? More like sour pickles from the old pot." They laughed derisively. "Our deity, Yamata no Orochi, has surpassed 4,000 steps. Why is Huaxia still standing still? They must have given up, knowing they would lose. Huaxia is trash. Do they really think they can compete with us? Dream on." Everything unfolded as anticipated, devoid of surprises. The deity selection game featured a ranking board displaying each nation's standings, with Sakura Country proudly positioned at the top, followed by Shila, Asan, Beilu, and the Battle Country, among others. Feng, however, remained oblivious to the external circumstances. He was acutely aware of the stakes involved in the deity selection game, and the reason for his lack of action was simply that time was ample. The heavenly ladder stretched endlessly, and Yamata no Orochi had only just reached 4,000 steps, a far cry from the summit. Given that the system demanded an ascent to the peak, it was clear that time was generous. Otherwise, the game would lose its original purpose. Moreover, there was another significant point. Nezha was in no hurry to ascend. Feng had hinted at this several times, yet Nezha feigned ignorance. "Huh, you are quite amusing, mortal. I find you rather likable," Nezha remarked with a smile. His notion of likable was not of romantic interest, but rather a sign of friendship, despite having weathered many storms. Nezha's essence remained childlike, which was why he could engage in such lengthy conversations with Feng. "By the way, what is the state of the world today?" Nezha suddenly inquired. Feng's attire piqued his curiosity. It was evident that it did not belong to any era he was familiar with. "I have not set foot in the mortal realm since the inception of the Qing dynasty. The celestial realm has declared its non-interference in earthly affairs, leaving only minor deities to oversee the realm," Nezha added. Upon hearing this, Feng was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the weight of this revelation. As an atheist, he had always regarded deities as mere fabrications. Even now, as the legendary gods were summoned before him, he remained skeptical, attributing everything to the system. However, Nezha's words undeniably affirmed the existence of deities. The ancient adage, 3 feet above the head lie the deities, appeared to hold merit. Yet, one question lingered in Yifeng's mind. Why had the celestial realm chosen to withdraw from mortal affairs? Was it due to our advancement into the technological age that rendered deities unnecessary? The more he pondered, the more plausible this hypothesis seemed. After a prolonged silence, Yifeng summoned a vibrant blue screen, revealing the landscape of the 21st century to Nezha. As the images transitioned, Yifeng patiently explained each facet of contemporary Huaxia. This is our self-manufactured J-20 fighter jet. Here is our aircraft carrier. This is our rocket, and these are our automobiles. Computers, video games, anime, and films. Chapter 22, Mortal Flesh. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine, these novel wonders filled the youthful Nezha with immense excitement. He realized that his absence from the mortal realm over the years had resulted in a significant loss. Although Nezha is a deity, he had never encountered such marvels before. The realms of games and animation were particularly captivating, almost like enchantments for children. Who among them could resist such a plethora of novelties? The two conversed for a considerable time until Nezha, observing the changes in modern China, expressed his bewilderment. Why are there so many foreign religions in China now? What has become of our indigenous beliefs and temples, along with their statues? The images displayed offered little familiarity for Nezha, who recalled a time when such elements were abundant. This inquiry left Yifeng momentarily speechless. With a resigned smile, he explained, around the time of the Qing dynasty, there was a significant rupture in the civilization and history of China. All the cultures and mythologies predating the Qing vanished without a trace. The revelation stunned Nezha. All prior civilizations and mythologies have disappeared? This is a grave matter, one that could even impact the celestial realm. His brow furrowed as he murmured. Could this be related to the heavens' decision to refrain from intervening in mortal affairs? His speculation arose from the temporal overlap, both events occurring centuries prior during the Qing dynasty. Yifeng nodded in affirmation and added, as I mentioned earlier, the loss of civilization and history permitted even the most insignificant nations to belittle us. His words dripped with indignation towards foreign entities. Upon hearing this, viewers from Sakura Country scoffed, some even reveling in China's decline, which they had longed to witness. Nezha's expression darkened. Is this truly the case? How could the descendants of China allow such humiliation, even in the absence of civilization and history? Nezha, sharing the lineage of the Chinese people, felt a deep-seated anger at the current state of affairs and a sense of disappointment towards his compatriots. Yifeng, as a time traveler, shared a similar sentiment with Nezha and sighed, patiently narrating the realities of the rupture in Chinese civilization. Civilization and history seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. No one could ascertain what transpired before the Qing dynasty, nor the true history of China. Yifeng spoke passionately, his emotions rising as he recounted the plight of his homeland. His narrative stunned the Chinese audience watching the live stream. However, skepticism arose shortly thereafter. Many found Yifeng's claims too fantastical, especially given that China's history was internationally recognized to span merely 300 years. Moreover, how could Yifeng possess such detailed knowledge when the world remained in ignorance? Even Ning Jiangwo, present in the conference room, shook his head slightly. Having initially regarded Yifeng as a promising individual, now questioning his fanciful assertions. Numerous scholars and experts echoed disbelief in Yifeng's statements, except for Zhao Changren, a historian and mythologist who remained non-committal, observing Yifeng with newfound interest. International viewers in the live stream scoffed at Yifeng's words, some too apathetic to even mock him. Yifeng also shared videos and images showcasing recent invasions by Sakura Country against China. These visuals stirred even the most stoic hearts. The brutality of Sakura's actions incited outrage. The Azure screen displayed scenes from the War of Resistance, where the descendants of China, armed and resolute, rose against overwhelming odds to protect their homeland. The screen then transitioned to present-day memorials dedicated to martyrs, showcasing the heroes of China who bore the weight of their nation. They are truly magnificent. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine in their mortal forms. This sentiment resonated deeply with Nezha, who, despite being a deity, felt a sense of inadequacy. As the audience absorbed Yifeng's account, tears welled in their eyes. Initially puzzled by Yifeng's intentions, they now understood. China may lack deities and a storied history, but it possesses great individuals who shoulder the responsibility of the nation, forging ahead for the sake of their homeland. We may lack faith, but if we must believe in something, let it be our country, China. After a considerable time, the collective emotions began to settle. If Yifeng had once been perceived as a figure of reverence, he was now regarded with profound respect. Even the staunch traditionalists among them began to reassess their views. Nezha, standing in silence, furrowed his brow as if he were a volcano on the brink of eruption. Sensing the moment was ripe, Feng inquired, "What are your thoughts on the Yamata no Orochi, which belongs to Sakura Country?" With a cold demeanor, Nezha responded, "My thoughts? I would certainly like to obliterate it." Hearing this, Feng nodded. "In that case, it is time for us to ascend the heavenly ladder." "Very well," Nezha agreed without hesitation. Eager to release the pent-up fury within him, he removed the magical cloth, the Hunyuan Ling, and handed it to Feng. Understanding its significance, Feng gratefully accepted it and donned it. As Nezha performed a hand gesture, he began to levitate, and fiery wheels appeared beneath his feet. The windfire wheels. Feng's eyes gleamed with desire as he gazed at the miraculous artifact. If only he could possess a pair of such wonders. Yet he realized the rarity of such treasures, gifted to Nezha by the celestial sage Taijinren, making them as precious as Sun Wukong's cloud. Moreover, these wheels possessed offensive capabilities, rendering them even more formidable. Only one pair existed in the world. Feng could only dream of acquiring them unless he were to overpower Nezha. However, this seemed improbable. Nezha, soaring on the magnificent windfire wheels, swiftly headed towards the heavenly ladder, with Feng following closely, aided by the Hunyuan Ling. Chapter 23. The Divine Selection Game Synchronization. The viewers from Huaxia were filled with excitement upon witnessing the two individuals finally ascend the celestial ladder. "Wow, what is that fiery wheel beneath the third prince's feet? It's absolutely stunning," they exclaimed. "These two have finally decided to take action. If they continued to merely chat, I would surely go mad." While I greatly enjoy Master Feng's storytelling, my fear of Huaxia falling to the last 5 positions looms larger. What is that long red cloth draped over Master Feng? It appears so powerful. Perhaps it would look even better on a woman. Upon seeing Nezha's wind-fire wheels and the magical cloth, the crowd was utterly astonished. Few deities summoned their magical artifacts to assist them, let alone managed to summon 2 at once. This renewed a flicker of hope among many in Huaxia. Numerous female viewers even expressed their admiration for Feng in the comments, declaring their desire to bear him a child as adorable as the third prince. The atmosphere within the Huaxia live stream was vibrant and thriving. However, foreign viewers lurking in the chat were mocking and deriding. What does it matter if they start climbing the celestial ladder now? Many countries have already achieved considerable heights. With each step, the difficulty increases. What's the point of all this showiness? In the end, they'll still be left behind. The third prince? More like the third fool. Do they really think that using magical artifacts can alter the tide of battle? Dream on. Not long after these words were spoken, they were met with a swift rebuttal from Nezha. With the windfire wheels under his command, he soared upwards alongside Feng, their ascent astonishingly rapid. Those who had mocked them were left dumbfounded, as if they were riding a rocket, while others climbed step by step. They seemed to fly like a small cow in an airplane, defying all expectations. The most exhilarated were the Huaxia viewers, whose hopes were set on avoiding the bottom 10 ranks. Nezha and Feng delivered an extraordinary surprise. At this pace, a place in the top 10 was entirely possible. For those who had never witnessed such feats, Feng felt a sense of helplessness. The windfire wheels could traverse 3,000 miles in a day. But that was merely a vague estimation, as the true speed depended on the wielder. Soon, Nezha surpassed numerous foreign deities, climbing towards the top 10 in less than 5 minutes. This remarkable achievement sent shockwaves across the globe, propelling the Huaxia live stream to unprecedented popularity. The deities of Huaxia have reached the 5,000th step, synchronizing with foreign nations. Synchronization complete. The system's voice echoed in the minds of the Huaxia populace. Feng paused momentarily, sensing no significant change around him. Nonetheless, he dismissed his thoughts and focused on ascending the celestial ladder alongside Nezha. However, upon reaching the 6,000th step, they were met with the imposing figure of another deity ahead. How could there be deities from other nations here? Feng was taken aback, as were all the viewers in the Huaxia live stream, exchanging bewildered glances. "I understand now," Feng quickly deduced. The system must have added this twist for entertainment after crossing the 5,000th step to make the ascent more engaging. After all, climbing the celestial ladder could become monotonous without a challenge. The reason for the current awareness was that the deities from other nations had different timelines for their ascent, maintaining a steady pace and keeping a distance, which prevented encounters until now. Nezha, however, had been in hot pursuit, leading to this unexpected meeting. As Nezha closed the distance between himself and the deity ahead, Feng was astonished to discover that it was the Azura from the land of A3. Behind the Azura trailed the chosen players from A3, who, bolstered by the Azura's strength, maintained an equal speed. However, while Nezha and Feng soared through the air, the A3 players were forced to rely on their legs. The arrival of Nezha and Feng captured their attention, particularly that of the Azura, who shot a dark glance at Nezha. Yet, upon recognizing him, the Azura's pupils constricted, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. 3 heads and 6 arms? Quite interesting, Nezha remarked with a grin. Too bad your power is lacking. Worried that Nezha might not be aware, Feng explained, he is the Azura from A3. His strength is mediocre at best. The 3 heads and 6 arms pale in comparison to yours. Their banter incensed the chosen players from A3, who could hardly contain their rage. How dare they mock their deity so brazenly? The players demanded that the Azura teach them a lesson, to let them know the might of A3. Even the viewers from A3 were hurling insults at Feng and Nezha. A mere child dares to be so arrogant? He deserves a good thrashing. The demands of the A3 chosen players made the Azura break into a cold sweat. Shut up already. Are you trying to get me killed? The Azura remained unfazed, leaving the A3 players in confusion. In stark contrast, upon hearing the provocations from the A3 chosen players, Nezha even turned to glance at the Azura, asking, "What's the matter? Are you not satisfied?" As the chosen players prepared to erupt in anger, they were utterly blindsided when their summoned deity suddenly bowed respectfully. This humble deity harbors no discontent. Please, esteemed immortal, proceed ahead. This scene left everyone in shock. A towering deity over 20 meters tall, exuding immense power, bowed in deference to a mere child standing only a meter high. The absurdity of the sight was overwhelming, particularly for the A3 viewers who had boasted in their live streams. They nearly choked on their indignation. The Azura was among the most revered deities of A3, recognized for his considerable strength. A3 was home to countless deities, and even Buddhism, one of the 3 major religions, originated from their land, spreading worldwide. Thus, the significance of the Azura was immense. Summoning him was intended to secure a high rank. Yet, this formidable being chose to refer to himself as this humble deity before a child. The proud A3 viewers collectively dropped their jaws in disbelief. Meanwhile, the comments from the Huaxia viewers flooded the screen, chanting, "Feng, you are eternal." Those who had previously doubted Feng and Nezha were now proclaiming their admiration, kneeling in awe. Even the higher-ups in Huaxia were left in astonishment. Chapter 24. You can't afford to play. You engage in ambush in the conference room of the imperial capital. Ning Jiangwo urgently commanded, quickly investigate if there are any legends of children in our mythology. This was already the second time Feng had surprised him. While he was astonished, he also felt a twinge of discomfort. It was one thing for Sun Wukong to be unknown in the first round, but now another child had emerged. One so revered that even the gods of the A3 nation would bow in submission. How could he not be astounded? What on earth were those scholars of cultural history and mythology doing? Twice in a row, they had failed to recognize such historical mythological figures within the borders of Huaxia. Although Ning Jiangwo was displeased, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing it could offend many, including the esteemed Zhao Chongren. In the synchronized divine selection world, Nezha unexpectedly scrutinized Ashura and remarked with a smile, "Oh, I didn't expect you to discern my strength. Young man, you have a bright future ahead." Despite Nezha's small stature, his words carried an air of maturity, leaving the divine players of the A3 nation speechless with indignation. They were not foolish, after all. Their own deity had acknowledged defeat. Who would dare to provoke further? However, Nezha's subsequent remark nearly infuriated them. "Unfortunately, you are not yet worthy of entering the heavenly realm. Otherwise, I might have taken you with me as my servant." Ashura kept his head bowed, too intimidated to speak. While the people of the A3 nation were on the verge of tears, "Our deity, a servant to you? How utterly humiliating." Many incensed divine players, lost in thought, inadvertently tumbled down the heavenly ladder, meeting their demise below. Meanwhile, at the summit of the ladder, over 7,000 levels had been reached, with the leading contender being the 8-headed serpent from the Cherry Blossom Nation. After all, they had invested heavily in this round of divine selection without some achievements. How could they justify their efforts? Furthermore, the 8-headed serpent had set off among the first batch of deities, while other nations were still summoning their gods. They had already surged ahead. Nezha possessed formidable spiritual awareness and had sensed the 8-headed serpent at the forefront. His rapid flight was directed toward it. Craving a change of taste after his habitual dragon muscle, "Run at your own pace. I want to waste words on you. I'm more interested in that 8-headed snake above," Nezha declared, ignoring Ashura and accelerating alongside Feng. Seeing Nezha's intention to leave without causing trouble, Ashura finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely terrified moments ago, grateful for his 3 heads and 6 arms, which had allowed him to sense Nezha's terrifying power. The scene shifted to the Cherry Blossom Nation, where their 8-headed serpent had maintained an absolute lead since the game commenced. This thrilled the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation, who flooded other nations' live streams with various comments, exclaiming the prowess of their country, provoking resentment among international viewers. Only nations with deep cultural roots dared to mock them. Nezha and Wukong dashed forward, overtaking several national deities. They merely left behind a shadow, swiftly disappearing from sight. Soon, Nezha caught up to the 8-headed serpent's pace. The divine players atop the serpent were the first to notice the approaching adversary, their expressions darkening. Upon recognizing Wukong from Huaxia beside Nezha, they were utterly astonished. How could Huaxia have caught up so quickly? This was unimaginable. Previously, Huaxia had not summoned any deities. And even after doing so, they had remained inactive, leading them to believe Huaxia was out of the competition. Their focus had instead shifted to securing first place for their own nation. They never anticipated that the first to catch up would be a divine player from Huaxia. This speed was terrifying. Nezha's arrival also drew the attention of the 8-headed serpent, but it dismissed him entirely, not even glancing in his direction. Is this what you call the 8-headed serpent of the Cherry Blossom Nation? It appears quite underwhelming, not even a fraction of my former rival. The Dragon King Santaizi. Nezha scoffed, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet audible to everyone present. Wukong chuckled at this and replied, after all, their deities are limited in number. We are here to claim first place, so let us disregard these fellows. Let us spare him for now. In truth, Nezha had longed to strike, but since Wukong had said so, he complied. The reason for his restraint was not out of kindness. In fact, he wished for the complete annihilation of the Cherry Blossom Nation. His earlier words were merely a prelude to a future lesson. Once the Cherry Blossom Nation was on the verge of reaching the summit, he planned to take action, finding more satisfaction in that than attacking now. Imagine this. You step out to exchange a lottery ticket worth 5 million cash, only to have the money snatched away the moment it arrives. Wouldn't that infuriate you? How have I become so cunning like Nezha? Wukong pondered, stroking his chin. International viewers watching the live stream felt a sense of disappointment. They had expected Huaxia to confront the Cherry Blossom Nation, but instead, it unfolded as a rather anticlimactic scene, with one taking the narrow bridge while the other traversed the open path, just as Nezha prepared to surpass the 8-headed serpent and ascend further. The Cherry Blossom Nation made a subtle move. A flicker of malice crossed the eyes of their divine players, revealing their treacherous nature. A few conspiratorial whispers reached the 8-headed serpent, which then launched an attack on the passing Nezha. One of its heads suddenly expelled a jet of water, aiming directly at Nezha's back with lightning speed. The viewers from Huaxia were infuriated, their teeth gritting in anger. How shameless of the Cherry Blossom Nation to resort to ambush. Among over 200 nations, you are the most despicable. Those little devils only know how to play dirty, yet they pride themselves on being a polite nation. It's absolutely disgusting. I'll be damned, playing ambush, are we? I have a neighbor from the Cherry Blossom Nation, if he dares step outside. Just watch me kick him. In response to the scorn and ridicule from Huaxia's netizens, the Cherry Blossom Nation's viewers remained unperturbed, retorting, how amusing. This is merely a competitive game. If you're ambushed, you deserve it. You could ambush us too, but who told you Huaxia is so foolish? In the end, the winner takes all, while the loser is vilified. You Huaxia folks should go to heaven and maintain your lofty ideals. Chapter 25. The gun cuts the serpent's head. The people of the land of cherry blossoms took pride in their actions, which astonished all onlookers. One person and oppos, as shamelessness might be tolerable, but an entire nation displaying such audacity? It was utterly remarkable. Even the cultured individuals like Ning Jiangwo were incensed. Their faces flushed with anger as they openly cursed, disregarding their decorum. They had anticipated some underhanded tactics from the land of cherry blossoms. But they never imagined an ambush would occur at such a critical juncture. If Nezha were to fall victim, it would surely result in a catastrophic downfall, potentially leading to both Feng and Nezha plummeting to their demise. At that moment, the entirety of Huaxia would also face ruin. In the parallel world of the Divine Chosen, the 8-headed serpent unleashed a torrent of water with remarkable speed. Yet the distance between it and Nezha provided a window for the others to react. Feng, positioned behind Nezha, was the first to notice, with the water attack aimed squarely at him. However, Feng remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. After all, standing beside the third Prince Nezha. Who would dare to fear a serpent demon's ambush? That would be a grave disrespect to Nezha. Just as everyone anticipated the water wave would strike Feng. Nezha finally sprang into action. He swiftly gestured with his fingers and murmured incantations. The sun and moon coexist. The thousand spirits are reunited. The universe is boundless. The great circle of heaven and earth, swift as the law commands. The last 5 words erupted from Nezha and Appo's mouth in a fierce roar. As his voice faded, the golden bracelet adorning his wrist shot forth, expanding in size and radiating a dazzling light. Moreover, he underwent a tremendous transformation, no longer resembling the 8-year-old child, but rather a youthful figure standing at over 1.70 meters. His long hair flowed behind him, evoking an aura of mystery and power. In the meantime, the water wave unleashed by the 8-headed serpent was effortlessly dispelled by Nezha's wave of his hand. The spectators were exhilarated to witness Nezha's effortless counter to the serpent's ambush, particularly thrilled by his transformed appearance, which bolstered their confidence immensely. Overestimating oneself, Nezha scoffed, yet his expression bore no signs of anger. Instead, there was an unmistakable thrill. This was the opportunity he had awaited. Controlling the mystic cloud silk, Nezha transported Yifeng to safety. Yifeng, observing the scene, could only manage a helpless smile. He had intended to allow the land of cherry blossoms to linger a bit longer, but since they were courting demise, let it be so. Playing tricks. The chosen players from the land of cherry blossoms remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. They huddled close to the 8-headed serpent, whispering amongst themselves. Soon after, the serpent's aura surged dramatically, resembling a war god poised to emerge. How utterly unaware of their own peril, Nezha waved his right hand, summoning the flame spear, which erupted into flames. The third prince possesses magical artifacts? Viewers in the live stream gasped. This marked the 4th magical artifact they had witnessed, each appearing more formidable than the last, igniting excitement among Huaxia's online community. Conversely, the 8-headed serpent, undeterred, unleashed its attack. With 8 distinct heads, each possessing unique powers, it expelled both magma and corrosive saliva towards Nezha. This onslaught was evidently far more potent than the previous water wave. Concern rippled through the audience. As the sheer scale disparity was alarming, the magma alone dwarfed Nezha by 1,000-fold. At that moment, the chosen players from the land of cherry blossoms had retreated from the serpent, taking refuge on the colossal heavenly ladder, observing from a distance. As the magical assault approached, Nezha calmly threw the flame spear. It transformed into a fiery dragon, effortlessly neutralizing the serpent's attack and continuing its relentless trajectory towards the 8-headed serpent on the ladder. The serpent, taken aback by the spear's overwhelming might, had never encountered such a powerful artifact before. Nevertheless, as a divine entity of the land of cherry blossoms, it maintained its composure. The flame spear's ferocity compelled the serpent to exert its full strength. It whipped its 8 heads simultaneously, releasing a mass of black energy that morphed into a colossal black python, charging at the flame spear. The collision of magic and artifact resulted in a tremendous explosion, enveloping the surroundings in thick smoke as shockwaves radiated outward. Protected by the mystic cloud silk, Yifeng remained unharmed, while the chosen players from the land of cherry blossoms were not so fortunate. The front line was pierced by the shockwave, sending them crashing backward, spewing black blood as they flew through the air. Only those behind the first row managed to escape with their lives, albeit sustaining various injuries. The flame spear was sent tumbling, falling from the heavenly ladder. The sight thrilled the viewers from the land of cherry blossoms, who had not anticipated the 8-headed serpent's overwhelming strength, as it had effectively neutralized Nezha's artifact in their first encounter. With Nezha stripped of his artifact, they no longer regarded him with respect. Meanwhile, the viewers from Huaxia were filled with trepidation, despite Nezha's repeated displays of prowess. The pressure exerted by the 8-headed serpent was far more daunting. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Nezha hovered in the air, his expression inscrutable as he gazed downward. The 8-headed serpent lay prostrate upon the ground, blood staining the earth, and it was missing one of its heads. What is happening? How could our 8-headed serpent have lost a head? This is impossible. In the first round, it clearly sent the opponent's artifact flying. How could it have ended up like this? It must be Huaxia's divine beings employing deceitful tactics. The viewers from the land of cherry blossoms erupted in outrage, struggling to accept that their prideful 8-headed serpent had been so easily diminished. Meanwhile, the audience from Huaxia was left bewildered. What just occurred? How did the 8-headed serpent fall so easily? It seems to me that even without transforming, the third prince could overpower the 8-headed serpent. Be confident. Discard that feeling. The great sage had once torn apart the demon dragon, and now Nezha had severed the serpent's head. Huaxia stood unparalleled. I recently visited the Xinhua bookstore and found no copies of your esteemed work, so I took the liberty of demolishing the store. Was this a reasonable action? Haha. Can you all be a bit more serious? We're still live streaming. The playful banter from Huaxia's online community only served to further infuriate those from the land of cherry blossoms. They had not anticipated such swift humiliation, and it was all too absurd. After losing a head, the eight-headed serpent finally acknowledged that the child before it was not an adversary to be trifled with. As Nezha approached, the serpent hastily bowed its head in submission. This act was akin to pouring salt on the wounds of the land of cherry blossoms. Good heavens! You are the calamity deity, the eight-headed serpent. How could you kneel before a divine being of Huaxia? My heart aches. I never imagined our illustrious empire of cherry blossoms would suffer defeat at the hands of a nation with merely 300 years of history. Is the way of heaven truly unjust? Chapter 26. Do not stop me. I am going to jump. Nezha furrowed his brow, pondering, is it truly so? I have yet to relish this moment, and you already yield? How utterly pathetic. Yet, upon further reflection, he acknowledged the truth. For a mere minor demon to withstand his fiery spear and remain unscathed was indeed a remarkable feat. Nezha soared before the Yamata no Orochi, looking down with an air of superiority, and proclaimed, leap from the heavenly staircase, and I shall overlook your previous ambush against me. The chosen players from the land of cherry blossoms turned pale at his words. The height of over 7,000 levels of the heavenly staircase was terrifying. To jump from such a height would surely incapacitate even the strongest. Moreover, the Yamata no Orochi was already injured. If it perished, would not they, the chosen players, also meet their doom? No, this cannot happen. Some of the bolder players from the land of cherry blossoms immediately stepped forward to voice their dissent. Nezha frowned but paid them no heed. However, those players, emboldened, went so far as to blame Nezha for his supposed underhanded tactics, accusing him of lacking martial virtue. Humph. Seeking death. As Nezha's words hung in the air, the fiery spear, which had fallen from the staircase, suddenly soared back. In its return, it mercilessly dispatched those shameless chosen players from the land of cherry blossoms. Blood splattered, shocking the onlookers into silence as they huddled together in fear. Men pushed women to the front, seeking to hide themselves in the middle. After dispatching the chosen players, the fiery spear returned to Nezha's grasp. Gazing upon the imposing figure of Nezha, the Yamata no Orochi, without a moment's hesitation, turned and leapt from the heavenly staircase. Such decisiveness left everyone in awe. What was happening? It was already jumping? Could it not display a shred of dignity? Hey, you are a deity, after all. This is too cowardly. In comparison to pride, the Yamata no Orochi deemed its life far more precious. It plummeted quickly to the ground, striving to align itself with the descending steps of the staircase. Though the staircase ascended continuously, it had a spiral design, resembling a winding path. Ultimately, the Yamata no Orochi fell over 1,000 levels, sustaining grievous injuries. In an instant, the rankings of the chosen game for the land of cherry blossoms shifted dramatically. Once seated at the pinnacle, they plummeted to nearly the bottom 5. Meanwhile, despair engulfed the people of the land of cherry blossoms, and the live stream chat erupted in chaos. This is impossible. Our Yamata no Orochi is a god of calamity, possessing unfathomable strength. How could it so humiliatingly jump to its demise? It was utterly disgraceful. How could we, who were first, now find ourselves in 6th place? The shameless Huaxia has tormented our land of cherry blossoms with such underhanded tactics. Who would have thought that our illustrious land of cherry blossoms, home to countless deities, would fall victim to the despicable Huaxia? I refuse to accept this. What were those chosen players doing? Why engage in an ambush? They have truly ruined us. Otherwise, we might have at least secured 2nd place. The chat in the land of cherry blossoms was filled with vitriol, with even their prime minister receiving scathing remarks. At this moment, their chosen players were exceedingly frustrated. When they initiated the ambush, these same people cheered them on. Now that they were losing, they withdrew. How can one be so hypocritical? In contrast, the atmosphere among the Huaxia crowd was electric with excitement. With the Yamata no Orochi defeated, Huaxia ascended to the top position. The second round of the chosen game was now within reach. The live stream chat refreshed frantically. Wow, who would have thought this kid could be so formidable? I previously thought he was boasting. I misjudged him. He has been remarkably humble. Enough said. Feng is eternal. Haomingba Huang is eternal. Sun Wukong is eternal. The third prince is eternal. Huaxia is fortunate to have a talent like Feng. From now on, I shall cease my idol worship and instead follow Feng. Feng, I adore you. The viewers from Huaxia no longer felt the tension they once bore. Feng had given them a profound sense of security and confidence. In the conference room of the imperial capital, Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues were equally astonished by Nezha's prowess, having so effortlessly vanquished the Yamata no Orochi. His strength rivaled that of son Wukong from before. Those experts who had previously judged by appearances now felt a wave of shame wash over them. While they doubted Feng, he had already led them to victory. In the synchronized realm of the Chosen, suspended above, Feng noted that several deities had gathered below the heavenly staircase. There was Ashura from the land of Asan, Apollo, the sun god from the land of Sheila, and Valkyrie from the northern lands. They observed from a distance, hesitant to approach, clearly fearful of becoming entangled in the conflict. Yet, they coexisted harmoniously, refraining from attacking one another. Nezha cast a glance at them, and the deities braced themselves, anxious that an agitated Nezha might indiscriminately target them as well. Fortunately, Nezha had no intention of troubling them. Retrieving his weapon, he flew back to Feng's side, continuing their ascent up the heavenly staircase, leaving the chosen players of the land of cherry blossoms behind, exposed and forlorn, as if orphaned without divine protection. As they passed, players from other nations spat in disdain. Weren't you from the land of cherry blossoms so arrogant before? Let us see you act so haughty now. With his transformation, Nezha moved with unprecedented speed, leaving others far behind. During their flight, Feng chuckled. What a pity it is to have missed witnessing you transform into your three-headed, six-armed form. That mere serpent demon is hardly worthy of such a transformation, Nezha replied impassively. If the viewers from the land of cherry blossoms heard this, it would surely incite their ire once more. Soon, Nezha and Feng reached the summit of the heavenly staircase, a staggering 13,000 levels, marking the end of their ascent. The system's voice resounded across the continent. Huaxia has reached the summit, claiming victory in this chosen game. The rankings for this chosen game are as follows. Huaxia 13,000, Northern Lands 7536, Sheila 7438, Asan 7406, Battleground. As the system announced each nation's ranking, the Yamata no Orochi, lying on the 1000th level, could no longer endure. The demise of the Yamata no Orochi could not alter the data recorded by the system. This caused the system's voice to pause for a brief moment, as even it had not anticipated the death of a deity at this juncture. The death of a deity would invoke penalties for the nation, and clearly, the land of cherry blossoms was about to suffer the consequences. The chat in the live stream was bursting with laughter at the unfolding events. Chapter 27. Unmatched National Fortune. Haha. This is utterly hilarious. How vast is the territory of Sakura Country, and what is its population? If the chosen ones continue to perish at this rate, let alone the possibility of victory, I fear that by the end, there won't even be enough islanders left to account for their deaths. Yet, one must not be so dismissive. Sakura Country is, after all, a nation of considerable population. Well, with hundreds of millions of people, they have enough to die several times over. If the entire populace of Sakura Country were to vanish, I would celebrate with firecrackers. Ahem. There are still foreigners in the live stream, so we ought to show some respect to Sakura Country. As the barrage of comments continued to refresh, the Sakura Country netizens in the Huaxia live stream appeared as distressed as if they had consumed something vile. They remained oblivious to how many citizens would perish this time, silently praying that they would not be among them. The system's voice persisted, announcing the rankings of all countries, with the top 10 largely mirroring the data from the first round. Meanwhile, the nation that had been vociferously clamoring, Korea, found itself languishing beyond the 50th position. This outcome was unacceptable to the Korean populace. Why did their former vassal, Huaxia, consistently claim the top spot? It was simply unjust. Rewards for Huaxia are as follows. 1. The lifespan of the Huaxia people increases by 10 years. 2. Abundant spiritual energy within Huaxia, conducive for cultivation. 3. The title, Unmatched National Fortune, will allow Huaxia's resources to rejuvenate within 2 years, including oil resources, plant resources, and several unique mineral resources. The rewards from the second round of the chosen game surpassed those of the first. The 10-year lifespan alone is immeasurable in value. Furthermore, the resurrection of resources signifies that the lands of Huaxia will restore to their former glory, perhaps even surpassing it. Most crucially, the second item, an abundance of spiritual energy, facilitates cultivation, tailored specifically for the reward of the Great Freedom Sutra from the first round. It is no exaggeration to state that these two rewards will transform the entire landscape of Huaxia. They could hardly fathom what the future might hold. Some citizens even reflected that the chosen game didn't seem as dreadful as portrayed by the people of Sakura Country. Meanwhile, the people of Huaxia, upon hearing the game rewards, were filled with uncontainable excitement, nearly leaping for joy. A staff member from a Northern Resource Management Bureau, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "For the development of our nation. We have relentlessly exploited various resources, and now we find ourselves depleted. Who would have thought that I would witness its former splendor in my old age? Huaxia shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the world." A worker from a Western Forestry Bureau paused his toil in the boundless desert, laboriously combating sand encroachment. Wonderful. The efforts of several generations in Huaxia can finally culminate in this day. We have achieved the monumental task of desert reclamation. A martial arts master from the East clenched his fists, murmuring in excitement. Ha! Spiritual energy. I never anticipated that this reward would include the legendary spiritual energy. Having already mastered the Great Freedom Sutra, with the revival of spiritual energy, I shall flourish like a fish in water, and in my lifetime, I shall reach unprecedented heights. It was not only these exceptional individuals. Every citizen of Huaxia felt the benefits bestowed by Feng. Those who once struggled to ascend a bed now effortlessly climbed dozens of stories without breaking a sweat. Previously, it was a challenge for Asian individuals to break the 10-second barrier in the 100-meter dash. Now, nearly every Huaxia citizen can achieve sub-10-second times, with some athletes recording astonishing times of 6 seconds. This is no longer mere running. It is akin to flying. Whether in physical prowess, intellect, or beauty, all have been elevated through the practice of the Great Freedom Sutra, leaving every Huaxia citizen immensely grateful. The object of their gratitude was none other than Feng. Previously, beautiful women would comment in the chat, expressing a desire to bear Feng's children. Now, even some men shamelessly declared their intentions to do the same. Come, tell me how that's done. If you don't deliver in 10 months, I won't hold back. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the changes occurring in Huaxia were first noted by Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues. As they felt Huaxia progressing positively, they were moved to tears. Huaxia had not crumbled under their stewardship. Rather, it was poised to reclaim its place in the world. They gazed at the spirited Feng on the screen, momentarily falling silent. Even if they were reluctant to admit it, they could not deny that Feng had indeed grasped the mythos of Huaxia that they had yet to comprehend. After sending Nezha on his way, Feng was teleported back to the realm of the Chosen. Before departing, Nezha had repeatedly urged Feng not to forget the promise made to his father, Li Jing. Though Feng readily agreed, he inwardly mused that having sent Nezha away, he had no obligation to honor any agreement. Following the system's announcement of penalties for failure, the Chosen game concluded, and the live streams of various nations were subsequently terminated. As the broadcast faded, Ning Jiangwo hurriedly instructed his secretary to formally connect with Feng. Upon his arrival in the Chosen Realm, before Feng could even step inside, a bright blue screen reappeared. The onlookers gazed at Feng with reverence, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "How may I assist you?" Feng inquired with a smile. Zhao Qianren rose respectfully and offered a bow. Observing this, the others followed suit, setting aside their formalities. Feng, taken aback, politely returned the gesture and humbly remarked, "You all are worthy of my elders. There is no need for such displays." Zhao Qianren gently shook his head. "No, Feng. This gesture is rightfully yours, for you have saved all of Huaxia." Ning Jiangwo interjected, "Indeed. We are the beneficiaries of your kindness. Paying our respects is but a small matter." He then added with a grin, "If it weren't for my back pain these past few days, I would have bowed even more." Feng did not expect the humor hidden behind the stern exterior of Ning Jiangwo, who, in his 50s, appeared both imposing and jovial, which endeared him to Feng even more. However, he remained unaware that Ning Jiangwo could intimidate a 3-year-old to tears when angered. Concerning the explanations from these two dignitaries, Feng chose not to dwell on the matter. After all, he had accepted their respect and exchanged pleasantries. To be overly formal now would seem disrespectful. "Esteemed elders, you must have other matters to discuss with me?" Reluctantly, Feng shifted the topic. Upon seeing Feng initiate the conversation, Zhao Qianren was filled with joy. He quickly seized the opportunity, speaking with an imploring tone, "Having experienced these 2 rounds of the Chosen game, we have come to realize that you possess extensive knowledge of myths and legends, yet we are uncertain. Therefore, we seek your guidance. How many deities does Huaxia truly have? And what events have transpired throughout history?" Chapter 28. The civilization of Huaxia. Previously, Feng and Nezha's dialogue was heard by many. A considerable number of them scoffed at the notion. How could Huaxia's history be as ancient as they claimed? If it were true, they would surely be aware of it. Yet, Feng repeatedly challenged their skepticism, forcing them to reconsider their beliefs. When the other party approached him with genuine curiosity, Feng was more than willing to oblige. In truth, he had been waiting for this opportunity, knowing that his performance in the divine selection game would surely attract the attention of Huaxia's higher echelons. He had long anticipated this moment. Calming his emotions, Feng began to speak. In reality, the mythology of Huaxia pales in comparison to our rich history. What? Gasps filled the air as the established worldview of a lifetime was unceremoniously shattered. History more thrilling than mythology? What an astounding depth of historical significance! Yet, could it truly be? Doubts lingered in many minds, but this time, no one interrupted Feng. In such a setting, Ning Jiangwo understood that Feng was not one to jest. He promptly instructed his secretary to initiate a nationwide live broadcast. This time, the mode of broadcast was through mobile phones, reaching every citizen of Huaxia. Ding! You have received an official live broadcast from Huaxia. Please check it. Every citizen possessing a mobile device received this notification simultaneously. Given the special circumstances, everyone tuned in to witness the unfolding events. When they saw Feng on the screen from the divine selection world, excitement surged among them. Wow, is that Feng? Is there a collaboration between the government and the esteemed Feng? It seems he is about to give a lecture. Quick, bring out the stools and gather around. Without hesitation, a barrage of virtual gifts began to flood in. Why can't I send gifts? I was ready to sell my house for this. The moment the broadcast began, viewership skyrocketed to millions, continuing to grow exponentially. In mere moments, it surpassed 10 million. The barrage of comments was relentless. Collecting his thoughts, Feng continued, Indeed. The history of Huaxia is immensely profound, spanning over 5,000 years. Moreover, the first emperors were not from the current Qing dynasty, but from the Xia dynasty. This revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. Not only were Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Changren taken aback, but all viewers in the live chat were equally astonished. Silence enveloped the audience. Newcomers to the live chat, unaware of the significance, watched in confusion as the established participants remained motionless, leading many to wonder if their connections had faltered. Huaxia's civilization has existed for 5,000 years? Does that mean our history surpasses that of the Cherry Blossom Nation? If this is true, then Huaxia's civilization holds a depth unmatched by any other nation. Feng truly is extraordinary. Had you told me this before, I would not have believed it, but now even my child believes it. Who could have imagined that Huaxia possesses such history? I cannot wait to see who dares to claim otherwise. The barrage of comments quickly responded, followed by Ning Jiangwo and the others. No one doubted Feng's words now. For if such history were absent, how could the deities he summoned be rationalized? Zhao Changren trembled with excitement, his fists clenched tightly. Had he not been wedged between his chair and the table, he might have collapsed. Devoting his life to Huaxia's mythology and history, he had found no other records of Huaxia's civilization. This had been his lifelong regret. Each time another nation mocked Huaxia, he loathed his own inadequacy. Yet now, he saw hope in Feng, a chance to restore Huaxia to its former glory. If one were to summarize the dynasties of Huaxia in a single phrase, it would be, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors began. Yao, Shun, and Yu succeeded. The Xia, Shang, and Western Shou ruled. While the Eastern Zhou was divided into 2 parts, the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods unified under Qin and Han, the 3 kingdoms of Wei, Shu, and Wu. The Jin dynasty followed. The Southern and Northern dynasties coexisted. The Sui and Tang dynasties, and the 5 dynasties succeeded, followed by the Song, Yuan, Ming, and finally the Qing dynasty. Astonishment, shock, utter disbelief. Everyone was rendered speechless. The Qing dynasty was indeed the last dynasty of Huaxia? My goodness! How many emperors must Huaxia have had? I never imagined there were so many dynasties in Huaxia. I long to traverse back in time to witness the rise and fall of these eras. But why do we only have records of the Qing dynasty? After the initial shock, some began to voice their questions. Feng anticipated their confusion and continued speaking. As for why Huaxia is recognized internationally for only 300 years of history, it is due to a severe rupture in our civilization. The topic of cultural discontinuity was raised again by Feng. The lost civilizations represent the most glorious chapters of Huaxia's history. Feng's fervor ignited the passion of all around him. In the history of Huaxia, there are not only the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but numerous dynasties, and our mythology is extraordinarily rich. For instance, do you know how the heavens and the earth came into being? How did humanity originate? Feng posed a question to guide the discussion. The audience exchanged glances until a young scholar slowly raised his hand, In the Western Bible, it is recorded that God created the heavens and the earth, and then created humanity. There is also a narrative that speaks of God creating the world, followed by Adam and Eve's transgression, leading to the emergence of humanity. This explanation was widely accepted, with many in Huaxia adhering to this belief. However, Feng smiled and shook his head. That is the belief of Westerners, not ours in the East. Then, who created the heavens and the earth in Huaxia? The scholar asked, perplexed. This question resonated with everyone present. In our Huaxia mythology, the heavens and the earth were separated by Pangu, while humanity was molded from clay by Nezha, Feng recounted. Upon hearing this, the most astonished were the players of the game, Hongming Baoang. Wait a minute. Pangu? Nezha? Aren't they characters from Hongming Baoang? The mystery is solved. The esteemed Feng's creation, Hongming Baoang, is indeed rooted in the true mythology of Huaxia. Pangu separating the heavens and the earth. Nezha creating humanity. I have played those scenarios multiple times. When I encountered Sun Wukong, I suspected that other characters might also be real, but I never expected to be correct. Even those like Ning Zhangwo, who had not played Hongming Baoang, had heard of it. After all, the game had garnered immense popularity multiple times, frequently trending on social media. Chapter 29. The Divine Beast of the Emperor. Observing the excited expressions of the crowd, Feng continued. I once created a web game titled Hongming Baoang. While the main quest is to guide players in cultivating immortality, it is the intricate narratives and side quests that convey my true intentions, representing the essence of this game. I had originally planned to update more storylines and quests, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. However, I now find a better chance before me in the forthcoming Divine Selection game. I shall unveil other magnificent deities of Huaxia. Let the world rediscover the history and civilization of Huaxia. Let us restore Huaxia to its rightful place atop the world. These final words were bellowed with fervor. Everyone was moved by his passion, tears glistening in their eyes as they gazed at Feng. He rekindled hope among the people of Huaxia, liberating them from the shackles of foreign humiliation. This merit alone was enough to earn him divine reverence. This live broadcast, though intended for the Huaxia government to address its people, had also been intercepted by those with ulterior motives who watched the entire stream. In the high-level meeting room of Sakura Country, the attendees were astounded after witnessing the broadcast, particularly the high-ranking official Seiya, who felt both incredulous and furious. It was Feng who had caused Sakura Country numerous defeats. The deaths of deities had brought catastrophic calamities upon them, volcanic eruptions and tsunamis. In merely the second round of the Divine Selection game, millions of lives had been lost, inching frighteningly close to a critical threshold. Protests erupted domestically, with the Prime Minister nearly dismissing Seiya from his position multiple times. As for rewards, they had become a distant fantasy. With such a low ranking, the rewards were almost negligible, entirely dismissible. Bakayuru. Seiya angrily overturned the table, exclaiming, Huaxia, Feng, we, Sakura Country, shall be irreconcilable with you. The others in the meeting room trembled in silence, none daring to provoke Seiya's wrath. At that moment, Seiya's secretary rushed in. Seiya-kun, we have a video call from A3 country and H country. Seiya furrowed his brow, instructing the other officials to tidy the table. He composed himself, returning to his seat. All right, connect the video. Soon, the projector displayed high-ranking officials from the other two nations. Seiya-kun, you seem rather displeased? Joked the H country official. Jinshin-wu. If you're here to mock Sakura Country, then you may as well leave. Seiya retorted without hesitation. Calm down, Seiya-kun. We have come to discuss a matter of national importance. Amir, the official from A3 country, quickly intervened as a peacemaker. A matter of national importance? What do you mean? Seiya inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Amir smirked slyly. Isn't Huaxia currently in the spotlight? If our three mythological nations were to unite, wouldn't it be a breeze to deal with Huaxia? Unite? Seiya was taken aback at first, but then smiled broadly. All right, that aligns perfectly with my intentions. Haha. Since we've reached a consensus, let's discuss the plans for the third round of the Divine Selection game. Jin Xingwu set aside his mocking demeanor, adopting a serious expression. Though H country and Sakura Country were natural adversaries, they could temporarily ally against Huaxia. The rules of the Divine Selection game were ever-changing, and the possibility of divine confrontations loomed. Thus, alliances between nations became inevitable. Once Huaxia was isolated, it would be a foregone conclusion. Seiya nodded at Jin Xingwu, thawing previous animosities. If it weren't for Huaxia, Sakura Country would not be in this predicament today. Now, with our three nations joining forces, The third round of the divine selection game will surely puncture Huaxia's arrogance. The only lingering question was how many hidden deities Huaxia possessed. Amir frowned. If it were before, such concerns would never have crossed our minds. But every deity Feng summons is one we have never heard of. Even Huaxia itself remains unaware. This demands our attention. However, Jin Shenwu smiled confidently. The deities summoned by Huaxia's player Yifeng are connected to his game Homingba Wang. I have already instructed my subordinates to play it. Moreover, Huaxia was once a vassal of our country, and their history and culture were influenced by us. Therefore, their deities must also carry our essence. If Huaxia's players can summon, then so can our countries. Excellent plan, Seiya exclaimed with excitement. Though he expressed agreement, he secretly scorned Jin Xingwu. Only someone from country could present plagiarism so grandiosely. Seiya held this opinion because country had previously appropriated Sakura Country's history and culture, causing their relationship to become exceedingly strained. Brother Xingwu, which deity does country intend to summon? Amir inquired curiously. Haha, Jin Xingwu replied, brimming with excitement. We have already decided on a divine beast with immense power and sorcery, capable of soaring to the heavens and subduing demons. Oh, such a powerful divine beast must have a formidable name. Amir pressed on. Jin Xingwu nodded proudly. Indeed, it is called Howling Celestial Hound. Howling Celestial. Howling Celestial. A cry to the heavens. Just hearing the name evokes grandeur. Its power must be extraordinary. Amir, lacking worldly experience, was thoroughly elated. The game Homingba Wang was not perfect, with few deities, particularly divine beasts, being exceedingly rare. The existence of Howling Celestial Hound was merely due to Yifeng's dark humor. Yifeng had designed a boss level featuring Howling Celestial Hound, setting its attributes and power to an absurd degree, far beyond what was typical for the creature. Should any player manage to defeat Howling Celestial Hound alone, it would become their companion, fighting on their behalf. However, due to Yifeng's extreme settings, no player had succeeded in overcoming it alone, leading to its gradual obscurity. In Homingba Wang, this divine beast was nearly invincible. My subordinates had spent countless nights and invested enormous sums. Yet none had triumphed. It is no exaggeration to say that even when Sun Wukong and Nezha teamed up, they were no match for Howling Celestial Hound. Is it truly that terrifying? Seiya expressed his astonishment. Yet, he harbored concerns, uncertain if country could genuinely summon Howling Celestial Hound. If they could, then Huaxia would surely face annihilation in the third round. Chapter 30. The arrival of heavenly tribulation in preparation for unforeseen circumstances, a meticulous plan was devised. Centered around the invocation of the Howling Celestial Dog by the Goryeo Kingdom, should this endeavor succeed, it would serve as an opportunity to disrupt the morale of the Huaxia forces. Witnessing their nation's formidable divine beast being summoned by a foreign power would surely shatter the spirits of the Huaxia populace. Furthermore, within the realm of divine selection, the nations of Sakura, Asan, and Goryeo would seize opportunities to unite against the deities of Huaxia, regardless of the prowess of Huaxia's deities. Could they truly contend against three divine beings? Moreover, the deities they intended to summon had been summoned with considerable investment. In addition, they would seek methods to undermine the confidence of the Huaxia people in the real world. A dual approach targeting Huaxia to bring about its downfall. One must first instigate madness. In the imperial capital's conference room, the fervent Huaxia populace urged Yifeng to recount the entirety of Huaxia's history. Consequently, Yifeng found himself compelled to delve deep into his knowledge, narrating the illustrious history of Huaxia spanning 5,000 years. At the most captivating moments, numerous online discussions would ensue. For instance, the unification of the six realms by Qin Shi Huang, establishing a grand unified state with standardized roads, script, conduct, territories, and measurements. Such remarkable achievements, yet the Qin dynasty endured for a mere few decades. The Western Chu overlord Xiangyu, who could have crossed the river to regroup, chose instead to end his life at the banks of the Wu River. Furthermore, the emperor of the Sui dynasty, who expanded the nation's territory, inadvertently invited chaos. Yet the Sui treasury and resources remained incredibly robust, laying the foundation for the subsequent Tang dynasty. Even though Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty committed fratricide and parricide, his reign was marked by the flourishing era of Jingguan, leaving a legacy of both merit and fault. Empress Wu Zetian established the Zhou dynasty, despite her ruthless methods. She is undeniably recognized as the greatest female emperor in Huaxia's history, with an indelible legacy. Following this, tales from various dynasties captivated the Huaxia netizens for an extended period. Feng lectured the Huaxia people for a full 2 days, covering everything from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the present-day Qing dynasty. In these 2 days, he merely skimmed the surface. To thoroughly recount the history of Huaxia would require at least a year and a half. The fervor among the Huaxia populace soared over these 2 days. This was their first realization of the grandeur and magnificence of their ancient Huaxia. Previously, if anyone had doubted Yufeng's authenticity, now scarcely anyone held such notions. Could a person fabricate such a comprehensive account of over 5,000 years of history? Moreover, each segment was logical and coherent, devoid of any logical fallacies or absurdities. If this were indeed a lie, the cost of such deception would be insurmountable. 2 days later, in the imperial capital's conference room, an emergency meeting was convened once more due to certain circumstances. The room was filled to capacity. Unlike before, this time there were additional officials present. However, each individual wore expressions of frustration and anger, akin to having been bitten by a dog yet unable to retaliate. After a prolonged silence, someone finally voiced their dissatisfaction. The Sakura Kingdom and Asan Kingdom inciting nationalist sentiments against Huaxia is utterly reprehensible. We must not cower. Huaxia had received secret intelligence from both the Sakura and Asan Kingdoms, indicating that these nations were inciting anti-Huaxia sentiments and repeatedly provoking Huaxia at the borders, their intentions clear. Although these tactics posed no substantial threat to Huaxia, the annoyance was palpable. Indeed, let us take action. Our populace is now engaged in training, significantly enhancing their strength. Even the Goryeo Kingdom would pose no challenge. Someone added. Upon hearing this sentiment, the attendees found it agreeable. Even Ning Jiangwo shared this sentiment. However, Zhao Changren shook his head in disapproval. We are in a unique period. We can only adopt a passive defense strategy and must not take the initiative. Zhao Changren's words brought the agitated crowd back to reality. Indeed, the provocations from the opposing forces were clearly a trap. If an international dispute were instigated at this moment, it could potentially escalate into a global conflict. Despite Huaxia's formidable strength, they were not impervious to the machinations of others, and the common people would inevitably suffer. At this moment, a young official interjected with a smile. While we may appear submissive in reality, within the realm of divine selection, Huaxia shall strike back fiercely. This remark jolted the attendees into realization. Of course, with Yufeng present, we have ample opportunities for vengeance. Enlightened by this thought, the assembly felt a sense of relief, even eagerly anticipating the 3rd round of divine selection. Noon arrived, and the 3rd round of divine selection commenced as anticipated. The 3rd round of divine selection is about to begin. Heavenly tribulation descends. Note, there are 4 challenges of heavenly tribulation, each more formidable than the last. Note, after successfully overcoming a challenge, one may choose to forfeit subsequent challenges, albeit with reduced rewards and rankings. Note, following the heavenly tribulation, the realm of divine selection will undergo reorganization, increasing the difficulty of the game. Note, should one choose to forfeit midway, the deities will not depart immediately. Thus one must remain vigilant against attacks from deities of other nations, as this is permitted within the rules. The 4 warnings sent a wave of tension across the globe. Clearly, the 3rd round of divine selection was no trivial matter. In contrast, the high-ranking officials of the Sakura, Goryeo, and Asan nations were exhilarated upon learning they could attack the deities of other nations. This perfectly aligned with their intentions. After a brief silence, the system's voice resonated once more. The 3rd round of divine selection officially begins. Simultaneously, live broadcasts from various nations resumed. In the Huaxia divine selection realm, Yifeng sat cross-legged, meditating. Upon learning the nature of the divine selection game, he had already identified potential candidates. Defending against heavenly tribulation attacks while preventing foreign assaults was evidently the focus of this round. Speaking of defense, one could not overlook the legendary divine beast Xuanwu of Huaxia. Its defensive capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. With Xuanwu present, withstanding 4 rounds of heavenly tribulation would be a mere trifle. As for the foreign deities' ambushes, that posed no concern either. Meanwhile, in the Goryeo divine selection realm, upon receiving orders from Jin Xingwu, the Goryeo divine selection players gathered at the Blue House. Kneeling earnestly to summon the divine beast, howling celestial dog, the elder at the forefront, with a pious expression, raised his hands in reverence, proclaiming, "O great deity, we are your most loyal devotees. Please protect the descendants of Goryeo and fight for our nation." As his voice fell, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. Chapter 31. Erlang Shinyang Jian. Before the gathered crowd appeared a colossal black dog, towering over 20 meters in height. It was clad in golden armor. With its ears erect and alert, its eyes gleaming with a penetrating light reminiscent of divine insight. Despite being a canine, it exuded an air of formidable majesty, surpassing even the deities they had summoned previously. As the celestial dog was conjured, every chosen player from the Goryo kingdom was filled with exhilaration. Initially, they harbored concerns, but now it seemed entirely unwarranted. They even speculated that it was the Huaxia who had pilfered their divine creature. However, the Huaxia populace in the Goryo live stream reacted vehemently. How can you Goryo be so shameless? You dare to steal our mythical beast from Wukong. They lashed out, branding Goryo as despicable and more shameless than even the nation of cherry blossoms. With the rise of Wukong, nearly every Huaxia citizen had become acquainted with the game, especially under Feng's endorsement, diligently studying every character within it. When they learned that the invincible boss, the celestial dog, had been successfully summoned by Goryo, the indignation among Huaxia netizens reached a boiling point. In response to Huaxia's outcry, Goryo's netizens were equally defiant. Nonsense. It's you Huaxia who have stolen our myths and deities. The celestial dog is inherently ours. Why else could we summon it? You cowardly Huaxia. How dare you shout in our stream? Soon, your deities will experience the might of the celestial dog. The mockery and insults from Goryo and Appos, as netizens only fueled the rage of their Huaxia counterparts. Damn it. This infuriates me. If I ever encounter you, I shall cleave you shameless thieves in two. A bunch of twisted thieves, may you perish. News of the theft swiftly returned to Huaxia. Upon learning that the celestial dog had been appropriated by Goryo, the populace was seething with fury. The higher-ups in Huaxia were equally distressed, their faces darkening with concern. They had come to understand the celestial dog's power through Wukong and were incredulous that such a mighty creature could be pilfered by Goryo. And even summoned successfully, it was a grievous blow to Huaxia. In the conference room of the imperial capital, Ning Jiangwo urgently instructed his secretary to investigate the matter and hastily established a video link with Feng from the Chosen World. At that moment, Feng was preparing to summon Xuanwu for Huaxia's battle when the unexpected video call interrupted his actions. As soon as the connection was made, Ning Jiangwo spoke urgently. Feng, Goryo has summoned the divine beast, the celestial dog, from Wukong. What should we do? Upon hearing the name celestial dog, Feng paused momentarily. Goryo summoned the celestial dog? Could it be that Goryo was the den of the celestial dog? The more he pondered, the more peculiar his expression became. He was uncertain as to how Goryo could summon a divine beast from Huaxia. Perhaps they had exploited a loophole regarding the creature's recognition. Divine beasts differ from deities. The latter possess a strong recognition tied to the civilization of a nation, making them easily identifiable. However, divine beasts are embedded within mythological systems and are not as broadly defined. In simpler terms, if Goryo had any mythical tales related to dogs, it might indeed allow them to summon the celestial dog. It appeared Goryo had come prepared, Feng thought with a cold smile. Only he understood the true strength of the celestial dog. It was not weak. In fact, its power surpassed that of many national deities, primarily due to its formidable master, Erlangshan Yangjian. This master was capable of matching Sun Wukong and, in certain respects, even surpassing him. With such a powerful master, how could the divine beast be anything less than extraordinary? Seeing Feng lost in thought, Ning Jiangwo urged him, Feng, what shall we do next? Do not worry. It will be fine. Feng smiled, then unexpectedly ended the video call. This scene left the Huaxia viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. Wow. Is this the demeanor of a true master? Feng is amazing. I admit I panicked. I had been grinding for a month without defeating the celestial dog. Now, seeing Feng's composure, I feel insignificant. Don't say that. At least a fart makes a sound, but you cannot. Feng was regarded as the backbone of the people, and seeing his nonchalance helped calm the Huaxia populace. Some even began to joke. Ning Jiangwo and the others observed this and felt a wave of relief. They knew Feng was not one to act recklessly. In the Huaxia Chosen World, Feng wore a wicked smile as he gazed into the distance. Divinities may clash among themselves. If you don't come, it's fine, but if you do, you shall not escape. With this thought, he decisively summoned Erlangshan Yangjian. A blinding golden light descended from the heavens, even more dazzling than the previous appearance of Sun Wukong. As the brilliance receded, a strikingly handsome figure, towering 8 feet tall, manifested before Feng. Gazing up at Yangjian, who was a head taller than him, Feng couldn't help but mutter, "This shouldn't be. He is even more handsome than I am?" Yangjian displayed an elegant demeanor, his features refined, with long hair cascading to his shoulders and eyes shining brightly. He wore a three-mountain phoenix hat and a light yellow robe adorned with intricate patterns, complemented by golden boots and a jade belt embellished with floral designs. Notably, a unique symbol between his brows added an aura of mystery. Before Feng could initiate a conversation, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Oh my! This ancient beauty is so handsome. Is this the demeanor of a celestial being? I adore it. Erlang Jian. Such a cool name and title. Our Huaxia deities are both handsome and impressive. I'm in love. Modern youth should take notes instead of just talking about wanting to eat peaches. Indeed, he possesses a delicate charm intertwined with masculinity. Even I, a handsome individual, feel overshadowed. Leave Jian for you. Feng is mine. What are you dreaming about upstairs? I want both Feng and Erlang Jian. His attire seems reminiscent of what people in ancient Huaxia wore, but why are all the deities summoned by Huaxia of normal human size? Chapter 32. Is Huaxia the master of Goryeo? In contrast to the Huaxia netizens, Feng appeared considerably more reserved. In the realm of the Huaxia chosen, Jian surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is this the human realm? Indeed, it is the human realm. And it is also where I summoned you, Feng replied respectfully. You? Jian scrutinized Feng, a practitioner possessing a modicum of spiritual power, capable of summoning him? His skepticism was palpable. Yet, he chose not to dwell on this point and instead inquired, since this is the human realm, why can I not sense the presence of the earth god? Because this is another dimension of the human realm, Feng answered candidly. Another dimension? Jian's confusion deepened. Feng proceeded to elucidate the current geopolitical landscape and the divine selection game that stakes the fate of the nation. Having witnessed humanity before, Jian was not overly astonished. Instead, he lamented with a hint of sadness. A day in the heavens equates to a year in the human realm. I had no idea so much had transpired. Shortly thereafter, Jian remarked, upon my arrival, I sensed a familiar aura. However, there exists a certain impenetrable law here that obscures my confirmation. Feng, eager for an opportunity to broach the subject, was pleasantly surprised when Jian posed the question himself. The aura you perceive belongs to your divine pet, the howling celestial dog. It has also been summoned by the Goryeo nation in a similar manner targeting Huaxia. Feng feigned a sense of helplessness as he spoke. Simultaneously, he was somewhat astonished. The fact that Jian could sense the presence of the howling celestial dog despite the system's barriers was indeed impressive. At this revelation, Jian's demeanor shifted, and a flicker of anger crossed his face. To utilize his divine pet against Huaxia was an egregious affront, and how could he not be enraged? The audience in the live stream, upon learning that the howling celestial dog summoned by Goryeo was Jian's divine pet, erupted in excitement. What? The howling celestial dog is actually the pet of Erlang? This is beyond explosive. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Now I understand why Feng seems so nonchalant. It's because the howling celestial dog belongs to Erlang. The Goryeo people had claimed that the howling celestial dog was their divine beast, worshipped for a millennium. Little did they know that the true master of their divine beast was a deity from Huaxia. Thus, could it not be said that Huaxia is the master of Goryeo? Goryeo citizens, are you being polite? Not only were the Huaxia netizens astonished, but even Ning Jiangwo and his associates shared the sentiment. Their previous anxieties were swiftly dispelled. Feng had once again bestowed upon them immense surprise. In the realm of the Huaxia chosen, Feng seized the momentum and stated, Erlang. Shortly a heavenly tribulation shall descend, and Huaxia requires your protection. Heavenly tribulation? Jian furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Feng. Are you certain it concerns the people of Jiuzhou? Jiuzhou refers to present-day Huaxia. From a young age, Jian possessed an extra layer of discernment. He would not offer assistance without first confirming the true identity of the other. Unlike Sun Wukong and Nezha, who could be easily swayed by a few words, he was more cautious. Seeing himself questioned by Jian, Feng remained unperturbed. Instead, he felt this was more in line with the true nature of Jian. Feng smiled slightly and began recounting Jian's life story. Jian, also known as Erlang, is revered as the true monarch of pure source and marvelous Tao, as well as the great Emperor Erlang. He was a disciple of the Jade Pure Master and possesses the ability to transform 72 times. The more Jian listened, the more astonished he became. When Feng concluded, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. I never expected that after so many years, someone would still remember me. Jian was not like Sun Wukong, who could be flattered without substance. Gaining his acknowledgement was essential. You mentioned this is the chosen world, requiring successive rounds of challenges. Have other deities passed through before me? Jian inquired with curiosity. Feng nodded and replied truthfully. We are currently in the third round of the Divine Selection Challenge. The first round featured the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. The second round featured the third prince, Nezha. The monkey has also been here? Yang Jian was taken aback and somewhat shocked. Are you curious if Sun Wukong is still alive? Feng asked with a smile. After all, the monkey who journeyed to the west had long been replaced by the six-eared macaque, making Feng's inquiry entirely reasonable. You know about this? Yang Jian was once again astonished, scrutinizing Feng closely, feeling increasingly that this individual was extraordinary. This matter was a closely guarded secret in the heavenly realm, and few dared to speak of it. The number of deities aware of it could not exceed 20. Feng shrugged. It's not a big deal. I was merely reflecting on it. Sighing, Yang Jian lamented. Sun Wukong is a rare opponent, but alas, this matter was decreed from above. Though I command 100,000 heavenly soldiers, even I cannot intervene. At that time, I attempted to assist, but Sun Wukong did not require it. His character is such that it has led him to this point. Yang Jian's tone was one of resignation and regret. Feng nodded. Without a heart brave enough to challenge, he would not be known as the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong had caused havoc in heaven due to his dissatisfaction with the celestial realm. Their conversation captured the attention of the world through the livestream. Oh my! I never imagined this Erling Shun actually knew Sun Wukong. Moreover, judging by his tone, he seems to be on par with Sun Wukong, being summoned by Lord Feng. He could hardly be weak. It appears this divine selection game is secure once more. Alas, it lacks excitement. Sakura Country, are you being polite? Meanwhile, in the conference room of the imperial capital, the dialogue between Feng and Yang Jian unveiled substantial and significant information. Their mention of the heavenly realm was particularly evident, as it was a place that gathered numerous deities of Huaxia. Although they discussed much of Huaxia's history, Feng refrained from delving into the myths and legends. They could only send individuals to engage with Hongming Baha, seeking to learn about Huaxia's mythological tales. However, Feng's Hongming Baha was not yet fully developed. Had it not been for the nation's server upgrade, the game would hardly have been accessible. The narrative and side quests were essential for bringing forth the deities, meaning many within Hongming Baha were merely known by name, with some lacking even that. They could not gain a deeper understanding. This left Ning Jiangwo and his companions feeling frustrated and gnashing their teeth to have such an opportunity to understand Huaxia's mythology. Yet the game creator Feng had not adequately developed the game. It was utterly infuriating. However, they could do nothing, as Feng was now a treasure of Huaxia. Though their hearts burned with indignation, they could only endure in silence. Chapter 33. The three-pointed two-edged blade in the realm of divine selection of Huaxia. During the conversation between Feng and Erling Shun Yang Jian, the heavenly tribulation in the realm of divine selection was slowly brewing. The once clear sky abruptly darkened with ominous clouds, and the rumbling of thunder echoed from above, as though the heavens intended to mete out punishment upon the world. The first heavenly tribulation, the Chaos Thunder Tribulation, is about to descend. All deities of the nations are advised to prepare themselves. The system's voice resonated in Feng's ears. Chaos Thunder Tribulation? Feng craned his neck to gaze at the heavens. At that moment, he beheld flickering lightning in the sky, radiating an immense energy, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, such a scene he had only ever witnessed in science fiction films. Attention! The Chaos Thunder Tribulation was formed at the dawn of creation, possessing formidable destructive power that far surpasses ordinary thunder. Deities from all nations must endure for 10 minutes to pass. 10 minutes. Upon hearing the system's warning, the expressions of those present turned grave. To say nothing of 10 minutes, some weaker deities might struggle to last even a minute. The difficulty of this third round of divine selection exceeded that of the previous two combined, especially for weaker nations. They prayed fervently for their deities to withstand until the first round of tribulation concluded. Otherwise, they would face the peril of national extinction. Feng turned to Yang Jian, expressing his concern. Lord Erlang, this Chaos Thunder Tribulation is anything but ordinary. Please exercise caution. Haha. Yang Jian, upon hearing Feng's warning, did not exhibit fear but instead laughed heartily. This tribulation pales in comparison to those I've faced in the past. Yang Jian's spirited demeanor revealed his anticipation. In his earlier days of cultivation, he had withstood a heavenly tribulation where every breath summoned 99,000 bolts of divine lightning. Enduring for 10 breaths meant success. Yet, he never imagined that after all these years, he would confront a heavenly tribulation again in such a manner. Upon hearing this, the audience in the Huaxia livestream was left speechless in shock. Goodness, 99,000 bolts of tribulation with every breath? This is no mere trial. It's a matter of life and death. It was unimaginable what kind of suffering Yang Jian had endured at that time. They had thought that the lightning punishments of the West were formidable, yet in the presence of Huaxia's deities, they seemed trivial. I'm terrified of thunder. I cry every time it strikes. But I one missed the chance to witness Lord Erlang's grandeur. Meanwhile, as Huaxia's netizens expressed their excitement, viewers from Sakura Country, Goryeo, and Asan Country felt a pang of envy. 99,000? What a tall tale. Our divine bull from Asan Country couldn't even match your Huaxia boast. Who can't brag? I'll say our deities can withstand 100 million bolts of tribulation every second. Ha ha, even now you dare to boast? I fear that the first to be struck down will be your Huaxia player Feng. And you claim our divine beast, the howling sky dog, is merely a pet of your deities? Dream on. May your Huaxia ascend to heaven soon, thinking of it as a blissful wish. Whenever Huaxia gained a bit of prominence, foreign netizens would find ways to provoke. With newfound confidence, Huaxia's netizens naturally refused to back down, engaging in a fierce exchange of insults. In the realm of divine selection, Feng wholeheartedly believed in Yang Jian's experiences. After all, Yang Jian would not have become one of the strongest deities in the celestial realm otherwise. It is known that in the celestial realm, Yang Jian commands an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers, representing the pinnacle of divine combat prowess. Stand beside me. While this tribulation poses no threat to me, it is different for you. It may strike you when it falls, Yang Jian cautioned. Feng nodded in agreement. Although he could avoid the tribulation by hiding in the supply station, he would miss the splendid sight of Yang Jian facing the tribulation. Approaching Yang Jian, Feng anxiously inquired, what about the howling sky dog? Regardless of the circumstances, it was still Yang Jian's divine pet, and any harm to it would be concerning. Yet Yang Jian merely smiled, reassured him, do not worry, it will be fine. I know my divine pet well. At this moment, the chaos thunder tribulation in the sky was nearly ready to strike, seemingly poised to descend at any moment. Yang Jian extended his right hand, and a divine weapon materialized before him. The three-pointed two-edged blade. It was Yang Jian's exclusive artifact. Feng was captivated by the weapon before him. Its significance lay not merely in its immense power, but in its sheer coolness. Which boy had not fantasized about wielding such a weapon in his childhood? Had he possessed it back then, not a blade of grass would have remained intact within a 10-mile radius. Excitement aside, Feng was curious about Yang Jian's intent in summoning the weapon. He watched as Yang Jian thrust the three-pointed two-edged blade into the ground and boldly gazed skyward. Boom. At that moment, the first bolt of the chaos thunder tribulation suddenly descended, aimed directly at Yang Jian's vital point. Its speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. The oppressive energy rendered Feng breathless. Humph. With a cold snort from Erlang's Yang Jian, a blinding golden light erupted from within him. The golden radiance soared into the heavens, countering the wide chaos thunder tribulation, producing a deafening sound that, had it not been for Yang Jian's protective aura, might have rendered Feng unconscious. After a moment, the thunderstorm dissipated, and the golden light gradually receded, not back into Yang Jian's body, but into the three-pointed two-edged blade in his grasp. This spectacle left the audience in awe. At such a perilous moment, Yang Jian was utilizing the power of the chaos thunder tribulation to temper his artifact? What a remarkable maneuver! It was akin to being under fire from 100 machine guns while nonchalantly practicing one's footwork amidst the chaos. Who wouldn't he be astonished? The chaos thunder tribulation descended at intervals, each strike growing in magnitude. Fortunately, Yang Jian managed to dispel each with ease, absorbing the electrical energy from the tribulation to refine the three-pointed two-edged blade. It seemed as though it was not Erlang's Yang Jian who was undergoing the tribulation, but rather the three-pointed two-edged blade itself. In stark contrast, the deities from other nations faced a much graver situation. In the realm of the divine selection of Sakura Country, their summoned deity was Yamata no Kami, the martial deity of Sakura Country, clad in armor and wielding a long sword. Yamata no Kami's stature paled in comparison to the previously summoned Yamata no Orochi, standing at only 20 meters tall. However, the players from Sakura Country were filled with confidence in him, as Yamata no Kami possessed immense strength and formidable defensive abilities. Chapter 34. Is this what you call transcending tribulation? More importantly, he is the Emperor of Yamato, revered by the populace of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Yet, the outcome proved somewhat unexpected. During the resistance against the Third Chaos Thunder Tribulation, this Yamato Jiming astonishingly lost an arm, despite his numerous defenses. This incident sent shockwaves through the Cherry Blossom Nation. Fortunately, Jiming possessed certain forbidden techniques. Even with a severed limb, he managed to remain relatively unharmed. One can only imagine the formidable power of this chaos thunder tribulation. In addition, there were nations such as the Asan and the Dying, all of whom suffered injuries to varying degrees. Some weaker deities were unable to evade even the first chaos thunder and were obliterated. The reason why the Chinese deity Erlang Shenyang Jian faced this challenge with such ease was partly due to his background as an Eastern deity with prior experience in transcending tribulations. Thus, when confronted with heavenly tribulations, Eastern deities seem to possess an inherent advantage and knowledge of how to cope with such trials. Take, for example, the Hound of Heaven summoned by the Korean nation. Witnessing their deities being ravaged by the thunder, the Koreans were not only astonished by the thunder's might but also concerned about the outcome for the Hound. As the chaos thunder descended, the Hound enveloped itself in a black energy, withstanding the tribulation unscathed. This thrilled the Korean populace, with their chosen players kneeling in adoration. In truth, the mythological heritage of Korea pales in comparison to that of the cherry blossom nation. Yet, the latter consistently ranks at the bottom, while Korea often manages to place within the top 20. This time, thanks to the Hound, they even broke into the top 5. This situation incensed the citizens of the cherry blossom nation. It was one thing for a civilization as rich in myth as China to overshadow them. But what right did Korea have to stand above the cherry blossom nation? Furthermore, the Koreans flaunting their superiority only fueled the anger of some cherry blossom netizens, who retaliated by cursing in Korean live streams. They claimed that Korea's summoned divine beast was merely a theft from the Chinese Hongming Bahwang. Winning through thievery was truly shameless. Baka, I just heard in a Chinese live stream that your revered Hound of Heaven is a pet of Erlang Shenyang Jian. Who can rid us of Korea? They are even more despicable than we are. Damn it, Korea is truly shameless, even more so than the cherry blossom nation. Relying on our divine beast to succeed is utterly revolting. I really want to rush in and give them a beating. The netizens from the cherry blossom nation in China rarely united in shared animosity against Korea. However, the Korean netizens appeared to revel in the situation, expressing great joy. Their audacity was unparalleled. Some even retorted, "You are clearly just sour grapes." Furthermore, the ability to summon the Hound of Heaven indicated a deep connection to Korea. Perhaps all the deities and divine beasts in Hongming Bahwang were originally pilfered from us. This statement resonated with many in the conference room, nodding in agreement. Only the official who had previously objected refrained from voicing dissent. In his view, there were no records of such matters in Korea's mythological texts, making it implausible that these beings belonged to Korea. Nevertheless, he dared not express his thoughts aloud, lest he incur the wrath of his peers. With a smile, Kim Cheng-woo gazed at the Hound of Heaven within Korea's divine selection world and slowly stated, "There is no rush. Our primary focus must be on dealing with China." In his estimation, once China fell, Hongming Bahwang would be firmly within Korea's grasp. He ordered a coordinated strike with the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Asin when the moment was ripe. This mission was classified, even to their citizens, as they intended to catch China off guard. In the divine selection world of China, the Chaos Thunder tribulation continued unabated. Only 4 minutes had passed. With 6 more to go, Yang Jian, having tempered the 3-pronged blade with the energy of the Chaos Thunder for some time, then performed a hand sign, infusing the blade with his essence. To everyone's astonishment, the Chaos Thunder altered its target, striking the blade instead. Not only did the blade sustain no damage, but its energy also grew denser. Then he seated Wukong beside him, and they engaged in conversation. This display left those watching utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't the difficulty of the 3rd round of the divine selection supposed to increase? Why did it seem like Yang Jian was merely playing with a child? Is this transcending tribulation? It feels more like child's play. Is this even real? Someone pinch me, I must be dreaming. After being drawn to sit next to Yang Jian, Wukong expected some profound secret to be revealed. Instead, Yang Jian inquired casually, "What is the current state of the 9 provinces?" Chapter 35. Underestimated this left Wukong feeling somewhat helpless. If this was the case, wouldn't he have to recount the tale of every deity he summoned to aid Huaxiao in the future? The undertaking was no trivial matter. However, with the divine being posing questions, Wukong had no choice but to respond truthfully. He showcased the recent advancements of Huaxiao, along with its high-tech products, through a visual presentation. Upon witnessing the remarkable transformation of the world, Yang Jian could not help but express his astonishment. He recalled the words of the Queen Mother of the West before they departed from the mortal realm, stating that the progress of human technology would inevitably lead to the advancement of theological doctrines into a technological civilization, ultimately culminating in socialism. Yet, he also recognized that such technological progress could herald destruction. Socialism? Feng paused momentarily, pondering whether the Queen Mother of the West was indeed aware of the core values of socialism. It felt rather peculiar. Just then, Yang Jin continued, "Back then, I did not comprehend her words, but now, with the depletion of global resources triggering the divine selection game, I can somewhat grasp the prophetic nature of her statement regarding the future of Blue Star. It was akin to a prophecy. The Queen Mother had foreseen the future. The gods possessed such abilities, which was entirely reasonable, coupled with the earlier decision of the celestial realm to refrain from interfering with the mortal world. Feng quickly deduced a potential connection to the Queen Mother's prophecy. In truth, even without the emergence of the divine selection game, humanity's future was likely to face annihilation. After all, humans had developed numerous nuclear weapons, and should a world war erupt, these could obliterate humanity hundreds of times over. Perhaps he should summon the Queen Mother once more for another prophecy? However, Feng promptly shook his head at the thought. To request a prophecy from the illustrious Queen Mother? He feared he might not even know how to write the character for death. Fate and the future were realms shrouded in uncertainty. No one could claim to know for sure. Nevertheless, Feng would not waver. For the future of Huaxia, he would fight with unwavering resolve until his last drop of blood. Meanwhile, the first heavenly tribulation, the Chaos Thunder Tribulation, was nearing its conclusion. Despite its tremendous power, many deities managed to endure it, though none emerged unscathed. Particularly, the deities from Sakura Country and several smaller nations suffered grievously, with some losing limbs in a scene that was utterly harrowing. The only deities uninjured were Erlangshan Yang Jian and his celestial hound. The most astonishing sight was Yang Jian himself, who traversed the subsequent Chaos Thunder Tribulation with his famed three-pointed double-edged sword. This spectacle left onlookers in utter shock, especially those who had doubted Huaxia. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would scarcely believe it to be true. The live chat from Huaxia's broadcast was incessantly buzzing. Is this really a tribulation? I do believe it was a vacation. Erlangshan Yang Jian, forever our hero. What kind of weapon is that? It seems incredibly powerful, able to withstand the Chaos Thunder Tribulation effortlessly. Did you see how the country of Styx also emerged unscathed? They shamelessly stole our divine beasts to navigate their tribulation. Having just returned from witnessing such audacity, they were loath to look upon that wretched nation again, who had the gall to celebrate after pilfering Huaxia's divine creatures. Where are the keyboard warriors? Let us march against the country of Styx. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, the system announced, the first heavenly tribulation, Chaos Thunder Tribulation, has been successfully completed. World synchronization initiated. The second heavenly tribulation challenge is about to commence. Will you continue? The system's voice echoed in Feng's mind. He did not rush to respond, but instead turned to Erlangshan beside him, saying, Erlangshan, the first heavenly tribulation challenge has been completed. There are 3 more challenges ahead, each escalating in difficulty. Shall we proceed? Yang Jian laughed heartily, rising to grasp the three-pointed double-edged sword embedded in the ground. Instantly, waves of lightning surged from the blade, striking his hand, yet Yang Jian remained unscathed. This spectacle left the viewers in the broadcast astounded, as the lightning emanating from the sword exceeded even the previous Chaos Thunder Tribulation. No deity from other nations would dare to approach it. Yang Jian then declared, Since we are here, we must continue. I'm eager to see just how formidable the heavenly tribulation of this divine selection game will be. Yang Jian was not arrogant, rather, he possessed the confidence to back it up. Feng was well aware of this. However, some foreign netizens looked on with disdain. The deities of Huaxia are truly lofty, daring to challenge the divine selection game. They clearly do not understand the meaning of death. This is a case of the small-minded gaining a moment of glory. I'm curious to see whether his words or the divine selection game's might will prevail. At any moment, those who wished for Huaxia's downfall would invariably appear at critical junctures. Even some citizens of Huaxia felt that Yang Jian had overstepped. A deity should embody humility and not excessive pride. On the other hand, Feng praised him, saying, What gallantry! Truly befitting of Erlangshan. This time, however, Yang Jian modestly waved his hand. Simultaneously, a reminder from the system reverberated in Feng's mind. A video call from Huaxia's higher-ups has been initiated. Would you like to connect? Why are they reaching out to me at this moment? During the divine selection game, any video calls required the consent of the divine selection player. Just as Feng prepared to connect, the system's voice rang out once more. Final confirmation. Will the Huaxia divine selection player continue the challenge? If a decision is not made, the system will interpret this as an automatic forfeiture. Continue. Feng replied hastily. It was no jest with Yang Jian's assistance. His goal was to strive for first place. If he forfeited now, first place would be forever out of reach. To squander such a golden opportunity would be a grave mistake. The Huaxia Divine Selection player has chosen to continue the challenge. The second heavenly tribulation will descend in 1 minute. Erlang Jinjuan, the second heavenly tribulation will commence in 1 minute, Feng reminded him. Understood, Yang Jian replied casually, as if he held little regard for the impending tribulation. In the imperial capital's conference room, as Feng delayed in connecting the video call, Ning Jianguo and the others grew increasingly anxious, some even resorting to expletives. They had all heard the system's reminder. The second heavenly tribulation was imminent, and they had no opportunity to prevent Feng from continuing. They had just received urgent intelligence that the nations of A3, the country of sticks, and Sakura Country had collectively chosen to forego further challenges and were converging towards the Huaxia Divine Selection realm. The simultaneous actions of these three nations were clearly premeditated, and their intentions were painfully obvious. Chapter 36. The Guardian of the Sacred Stone. At this moment, they were unable to connect with Feng, which was utterly exasperating. If these three nations were to simultaneously target Yang Jian during a critical moment, the consequences would be dire. Confronting the deities of three nations at once, compounded by the impending second heavenly tribulation, could Yang Jian possibly emerge victorious? The attendees in the conference room held no belief in such an outcome. In the realm of the Huaxia Chosen, a minute passed in the blink of an eye. The second heavenly tribulation, the Guardian of the Sacred Stone, is imminent. Please prepare yourselves. Warning. The Guardian of the Sacred Stone possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Do not engage in direct confrontation, lest you learn the true meaning of despair. Note. Defeating the Guardian of the Sacred Stone is essential for triumphing over the second heavenly tribulation. As the system's voice faded, ominous clouds gathered overhead, and thunder rumbled once more. With a deafening crash, a colossal stone figure, standing 100 meters tall, materialized in the Huaxia Chosen realm. Upon its arrival, it swung its enormous fists down upon the ground, unleashing a tempestuous gale that tore through the air, as if the very atmosphere were being rent apart. The impact caused the earth to tremble, and a series of wind blades spiraled outward indiscriminately, as though to impose a warning upon the deities of Huaxia. Interesting. Yang Jian mused, brandishing his blade as the will of thunder coalesced into a dense web, colliding with the oncoming wind blades. The ensuing explosions echoed through the air, signaling an imminent crisis. The audience in the live stream was taken aback by the spectacle unfolding before them. Wait, aren't heavenly tribulations supposed to be all about thunder? Why is there a monster? They exclaimed, incredulous. Discussing science in the realm of the chosen? You might as well court a sow. After a brief moment of composure, unease began to creep back into their minds. The giant was indeed colossal. Yang Jian appeared to be but an ant in its presence. Would he prevail against such a foe? One could hardly say, but one thing was certain. It would not be an easy feat for Yang Jian to conquer this adversary. The system had already warned of the stone figure's heavy defenses, and it was not inconceivable that Yang Jian might sustain injuries in the process. Such a being was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary deity to confront. If it were to appear on Earth, I surmise that mere human weaponry would be utterly ineffective against it. Thankfully, this was merely the chosen realm. Otherwise, humanity would be doomed. The concerns of the crowd were not unfounded. They were, in fact, rooted in the psychological impact of the first heavenly tribulation. If the first tribulation was so formidable, how could the second be any less? Moreover, the Guardian of the Sacred Stone was no weakling. Had it appeared on Earth earlier, a single punch could have unleashed a seismic event of magnitude 6. The emergence of the stone giant attracted numerous international spectators. For the nations daring to challenge the second heavenly tribulation were alarmingly few. Only a handful of nations steeped in mythological heritage opted to continue, such as the Northern Land, the Western Kingdom, and the Golden Tower Nation. Yet, those who entered the Huaxia live stream were not merely there to witness the contest. Most were eager to enjoy the spectacle. Within the Huaxia chosen realm, Feng scanned the fog-enshrouded surroundings and then gazed at the immense stone figure, cautioning Jinju and Erlang. You ought to be wary. With the synchronization of the chosen realm, deities from other nations may launch surprise attacks at any moment. In response, Yang Jian merely smiled faintly, stating, "They're already here." Already? Feng was taken aback, swiftly surveying the fog, yet he perceived no presence of foreign deities. His surprise was not born of fear. It was an understatement to assert that Yang Jian could single-handedly confront the summoned deities of other nations. After all, how could a deity incapable of withstanding the chaotic thunder tribulation be a match for Yang Jian? Feng was simply astonished by the speed of the approaching foes, who appeared to be well prepared. The laws of the chosen realm rendered it difficult to sense the presence of deities from other nations. Yang Jian's assurance stemmed from his prior detection of the breath of the Hound of Heaven, which was drawing closer to Huaxia. Additionally, he vaguely sensed two more foes approaching. Throughout this ordeal, Yang Jian maintained a calm demeanor, as if it were not he who was ambushed, but rather the assailants themselves. They were merely insignificant scoundrels, unworthy of concern. Yet, to avoid revealing their presence, he deemed it necessary to put on a performance. With this thought in mind, Yang Jian ceased his musings and leaped into action, launching an assault against the guardian of the sacred stone. Seeing the seemingly weak deity daring to initiate an attack was nothing short of a provocation. Enraged, the guardian of the sacred stone swung its fist, intent on crushing Yang Jian beneath its might. The massive stone fist swiftly engulfed Yang Jian. Yang Jian, unwilling to take any chances, shouted defiantly and hastily raised his blade to block. Yet, he was still sent flying by the force of the Gu Chapter 37. The explosive performance of Yang Jian at this moment, Feng stood by the supply station, observing the fierce battle. Yang Jian, meanwhile, while engaged in combat, remained vigilant of Feng's surroundings, ever ready to thwart any potential ambush against him. The skirmish ebbed and flowed, showcasing the astonishing resilience of the Divine Stone Guardian. Yang Jian seized several opportunities. Yet each strike of his three-edged blade merely chipped away at the Guardian's stony exterior, as if he were merely tickling it. The spectacle only served to diminish the crowd's confidence in Yang Jian. Nevertheless, a segment of the audience continued to cheer for both Yang Jian and Feng. Undoubtedly, these individuals embodied the most endearing spirit of Huaxia. Boom! Just as Yang Jian managed to break off some fragments of stone, he was struck forcefully by the Divine Stone Guardian, sending him hurtling through the air. Upon landing, he summoned every ounce of strength to stabilize himself, appearing quite disheveled. The normally composed Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Changren could no longer remain passive. This is outrageous. If this continues, Huaxia is destined for defeat. Ning Jiangwo seethed with anger. Even if Yang Jian were to triumph over the Divine Stone Guardian, 3 other nations' deities lay in ambush nearby. What then would become of Yang Jian? What fate awaited Huaxia? Some experts began to cast blame upon Feng, questioning how they had reached this dire juncture had Feng established a connection earlier. Despite their frustrations, the unfolding battle was beyond their control. In the world of Huaxia's chosen, the signs of Yang Jian's impending defeat grew ever more evident under the relentless assault of the Divine Stone Guardian, and the voices of detractors multiplied. When Yang Jian was once again sent flying, he disregarded his injuries, vaulting from the ground to once more thrust his blade at the Guardian, this time targeting its eyes. The Guardian's eyes were 2 distinct orbs, shining brightly like red agate, nearly the same size as Yang Jian himself. Sensing the imminent threat, the Divine Stone Guardian raised its hands, delivering a resounding strike. A massive white energy enveloped its fists, crackling with white lightning between its palms. Should Yang Jian proceed with his attack, he would undoubtedly be struck, and the resultant damage would far exceed any he had suffered thus far. To everyone's surprise, Yang Jian let out a fierce shout. The veins on his forehead bulged. Gripping the 3-edged blade tighter, he inadvertently increased his strength. His speed surged to more than double its previous pace. He was determined to risk grievous injury in his assault on the Guardian's vulnerable eyes, for that was its Achilles heel. Boom! Though Yang Jian's speed was remarkable, he was still caught by the white lightning summoned by the Divine Stone Guardian. At that moment, he was less than 10 meters from its gaze. Ha ha ha, this time, Yang Jian is surely doomed. All our waiting shall not be in vain. How dare he even compare himself to Sun Wukong? What a disgrace to our Huaxia deities. So close, yet so far. Come on, Erlangshan, you can defeat it. In this exhilarating moment, the barrage of comments in the Huaxia live stream surged relentlessly. Almost no one held faith in Yang Jian. In stark contrast, Feng, standing by the supply station, wore an expression devoid of concern, even hinting at amusement. He could hardly believe how adeptly Yang Jian performed. Had he not known Yang Jian's true prowess, he too would have been deceived by this extraordinary act. Such talent could easily earn him the title of Best Actor. In the very next second after Yang Jian was struck by the white lightning, he released his weapon, the 3-edged blade sword, through the air, as if guided by an unseen force, and plunged directly into the Guardian's eye. The 3-edged blade unleashed a torrent of thunderous power, surging into the Divine Stone Guardian's form. Instantly, the Guardian's body fractured, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from its eye. It began to tremble violently, instinctively striking at Yang Jian with unprecedented speed, even faster than before. Yang Jian, who was no larger than its fingernail, was once more sent flying. This time, however, he landed with composure, far removed from his earlier clumsiness. With the crowd's attention now wholly fixated on the divine stone guardian, it swayed violently before toppling backward, shattering into countless fragments. Huaxia successfully challenges the second heavenly tribulation, the divine stone guardian. The system's voice echoed across the continent. This remarkable event transpired in mere moments. As the system's announcement rang out, the spectators emerged from their stupor. What kind of extraordinary maneuver was this? Did we just win? Huaxia's luck is astonishing. I can't believe how effortlessly this victory was achieved. Truly, Huaxia has struck a remarkable bargain. TCH, relying on sheer luck for victory, anyone could do that. As a Huaxia citizen, my emotions just soared higher than a roller coaster. Although the victory was hard-won, the outcome was gratifying, just as the people of Huaxia sighed in relief. The situation on the battlefield took a sudden turn, plunging them into despair once more. In the very next second after the Divine Stone Guardian's demise, deities and chosen ones from the nations of Asan, Sakura, and the Stick Nation emerged all around. Feng and Yang found themselves encircled by a throng. Particularly alarming were the three towering deities, each standing between 20 to 30 meters high. What in the world is happening? Why have so many appeared so suddenly? Were they lying in wait all along? Damn it, it's the Stick Nation, Sakura Nation, and Asan Nation. No wonder they had previously chosen to withdraw from the challenge. They were planning to unite against us. How despicable. These shameless scoundrels are conspiring to suppress Huaxia. I am furious. I want to charge in and confront them. How audacious. This despicable lot is so shameless, resorting to such tactics to undermine Huaxia after failing in the chosen games. It's over, it's over. Yang has just been injured by the stone golem, and now three such formidable deities have appeared. How can we possibly withstand this? With wolves in front and tigers behind, is this the end for Huaxia? As the people of Huaxia felt a mix of rage and sorrow. Mocking laughter emanated from the enemy ranks in the chosen world of Huaxia. Ha ha. Today is the day of reckoning for Huaxia's deity Yang and its chosen player Feng. The first to mock was a chosen player from the Stick Nation. The same elder who had previously knelt in prayer. The hound behind him focused its gaze intently on Yang, yet it refrained from approaching, feigning ignorance. Having spoken, the chosen player from the Sakura Nation coldly added, "Let us concentrate our fire to eliminate Huaxia's deity first. As for the young man named Feng, he may yet prove useful." Ha ha ha, indeed. It's time for Huaxia to bleed profusely. A chosen player from Asan Nation chimed in. Chapter 38. The Three Kingdoms Confrontation. Despite the fierce declarations made, the chosen players and deities of the three nations hesitated to act, seemingly biding their time. Thousands of eyes watched intently, fixated on Feng and Yang, as if they were mere prey awaiting the butcher's knife. Yang scoffed, casting a glance at the elder who had spoken first, and retorted, "Are you the chosen player of the Korean nation?" The elder, taken aback by such audacity at this tense moment, snorted derisively and responded, "What? Do you wish to beg for mercy?" At this, the Hound of Heaven, standing behind the elder, instinctively clenched its jaws, its eyes burning with fury. Had Yang not restrained it with a silent command, it would have lunged at the elder without hesitation. Upon entering the realm of the chosen in Huaxia, the Hound of Heaven had realized that the deities they were meant to confront were, in fact, its own masters. This revelation nearly drove it to unleash its wrath. However, Yang mental reminder kept it at bay. Although it refrained from attacking the elder, the pent-up anger radiated from the Hound of Heaven, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult for others to breathe. Many chosen players from the Korean nation felt a thrill of excitement, some even taunting Yang, claiming, "Our divine beast, the Hound of Heaven, is enraged. You shall see what awaits you." Feng, witnessing this spectacle, struggled to suppress laughter, nearly injuring himself in the process. To suggest that the dog should confront him on behalf of its owner was utterly absurd. Was this a jest from a fool sent by a monkey? Yang, from a distance, wore an expression that reflected a mix of incredulity and amusement. As the dialogue unfolded, the atmosphere in the live broadcast became increasingly peculiar. While it was undeniable that the three nations had launched a covert attack against Huaxia, one could not overlook the cleverness and precision of their strategy. The rules of this chosen game dictated a brutal survival of the fittest, and in a contest of national fortunes, such behavior was, regrettably, justifiable. One could only lament the absence of a tactician in Huaxia's ranks. The victors are crowned kings, while the vanquished become outlaws, for the sake of their nations. Who could fault them for a touch of unscrupulousness? Were I in their position, I too would take such measures for Huaxia. Initially, The populace of Huaxia rallied in shared outrage, but to their dismay, some netizens exhibited an unexpected sense of righteousness, defending the nations that were persecuting Huaxia. This scene ignited fury among many citizens, even prompting ire from officials who recognized the alarming trend. In the conference room of the imperial capital, Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues soon received a call from the three nations. The countenances of those present turned ashen. When high-ranking officials reached out, it seldom heralded good tidings. As anticipated, upon connecting, Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues felt their blood pressure rise. "Ha ha, General Ning, it has been years. I trust you are well?" The Korean official, Jin Chingwu, said with feigned amiability. "Humph. One does not come to the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Speak plainly, General Jin." Ning Jiangwo retorted without a hint of courtesy. He was well aware of their intentions. "Ha ha ha, General Ning, your temper remains as fiery as ever. This is hardly commendable." Sakurano's Xingye interjected. Their reluctance to act hastily was merely a pretext to extort Huaxia. A Huaxia on the brink of collapse and one ripe for exploitation were starkly distinct in their importance. Ning Jiangwo clenched his fists, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "Enough. Time is of the essence. Let us be succinct," Amir from A3 boldly stated. "We can withdraw our troops, but Huaxia must compensate us for the cost of our withdrawal. A modest sum of 100 million tons of grain. Along with your aircraft carrier blueprints." What? Outrage erupted in the conference room. While they could devise ways to gather the grain, the aircraft carrier design was an absolute state secret, the very foundation of a nation. Such a demand was utterly unacceptable. Before Ning Jiangwo could respond, Jin Chunwu and Zheng Ye also laid out their conditions. "We, the Korean nation, can withdraw our troops. But we require all the information on Homingba Huang and the blueprints for Huaxia's nuclear weapons. We of the Sakura nation can also withdraw our forces, but we seek no money, no grain, nor your weapon designs. All we ask is for Huaxia to cede 1 million square kilometers of territory to the Sakura nation, and we shall not trouble you further." Their demands grew increasingly audacious, delivered with an air of unwavering finality. Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues seethed with rage. If the advanced weaponry was the lifeblood of Huaxia, then its territory was its very essence. Having endured severe tribulations in modern history, Huaxia understood the paramount importance of land to a nation. Their ancestors had sacrificed their lives to safeguard national sovereignty and territorial integrity. The younger generation would never acquiesce to such a request. Yet, if they refused, Yufeng would likely face their wrath. If Yufeng were to perish, Huaxia itself would follow suit. This dilemma fueled their indignation but left them speechless, for a single misstep could lead to Huaxia's demise. At that moment, the secretary leaned close to Ning Jiangwo, whispering, "General Ning, the emergency distress signal has been dispatched to the combat nation. We should receive a response shortly." The combat nation, located to the north of Huaxia, was not only one of the 5 permanent members, but also a powerful mythical civilization. Moreover, they were strategic partners with Huaxia, making it highly likely that their plea for aid would be accepted. Ning Jiangwo nodded in silence. The delay in sending the distress signal was to prevent interception by foreign powers. Should the three nations discover the message, they would undoubtedly act without restraint, potentially leading to Huaxia's obliteration. A vast nation, one of the 5 permanent members, reduced to a state of vulnerability akin to that of ants scraping by, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Could it truly be that Huaxia was left with no choice but to capitulate? All their previous displays of prowess now seemed ephemeral. The Korean and Sakura nations remained unhurried. In their eyes, Huaxia was already theirs for the taking. They understood that pressing Huaxia too hard could lead to unforeseen repercussions. However, at that moment, a new turn of events unfolded. Scholars and experts from Huaxia widened their eyes in awe, fixated on the chosen world. Some even exclaimed, "Look, it seems they are about to clash." This outcry not only captured the attention of Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues, but also drew the gaze of Jin Chungwu and Zheng Ye. In the chosen world of Huaxia, Yang Jian pointed at the Hound of Heaven with a derisive smile. "Are you certain that it is the deity you serve?" Such provocative behavior incited the ire of all chosen players from the Korean nation. Chapter 39. Unleash the Hound, remove your filthy hands. If you dare point at our deity again, I will surely kill you. The elder threatened with fury. In his heart, the howling celestial dog was sacrosanct. Had it not been for the dog, they might not have so easily passed through the heavenly tribulation, and their ranking would not have squeezed into the top 10. "Oh, is that so?" Yang Jian sneered once more. He beckoned, "Howling celestial dog, come here. You still dare." Before the elder could finish his sentence, The howling celestial dog strode forward and crushed him underfoot, blood splattering across the scene. This spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded. What was happening? Why would the Korean divine beast, the howling celestial dog, obey the commands of the Chinese deity Yangjian? Was this not a dream? The Korean chosen players, in particular, stood in disarray, their national pride mercilessly trampled. What's going on? Why is our divine beast listening to this kid? Could it be that what the Chinese said before was true? Is our howling celestial dog actually Yangjian's divine pet? This is impossible. The howling celestial dog just helped us withstand the heavenly tribulation. It can't be Yangjian's pet. Howling celestial dog, come back. You are our Korean divine beast. No, you traitor. Despite their unwillingness to admit it, the truth was undeniable. The Korean divine beast, the howling celestial dog, was crouching before the Chinese deity Yangjian, even nuzzling its massive head against Yangjian and Appo's leg. The audience in the Chinese live broadcast room had gone wild. Ha! I knew the howling celestial dog was really our Erlangshan Yangjian's pet. No wonder Yangjian asked that question. And they even dared to acknowledge it in front of the dog's owner. It's simply hilarious. This is the most melodramatic plot twist I've ever seen. Bar none. The reversal is too fast. I can't keep up. Yangjian's move of cutting off the fuel supply is ruthless. He subdued Korea without lifting a finger. Amazing. Is this the Erlangshan Yangjian I know? He's even more Machiavellian than Nezha. Although Feng had mentioned this before, it wasn't very credible. Especially after the initial encounter between the howling celestial dog and Erlangshan Yangjian. It was clear to everyone that the man and the dog didn't know each other. The Koreans had even used this to mock China, shamelessly accusing China of stealing their deities and plagiarizing their civilization. Ironically, Korea had been worshipping the howling celestial dog as their national deity, only to be slapped in the face. Now that the howling celestial dog had acknowledged its master, the Chinese people finally had a chance to hold their heads high. Meanwhile, the Korean citizens were seething with rage. Everyone had thought they had China in their grasp. But who would have imagined such a farcical turn of events? In particular, the Korean high official Kim Chin-woo was now in tears, his mind still reeling. He was the one who came up with the idea, and with such a thing happening, he could never escape blame, even in death. Suddenly, he remembered that he was still connected to the Chinese high-level official Ning Jiangwo, so he hurriedly pleaded, "General Ning, it was all a misunderstanding. Please connect me with Feng and let our chosen players leave." Ning Jiangwo sighed sympathetically. "I'm sorry, we can't reach Feng either." This was the truth. But Kim Chin-woo didn't believe it. He roared furiously, "Ning Jiangwo, are you determined to fight to the death? Humph, you brought it upon yourself." Ning Jiangwo showed no mercy. At the same time, under Yangjian's instruction, the howling celestial dog began to bite the Korean chosen players, killing 7 or 8 with each bite. This terrified the Korean chosen players, who desperately fled towards the territories of Japan and India, seeking refuge. If they were too slow, they would die in the jaws of the howling celestial dog. Yangjian, on the other hand, watched all of this with a cold smile. "Dare to summon my dog? Let's see if you have the lives to bear it." Meanwhile, the faces of the Japanese and Indian chosen players were also grim. The situation, which had seemed like a guaranteed victory, was now on the verge of collapse due to this incident, potentially leading to heavy losses. This infuriated them. In their eyes, China should have knelt down and taken the beating. How dare they stand up and resist? "So, China, you dare to play us." The Japanese chosen player pointed at Feng and roared angrily. Feng, who had been watching the show, naturally refused to be intimidated when someone provoked him. He turned to look at the middle-aged man and sneered. There's an old saying, trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. Today, I and Appo's am not only going to make you lose the bait, but I and Appo's am also going to take your lives. Humph. Empty words. The middle-aged man sneered. Although the howling celestial dog had turned against them, they were not necessarily at a disadvantage. What was wrong with the 2-on-2 fight? The battle was about to break out. Under the reminder of the Japanese chosen players, their deity, Yamato Takeru, stepped forward. Although Yamato Takeru had lost an arm, he exuded no less pressure. Perhaps even more than the howling celestial dog. This gave many people renewed confidence. Yangjian, however, coldly watched them, determined to kill the people one by one and beat the dogs one by one. Yamato Takeru gripped his long sword tightly in his remaining hand, muttering under his breath as if casting a spell. After a moment, an incredibly terrifying aura emanated from his body, accompanied by bursts of golden light. In the next second, he actually split into several divine bodies. Each divine body was identical to the original, even with the same wound where the arm was missing. The pressure they exerted continued to intensify. Haha, our Japanese sword deity Yamato Takaru is unleashing his ultimate move. No matter how powerful you are. Can you fight 5 at once? I want to see if the Chinese deities are more powerful or our Japanese deities. Humph, losing Korea is actually a good thing, as it means one less country to compete with us for benefits. At this moment, the Japanese chosen players were still eyeing China, which shows how confident they were in their deities. A clone technique? Feng frowned slightly. However, the middle-aged man interpreted his reaction as fear. Hee, are you scared now? It's too late. The middle-aged man sneered. Scared? Feng scoffed. I've never known how to write the word fear. Why don't you ask your mother to teach me? Courting death. The middle-aged man roared furiously. The several Yamato Takaru behind him also launched their attacks simultaneously, surrounding Yang Jian and Feng with overwhelming force, causing the Chinese netizens to worry. 5 sword deities over 20 meters tall. How can they possibly break through this? Feng, however, showed no fear. As for Yang Jian, fear was out of the question. He closed his index and middle fingers together and quickly swept them across the third eye on his forehead, shouting, Heavenly Eye, open. As his voice fell, the special pattern on Yang Jian's forehead transformed into a vivid and lifelike Heavenly Eye. Chapter 40. Reaping what one sows. A mere broken eye dares to defeat our sword god Yang Jian? Such delusions are simply laughable. The middle-aged man scoffed. A broken eye? Feng shook his head sympathetically. To dare claim that Yang Jian's heavenly eye is a broken eye makes him the first in history to do so. Back then, even Sun Wukong did not dare confront Yang Jian's heavenly eye head-on. Moreover, Yang Jian's heavenly eye is revered in Taoism as the eye of the deity, said to have the power to shatter countless laws. For Wukong to perform magic in his presence is akin to brandishing a broadsword before Guangdong, utterly foolish. At that moment, a blinding golden light erupted from the heavenly eye, and Wukong, swept by its gaze, was instantaneously sent flying. Simultaneously, Wukong's doppelganger was shattered, vanishing without a trace. The suddenness of it all was almost unbelievable. 5 formidable sword gods were defeated by a mere eye? What a ridiculous notion. How could this be possible? The middle-aged man was aghast. Not just him, but anyone witnessing this scene stared wide-eyed, jaws agape, particularly the chosen players from the Sakura Nation, whose expressions were as grim as if they had consumed something foul. Of course, Feng remained unaffected. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged from behind Yang Jian. Unbeknownst to them, the deity Sakura from the A3 nation appeared, brandishing a long spear aimed straight at Yang Jian's head. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. As Wukong was sent flying, Sakura's spear surged forth. To the A3 nation, the colossal figure of Sakura was certain to fell Yang Jian. At the very least, it would inflict severe injury. However, just as the spear was about to pierce Yang Jian, he moved. With a swift motion of his hand, the 3-pronged blade on the ground shot towards Sakura at lightning speed. Sakura's expression changed. If he continued his assault, he would undoubtedly be impaled by the blade himself. This weapon could even slay the stone guardians. How could he escape unscathed? In a moment of peril, Sakura opted to block the blade with his spear. Boom. The tremendous impact sent Sakura, who stood over 30 meters tall, hurtling backward. Simultaneously, the 3-pronged blade returned to Yang Jian's grasp, gripping the magical artifact. Yang Jian thrust it forcefully into the ground. The earth trembled slightly, followed by the crackling sound of electricity from the 3-pronged blade as the epicenter. Countless bolts of lightning spread out like a web in all directions. All living beings within a 10-mile radius were thrown into the air, including the recently landed sword god Wukong. Binding the celestial rope, go. Yang Jian waved his hand again, and a shimmering golden rope flew from his sleeve, targeting not Sakura, but the sword god Wukong of the Sakura nation. Wukong, thrown into the air, was immediately ensnared by the celestial rope and crashed heavily to the ground, inadvertently crushing several chosen players from the Sakura nation. As for Wukong, despite exerting all his strength, he could not move an inch. Meanwhile, Sakura, having failed his stealth attack and being struck back by Yang Jian, suffered a significant blow to the morale of the A3 nation. Just as Sakura prepared to launch another assault, the howling celestial dog charged forth. Taken aback, Sakura did not hesitate and swiftly swung his spear to counterattack. The howling celestial dog, undeterred, summoned a protective aura of darkness and barreled straight into Sakura. Boom. The spear struck the howling celestial dog, merely sending it staggering back. In the next moment, the howling celestial dog lunged again. The clash between the man and the dog was evenly matched. In stark contrast, Yang Jian and Feng engaged in casual conversation about how to deal with these nuisances. Such humiliation left the onlookers bewildered. Who knew one could play in such a manner? It was as if they opened the door to unleash their dogs, leaving the foreign chosen players feeling utterly despondent, especially those from the A3 nation. They even began to question whether they had summoned the wrong deity. It is essential to remember that Sakura is their war deity and the son of Shiva, possessing unparalleled combat prowess and status. It was one thing to be unable to defeat Yangjian, but now they were struggling against his dog? Were the divine beasts of Huaxia truly this formidable? Yet, such tales had never been heard before. This was truly surreal. The sentiments mirrored those of the high-ranking officials from the Sakura and A3 nations, who were anxiously stamping their feet. They never anticipated such a disastrous outcome. Had they known, they would never have set foot in Huaxia. If their deity fell in battle again, there would undoubtedly be chaos within the Sakura nation. 3 consecutive defeats would surely incite public outrage, potentially leading to unrest even within their royal family. At that point, it would be more than just dismissals. It would be a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, the Huaxia live stream room was abuzz with excitement. Wow, how familiar is this scenario? Feng is the ultimate champion. This is a classic case of underestimating one's opponent. Yangjian is quite the cunning one, and yet I adore it. Just moments ago, I was anxious and unable to eat. But now we've been outwitted by the great Yangjian. How infuriating. I must sketch a quick portrait of Yangjian. He is undoubtedly the most dashing and manly deity in Huaxia. Haha, what about you upstairs? I recall you saying the same about Sun Wukong and Nezha last time. Simultaneously, the conference room in the imperial capital was buzzing with activity. Although victory filled everyone with excitement and joy, Yangjian's maneuvers had left them thoroughly shaken. They truly believed Huaxia was on the brink of devastation. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. At that moment, Zheng Yi and Emir, still on the phone, hastily pleaded for mercy. General Ning, it was all a misunderstanding. Please be lenient and spare us. Heh, now you know to beg for mercy? A government official sneered in response. Weren't you all quite arrogant just moments ago? Humph. In my view, you all deserve punishment. If you wish to beg for mercy, you must first deliver 100 million tons of grain and cede territory to Huaxia. The scholars and experts present were quick to deride them. It is no wonder their demeanor was so petty. After all, they had just been the victims. Had it not been for the fierce might of Yangjian summoned by Feng, they might now be the ones pleading for mercy. Let us show mercy where we can. We can provide food and resources, but ceding territory is absolutely out of the question. Zheng Yi and Emir stated in unison. In the face of threats, many hot-headed officials declared their intent to fight to the last breath, vowing not to let them go. However, after a moment of calm, some rational officials suggested sparing them, seeking a win-win situation. Their rationale stemmed from the understanding that the Sakura nation and the A3 nation had a well-established mythological system. Chapter 41. Ruthless slaughter. The people of Pickled Vegetable Nation may remain indifferent, yet these 2 nations warrant utmost attention, particularly the nation of Asan, one of the ancient civilizations. Their mythological heritage is not inferior to that of the Cherry Blossom Nation. In fact, it may be even more profound. What is more crucial is that Asan still possesses a plethora of formidable deities yet to be summoned. For instance, the war god, mother of Sajanda, Shiva, the god of destruction, alongside Garuda, the golden-winged divine bird, Brahma, the creator god, Indra, the lord of heaven, and many more. Each of these deities, even if summoned individually, belongs to the pinnacle of divine power, perhaps rivaling or even surpassing the likes of Sun Wukong and Yangjian. Furthermore, there are deities from various sects, such as those from Buddhism, which also cannot be overlooked. If we were to offend 2 mythological superpowers, both brimming with divine beings, it would undeniably pose a grave danger to Huaxia. This approach is evidently untenable. Civilizational fractures and historical voids loom large. Those, like Ning Zhangwo, who are unaware of Huaxia's mythological depth, would inevitably find themselves compromising and fearful in the face of formidable adversaries. General Ning, you are a wise man. I implore you not to act impulsively and jeopardize the friendship between our nations. Zheng Yi continued to threaten. In his view, Huaxia would undoubtedly refrain from taking action against them, with one pickled vegetable nation already having torn apart the FAA of diplomacy. The addition of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Stick Nation would leave Huaxia with no ground to stand on in the upcoming divine selection game. After all, a coalition of 3 nations is no trifling matter. Emir from Asan added, indeed, as long as Huaxia is willing to relent. We of Asan will be your most steadfast allies, and we shall never turn against a friend. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, we shall not relent either. Upon hearing this, Huaxia's officials and scholars were seething with rage. How dare they threaten us after their brazen attacks? We are one of the 5 permanent powers. One exclaimed. By heavens, I yearn to confront them. If it were not for the divine selection game that has descended upon the nation, even their combined forces would not stand a chance against Huaxia. Observing the fury of his compatriots, Ning Zhengwo sighed in resignation. In truth, he harbored a deep-seated indignation, perhaps even more than anyone else, yearning to punish Asan in the Cherry Blossom Nation. Ultimately, had it not been for the efforts of Yi Feng and Yang Jian, it would now be Huaxia seeking to plead for mercy. Yet, what would follow such punishment? They would inevitably face the wrath of 2 mythological superpowers, a burden far beyond their current capabilities. First, I must contact Yi Feng. Ning Zhengwo decided against hastily responding to Zhang Yi and Emir. He wished to consult Yi Feng's opinion before making any plans. Yi Feng's triumphant leadership, having secured victory for Huaxia thrice, attested to his ability and character. Perhaps he would have a comprehensive strategy. Ning Zhengwo awaited with anticipation. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, the battlefield's fate had already been sealed. The sword god, He Jianming of the Cherry Blossom Nation, was ensnared by the binding of immortals, unable to move or resist, while the war god, Sajanda of Asan, was relentlessly pursued by the Howling Celestial Dog. With Yang Jian present, the Howling Celestial Dog's power had escalated significantly. Was this what one referred to as a dog thriving on the might of its master? The high-ranking officials of Huaxia requested a video call. Shall it be connected? This time, Yi Feng did not hesitate and decisively chose to connect. Upon seeing Yi Feng finally agree to the video call, Ning Zhengwo and the others were filled with excitement. The present Yi Feng was quietly becoming their pillar of support. Yi Feng, do not be hasty in executing He Jianming and Sajanda. Ning Zhengwo's first words upon connection were urgent. Startled, Yi Feng inquired, what is the reason? Sighing, Ning Zhengwo expressed his frustration. They claim that should you slay their deities and players, they will sever ties with us and pursue relentless vengeance. A derisive smile spread across Yi Feng's face. How amusing it is that these clowns dare to threaten the divine dragon while it slumbers. Simultaneously, the online community of Huaxia erupted in outrage. What? 2 defeated foes dare to threaten us? On what grounds? They exclaimed. Do they truly believe their shamelessness grants them immunity? These officials are utterly devoid of shame, initiating an assault on us. Yet now they presume to threaten us with retribution? Indeed, were it not for our formidable heir Lang Shenyang Jian and the esteemed Yi Feng, it would be Huaxia seeking mercy now. And yet they dare to threaten us? Do they believe Huaxia is without power? Yi Feng's sentiments mirrored those of the Huaxia netizens. Anger, indignation, and frustration. Is this how they approach negotiations? He questioned with a smirk. Ning Zhengwo, momentarily taken aback by Yi Feng's expression, seemed to grasp the underlying message. He nodded slowly. Yes, I understand now. What is your decision? My decision is to refuse. The dignity of Huaxia must be upheld. Constant retreat will only lead others to believe us weak and easily bullied, Yi Feng declared resolutely. At these words, the foreign divine selection players turned ashen, devoid of color. Many, gripped by fear, began to kneel and plead for mercy. Please, do not kill me. I will not dare again. There will not be a next time. I have children and parents. I beg you, spare my life. A few women and children pointed fingers at their kneeling companions, exclaiming, it was their idea. They wanted to attack Huaxia, not us. Please, spare us. Silence. A companion retorted harshly, if you utter another word, I will be the one to end your life. Such scenes were ubiquitous, in the face of death. No one could maintain composure. Yet Yi Feng paid them no heed. He turned to Yang Jian and casually remarked, eliminate them all. His words carried the weight of death itself, issuing a final ultimatum to those who remained. In that moment, all concern vanished as they fled in all directions, driven solely by the instinct to survive. Thousands of souls scattered like ants, seeking refuge from their impending doom. This scene was broadcast live, reverberating across the globe. No one anticipated that Huaxia's divine selection players would be so ruthless, executing without mercy or regard for sentiment. It was evident that Huaxia was a nation that responded fiercely to threats, instilling terror in those who had dared to challenge them. Simultaneously, those nations that had previously contemplated aggression against Huaxia breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they had not participated in this ambush, for otherwise, their fate would have been sealed. Chapter 42. The act of self-sacrifice, particularly among the citizens of Sakura Nation, Asan Nation, and the Stick Nation. Where are they now? Basking in the glory of spring? Each one is gripped by fear, with some even resorting to their powers in desperate attempts to immigrate. The impending system punishment looms, and they are acutely aware that their lives may be forfeit as well. After all, the death of a chosen player entails the sacrifice of 50,000 citizens. Although the exact number of fallen chosen players remains unknown, the consequences are undeniably grave. Simultaneously, there is a growing resentment among some, questioning why the Huaxia has the authority to dictate their fates. They remain oblivious to their own misjudgments, placing the blame for their failures squarely on Huaxia. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen players, Yang Jian nodded thoughtfully, sharing the sentiment. As a deity who has fought across the lands, he is far from merciful. Such leniency would not have brought him to his current stature. With a powerful leap, Yang Jian soared several dozen meters into the air, casting his trident with force toward the sword god of Sakura Nation, Wei Jianming, bound by the celestial cords. Wei Jianming could not evade the attack and could only watch helplessly as the blade infused with the will of thunder pierced his divine form. The terrifying energy almost instantaneously obliterated Wei Jianming's body. In his final moments, he managed to release a faint golden light, which unevenly scattered among the chosen players of Sakura Nation. Subsequently, these players vanished from the scene, only to reappear in the chosen world of Sakura Nation. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such selflessness from Wei Jianming in his dying moments, a gesture that evoked admiration. However, due to Wei Jianming's limited energy, some chosen players from Sakura Nation remained, expressing their discontent and even resorting to cursing their deities for not being among those sent away. With one adversary dispatched, only the formidable sage Yin Tua of Asan Nation remained. Yang Jian swiftly approached, and as he flew, the chosen players of the other nations fell victim to the thunderous energy of his blade, losing all vitality. Surrounded by both Yang Jian and the Heavenly Hound, even the so-called god of war, Sage Yin Tua, succumbed swiftly. Yang Jian severed his head, and in his dying breath, Sage Yin Tua utilized his remaining divine power to transport several chosen players of Asan Nation to safety. Now, the battlefield was predominantly filled with chosen players from Asan Nation and Sakura Nation, all desperately fleeing. As for the chosen players of the Stick Nation, they had already begun their escape long before the tide of battle turned. Their numbers dwindled, even fewer than those of Sakura Nation and Asan Nation. Yang Jian held little interest in pursuing these powerless individuals. After all, they scattered in different directions, making it cumbersome to chase. Thus, he entrusted the task to the Heavenly Hound, who eagerly embraced the responsibility. Yang Jian had personally vanquished 2 deities and expelled the invading scoundrels from the realm of Huaxia, inciting a wave of fervor among Huaxia's online community. They were so elated they could down 5 bottles of liquor in celebration. This is how it should be done. Leave no one alive. Those who dare to offend Huaxia must face the consequences. No one could contest that Erlangshan Yang Jian was the most handsome now. Conversely, the citizens of the other nations fell into a collective silence, none daring to mock Huaxia at this juncture unless they wished for a swift demise. Meanwhile, the system's voice resounded unexpectedly. Huaxia chosen players, will you continue to challenge the third heavenly tribulation? So, were you merely spectating? Li Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Logically, the system should have issued a notification after the second tribulation concluded, but it had not. Clearly, the system was allowing them time for mutual destruction, a scenario it relished. Otherwise, it would not have synchronized the chosen worlds. How devious. Li Feng found this quite distasteful. I accept. This time, Li Feng did not consult Yang Jian. For even if he had, the outcome would remain unchanged. Moreover, Yang Jian and Appo's stance had already been made clear. The third heavenly tribulation will arrive in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. In the imperial capital's conference room, as Li Feng chose to enact a merciless course of action, they severed the communication lines with the 3 defeated nations. With the mask of diplomacy discarded, there was no need for further niceties. However, this attitude left some officials apprehensive. General Ning, do you think Li Feng's actions are prudent? This may incite their retaliation. Indeed, while we have the advantage in the 3rd round of the chosen game. What comes next? Is it expected that Li Feng can summon gods as mighty as Yang Jian to assist us? Furthermore, Asan Nation is the most formidable adversary. Huaxia could suffer greatly. Seeing that the officials wished to continue their concerns, Ning Jiangwo decisively interrupted. Enough. Since we have already taken action, we must prepare our countermeasures rather than indulge in idle chatter. Ning Jiangwo remained unyielding, leaving many officials feeling awkward and silenced, unwilling to challenge his authority. In truth, Ning Jiangwo had shared similar worries, as both Asan Nation and Sakura Nation were revered powers, each presenting increasing pressure. However, upon witnessing Li Feng's confident demeanor, such thoughts began to dissipate. He sensed an inexplicable assurance emanating from Li Feng, as though with his presence, no one would dare to tread upon Huaxia. Thus, he boldly decided to wager everything. Of course, as a high-ranking official of Huaxia, he could not disregard the lives of the citizens. This decision was the result of careful contemplation, yet Li Feng's urgency had accelerated his resolve. Had he not heeded Li Feng's advice and instead released Asan Nation, it would have painted Huaxia as an easy target, inviting further incursions. In contrast, the choice to act without mercy would convey a clear message. Huaxia is not to be trifled with. Those who dare to infringe must weigh the consequences of invoking Huaxia's wrath. For the sake of this advantage, Huaxia had every reason to align with Li Feng. Simultaneously, high-ranking officials from Asan Nation, Sakura Nation, and Stick Nation convened an urgent remote meeting. The leaders of the three defeated nations assembled, each bearing a grave expression, embodying the profound realization of their futility. What now? Zhang Yi began, his face a mask of tension. He bore the immense pressure of this meeting, as their prime minister had already issued orders. If he could not devise a convincing rationale or plan to appease the prime minister, his fate was sealed. The culture of self-sacrifice in Sakura Nation had not yet faded. His wife had even chosen a dagger for him, made from Uzi steel, capable of severing the waist with a single stroke. Chapter 43. The Thunderous Mother. How could it be said? Certainly, there would be no mercy shown towards Huaxia. Jin Xingu coldly interjected. Due to the incident involving the Howling Celestial Hound, our nation of Goryeo had suffered a grievous blow to its reputation before the world, incurring significant losses. This debt would not be forgotten. We would demand 100-fold retribution from Huaxia. Since Huaxia has chosen to sever ties with us, we have no reservations left, Amir exclaimed in anger. Yet, he was also perplexed. The deity summoned by the Asan Nation was none other than the son of Shiva, who had triumphed over Sayanta. Possessing unparalleled combat prowess, it was indisputable that he could withstand the third heavenly calamity with his divine power. However, how could such a formidable deity fail to conquer even a dog of Yangjian? This left him in utter confusion. Had he been willing to humbly consult Yi Feng, perhaps he would have uncovered the answer. Although Asan was one of the ancient civilizations, it was one that had failed to endure, unlike the Huaxia of another world. The Huaxia of that realm was the sole surviving ancient civilization. On this basis alone, the deities of Asan could never triumph over those of Huaxia. Not to mention that the deity they challenged was the formidable Erlangshan, Yangjian, a being of terrifying might. Why has a nation with merely a few hundred years of history managed to endure? This question perplexed Jingye, and he was not alone. Jin Xingu, Amir, and even high-ranking officials and commoners from other nations shared this confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Amir reminded them, their chosen player, Yi Feng, is the key to Huaxia's triumph. As long as this person remains, Huaxia cannot be extinguished. Indeed, and he is the only chosen player of Huaxia. Once he is dealt with, everything will fall into place. Jin Xinwu returned to his thoughts, speaking with a chilling tone. The rationale is clear to all, but the method? That is the crux of the matter. Jingye furrowed his brow and inquired. My contacts in Huaxia have gathered a wealth of intelligence. Many citizens hold a dual perspective regarding their chosen player. Amir chuckled. In this day and age, who lacks a few spies? Dual perspectives? What do you mean by that? Amir rhythmically tapped the table with his fingers. This Yi Feng is Huaxia's sole chosen player. His choices and actions directly affect the fate of the entire nation. Furthermore, this group does not fully trust Yi Feng, so we can exploit these sentiments to create unfavorable public opinion against him in Huaxia. At that point, Huaxia will crumble without a fight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye and Jin Xinwu's eyes lit up. This indeed is a commendable strategy. Public sentiment often wields greater power than swords. Ha ha. General Almi is truly extraordinary. Xingu expressed his admiration. The conference room was filled with sinister laughter, sending shivers down the spine. Unbeknownst to Huaxia, they were unaware of the schemes unfolding, as they were currently preparing for the third heavenly calamity. Third heavenly calamity. The thunder dragon of eternal tribulations is about to arrive. All deities of Huaxia must prepare. The system's voice echoed in the minds of every individual in Huaxia. An air of concern enveloped them. For the world of Huaxia's chosen ones was undergoing tumultuous changes. Above, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and serpentine figures, thick as snakes, appeared. Yet, these thunder serpents appeared rather peculiar. Their heads resembled that of cattle, horns like deer, eyes akin to shrimp, ears like elephants, necks like snakes, bellies like snakes, scales like fish, claws like phoenixes, and paws like tigers. While evoking trepidation, they also sparked immense curiosity. What manner of serpents are these? Do they lack ears? The system explicitly stated they are the thunder dragons of eternal tribulations, not mere snakes. The name Thunder Dragon of Eternal Tribulations is rather odd, is it not? It pales in comparison to the Western three-headed dragon. Their size appears even larger than that of a giant python, and with so many of them. Can our Erlang Shenyang Jian contend with them? This is indeed uncertain, and have you not noticed? The thunder dragons within the storm seem to be multiplying. It appears we cannot defeat them. How do we combat them? Will we fight until we are exhausted? Not only the netizens of Huaxia, but even Ning Jiangwo found himself puzzled. Old Zhao, what is this thunder dragon of eternal tribulations? Why does it resemble a snake yet is not one? And why does it possess horns? Zhao Qianren shook his head, his expression one of astonishment. This is the first time I have heard of and seen such a thing. I know of the Western dragons, which possess enormous wings and resemble colossal demons. Yet I have never heard of dragons existing in Huaxia. Could it be that this thunder dragon of eternal tribulations is indeed a dragon of Huaxia? Ning Jiangwo asked with a hint of anticipation. This time, Zhao Qianren fell silent for a while, perhaps only by asking Yi Feng can we obtain an answer. It seems that is the only course, once Yi Feng's challenge concludes. We shall seek his counsel. Such potent electrical energy surely heralds a formidable battle awaiting Yi Feng. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen ones, the thunder dragons continued to manifest, their numbers swelling, and the will of thunder grew ever stronger. Gazing skyward, Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. So, it is a thunder dragon. Intriguing. After muttering to himself, he could not suppress a cold chuckle. Yang Jian's confidence sent chills through many foreign netizens. What is there to fear from a Huaxia with mere centuries of history, when such a powerful deity stands with them? Why do I feel that this Erlang Shenyang Jian is far more fearsome than the thunder dragons of eternal tribulations above? Fortunately, our nation has not provoked Huaxia. Should we have, we might not even comprehend how our demise would occur. Challenge commences. As the system's voice faded, a thunder dragon plummeted from the tumultuous clouds above with blinding speed. Yet Yang Jian was swifter still, wielding his trident. He effortlessly dispersed the thunder dragon with a mere flick. This scene invigorated the anxious populace of Huaxia. By heavens, I thought it would be formidable. Yet, this is all there is? What a waste of worry. Yang Jian is indeed mightier than expected. Ha ha ha, the livestream's popularity surged, showcasing the power and grace of our Huaxia deities to the world. Witnessing the demise of his thunder offspring at Yang Jian's hands, the storm clouds hesitated momentarily. Soon, they began to tremble violently, akin to an enraged mass. New thunder dragons descended incessantly. The count escalated from 1 to 10, and before long, it surged to 100. Yang Jian wielded his trident like a golden cudgel, spinning it like a rapidly rotating fan blade. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. One thunder dragon descended while another struck, engaging in an aerial duel. To the unknowing observer, it appeared as though these two were merely playing a game. Chapter 44. Divine Dragon. Oh my goodness. This third heavenly tribulation challenge is truly peculiar, isn't it? Is it merely a test of endurance? Look, everyone, behold the artifact in the hands of the great Yang Jian. It seems to shine even brighter than before. Could it be that he is refining his weapon once more? I knew it. How could the great Yang Jian be so bored? It turns out he is feasting upon the thunderclouds. Ha ha ha. In stark contrast to the jubilant Chinese netizens, international viewers were left utterly speechless at this scene. Do not be fooled by the ease with which Yang Jian dispatches the thunder. They had just come from other countries' live streams. In one of those nations, a deity was struck nearly lifeless while attempting to counter a descending thunder dragon. It is worth noting that this deity had previously withstood the first two heavenly tribulations. But why, then, did they falter during the third? Meanwhile, Yang Jian appears to be playing a game, effortlessly dodging the attacks. With this divine trial as a benchmark, other nations still engaged in their challenges collectively decided to withdraw. After all, if a single thunder dragon could obliterate a deity, and the thunderclouds above seemed inexhaustible, what hope did they have? They were here to challenge fate, not to court death. As they all abandoned their quests, these netizens flocked to the Chinese live stream, thus witnessing the astonishing spectacle that unfolded. The thunderclouds overhead appeared increasingly depleted, both in number and in speed. The once mighty clouds, which had vanquished countless deities, found themselves bested in this humble divine selection world, losing all dignity. In contrast, Yang Jian's initial excitement waned into disdain. Ultimately, he called out to the thunderclouds above, "Hey, are you even trying? If you're not up to it, just roll out of here, so I don't have to get my hands dirty." His words not only bewildered the thunderclouds but also left the other viewers in the live stream with perplexed expressions. Men should not falter. Come on, thunderclouds. You are the best. I wager you can last no more than 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. The thundercloud seemed to mutter a silent curse, contemplating the audacity of Yang Jian. As expected, after being provoked by him, the thunderclouds retaliated with all their might, launching a thunder dragon attack at Yang Jian. However, as they continued, their form began to diminish, akin to a deflating balloon. Eventually, the once massive cloud shrank from hundreds of miles to mere several miles, ceasing to unleash their thunderous will. After a prolonged pause, not a single thunder dragon could be summoned. Unbeknownst to onlookers, they could easily mistake these clouds for harmless fluff. Observing the cloud's diminished energy, Yang Jian decided not to waste any more time. He twirled his trident-bladed knife, preparing to bring the thunderclouds crashing down, infused with boundless thunderous intent. The weapon radiated a brilliant blue light. Sensing the imminent threat, the thunderclouds hastily retreated without a backward glance. "Oh, you wish to flee?" Yang Jian scoffed. He then hurled his trident knife skyward, its speed rivaling that of the earlier thunder dragon. A swift flash of blue light pierced through the fleeing clouds, which soon dissipated into nothingness. After a lifetime of wielding thunder, they were ultimately undone by their own power. How tragic. At this moment, everyone in the live stream was left in a state of shock, particularly the international viewers who rarely tuned into the Chinese broadcasts. Their wide eyes reflected confusion. Is this how deities from China approached the divine selection games? They were astounded. If this surprises you, you should have witnessed Sun Wukong tearing apart the three-headed demon dragon. That was even more absurd. Tearing apart a three-headed demon dragon? Surely, you jest. I was otherwise occupied and missed that live stream. Could someone please explain? I was present, but how do I convey it? Have you ever eaten shredded squid? It was something akin to that. This is beyond comprehension. This is not a challenge of the divine selection game. It is evidently a challenge for the divine selection games against the Chinese deities. These foreigners struggled to grasp how a country with a history spanning hundreds of years could summon such formidable deities. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated throughout the continent. China's third heavenly tribulation, 10,000 calamities thunder dragon, challenge successful. Will you continue to the fourth heavenly tribulation? Feng glanced at Yang Jian, who was still refining his weapon, and promptly chose to proceed with the challenge. The fourth heavenly tribulation will arrive in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves. Upon seeing Feng's unilateral decision to continue, many officials and experts voiced their concerns. General Ning. This third round of the divine selection game is undoubtedly similar to the first. The fourth heavenly tribulation will undoubtedly be exponentially more formidable. Indeed, while Yang Jian is powerful, he may not necessarily succeed as Sun Wukong did. He could just as easily falter. I do not question Yang Jian's strength, but Feng persistently acts unilaterally without consultation. How can this be acceptable? He carries the fate of our entire China on his shoulders. The subsequent divine selection challenges will only grow more arduous. We must proceed with caution. Moreover, his actions have drawn the ire of 3 mythological superpowers, which is highly disadvantageous for us. We should act prudently. Feng is merely a young man in his 20s, prone to impulsiveness due to his inexperience. I propose we establish clear boundaries with Feng. We cannot allow him to act recklessly, lest we find ourselves unable to answer to the millions of citizens of China. As gratitude faded, rationality and prejudice began to take hold. Observing the heated discussions among the crowd, Ning Jiangwo furrowed his brow. Although he understood the validity of their concerns, something felt amiss. Bang! Bang! Zhao Chongren struck the conference table, declaring, "We shall address this matter later. Let us focus on the challenge at hand." At that moment, the challenge was about to commence, and the assembly exchanged glances, falling silent. In the Chinese divine selection world, fourth heavenly tribulation, divine dragon, is about to descend. Chinese deities, please prepare yourselves. Note, this is not a drill. Brace yourselves for the inevitability of death, or you will come to understand the true meaning of despair. No sooner had the words been spoken than a deafening explosion echoed from the overcast sky. A colossal wave of white energy swept across the entire divine selection world, causing the earth to tremble as if it had been thrust into an infernal realm. Witnessing this scene, Feng's brow furrowed deeply. This was the first instance of a monster capable of altering the very terrain of the divine selection world. The indiscriminate assault of the white energy wave included Feng himself. Chapter 45, The White Dragon Horse Ao Lie Far Away. Yang Jian hastily cast a spell and instantly appeared beside Feng. Grasping his 3-pronged, double-edged blade, he thrust it fiercely into the ground ahead. Boom! The rapidly approaching wave of energy was cleaved in two by the blade, expanding outward. Feng was well protected in the center, shielded from the impact. As the smoke and energy dissipated, the once recognizable world transformed into a desolate landscape. The earth lay in ruins, the ground torn up into hundreds of meters deep craters. Apart from the supply station beneath their feet and behind them, there was not a single patch of intact land to be found. Is it truly this formidable? Surveying the devastated surroundings, Feng was astonished for the first time. They had yet to even glimpse their opponent, yet devastation had already struck. What kind of being could possess such power? Was it the dragon from the 7 Dragon Balls, or the dragon from Chinese mythology? Feng was uncertain. However, he felt a measure of reassurance, for regardless of the identity of this divine creature, Yang Jian's strength was more than sufficient to handle it. As for the destruction of the divine selection world, it was likely connected to the prior alert from the system, which had mentioned a reorganization of the divine selection world. Meanwhile, the livestream audience was in a frenzy. What on earth is this? It can even destroy the terrain of the divine selection world? This is absurd. It's over. Without even seeing what the opponent looks like, we've already been reduced to this state. If only I had known, I wouldn't have continued the challenge. Yang Jian, you must persevere. The fate of China rests upon your shoulders. This is madness. Even if Sun Wukong and Nezha appeared, they wouldn't stand a chance against such power. Alas, it seems that China has bitten off more than it can chew this time. A little humility and caution go a long way. It appears that China is destined to stumble into ruin. Yet, to perish at the hands of such a mighty deity would indeed be an honor. It's all this Feng's fault. His overconfidence is boundless. Winning a couple of games has made him forget his place. Time and again. He leads us into danger. He is a calamity. His demise would be inconsequential, yet I refuse to pay the price for his recklessness. Why aren't our officials intervening? The live stream soon overflowed with voices cursing Feng. At this moment, Ning Zhengwo was in a state of acute distress. Having witnessed the downfall of Sun Wukong, he had hoped that Yang Jian could perform a miracle as well, yet he never anticipated the opponent would be this overwhelmingly powerful. It was akin to challenging an aircraft carrier with nothing but a wooden stick. There is no way that could succeed. Damn it. I warned against allowing him to continue challenging. His ignorance and arrogance have led us to this predicament. Such a person does not deserve to be one of our divine selection players. Does he think that a smattering of knowledge about mythology makes him a savior? What a farce. Ning Zhengwo and Zhao Chongren wore expressions of despair, their silence a testament to the gravity of the situation. They held on to a slim hope for a miracle. While some rejoiced, others lamented. The misfortune of China was a source of amusement for some, particularly for Sijin, Takashi Kaneshiro, and Amir. Haha, it seems we won't even need to intervene. China will be undone by their own divine selection player. Sijin, you must be feeling vindicated now. Amir chuckled. Haha, I'm not the only one reveling in this, right? Just moments ago, General Kaneshiro was laughing even harder than I was. This Feng is simply too young, believing that the divine being he summoned can challenge the authority of the system? How naive. In the divine selection world of China. As the smoke cleared, an enormous white dragon appeared in the sky. Its size nearly occupied half the horizon. Feng and Yang Jian together were not even as large as a single scale of the creature. The overwhelming pressure it exuded was beyond words. Upon witnessing the true form of the dragon, the audience in the live stream was once again left in awe. This is the dragon? It's so immense. Surely, I cannot be dreaming? With a mere breath, it could obliterate my entire city. It's over. This is truly the end. No one, upon witnessing such a colossal and divine entity, could muster the will to fight, unless they were utterly deranged. I am the Bodhisattva of the eightfold heaven dragon. Who are you mortals? Why have I been summoned here? The voice of the white dragon resonated across the continent, ringing painfully in the ears of those who heard it. Notably, it spoke without opening its mouth, as if conveying its thoughts directly. Yet, to Yang Jian and Feng, laughter erupted, a curious amusement lighting their faces. For the white dragon before them was none other than the steed of Tangsing, the white dragon horse, the third prince of the Dragon King, Aolai. This certainty stemmed from the distinctive traits of the white dragon, unique to China. Furthermore, its self-identification as the Bodhisattva of the eightfold heaven dragon was precisely the title conferred upon the white dragon horse after the journey to the west. Aolai, feeling slighted by their dismissive demeanor, could not suppress his anger. You mere mortals, how dare you gaze upon me? Hearing the term mortals, Yang Jian burst into hearty laughter. Aolai's brow furrowed deeper, his fury intensifying. If you mortals continue to be disrespectful, I shall slay you. Humph. Yang Jian, breaking from his usual demeanor, coldly replied, Open your eyes wide and behold who stands before you. At this juncture, many in China held their breath, anxious for Yang Jian's bold provocation of the divine dragon. Some even suggested Yang Jian was merely grasping at straws to seek comfort in his bravado. Even Zhao Changren, typically reticent, shook his head in disappointment. How far China has come, only to jeopardize its future through hubris. In the divine selection world of China, how dare you? Ao Lai was irate. It was one thing to be inexplicably summoned here, but to be insulted by these mortals was intolerable. As a divine dragon and bodhisattva, he would not permit his dignity to be trampled. He opened his mouth wide, summoning a massive sphere of blue energy, which he hurled toward the ground at Yang Jian. Intent Chapter 46, Distrust in the live broadcast room. Many participants were delighted by the unfolding events. Some even began to speculate on the potential demise of Huaxia. Would it vanish entirely, or would its nation and civilization be erased? Their confidence stemmed from the belief that, in the face of overwhelming power, no one could imagine Huaxian during this crisis. Even the locals of Huaxia were engulfed in despair and desolation. At that moment, a colossal white energy sphere loomed ominously, poised to engulf Yang Jian. Yet, in the next instant, Yang Jian sprang into action, rapidly gesturing with his hands before pointing skyward and declaring, "Break." As his words resonated, a golden beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing the white energy sphere. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly, powerful shockwaves radiating outward, once again ravaging the earth. Feng and the supply team, positioned behind Yang Jian, narrowly escaped disaster. What? He actually withstood it? How is this possible? This is a divine dragon, an existence capable of annihilating worlds. Incredible! Could it be that the second son of heaven, Yang Jian, is merely pretending to be weak? If even such a formidable divine dragon cannot best him, how powerful must he be? He merely withstood a single strike. What is there to celebrate? The real spectacle lies ahead. I am eager to witness how your divine Yang Jian will be trampled. To be fair, withstanding a divine strike and scathe indeed marks Yang Jian as formidable. However, defeating a divine dragon seems nearly impossible, unless the sun rises in the west. Although Yang Jian's performance was astonishing, the majority of viewers in the live broadcast room remained skeptical of him. This skepticism mainly stemmed from the overwhelming sense of oppression exuded by the divine dragon. Its vast form instilled fear, rendering Yang Jian insignificant in comparison, akin to mere dust. The disparity in strength was glaringly obvious. Above in the skies, Ao Lai observed in astonishment as his energy sphere was extinguished by the human before him. However, he did not dwell on it, for he had yet to unleash his true power. The previous display was merely a test. Mortal, you possess strength, yet I am stronger. If you wish to live, bow before me and serve me as your true lord, and I shall spare your life. Ao Lai refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to offer Yang Jian an opportunity. Having faced setbacks during his quest for the scriptures and bearing the esteemed title of Bodhisattva, Ao Lai's disposition had matured. He was no longer as reckless as before. With a practitioner of Yang Jian's caliber, he was willing to extend an invitation to become his follower. To the people of Huaxia, this proposition sounded like heavenly music. Wonderful. If Yang Jian agrees, Huaxia will be saved. They exclaimed. Indeed, and through Yang Jian, we might also become followers of the divine dragon, summoning him in future sacred trials to aid Huaxia. It seemed Yang Jian was indeed powerful. For such an opportunity was rare. Why does Huaxia always seem to stumble upon good fortune? This is unfair, they lamented. To serve the divine dragon as our lord, such a splendid opportunity, and yet our deity hesitates? Does he truly believe he can defeat the divine dragon? What arrogance! At this moment, Yang Jian regarded Ao Lai with a cold smile. His demeanor could not be described as disrespectful. Rather, he simply appeared to hold Ao Lai in utter contempt. After all, Ao Lai was merely a minor deity, and despite his esteemed title as Bodhisattva, his status was relatively lowly. To Yang Jian, he was insignificant. Seeing Yang Jian dismiss the divine dragon's words and continue on his own path left the upper echelon of Huaxia in a state of distress. They hastily contacted Yifeng, eager to seize this golden opportunity. Upon receiving the connection alert, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing their concern for his safety, and thus he accepted the video call. As the call connected, an elderly expert in the conference room spoke sternly. Yifeng, quickly persuade Yang Jian to acquiesce. Do not provoke the divine dragon further. Otherwise, you will become a traitor to Huaxia. Hearing this, Yifeng furrowed his brow, about to respond when he was preempted by Ning Zhangwo. Silence. Ning Zhangwo shot a glare at the mid-aged expert. Aware of his misstep, the expert promptly lowered his head, refraining from further comment. Ning Jiangwo was already brimming with frustration, and to have someone disrupt at such a critical moment was infuriating. The other officials and scholars recognized the tension and wisely remained silent, avoiding aggravating Ning Jiangwo. Then, Ning Jiangwo turned to Yi Feng, speaking amiably. Yi Feng, please disregard that. He is merely anxious. Yi Feng could overlook the others, but Ning Jiangwo was known for his integrity and amiable demeanor. Thus, Yi Feng waved his hand, responding politely, no offense taken, General Ning. But is there something important you wish to discuss with me? Seeing Yi Feng feign ignorance, Ning Jiangwo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although he claimed no offense was taken, was he not clearly upset? Yi Feng, can you persuade the second son of heaven, Yang Jian, to comply with the divine dragon's request? Ning Jiangwo asked tactfully, considering Yang Jian's dignity. After all, Yang Jian was indeed a major deity. Being overly direct could provoke him, leading to dire consequences. Mortal, my patience has its limits. At that moment, the deep voice of the divine dragon resounded once more, unmistakably revealing his growing impatience. He interrupted the conversation between Yi Feng and Ning Jiangwo. Yang Jian sneered disdainfully. Do I dare agree? Do you dare acknowledge it? Ha ha ha, what could I possibly fear? The divine dragon was not angered by Yang Jian's insolence. However, one could sense his disdain for Yang Jian's audacity. A mere mortal with some cultivation dared to question his courage? Was this not absurd? Is that so? Yang Jian grasped the three-pointed two-edged sword embedded in the ground, drawing it forth as lightning crackled around him. I fear you may not withstand my divine essence, he proclaimed. Divine? Ao Lai's expression shifted in disbelief as he fixated on Yang Jian and the blindingly radiant artifact in his hand. In his recollection, he had never encountered such a deity. Although the laws governing this realm were peculiar, he was certain that the aura here was unmistakably mortal. Long before, the heavenly realm had established regulations. Without the edict of the Queen Mother of the West, deities were forbidden from descending to the mortal realm, lest they face severe punishment. Thus, how could this practitioner before him possibly be a god? His sense of being deceived ignited a furious ire within him. Chapter 47, The Wrath of the Gods. Ao Lai scoffed disdainfully, declaring, a mere practitioner dares to claim divinity, unaware of their own mortality. Yang Jian, no longer holding back, pointed his blade at Ao Lai and coldly retorted, you are welcome to try. Instantly, the atmosphere around them became taut with tension. Meanwhile, Ning Jiangwo was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Yi Feng, think of a way to stop them. Even Zhao Chaoren could no longer remain seated. If these two truly engaged in combat, irrespective of the outcome, the first casualty would undoubtedly be Yi Feng. He did not believe that Yang Jian would protect Yi Feng amidst the chaos of battle. In the past, he might have relied on supply stations for protection, but now, with the ground itself crumbling, how could the supply stations withstand the wrath of the divine dragon? Yi Feng, do not hesitate any longer, otherwise, Huaxia will truly be doomed. Ning Jiangwo urged urgently. Who said Huaxia is doomed? Yi Feng replied with a smile. Upon seeing the familiar smile on Yi Feng's face, Ning Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. His mind raced, as if a realization was dawning upon him. Just as he was about to speak, he closed his mouth instead, discreetly glancing around, committing the expressions of those present to memory. He then chose silence. Yi Feng's reaction also elicited laughter from many foreign netizens. Such audacious confidence. Utterly ridiculous. Haha. This is hilarious. While one may survive divine retribution, self-inflicted calamity leads to ruin. The chosen players of Huaxia are truly naive. Initially, one would expect that the Huaxia chosen player, having won the championship of the divine selection games twice, would be a wise and composed individual, possessing both courage and cunning. Yet, it seemed that the Huaxia chosen players were nothing extraordinary. In fact, they appeared less perceptive than my 4-year-old son, utterly inept. Poor Huaxia. To have encountered such a fool as their chosen player, one must ponder whether it is Huaxia's misfortune or tragedy. But what if the divine Yang Jian truly defeats the divine dragon? Ha ha ha. I for one do not believe it. The bullet comments in the Huaxia live stream were completely dominated by foreign netizens, while the people of Huaxia remained collectively silent. Only a few voices could still be heard, and most were scolding Yi Feng. Yi Feng, this is not the time for jest. If Yang Jian loses, you and Huaxia will perish. Some officials began to plead earnestly. Even the middle-aged expert who had just been chastised by Ning Jiangwo began to indignantly reproach Yi Feng. If you perish, Huaxia will follow you into ruin. Over 1 billion sons and daughters of Huaxia. Are you certain you can bear this responsibility? Soon after, another scholar pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Feng, exclaiming, Yi Feng, Do not let your ignorance and folly bring calamity upon the millions of us in Huaxia. Are you so self-righteous and blind that you would demand our destruction? These individuals continued to stoke the flames of dissent, while Ning Zhangwo chose to observe passively. Witnessing the selfish faces of these people, Yifeng felt a chill for the first time. If their disbelief stemmed from insecurity, he could understand that. Yet, these individuals clearly did not trust themselves. Despite his repeated efforts for the benefit of Huaxia, he was met with such treatment. If they did not believe in themselves, how would the rest of the people of Huaxia perceive him? Disappointment, heartache. He looked at the crowd and coldly stated, "A burden? Where were you when I risked my life for Huaxia? Where were you when I secured 2 victories for Huaxia? Without me, Huaxia would have long been devoured by foreign nations, or worse, eliminated. You reap the benefits of my efforts while simultaneously degrading my character. If that is the case, then we have nothing more to discuss." With that, Yifeng abruptly severed the video connection. Their conversation, broadcasted live, reverberated across the globe. Observing the rift between Yifeng and the Huaxia officials, far off in another country, Zhengyi, Jin Xingwu, and Emir were elated. Ha! I did not expect our scheme would yield results so swiftly. It appears that Huaxia no longer poses a threat to us. Indeed, General Jin Xingwu speaks true. We owe much to General Emir's clever stratagem. Had it not been for his agents sowing discord and intensifying the conflict, this matter would not have progressed so swiftly. Yet, I am curious, how did General Emir persuade those Huaxia experts? Zhang Yi inquired, for without Huaxia, those individuals would meet their own demise. Their actions seemed illogical. Hearing Zheng Ye's question, Emir burst into laughter. Ah, Zheng Yi, it is quite simple. Many scholars and experts from Huaxia secretly joined my nation after the divine selection games began, holding dual citizenship. Dual citizenship? But isn't Huaxia opposed to that? Jin Xinbu asked. Intrigued. What does it matter if Huaxia disapproves? My nation recognizes it, and they have secretly sent their families into my country's borders. Thus, even if they wished to retract their allegiance, they could not. Moreover, the people of Huaxia will not be able to uncover the true identities of these individuals anytime soon. Emir explained with a smile. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. No wonder you are a general of my nation, Emir, Zhang Yi praised, with Jin Xingwu echoing his admiration. At that moment, the three of them erupted into hearty laughter. Simultaneously, the discord between Yifeng and the Huaxia officials left the sentiments of the Huaxia populace deeply conflicted. On one hand, Yifeng had indeed led Huaxia to victory twice, bringing immense benefits to its people. Yet, on the other hand, Yifeng's actions were reckless, his confidence excessive. Like a bandit licking blood from a blade, he perpetually walked a perilous line. The bullet comments in the live stream continued to overflow with negativity. In the realm of divine selection, Ao Lai had assumed Yang Jian would cherish this opportunity, yet he was utterly unprepared for Yang Jian's blatant provocation. This enraged Ao Lai beyond measure. The wrath of the gods is unstoppable. Prepare to face my judgment. With that, Ao Lai ceased his prattling and opened his colossal maw once more, determined to shatter Yang Jian into oblivion. You dare challenge the dignity of the divine? Then prepare to embrace the despair of death. Such needless chatter. Yang Jian scoffed disdainfully. With that, he swiftly rotated his right hand, gripping the three-pronged blade, channeling a formidable surge of power into the artifact. The once azure weapon gradually transformed, replaced by a radiant golden light. The aura emanating from the artifact had intensified by more than tenfold compared to before. The previously dark and gloomy sky was now illuminated by blinding golden brilliance. This spectacle astonished all present, even Ao Lai above, who was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to cast his spell. Chapter 48. A single strike decisively slays Slash. Yang Jin commanded. And the three-pronged, double-edged blade in his hand shot forth, transforming instantaneously into a golden dragon, though its form was not as imposing as Ao Lai's. The aura it emanated surpassed Ao Lai's, fierce and unwavering. How is this possible? Ao Lai's expression shifted dramatically. How could a mere practitioner from the human realm possess such overwhelming divine power? Even he was eclipsed by it. This was more fantastical than a tale spun from dreams. Ao Lai contemplated begging for mercy and negotiating, yet the sands of time afforded him no such luxury. With the three-pronged blade locked onto him, escape was a futile endeavor. He was left with no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow or face certain demise. Dragon Scale Shield, Ao Lai bellowed. And the white scales upon his body shimmered with a layer of golden Buddhist light, presenting an image of sanctity. Yet, When juxtaposed with the golden dragon conjured by the three-pronged blade, this divine illumination seemed rather trivial. Boom! The golden dragon, swift as lightning, struck Aolai, sending his massive form hurtling through the sky. He expelled a torrent of dragon blood from his gaping maw, gradually descending through the clouds. The white scales adorning his body shed in droves, leaving him in a woeful state. In a mere instant, Yang Jian had effortlessly vanquished such a formidable foe. This spectacle left all witnesses agape, their expressions frozen in astonishment. At that moment, even the barrage of comments fell silent. In the conference room, Ning Jiangwo and his compatriots shared the same incredulity, particularly the experts and scholars who had deliberately provoked Feng, their faces resembling that of someone who had just tasted something bitter. Ning Jiangwo silently noted the expressions of the crowd, aware that he alone was not as taken aback, having anticipated this outcome due to Feng's characteristic smile that imbued him with confidence. Yet, astonishment was not absent, after all. This golden dragon was the most formidable adversary encountered thus far, but it fell to Yang Jian's single strike. It was akin to a school bully being easily knocked out by a seemingly insignificant classmate. How could this not seem outrageous? Simultaneously, Seiji and his companions were experiencing profound discomfort, their faces contorted in a way that suggested they had suffered a great personal loss. How could Yang Jian from China be so powerful? This defies logic. They must be cheating. Seiji's incredulous thoughts were echoed by Jin Xingwu and Amir. The might of the dragon was evident to all. Such a powerful creature could only be matched by the mightiest deities of their own nations. Yet, a relatively obscure deity like Yang Jian had dispatched the dragon with a single blow? It was as if the sun had risen in the west, utterly absurd. No calculation could have foretold that a Chinese deity would employ such underhanded tactics. It was infuriating. Were they to allow China to emerge as the ultimate victor in this third round of divine selection? Death would be preferable. Jin Xingwu's heart brimmed with resentment. The chosen player from his own nation had nearly led them to the bottom of the rankings, while China snatched victory. This was more painful than betrayal by a spouse. Do not be disheartened, my fellow generals, Amir cautioned, his expression somber. While this victory for China is significant, let us not forget that their internal conflicts with their chosen players are beginning to surface. Indeed, Amir's words jolted the two from their dismay, converting their anger into optimism. If we adeptly exploit public opinion, China shall crumble from within. Precisely. Without the support of the Chinese populace, I am eager to see how Feng maintains his arrogance. Seeing their spirits rejuvenated, Amir felt relief, not wishing to lose two allies before the battle even commenced. He then chuckled, a talent like Feng, a chosen player from China, is undoubtedly proud. How could he swallow the insults and misunderstandings he faces? Shifting his tone, Amir continued, however, my nation alone may lack the strength to contend. Both of you must join forces. Now that the three nations stood united, they understood the principle of shared fortune and shared misfortune. Seiji and Jin Xingwu both pledged their commitment to the cause. Rest assured, General Amir, we shall exert our utmost effort to send China to its demise. Indeed, as long as China endures, my Sakura nation shall not find peace. The conference room echoed with sinister and conspiratorial laughter, sending chills down the spines of those present. In the world of the divine selection in China, after Aolai was struck by the golden dragon, the creature sought to pursue its advantage and fulfill Yang Jian's command to slay him. However, as it prepared to strike again, Yang Jian summoned it back, reverting it to its original form, the three-pronged blade. Suddenly, a thunderous spark pierced the air, capturing Feng's attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the celestial hound had returned. Its rapid sprint indicated that it sensed something amiss and hurried back to protect its master. Yet, upon spotting the battered Aolai, the hound altered its course, rushing towards the descending dragon's form as if retrieving an object tossed by its master. As it ran, the hound cast spells, its size expanding rapidly until it reached an impressive 100 meters. This display astonished many, particularly those from Country H, though their hearts were more filled with rage. Aolai's massive dragon form, injured and diminishing, transformed into a humanoid figure resembling a man in his 20s, with the sole distinction of horns adorning his head. The transformation from a colossal dragon to a human left countless spectators in shock. A dragon morphing into a human? Could he truly be a divine being? Yet, such a phenomenon had never been heard of before. Goodness, has the divine selection game begun summoning deities as bosses? How can we continue to play? Even such a powerful entity was no match for the divine power of Yang Jian. Was this not a testament to Yang Jian's terrifying prowess? Truly, China had struck an astonishing stroke of luck in summoning such a mighty deity to fight for them. With each powerful deity summoned, the odds diminished. If this continued, how could they possibly compete? To cheat is one thing, but to have a deity like Yang Jian was a different matter altogether. The live stream was rife with mindless criticism, predominantly from foreign viewers. In the realm of the divine selection in China, the now enlarged celestial hound quickly located the injured Ao Lai. At that moment, Ao Lai was a pitiful sight, covered in wounds, blood staining his scales where they had been torn asunder. Healing such grievous injuries would take decades of care and recovery. Chapter 49. The appearance of the giant howling celestial dog startled Ao Lai. Due to his severe injuries and diminished cultivation, he was in no condition to contend with the howling celestial dog. Moreover, the aura emanating from the creature was formidable, even in his prime. Defeating the howling celestial dog would not have been an easy feat. The howling celestial dog opened its massive maw and engulfed Ao Lai. As Ao Lai prepared to cast a spell in resistance, he noticed that the howling celestial dog meant him no harm, prompting him to suppress the urge to retaliate. After all, if a confrontation were to ensue, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. With Ao Lai in its mouth, the howling celestial dog dashed toward the direction of Yang Jian. Although the ground lay in ruins, it did not impede the creature's speed. Soon, the howling celestial dog arrived before Yang Jian and spat out the saliva-drenched Ao Lai. Upon seeing the light of day again, Ao Lai was overwhelmed with emotion, but his expression shifted drastically when he beheld Yang Jian towering over him. Looking down with an imposing gaze, far more daunting than his cousins who had been stripped of their dragon tendons. Daring not to dwell on his thoughts, he hastily prostrated himself, exclaiming, "This humble deity acknowledges his error. I implore the great deity to spare my life. My father is the Dragon King Ao Run of the West Sea, and he shall be immensely grateful." While ostensibly pleading for mercy, he was, in fact, issuing a veiled threat, implying that if Yang Jian dared to slay him, his father would not let it go unpunished. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian could not help but chuckle coldly. "Even your father, Ao Run, would respectfully address me as a deity. Do you truly believe he can intimidate me?" This statement struck Ao Lai like a bolt from the blue, awakening him to the gravity of his situation. He quickly raised his head, and upon recognizing Yang Jian's visage, he found himself momentarily stunned. Though a thought began to form, he remained uncertain. He then turned to glance at the howling celestial dog, whose distinctive features made it easy to identify. How? The howling celestial dog? Ao Lai knelt there, utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that the creature that had just carried him was indeed the howling celestial dog. If that were the case, then the figure before him was none other than the deity Yang Jian. With this realization, he felt as if struck by lightning, and his gaze shifted back to Yang Jian, now filled with regret and fear. He nearly slapped himself in disbelief for failing to recognize Yang Jian and for having acted so arrogantly in his presence, addressing him with such presumption. It was as if he were dancing before the great Guangong, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Not daring to ponder further, he repeatedly bowed his head to Yang Jian, tears and snot flowing as he begged for mercy. "Great deity Yang Jian, this humble deity Ao Lai has eyes but cannot see the mountain. I beseech you to overlook my transgressions and not hold my humble self against me." Despite Ao Lai's exalted status as a bodhisattva, he was inwardly terrified of Yang Jian. Not only he, but few in the heavenly realm were unafraid of Yang Jian. Moreover, should Yang Jian's wrath be provoked, he would not hesitate to kill. In the past, Yang Jian had slain 8 sons of the Jade Emperor, the Golden Crows, in retaliation for the death of his mother, Yao Ji. When compared to the Golden Crows, who could possess such nobility? Who would not fear such a deity of slaughter? Had it not been for subsequent negotiations, the havoc wreaked in the heavenly palace would have been solely attributed to son Wukong. Even now, should Ao Lai be slain by Yang Jian, it was unlikely that the Dragon King Ao Run would seek vengeance. No, it would be more accurate to say he would not dare. Observing Ao Lai, who was reduced to tears by fear, Yang Jian felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, he had merely intended to frighten Ao Lai, harboring no intention to kill. For he was no longer the Yang Jian of yore. "Very well, in consideration of your senior brother son Wukong, I shall spare your life this time," Yang Jian declared sternly. Yes, I am eternally grateful for the mercy of the great deity Yang Jian. I shall remember this kindness forever." Ao Lai bowed repeatedly. This dramatic scene astonished the viewers in the live stream, leaving them questioning their own perceptions. "What? He just knelt?" they exclaimed. "Dragon, where is your majesty? Where is your temper? Where is your dignity?" "I'm in disbelief. I initially thought this celestial dragon, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, was invincible. But here he is, defeated in an instant by Yang Jian, and now he is begging for mercy with tears and snot, devoid of any backbone. Is this truly a disciple of Sun Wukong? Goodness! How could such a powerful dragon bow to the deity Yang Jian of Huaxia? And he is even a disciple of Sun Wukong? What does this imply about their strength? I see now why Yang Jian and Yi Feng are so unperturbed. It's because they are familiar with one another. Many mused. I initially thought this mighty dragon hailed from Western mythology, only to discover he is also a deity of Huaxia. What an eye-opener. Why is this dragon all show and no substance? He is so large yet utterly useless. Why would the system summon the Huaxia dragon as a boss? Given their current state, it feels as if this is all a performance. I can't help but wonder how the system came to select the Huaxia dragon as a boss. If it had chosen Western deities, Huaxia would have long been vanquished. The comments in the live stream were predominantly from international viewers, with many negative remarks. Meanwhile, the comments from Huaxia viewers had significantly diminished compared to before. Although they should have felt joy at Yi Feng's victory, their emotions had grown increasingly complex. It resembled a scenario where one bullies a classmate, only for that classmate to refrain from retaliating and instead offers you candy. You accept the candy, yet your attitude toward your classmate remains unchanged. As for Yi Feng, they were not engaged in bullying. Rather, they were choosing to distrust him due to the increasing volume of negative information about him circulating online. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the expressions of the attendees mirrored this complexity, particularly among the scholars and experts whom Ning Jiangwo had kept in mind. Their faces revealed no signs of joy. "Rise, I have a few questions to pose to you," Yang Jian said, his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor composed. Aolai rose and responded with flattery, "Great deity, please proceed. This humble deity shall leave nothing unsaid." Not far away, Yi Feng, noticing Yang Jian's intent to inquire, hastily approached, as he too had several questions in mind. Upon seeing Yi Feng draw near, Aolai promptly paid his respects. This humble deity greets the great deity. This unexpected deference left Yi Feng momentarily taken aback, wondering what kind of deity he was perceived to be. He merely intended to join the conversation, feeling somewhat at a loss regarding how to respond. In truth, Aolai's excessive courtesy could not be entirely blamed on him. It was largely a consequence of prior events. Conversely, Aolai harbored a slight grudge against Yi Feng, as the aura surrounding Yi Feng was undeniably that of an ordinary mortal, leading Aolai to mistakenly assume that Yang Jian was also a mortal. Chapter 50, Brotherhood with Yang Jian. Having learned from past experiences, Aolai, despite being certain that Yi Feng was merely a mortal, dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Perhaps Yi Feng was merely masquerading as an ordinary human. After all, some mischievous deities and immortals occasionally indulge in the peculiar habit of posing as mortals. Moreover, there exist formidable gods whose powers are so great that one cannot perceive their cultivation or aura. Yang Jian, just moments ago, exemplified such a being, which only fueled Aolai's belief that Yang Jian was indeed immortal. Even if we were to entertain the notion that Yang Jian was a mere mortal, how could one who accompanied him and behaved as an equal possibly be an ordinary person? It was plausible that he was merely deceiving himself, perhaps with the intention of delivering another beating. With this thought, Aolai lowered his head even further. As Yi Feng offered no response, Aolai maintained his submissive posture, which over time began to aggravate his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. Noticing this, Yi Feng promptly spoke in a friendly tone, "Little Dragon King, I am not a celestial being. I am simply an utterly ordinary mortal." Mortal? Upon hearing these words, Aolai straightened his back, his expression immediately turning grave. He thought to himself, why did you not say so earlier? How could a mere mortal dare to receive the worship of a deity? Surely, that would be courting death. However, Yi Feng's subsequent revelation nearly shattered his composure. "However, I am brothers with Sun Wukong and the third prince, the one who extracts your cousin's dragon tendons, Nezha. The divine being beside you, Yang Jian, is also part of this brotherhood." After saying this, Yi Feng winked at Yang Jian. Yang Jian could only manage a bitter smile, neither confirming nor denying the statement. To Aolai, this reaction was tantamount to an admission. To be on such familiar terms with his elder brother Sun Wukong, the one who pulls at his cousin's dragon tendons, and this fearsome Yang Jian, how could he be considered an ordinary person? He was undoubtedly more formidable than any deity. Yet, why did he feel the need to emphasize Nezha's prowess in extracting dragon tendons? Was it possible he intended to do the same to me? With this thought, Aolai recoiled slightly and responded with a face full of deference. "This divine being is overly modest. How did you come to know my elder brother? Aolai was confident that by invoking his elder brother's son Wukong, he would be safe from harm. Before Yifeng could respond, Yang Jian waved his hand to interrupt. Aolai, naturally, did not dare to oppose him and instead nodded eagerly. I shall heed the divine being's instructions. With that, Yang Jian fixed a serious gaze upon Aolai and inquired, How were you summoned here? Aolai furrowed his brow. Recalling his experience and shaking his head, this humble deity is not entirely sure. At the time, I was meditating in my cave when a sudden flash of white light startled me awake, and I found myself transported to this place. I sensed the aura here was of the human realm, yet the laws governing this space are exceedingly peculiar and vastly different from those of the human realm. Thus, I attempted to use my techniques to see if I could dismantle these laws. At this, Yifeng could not help but roll his eyes. The laws remain intact. But you've blown up my home. Startled, Aolai immediately offered compensation. I am willing to provide restitution. Nearby my cave is an excellent piece of feng shui land suitable for cultivation, which I would gladly offer unconditionally to the divine being. Enough. I am not one to be petty. Keep the feng shui land for yourself, Yifeng declared with a wave of his hand, exuding a sense of righteousness. Seeing Yifeng's generosity and refusal to take advantage of him, Aolai felt a genuine admiration swell within him. He thought, truly, this is a divine being. His perception of Yifeng shifted, and he felt a twinge of shame for his earlier suspicions. Such a good person could never have intentions to extract my dragon tendons. Little did Aolai know, it was not that Yifeng desired the feng shui land. He simply could not leave this place. Otherwise, Yifeng would demand 10 such lands. As for the thought of extracting dragon tendons, Yifeng had indeed considered it. A belt made from dragon tendons would undoubtedly be exceptionally durable and wear-resistant, far surpassing that of cowhide. Now, let us continue. Yang Jian interrupted once more. To what extent can you exert your powers here? Huh? Isn't at all? Aolai responded, somewhat puzzled. This time, even Yifeng was taken aback. Unsure of why Yang Jian posed such a question. Oh, Yang Jian furrowed his brow and explained after a moment. I can only exert less than 1,000th of my divine power. Now it was Aolai and Yifeng's turn to be astonished. The audience in the live stream was equally incredulous. Less than 1,000th? Surely, Yang Jian must be boasting, not merely boasting. But this was outright absurd. Less than 1,000th of his power could defeat such a formidable dragon? Who would believe that? It seems that even the deities of the Huaxia realm love to boast and show off, revealing a penchant for exaggeration that must be hereditary. In my view, they are merely performing for the system, utterly shameless. Yang Jian's claims were so outrageous that even some Huaxia individuals found them hard to believe, let alone foreigners. Zhao Lao, do you think what Erlang Yang Jian said is true? Ning Jiangwo could not help but ask Zhao Chongrun, who stood beside him. Curiosity evident in his voice. Zhao Chongrun, an expert in this field, although aware that Huaxia lacked the mythology of Yang Jian, could still make some educated guesses. It's hard to say, he replied, shaking his head. But one thing I can assert is that Yang Jian's true power is certainly beyond what we see before us. His statement was somewhat reasonable, yet it sounded as if he had said nothing at all. In the world of Huaxia's chosen ones, less than 1,000th? Are you certain? Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Jian nodded. The laws here are peculiar. They suppress my abilities. Then according to your reasoning, Sun Wukong and Nezha should have encountered the same issue. Yifeng interjected. Yet they have never mentioned this matter. It is quite normal not to mention it. For without a point of reference, one cannot make a comparison, Yang Jian explained. In certain special spaces, it is common for laws to suppress one's cultivation. Now I understand. Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. The reason Little Dragon King has not been subject to such suppression may be because he was summoned here to serve as a boss, thus exempting him from the law's constraints. Boss? What is that? Aolai inquired, intrigued. It means someone very powerful, Yifeng elucidated, nodding approvingly. This sentiment was akin to flattery, causing Aolai to feel slightly bashful. So, I am this formidable? I had a feeling that if anyone else came, they would probably struggle against even a single move from Yang Jian. Chapter 51. The conclusion of the third round of the divine selection game. As he spoke, Aolai proudly lifted his chin, his expression radiating a sense of triumph. It was indeed a rare sight to witness someone so elated after being struck. It left Yifeng somewhat concerned. Had Aolai's encounter with Yang Jian compromised his intellect? Surely not. Aolai's words indirectly acknowledged Yang Jian's formidable power. However, The viewers in the live stream continued their ridicule, with many asserting that this was merely a theatrical performance orchestrated by the deities of Huaxia, aimed at securing an effortless victory in the fourth heavenly calamity. Such anti-intellectual sentiments found a surprisingly large number of believers. The scene shifted back to the realm of Huaxia's divine selection. Yang Jian glanced at Ao Lai and spoke with a hint of disdain. Were it not for the peculiar laws governing this place, you would have long been pierced through by my divine artifact. This remark effectively ground Ao Lai's pride into the dirt, yet he found himself unable to respond with anger. How maddening. Rapidly, Ao Lai donned a smile, ingratiatingly stating, Lord Yang Jian, your divine prowess is unmatched. Even if I were to cultivate for 100,000 years, I would not dare to compare myself to you. Upon reflection, Ao Lai realized the truth in his words, and his gloom dissipated, replaced instead by joy. His bizarre reaction left Feng feeling embarrassed, recalling that during his readings of Journey to the West, he had never considered the white dragon horse to be such a lowly creature. Yang Jian, disinterested in engaging with Ao Lai's trivialities, turned his attention to Feng. His tone grave as he cautioned, Feng, the laws here are exceedingly strange. Even I cannot fathom them fully. You must exercise utmost caution moving forward. Though Feng had not known Yang Jian for long, he sensed the deity's integrity and kindness. More importantly, Yang Jian was reliable. Unlike the likes of Sun Wukong and Nezha, who often resorted to deceit, Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I appreciate your assistance. But the journey ahead is yours to navigate. The fate of Huaxia rests in your hands. With that, Yang Jian placed a reassuring hand on Feng's shoulder, their camaraderie resembling that of friends. This gesture touched Feng, who responded with sincerity, Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow Huaxia to perish. Good, then I shall take my leave. May your path be safe. Yang Jian smiled in response, then invoked a spell as a golden light enveloped the howling celestial dog and Ao Lai, lifting them skyward until they vanished from view. Observing the desolate landscape of the divine selection world, Feng felt a sudden emptiness within him. It was not solely due to Yang Jian's departure. It was also the solitude of being left alone. Moments later, a system notification reverberated across the globe. Huaxia challenges the fourth heavenly calamity, Divine Dragon, success. All challenges have been completed, currently ranking first. Rewards and penalties will be calculated shortly. Damn it, Huaxia has snagged first place again. This is infuriating. Many believed Huaxia had merely stumbled upon success, speculating that with their intense gameplay, they would soon be eliminated. Indeed. Moreover, they only have one divine selection player, so they can only lose once. Unlike us, we have multiple chances to fail. I am curious about one thing. How did this nation, with its mere few hundred years of history, accumulate such an abundance of myths and legends? It is utterly absurd. Where could they possibly come from? Clearly, they must have pilfered them. It is evident that our ancestors from Country H left their mythologies in Huaxia. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to summon these tales. Huaxia not only plays dirty but also delights in stealing others' myths. Even in victory, it is devoid of honor. The live stream was rife with negative commentary, and support for Feng was scarce. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among Huaxia's leadership was somber. General Ning, we can no longer allow Feng to act recklessly. Otherwise, Huaxia will inevitably suffer a grave loss. Indeed, it is imperative that we establish some ground rules with Feng. Yes, let us connect with Feng immediately. We must have him agree to conditions. I refuse to believe he would dare defy all of Huaxia. Several scholars and experts interjected, interrupting Ning Jiangwo's contemplation. He regarded them without response, instead turning to Zhao Chang'an beside him, inquiring, Elder Zhao, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhao Chang'an stroked his white beard, pondering for a moment before replying, there is merit in what they say. However, their attitude is unacceptable. Regardless, Feng is fighting for Huaxia, and we ought to show him respect. I concur, Ning Jiangwo immediately added. Very well, I shall have a serious discussion with Feng. Should he persist in his obstinacy, I shall no longer indulge him. Seeing Ning Jiangwo's seriousness, the scholars and experts fell silent. Meanwhile, the system issued a reward notification to every citizen of Huaxia. The rewards for Huaxia's tasks are as follows. 1. Each year, the probability of cultivating talented individuals will increase, currently set at 20. This will significantly enhance Huaxia's pool of cultivation talent. 2. Within Huaxia's territory, random locations known as Fortunate Source Forbidden Grounds will emerge, allowing Huaxia's practitioners to explore and receive substantial cultivation rewards. Note, the Fortunate Source Forbidden Grounds are exceedingly perilous, one must proceed with caution. Though these rewards may not be immediately visible, the wealth they promise is unfathomable. Just considering the first reward, an increase in the probability of cultivating talent. Huaxia boasts a population of 1 per billion. A mere 20 chance translates to 280 million potential cultivators. Nearly 300 million individuals becoming cultivation talents is an astounding figure, surpassing that of most nations. Before long, Huaxia is destined to ascend as a major power in cultivation, with 1 in every 5 individuals possessing cultivation talent. The thought alone is daunting. As for the second reward, it is even more advantageous. The Fortunate Source Forbidden Grounds are tailor-made for Huaxia's practitioners. With a stroke of luck, one might discover opportunities or treasures within. At that point, Huaxia's practitioners will exist on an entirely different level from those of other nations. These benefits are tangible and are attributed to the very Yifeng whom they had questioned. In an instant, the emotions of Huaxia's populace became exceedingly complex. They were no longer filled with the joy of victory, and scarcely anyone chose to celebrate. This peculiar atmosphere suggested that the triumph belonged not to Huaxia, but rather to outsiders. Having accomplished their tasks, the citizens were unaware of the consequences of failure. However, one truth remained clear: the last 5 nations would face obliteration. This marked the 3rd round of the divine selection game, resulting in the elimination of 15 nations. With only 201 nations on Blue Star, if the rules remain unchanged, the 40th round of selections will leave but a single nation. This does not even account for nations that may face extinction due to excessive casualties. The chilling implications of such outcomes only serve to heighten the dread. Chapter 52. Yifeng in the spotlight of public opinion. It is noteworthy that although the countries of A and H, as well as Sakura Nation, faced defeat, with deities perishing and traitors betraying, they experienced a stroke of luck. After successfully navigating the first heavenly tribulation, they garnered high scores, ranking prominently among their peers. Following the demise of their deities, a significant deduction of points ensued, yet their remaining scores conveniently exceeded those of the last few stragglers, thus sparing them from obliteration. Regrettably, during their ambush on Huaxia, numerous chosen players met their demise, resulting in widespread casualties among their citizens. Fortunately, their large population mitigated the catastrophe. Otherwise, they would have faced total annihilation. Among these nations, only H has a considerably smaller populace, despite having the least number of citizens. They also suffered the fewest losses among chosen players, creating a peculiar balance. The extensive casualties led to riots, and had their military not intervened, the death toll would have escalated even further. However, the citizens of the 3 nations attributed all blame and fault to Huaxia. Some extreme individuals even initiated a domestic witch hunt against the Huaxia populace, subjecting both immigrants and citizens alike to humiliation and violence as an outlet for their rage. Returning to the main narrative, a moment later, a system notification reverberated, this time addressing all surviving individuals across the globe. Attention, the chosen world will undergo restructuring. Following the restructuring, the difficulty of the chosen game will increase, and players from various nations are advised to prepare mentally. Note, the restructuring period is 7 days, during which players can rest assured. In the Huaxia chosen world, upon receiving the system notification, Yifeng exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he had not directly participated in combat, his mind had been in a constant state of tension, leaving him quite fatigued. Turning around, he beheld the humble thatched hut before him, surrounded by several hundred meters of deep pits. Yifeng felt a sense of helplessness. Thankfully, it had been destroyed. Otherwise, he would have had to sleep in a pit for the next 7 days. With this thought, a bitter smile escaped his lips. He pondered what the world would resemble post-restructuring, speculating whether they would restore the devastated areas. Lost in contemplation, Yifeng quietly entered the hut. Simultaneously, the live broadcast was abruptly cut off. In the chosen world, Yifeng did not squander his time, apart from dining and resting. He devoted all his hours to cultivating the Great Freedom Heart Sutra. Possessing extraordinary talent and surrounded by abundant spiritual energy, his cultivation progressed remarkably, changing significantly each day. His rapid advancement likely surpassed that of the 20% of talented cultivators. Conversely, in the realm of reality, a tempest brewed. An avalanche of criticism and skepticism regarding Yifeng emerged online, particularly on chaotic social media platforms such as V and various forums, where trending topics were inundated with vitriol directed at him. The titles of these posts were as follows: Is Yifeng a true hero or a false villain? Success and failure rest on Yifeng's shoulders, not seeking first place, just stability. Please, Yifeng. Restore peace to Huaxia. Our hero Yifeng will lead Huaxia to ruin. Arrogance can easily destroy a person. Yifeng could easily bring down Huaxia. The essence of these titles was readily apparent, even to those with limited literacy. The most liked comments echoed sentiments of outrage, accusing Yifeng of disregarding the plight of ordinary citizens, treating the struggle for national fortune as a mere game for himself, ignoring the guidance of the authorities. He acted as he pleased, and many declared that Huaxia did not need such a chosen player. While Yifeng had indeed led Huaxia to victory in 3 competitions, he had placed them in peril each time. Even gamblers understood that 9 out of 10 bets would lead to loss, yet he remained oblivious, continuing on his reckless path, even clashing with the authorities. Such a chosen player was deemed worse than non-existence. Though I seldom voice my opinions in public, this matter concerns every citizen of Huaxia. We have only one chosen player. If Yifeng were to jeopardize himself, our entire nation would suffer alongside him. My own demise matters little, nor does the fate of my elderly mother. Yet I cannot bear the thought of my 1-year-old child facing an unjust death. As a mother, I cannot accept the loss of my child without cause. Yifeng may indeed be our sole chosen player, and he has brought benefits to Huaxia. However, that does not grant him license to endanger our nation or disregard the lives of ordinary people. Yifeng must provide us with an explanation, or Huaxia shall never know peace, unless one wishes to live in constant fear, with the specter of annihilation looming each second. Such posts and comments proliferated, accumulating an alarming number of views, reaching terrifying figures in the billions. Countless similar incidents festered online, overshadowing any entertainment news. Upon opening their phones, citizens were inundated with these messages and trending topics. Over time, this incessant barrage inevitably swayed public opinion. Many, incited without thought, continued to enjoy the cultivation resources Yifeng had fought for while simultaneously hurling insults at him. Moreover, within just a few days, crime surged across Huaxia, with rampant theft, robbery, and even murder. All the perpetrators were, without exception, practitioners of the Great Freedom Heart Sutra. Armed with formidable skills, these criminals executed their heinous acts with alarming ease, resulting in the highest crime rate Huaxia had seen in nearly a decade. Consequently, Yifeng became the scapegoat once more, trending on social media for all the wrong reasons. If Yifeng were not reined in soon, Huaxia would indeed face calamity. He had inadvertently equipped these criminals with the means to cultivate, facilitating their nefarious deeds, which amounted to a covert assault on the lives of ordinary citizens. Some may argue that such reasoning is far-fetched. Yet have they considered that Yifeng's actions mirror those of these criminals, displaying an utter lack of responsibility? If Yifeng truly cared for Huaxia and was a responsible individual, why has he yet to speak out? The discerning minds know the truth. I urge my fellow citizens of Huaxia not to be deceived by Yifeng, but to courageously voice their concerns for themselves and for our nation. I shall never forgive Yifeng. It is he who indirectly led to the demise of my entire family. That day, a criminal infiltrated my home. He was among the 20% of gifted cultivators. My father, mother, and I, a total of 6 individuals, were no match for him. In the end, he slaughtered my family before my eyes and stole all our valuable possessions. Had I not been fortunate, I too would have perished, and I would never have had the chance to voice my grievances here. Though I survived, my family is gone, and I bear a lifelong disability. My heart burns with resentment. I loathe Yifeng. Chapter 53. The pact. The authenticity of these stories remained elusive, as the diligent scrutiny of the state unearthed nothing but a plethora of falsehoods. Furthermore, such narratives and negative information perpetually refreshed, stirring the emotions of even the most rational netizens. The situation was gravitating towards an extreme, proving to be exceedingly detrimental for both Huaxia and Yifeng. It is peculiar how human beings can harbor gratitude for even the smallest kindness, yet develop animosity over a trivial slight. At times, this resentment does not even stem from one's actions, but rather from the other's dissatisfaction, resulting in unwarranted hatred. The foreign forces managed to thrust Yifeng into the spotlight of public scrutiny, not due to any inadequacy on his part, but rather because he excelled to an extraordinary degree. The public outcry soon stirred the officials of Huaxia. In the office of the General of the Operations Department, Ning Zhangwo hastily perused the negative news regarding Yifeng on his mobile device. With each scroll, his countenance darkened. Particularly infuriating were the subsequent comments and posts, prompting him to hurl his phone to the ground, shattering it into several pieces. These statements and threads were repeatedly deleted and resurfaced, indicating the unmistakable interference of foreign powers. We must address this with utmost seriousness and uncover the organization behind it. Ning Jiangwo nearly bellowed. The secretary, witnessing Ning Jiangwo's unprecedented fury, regarded him gravely and stated, "General Ning, our personnel have recently identified a highly suspicious forum known as Yunyu, which has disseminated a considerable volume of negative posts about Yifeng." Yunyu Forum? Have we traced the forces behind this platform? Ning Jiangwo inquired, his expression stern. The secretary nodded. We have uncovered some information indicating that foreign powers are indeed involved with the companies behind this forum. Foreign forces? Are they from the third country in the land of cherry blossoms? Indeed, and also the conglomerates from country H. Ning Jiangwo growled. These foreign entities are indeed incorrigible, relentless in their schemes. General Ning, this Yunyu forum boasts substantial web traffic, attracting a vast number of new users. The online presence has reached over 100 million, though many among them support Yifeng. Nevertheless, their numbers pale in comparison to those opposing him. Upon hearing this, Ning Jiangwo's brow furrowed deeper. If such a large platform were to be abruptly shut down, it could backfire, solidifying the negative sentiments among the populace. Furthermore, foreign entities would seize the opportunity to exploit this situation, lambasting Huaxia for its alleged lack of human rights and freedom of speech. This would severely undermine Huaxia's credibility, dignity, and influence on the international stage. Moreover, these individuals might direct all public opinion and discord towards Yifeng, ultimately impacting him within the divine chosen game. This posed a grave threat to Huaxia in its current state. With a solemn expression, Ning Jiangwo declared, Yifeng is fighting at the forefront for our nation's interests and the destiny of our country. We cannot allow our hero to weep in vain. At this, the secretary smiled slightly and remarked, if they wish to play this game, we can employ a similar strategy to counter them. To put it bluntly, we can defeat magic with magic. This revelation sparked an epiphany in Ning Jiangwo, his brow lifting and a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. This plan is feasible. Let us proceed accordingly. The secretary nodded and then added, General Ning, there is one more crucial matter. Go on, Ning Jiangwo urged. Currently, every individual in Huaxia has the potential to cultivate, particularly those chosen by the system as talented practitioners. In the long run, this is beneficial, but recently, we have witnessed a surge in criminal activity, predominantly among cultivators. Is there foreign interference at play? Ning Jiangwo's brow furrowed once more. The secretary shook his head slightly. It is not certain yet, but the possibility is quite high. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Jiangwo asserted, we must establish a special operations unit specifically to address this issue. We can select personnel directly from the military, while recruitment from outside must be conducted discreetly. However, I will only consider those with exceptional cultivation talent. Others are not a priority for now. As for funding, do not worry. I will allocate as much as is necessary. The secretary felt a surge of astonishment. Despite Ning Jiangwo's esteemed position, such a specialized unit could not be formed merely by a few words. Especially with no limit on funding, this was not an exaggeration, but rather extraordinary, unless higher authorities had already contemplated such a measure. And the recent surge in criminals was merely a catalyst. With this realization, the secretary was filled with excitement, as he could potentially be the architect of this formidable organization, a distinction of immeasurable honor. Yes, I assure you, I will see this matter through. The secretary replied eagerly. Unless there is anything else, you may leave, Ning Jiangwo replied, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. The secretary, accustomed to such gestures, nodded and departed, closing the door with utmost care. After the secretary's exit, Ning Jiangwo stood, adjusted his attire, and then initiated a video call with Yifeng. This connection, granted to senior officials of each nation by the system, was a privilege reserved for one individual, the official or general responsible for the divine chosen world. The video call was established without inquiry, directly connecting them. At that moment, Yifeng was seated on his bed, meditating. This was the first video call between Ning Jiangwo and Yifeng since the conclusion of the third round of the divine chosen game. Ning Jiangwo had refrained from interrupting Yifeng earlier to allow him a few days of peaceful rest. Although the external video call required no consent from Yifeng, he would still receive a notification from the system. Yifeng halted his meditation, slowly opened his eyes, and gazed at Ning Jiangwo through the screen, smiling as he spoke. General Ning, it has been a while. Ha ha ha, seeing you in such good spirits puts me at ease, Ning Jiangwo replied with a smile, genuinely relieved. He had been concerned that his previous remarks might have caused Yifeng to harbor resentment towards him, leading to silence. Though Yifeng referred to himself as a junior, His tone carried a hint of jest. Ha ha ha, your Uncle Ning is not yet senile. Ning Jiangwo laughed. Despite their brief acquaintance, he understood Yi Feng's character and integrity well. Yi Feng stated earnestly, General Ning, I am not well acquainted with the external situation and lack the energy to comprehend it. I will need your assistance. In response, Ning Jiangwo's expression turned serious, and he nodded. Rest assured, my purpose in connecting with you is to assure you that I will manage the external affairs effectively. Indeed, I trust you with matters concerning the divine chosen world, Yi Feng replied. The two men, separated by 3 decades, exchanged sincere smiles, their expressions genuine and heartfelt. Chapter 54. The fermentation of public opinion. A day later, after a night had passed, the Chinese internet suddenly erupted with numerous new posts and news articles. This time, however, the tone was no longer one of mockery and insult. Instead, it focused on Yi Feng's family background and his experiences over the years. The news of Yi Feng being doxxed quickly drew the attention of a vast number of citizens. The posts and messages were not published by official accounts, but rather by civilian ones. Although their credibility was questionable, they exuded a striking sense of authenticity. Moreover, these messages were disseminated not from a single account, but from various regions and multiple accounts, with even the posting times vastly inconsistent. The reports revealed that Yi Feng was born in a remote mountain village, Yangqinjian. His family was impoverished, although they never faced starvation. Even the desire for a morsel of meat felt extravagant. As a child, he found joy in gazing at the stars on clear nights, dreaming of the day he could savor pork. Despite their dire circumstances, his parents' love for him remained unwavering. On his birthday during his childhood, they gifted him a book of mythological tales, which captivated him with the story of the legend of the White Snake. From that moment on, he developed an unbreakable bond with mythology. Driven by this passion, Yi Feng dedicated himself to his studies and eventually ranked among the top students in his county's high school. With the support of various government subsidies, his status as a low-income student allowed him to pursue education with minimal financial burden. He subsequently gained admission to a prestigious university in the capital, majoring in history and mythology. During his university years, he won several of the nation's highest awards related to history and mythology, establishing himself as one of the foremost scholars in these fields. Remarkably, he was only 19 years old at the time. As a student, he had the privilege of attending an international academic conference on history and mythology abroad. However, he faced discrimination and hostility there. Internationally, it was widely accepted that our esteemed China had merely a few hundred years of history, relegating us to the lowest tier of scholarly discourse. Even being present at such discussions was deemed an affront. Detractors mocked China, declaring it devoid of history, mythology, and civilization, labeling it a vassal state to other nations. This provoked Yi Feng's ire. Though he felt a surge of anger, he struggled to articulate a rebuttal, as the cultural depth available to China at that time was limited. Despite being one of the 5 constants and holding the 2nd position in global GDP, in comparison to these culturally rich nations, we were mere jesters. Yet, Yi Feng made a remarkable stand at the conference. He rose in indignation, casting a cold glare upon the assembly, etching their contemptuous faces into his memory. With a resolute declaration that he would not return to this place again, he left the venue alongside another student, saying nothing further. This act of defiance sent shockwaves through the audience, as many aspired desperately to attend such high-level academic discussions. While there was astonishment, there was also a prevailing sense of mockery and disdain, with many attributing his departure to a sense of inferiority from China. Upon returning home, Yi Feng became increasingly fervent in his studies of Chinese history, mythology, and civilization. He frequently took leaves of absence to travel across China, seeking out those myths and historical narratives on the verge of extinction. Even after graduation, he did not abandon his quest. In a span of merely 4 years, he traversed nearly every inch of Chinese territory. Through his relentless efforts, he eventually uncovered the answers he sought. Initially, when he published his findings on history and mythology, the response was lukewarm. Many dismissed his work as fabrication. This was a source of deep anguish for Yi Feng, who had spent years in pursuit of knowledge and had long cherished these dreams. To sustain himself, he juggled work while continuing to share his insights, undeterred by the numerous setbacks he encountered. In due course, he discovered that games were readily accepted by the public, inspiring him to create a game based on Chinese mythological tales. Yi Feng devoted considerable time to self-learning programming, investing all his savings accumulated from years of frugality. Ultimately, he succeeded in developing the simple yet exquisite web game Hongming Bahuang. As anticipated, Hongming Bahuang captivated the public's attention upon its release, and soon it transcended boundaries. However, at that moment, a competition for national fortune and the emergence of divine games quietly began to reshape everything. The news exploded across Chinese society, igniting fervent discussions. Various posts emerged, recounting similar stories, differing only in minor details. Every post garnered immense readership in a remarkably brief period. These narratives were indeed reflections of Yi Feng's past, albeit embellished in various ways regarding his awards, honors, and experiences. Nonetheless, the facts regarding his family background, educational institutions, and international experiences remained authentic. To bolster the credibility of these accounts, many photographs of Yi Feng were included, showcasing awards ceremonies, field work, and his travels abroad. Although most were digitally manipulated, they convincingly blurred the lines between reality and fiction. Furthermore, the government took measures to substantiate Yi Feng's experiences, ensuring that any investigations conducted by ill-intentioned individuals would yield results closely aligned with the accounts presented in the posts. If the posts alone were insufficient to convince skeptics, one must not forget Yi Feng's tangible achievements within the divine realm. If his experiences were fabricated, how could a student specializing in history suddenly master programming and create a game? Even a simple web game entails a complexity that is not to be underestimated, especially when developed single-handedly by Yi Feng. Moreover, a compelling argument lay in Yi Feng's summoning of deities such as Sun Wukong, Nezha, and Yangjian. If he lacked a deep understanding of Chinese mythology and history, how could he possibly summon such figures? Additionally, he had previously addressed the nation, elucidating the 5 millennia of Chinese history. These accomplishments bolstered Yi Feng's credibility and began to sow seeds of doubt among his detractors. For the first time, the Chinese populace engaged in self-reflection. If it were not for Yi Feng, would China still exist today? The answer was evidently negative. Without delving into the possibility of China falling to the bottom 5 in global standings, consider the recent incursions during the Three Kingdoms period. If not for Yi Feng, China would have long been at the mercy of its adversaries. The current achievements and benefits enjoyed by the nation were largely attributable to Yi Feng's unwavering efforts. Chapter 55. The Quest for Immortality. But what am I doing now? Distrust, insults, disdain, disappointment. There is not a shred of positive anticipation. Is this right? In merely half a day, this news swiftly garnered immense support from the populace. The voices opposing and questioning Yi Feng grew increasingly scarce. Eventually, there was no need for the state to delete posts. Whenever someone posted derogatory remarks about Yi Feng, a multitude of citizens would rally to counterattack and report them. Moreover, many citizens took the initiative to post in support of Yi Feng. The titles of these posts rivaled those of sensationalist headlines. Do not let the hero weep. If we do not believe in him, who will he fight for? The hero is striving for our nation. He bears the weight of our nation while we stab him in the back. Such titles were abundant, and the comments below echoed with remorse and guilt. Damn it! The thought of Yi Feng, our hero, fighting valiantly for the nation while I lay idle at home and insulted him makes me feel utterly inhumane. I have nothing more to say. If anyone dares to criticize Yi Feng again, I will retaliate fiercely. Since I cannot fight for my country on the battlefield, I will wield the power of my keyboard to defend the honor of our hero, Yi Feng. My eyes are welling with tears. I never imagined that Yi Feng's life would be so fraught with challenges, especially when he attended an international academic conference where he faced humiliation from foreign nations. This experience has brought me to tears multiple times. I hope that Yi Feng can lead us to regain the world's respect. Indeed, Yi Feng, our young hero, is only in his 20s, the same age as my son. He bravely fights for the country and the people, while my son spends his days engrossed in short videos and games, accomplishing nothing. Yet we, the ignorant masses, still criticize and doubt him. Reflecting on this fills me with profound shame. Yi Feng is not only my university classmate but also my roommate. When he was selected as a chosen player, I was utterly astonished, not from fear, but from pride. During our school days, Yi Feng worked diligently, embodying humility and courtesy, excelling in academic research. We all looked up to him as a role model and learned from him. He lived up to our expectations, particularly with his remarkable performance in the chosen game. Some claim he plays aggressively, but that is merely a sign of their ignorance regarding him and the myths of our nation. He possesses a deeper understanding of our history and legends than any of us. Each of his seemingly perilous choices ultimately leads to resounding success. This is his confidence, not arrogance, as he aims to secure greater benefits for our nation and its people. Many such comments abounded, each receiving high praise. The voices against Feng online began to wane, even disappearing altogether. Within just one day, the forum named Cloud Wanderer was completely overtaken by such supportive posts. The foreign forces behind this did not anticipate this outcome. They had expected a prolonged period of public opinion turning against Feng, eroding his stature among the people. Instead, they were met with a swift reversal of fortune. This infuriated the higher-ups in the countries of our adversaries. Moreover, the situation did not end there. The state's manipulation of public opinion led to the indirect capture of numerous foreign spies, including many well-known domestic scholars and experts, who were found to hold dual citizenship. This revelation ignited another round of domestic discourse, transforming once respected scholars into pariahs. The citizens recognized that foreign forces were inciting public sentiment against our hero, Feng. After this wave of public opinion, Feng had ascended to the status of a great hero and the hope of our nation. Riding the crest of this fervor, the government announced the establishment of a new department, the Quest for Immortality. Its headquarters would be situated in the capital, with regional immortal cultivation teams to be formed in other provinces, all under the unified management of the Quest for Immortality. The government also called for the recruitment of members for these teams, highlighting generous benefits that were simply astonishing, inspiring aspirations in many. The responsibilities of these teams would be to handle practitioners of criminal activities in their respective areas, akin to a specialized police force. The excitement surrounding this news rivaled that of Feng's situation and even surpassed it in fervor. Becoming a member of the Immortal Cultivation Team not only brings honor to one's family but also offers immense personal benefits. What is not to love? The government's strategy can be seen as a multifaceted endeavor. It supports Feng's validation, suppresses dissenting voices, and eliminates domestic spies while simultaneously igniting the patriotic fervor of the citizens to actively join the quest for immortality and serve the nation. Initially, Ning Jiangwo intended to recruit members for the immortal cultivation teams discreetly, as overt actions might expose governmental intentions and open up opportunities for malefactors. However, they never anticipated that Feng's wave of public sentiment would turn so rapidly, igniting a surge of patriotism among the citizens. They could not afford to miss such a golden opportunity for publicity. As for foreign criminals, they need not worry anymore. Public sentiment had turned decidedly in favor of our nation, and there was no need for caution. A day later, in a small county of the southern region, within an abandoned factory, a group of disheveled young men squatted on the ground smoking, their faces etched with frustration and irritation. One of them, with green hair, took a deep drag from his cigarette and threw the butt to the ground, cursing, "Damn it. We've barely done a few deals. And now the authorities have already issued arrest warrants for us. Isn't that the truth? There are cops everywhere outside. I don't even dare to go home." Another, with red hair, chimed in. "With our strength at the 5th level of chi refinement, those cops are no match for us." The leader, a scar-faced man, said slowly, "My only concern is the newly established immortal cultivation team." "Haha, brother, you're worrying for nothing," the green-haired youth quickly interjected. "We were among the first to cultivate, and our strength is definitely among the top in the county. Those new immortal cultivation teams may not necessarily be our opponents." Chapter 56. The overwhelming power of the cultivation team, brother. Greenhair's point is not without merit. It is not that I fear them, but rather that they are numerous, making it difficult for us to contend with them. Red Hair nodded in agreement. The leader of the trio, Scarface, furrowed his brow and warned, "You must not underestimate this newly formed cultivation team. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in dire straits." All right. We will heed your advice, brother." The two responded in unison. Though they quickly acquiesced, they did not take the matter to heart. In their minds, the 6th level of chi refinement that their elder brother had attained marked him as the pinnacle of their county. As long as they did not provoke this so-called cultivation team, they believed they would remain unscathed. "We cannot linger here any longer. In a few days, we shall retreat to Red Hair's village to lay low," Scarface declared resolutely. Brother, can we not choose another place? Red Hair's village is desolate. Even the rats disdain it." Green Hair could not help but complain at the thought of the village's conditions. "Enough of your nonsense. We are fleeing for our lives, not going on holiday," Red Hair retorted immediately. Green Hair was about to respond, but upon catching Scarface's displeased gaze, he promptly silenced himself. "Before we leave, we must pull off a big score." "Oh, what do you mean, brother?" Red Hair's interest was piqued. If they were to leave without making a substantial gain, he would be reluctant. However, if they could execute a significant heist before their departure, he would be more than willing. After all, if they had to hide anyway, it would be better to do so after securing a fortune. Isn't today Saturday? Yes, and? Scarface turned to Red Hair with a sinister grin. Lu Yao's daughter should be home for the break. Lu Yao. Upon hearing that name, Green Hair's excitement surged. Lu Yao was the wealthiest man in their county, boasting over 10 farms and earning at least $1 million annually. More importantly, his daughter, Lu Yao, was renowned for her beauty, blooming at the age of 17. She attended Lin County No. 1 high school and was the top student in the county. Such a beauty was a dream for Green Hair, and now an opportunity had finally presented itself. Lu Yao had only this one precious daughter. He would gladly pay a ransom of $1 million for her. Red Hair was equally thrilled. With that kind of money, they could quickly make a comeback. Brother, once we obtain the ransom, may I have a taste of Lu Yao's charm? Green Hair lewdly suggested. Get lost. If anyone gets a taste, it will be me first. Scarface retorted disdainfully. Haha, then I shall be second, and Red Hair third. As the trio continued their banter, the large iron door of the factory was suddenly slammed open, crashing towards them. The abrupt change startled the three, fortunately. Their cultivation levels were commendable, and their agility allowed them to dodge in time. Damn it! Who the hell is looking for death? Show yourselves. Green Hair cursed angrily after narrowly avoiding the door. Scarface and Red Hair remained alert, focusing on the damaged entrance. There was no sound of a car engine or any sign of an explosion. What could possibly have forced the welded iron door open? As they pondered, two men dressed in distinctive uniforms slowly entered. The uniforms bore resemblance to Special Forces attire, yet upon closer inspection, they were notably different. They were simpler, lacking superfluous accessories, and had a strange reflective quality, exuding a metallic feel. The two exuded an extraordinary presence, unmistakably not to be trifled with. You, who are you? Green Hair stammered, his heart racing. We are from the 108th Cultivation Team of the Seeking Immortality Division, one of the men coldly replied. What? People from the Seeking Immortality Division? Green Hair's face paled in shock. Though he had claimed not to fear them earlier, facing them now left him feeling unsettled. His elder brother Scarface shared a similar expression. However, as the elder, Scarface quickly regained his composure. What brings you here? He asked, his voice steady, readying himself for any confrontation. The men did not respond immediately. Instead, one raised his left hand, activating a small display that instantly revealed the personal information and wanted notices for Scarface and his companions. Coldly, he read aloud, Chen Hao, alias Scarface, resident of Lin County. 4 days ago, colluded with accomplices Zhang Yuan and Li Si to commit burglary, injuring the homeowner. 3 days ago, publicly robbed and killed a courageous student. 2 days ago, committed the heinous act of murder against a 23-year-old woman and discarded her body in the wilderness. As he continued, the anger etched on their faces deepened. Cultivation should be a noble pursuit, yet a few rotten apples could spoil the entire batch. More critically, they showed no signs of remorse, and their methods grew increasingly brutal. If not dealt with swiftly, they posed a threat to society as a whole. I am Lin Ping. I am Zhao Meng. After introducing themselves, they spoke in unison, representing the 108th Cultivation Team of the Seeking Immortality Division. We hereby sentence you 3 to death, to be executed immediately. With that, they ceased their words, drawing short blades from their waists, charging forward with intent. Humph, seeking death. Scarface was undeterred, pulling a dagger from his pocket to meet them head-on. Green Hair and Red Hair followed suit, understanding that abandoning their companions would only lead to their own demise. United, they might have a sliver of hope. Besides, their cultivation levels were not weak. They held the advantage in a 3-on-2 confrontation. With this thought, their confidence surged. Yet, they could not have anticipated that in mere moments, Scarface, leading the charge, would be swiftly dispatched by Lin Ping with a single stroke. The sharp blade severed his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the abandoned factory a vivid crimson. Scarface fell heavily, lifeless. The remaining two gasped in shock. How could Scarface, a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, fall in a single exchange? How terrifying must their opponents be? How long could they endure? As they stood frozen, Lin Ping and Zhao Ming closed in RA Chapter 57. The reorganization of the Chosen World is complete since the establishment of the cultivation groups across various regions of Huaxia. Incidents aimed at eradicating crime have proliferated, resulting in a significant decline in the crime rate, reaching its historical nadir since the founding of the nation. Even petty thefts have become virtually non-existent. Huaxia's sweeping actions have occurred in rapid succession, with domestic news outlets fervently reporting on these developments. Almost every few days, Foreign spies are uncovered, or new criminal syndicates are dismantled. This shift has not only diverted the attention of the Huaxia populace but also ignited a fervent campaign within the country against organized crime, fostering a unified front against external adversaries. Reactions are mixed. While some celebrate, others are filled with despair. The recent flurry of activities has thoroughly dismantled the covert operations orchestrated by the nations of Sakura, Asan, and the Korean Peninsula, inciting outrage among their high-ranking officials. In the conference room of the three nations, an urgent video meeting was convened. The expressions of Zhengye, Jin Xinwu, and Emir were grim, devoid of their previous vigor. One would think they had just suffered a great loss. Damn it, I never anticipated Huaxia would act so swiftly, dismantling our infiltrated spies in just a few days. Zhengye slammed the table, his facial flesh trembling with agitation. Alas. Emir sighed deeply. It appears we have underestimated Huaxia's mobilization capabilities. This is outrageous. We finally had a chance, only to have Huaxia turn the tables on us. Jin Xinwu retorted, his voice laced with frustration. And you dare to complain? Zhengye shot back, glaring at Jin Xinwu. If it weren't for your people hastily trying to inflate Huaxia's crime rate, they wouldn't have been able to win back the hearts of the people so quickly. Although these three countries had united against Huaxia, their strategies diverged significantly. Asan employed its mythological heritage to lure numerous scholars and experts from Huaxia, aiming to undermine the High Command's decisions regarding Feng. The nation of Sakura sought to create various narratives to incite public anger against Feng, thereby maximizing domestic discord. Meanwhile, the Korean Peninsula instigated unrest and crime within Huaxia to instill distrust towards the Huaxia government among its citizens. Their schemes were nearly flawless had they succeeded. The consequences for Huaxia would have been dire. Imagine if the High Command lost faith in Feng, and the populace followed suit, ultimately leading to a breakdown of trust in the government. Such turmoil would surely plunge Huaxia into chaos within 10 days. Now, with their plans in shambles, Jin Xinwu seethed with anger as this debacle threatened his power and status in the Korean Peninsula. To make matters worse, he found himself being blamed by Zhengye of Sakura, which was unbearable for him. Enraged, he pounded the table and hurled insults at Zhengye. You're the one at fault. Your inability to manage the narrative is what led to our failure. Do you want to fight? Zhengye's anger flared, knowing full well that if anyone bore the brunt of this failure, it would be him. The Prime Minister of Sakura had given him little time, and another failure could lead to his own demise. Come at me. Do you think I fear you, you little Japanese dog? Jin Xinwu shouted as he grabbed an ashtray from the table and hurled it at the projection screen. With the existing tensions between the Korean Peninsula and Sakura, both sides no longer cared for decorum and openly exchanged harsh words. Enough. Emir interrupted sharply, silencing the two. Though Asan's economic strength paled in comparison to theirs, its mythological heritage commanded a certain respect. Seeing both men calm down, Emir continued, if you two keep arguing, we will only provide Huaxia with a reason to mock us. Zhengye and Jin Xinwu exchanged glances. While they refrained from further comments, their displeasure was evident. This failure stemmed from our underestimation of Huaxia's strength, Emir analyzed. Especially the newly established Xuanxian Bureau. At the mention of the Xuanxian Bureau, both Zhengye and Jin Xinwu were momentarily taken aback, a flicker of apprehension crossing their faces. The might of the Xuanxian Bureau was the direct catalyst for the decline in Huaxia's crime rate. The Korean Peninsula had poured billions into mobilizing thousands of spies, only to have their efforts dismantled by Huaxia in less than 2 days. Jin Xinwu had nearly choked on his frustration. This incident underscored the immense power of the rewards from the Chosen Game. Once the reorganization of the Chosen World was complete, we must prevent Huaxia from achieving victory in the Chosen Game. Otherwise, the gap between us will only widen. Emir's expression was grave, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Zhengye and Jin Xinwu nodded in agreement. They understood the principle of nurturing a tiger only to invite disaster. Presently, a united front was of utmost importance, and this was the only viable opportunity they could conceive. Meanwhile, the nations that had survived on Blue Star were anxiously awaiting the completion of the Chosen World's reorganization. Behind the scenes, currents of intrigue surged as these individuals resorted to various schemes for the benefit of their respective countries. After all, this matter pertained to the fate of their nations, leaving no room for negligence. On Huaxia's side, having achieved a unified victory, they smoothly navigated the remaining time. As the 7-day period approached, a wave of tension enveloped the global populace. At noon, the system's voice resonated once more. Welcome to the Chosen Game. The chosen world has been successfully reorganized, and signs of life will emerge across all nations' chosen worlds. The reconstruction of merit-based structures is complete, and new challenges are imminent. All chosen players are advised to prepare. As the system's announcement concluded, the live streams of the various nations' chosen worlds commenced. Concurrently, the new merit-based structures revealed themselves before the audience. In Huaxia's chosen world, Feng sat cross-legged in a thatched cottage, absorbed in his cultivation. With a flash of white light, the cottage underwent a monumental transformation. The humble dwelling, previously around 50 square meters, morphed into a grand palace spanning thousands of square meters. The uneven grass surrounding the cottage returned to its pristine state, now shrouded in ethereal mist, exuding an otherworldly aura that was simply magnificent. The viewers in Huaxia's live stream were left speechless, astonished by the spectacle of the new palace before them. Chapter 58. Exorcising the Spirits. What an astonishing palace! It surpasses the humble straw hut by an unfathomable magnitude. It is as if one were in the heavens while the other remains firmly grounded on earth. Previously, I believed that the grandeur of foreign palaces was unparalleled, yet in comparison to our own, they seem utterly insignificant. Why does this palace feel so familiar? It's as if I have encountered it before. Oh my goodness! Look at the palace's name, Palace of Eternal Cold. Isn't this the very palace where Sister Chang'e resides in the great chaos of the 8 desolations? The Palace of Eternal Cold? I can't believe it. Where is Chang'e? Why can't I see her? Players familiar with the great chaos of the 8 desolations were instantly captivated by the name Palace of Eternal Cold. On one hand, they thought it a mere fabrication of Feng, yet here it is, a genuine palace from the mythos of Huaxia. On the other hand, it is the residence of the ethereal Chang'e, the dream companion of countless men. In the live stream, viewers could freely zoom in and switch perspectives, leading many Huaxia netizens to eagerly search for traces of Chang'e, their excitement akin to winning a lottery. Meanwhile, Feng, amidst this wonder, casually strolled through the palace, displaying little reaction. What spectacles had he not witnessed? Even encounters with deities had barely astonished him. How could he be overwhelmed by a palace of eternal cold devoid of Chang'e? As for Feng's certainty, it was a simple deduction. The system was not going to conjure Chang'e to accompany him. That was evidently impossible. Simultaneously, the merit buildings of other nations underwent transformations, all evolving into structures tied to mythological tales. The merit building of Sakura Country transitioned from the Yasukuni Shrine to the IC Grand Shrine, a sacred site dedicated to their deities and a cornerstone of their spirit, though the original site exists in the real world. The IC Grand Shrine within the Divine Selection realm is far more magnificent. Witnessing the ancestral deities' abode in the Divine Selection world, the people of Sakura Country felt an exhilaration surpassing that of Huaxia. They were nearly euphoric, on the verge of kneeling in reverence. The merit building of the Korean peninsula was Gyeongbokgung Palace, which, like Sakura Country's, also has a counterpart in the real world. It serves as a sanctuary for the veneration of ancestors and deities, and it was once the residence of ancient dynasties. In the land of Asan, the merit building is the 5 Chariots Temple, hewn from solid granite to form 5 distinct temples, each named after characters from the epic Mahabharata: Black Princess Chariot, Arjuna Chariot, Bhima Chariot, Dharma King Chariot, and the Chariot of No Class. Although not the highest-ranking temple in Asan, it is nonetheless renowned. In the Northern Realm, the merit building is Valhalla, the hall where Odin receives the souls of the departed in Norse mythology. Within are the Valkyries, who select valiant warriors from the battlefields of the mortal realm. The citizens of the Northern Realm had only heard of Valhalla in legends, yet now, witnessing its grandeur, every individual felt a surge of excitement, anticipating the dawn of victory. In Solara, the merit building is the Temple of Zeus, a religious center of ancient Solara and one of the domains overseen by Zeus, the chief of their gods. The real-world Temple of Zeus was constructed for his worship, but now lies in ruins. However, in the Divine Selection world, it has been resurrected, revealing an architectural splendor never before seen, restoring the confidence of the people of Solara. Not only these nations, but the merit buildings of others were equally magnificent. If one were to compare, they would find them all to be of similar grandeur. Yet, the Palace of Eternal Cold stands out as the most remarkable, not only for its magnificence, but also for its unique essence, brimming with the classical charm of an Eastern temple, an experience beyond their previous encounters. However, aside from the great chaos of the 8 desolations, there are no other records of the Palace of Eternal Cold, leading many envious foreign netizens to deride it as merely a fictional structure unworthy of pride. Moments later, the voice of the system resounded once more. The fourth round of the divine selection game has officially commenced. Repel the spirits within the territorial bounds. Note: the objective is not to kill the spirits, but to exorcise them. Each exorcism will accumulate national merit. Conversely, slaying a spirit will diminish national merit to some extent. Note: due to the increased difficulty of the restructured divine selection world. The strength of the spawned spirits should not be underestimated, and their numbers exceed millions. Note: the more merit accumulated, the higher the final ranking. And the more magnificent the merit buildings will become. Merit is uniformly quantified in numbers. Note: only the top 5 countries will receive rewards. The bottom 5 will face obliteration. Countries in the middle ranking will neither receive punishment nor rewards. Note: the summoned deities can operate without restrictions, allowing for unlimited summons. Note: during the challenges, deities from different nations are prohibited from engaging in combat. Violations will incur severe penalties. However, deities are permitted to command spirits to interfere with the merit buildings of other nations or to assist them. The emphatic warnings sent tremors of concern throughout the global Popul Chapter 59. Does Huaxia not have the ability to redeem spirits? In the Huaxia live broadcast room, the multitude of onlookers erupted into a frenzy upon witnessing the countless lingering spirits. Redeeming these spirits? This is utterly beyond our expertise. Does Huaxia possess any deities capable of such redemption? Upon reflection, it seems we do not. One cannot help but wonder if the esteemed Yi Feng has an answer. If he lacks a solution, Huaxia may indeed be doomed. The anxiety was not confined to the populace. Even high-ranking officials like Ning Jiangwo found themselves in a quandary. The deities summoned by Yi Feng in the past were predominantly combative in nature, and this time, the directive was to redeem the spirits rather than vanquish them, lest they incur a loss of merit. As for the deities within the Hongming Baohuang, they could not identify any capable of this task, and many of the names of these deities remained unknown to them, which further exacerbated their uncertainty. Inside the conference room of the imperial capital, the number of attendees had dwindled by nearly half compared to before. Observing Yi Feng casually wandering in the live stream, a sense of dread washed over the assembly. One expert, overwhelmed by concern, posed the question, "What should we do now?" Relying solely on Yi Feng is certainly insufficient. We ought to seek assistance from other nations to ensure a foolproof plan, especially since this is within the realm of permissible actions. Another scholar proposed a suggestion that garnered considerable agreement from his peers, as it was the only viable option they could conceive at the moment. Ning Jiangwo, with a serious demeanor, scrutinized Yi Feng through the live stream, hesitating to respond immediately. While he held trust in Yi Feng, he too felt a pang of insecurity. For the ability to redeem spirits depends not on the might of the deity, but rather on the proficiency in redemption itself. Remarkably, some powerful deities might be outpaced in redemption by a mere priest. Furthermore, many deities lack the capability to redeem spirits, which was his greatest concern. Which nations do you think would be most suitable? Ning Jiangwo ultimately inquired of the scholar who had just spoken. Currently, the most adept at redemption are the Buddhist practitioners from the Asen nation, undoubtedly among the strongest in this regard. Following them are certain Western nations that adhere to Christianity and Catholicism. Their ability to summon exorcists and priests is not to be underestimated. Additionally, the wizards from the Cherry Blossom Nation possess their unique capabilities to exorcise and summon spirits, their strength also worthy of respect. Although some deities from other nations possess similar abilities, they pale in comparison to these specialized nations. The scholar refrained from providing a direct answer, opting instead to analyze the reasons behind his views. Asen Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation? Upon hearing these names, not only Ning Jiangwo, but many officials grimaced in distaste. Setting aside the already strained relations between these nations and Huaxia, even if they were not antagonistic, it is unlikely they would extend a helping hand. If they did express willingness, Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues would likely remain skeptical, for a weasel does not visit a chicken without ill intent. Let us first attempt to contact individuals from the Western nations, Ning Jiangwo commanded. With the merit structures in place, these spirits cannot infiltrate for the time being, granting them ample time and alleviating their previous urgency. Simultaneously, the chosen players from other countries had successfully summoned their respective deities, all possessing the ability to redeem and exorcise spirits. For instance, the Asen nation summoned the Buddhist deity known as Janara, also referred to as the heavenly musician, a divinity among the celestial beings of Buddhism. Janara has male and female forms. The female incarnation is dignified and possesses a voice of pure beauty. Wielding a pipa capable of dispelling evil and subduing demons, inspiring admiration. Given the unlimited summoning of deities this time, the Asin nation also called forth 16 monks. These monks should not be underestimated, as they hold the title of Arhat. While Arhats rank below Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in Mahayana Buddhism, they represent the pinnacle of attainment in Theravada Buddhism. Their capacity for redemption and exorcism may even surpass that of certain mightier deities. The 16 Arhats include Bindurabala, Kanakavada, Kanakabali, Suparda, Mikira, Badera, Kalika, Paravabuddha, Yaboga, Bantoka, Rohatasa, Nakashina, and Jitha, Vanaprastha, Asita, and Judapantoka, collectively known as the 16 Worthies. As these Arhats manifested, a blinding golden light illuminated the scene. Nearby spirits were sent flying hundreds of meters away, causing others to cower in fear. Notably, Janara and these Arhats stood close in height to average adults, a stark contrast to previous instances. The same held true for other nations. The Cherry Blossom Nation's 12 wizards and the exorcists and priests from the Beiying Empire were similarly formidable. Given that the task at hand involved redeeming spirits, the onlookers were not overly concerned. Meanwhile, the live chat from various nations was abuzz with activity, particularly from those nations capable of redeeming spirits, who were reveling in their fortune. Haha, we never anticipated that this divine selection game would revolve around redeeming spirits. For us in Asan, this is a piece of cake. I was initially apprehensive about the dangers of the fourth divine selection game, but now it seems I was overly worried. Our Beiying Empire shall rise again and lead the world. Yoshi, our Cherry Blossom Nation has 12 wizards, perfectly aligning with the requirements of this divine selection game. This time, we shall surely secure a place among the top 5. These nations, enjoying a first-mover advantage, thrived in the live streams of various countries, inadvertently directing their discussions towards Huaxia, which had previously achieved exceptional results. Naturally, they seized this opportunity to unleash their mockery upon Huaxia's divine selection players. Why is Huaxia yet to summon their deity? Could it be that they lack a redeemable spirit? Surely not. After all, Huaxia is the nation that has claimed the top position 3 times in a row. How could they possibly be devoid of a redeeming deity? It seems Huaxia is destined for elimination this time around. It is a pity that combat is not permitted, otherwise our 12 wizards from the Cherry Blossom Nation would trample Huaxia's deities underfoot. Ba, if the people of Huaxia come to plead for our assistance, perhaps we in Asan might consider extending a helping hand. Chapter 60. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos when one is in a position of power. Others will naturally flock to them for support and reliance. However, when one falls from grace, even the most insignificant individuals may mock and belittle them. The chatroom of Huaxia is rife with harsh and disparaging remarks, and to foreign netizens, it is evident that Huaxia is destined for defeat. The reason is simple. Huaxia's chosen player, Feng, has yet to summon any divine being. In their eyes, it appears that Huaxia's chosen player is utterly stymied by the new challenge at hand. Even the people of Huaxia have begun to express concern for Feng, as they possess no knowledge of the divine beings associated with the type of transcendence required, nor do they believe Huaxia has any capabilities in this regard. Influenced by foreign sects, they hold the belief that after death, the virtuous ascend to heaven while the wicked descend into hell. As for Huaxia's underworld and its 10 kings of hell, they remain oblivious. In the conference room of the capital, after a message was dispatched, a response soon arrived, bringing joy to Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Changren. However, Ning Jiangwo's secretary hesitated, struggling to report the details, which caused anxiety among the others. Ning Jiangwo, growing impatient, urged the secretary to expedite the report. With a resigned sigh, the secretary finally revealed the situation, his expression tense, even betraying a hint of anger. General Zhan from the Kingdom of Ing stated that they could assist Huaxia, but imposed one condition. A condition? What condition? Ning Jiangwo inquired, his brow furrowing as his expression shifted. Although he had anticipated such a development, the secretary's demeanor suggested the condition was far from simple. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary continued, General Zhan requests that we relinquish our top-tier technological blueprints and patents. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present darkened, each person appearing as though they had swallowed a fly, filled with frustration and indignation. Several hot-headed officials and experts immediately voiced their dissent, exclaiming, top-tier technological blueprints and patents? Why don't they just seize them? These foreign devils are no different from the Japanese. They are all wolves in sheep's clothing. General Ning, we absolutely cannot acquiesce to such demands. These advanced technologies are the very foundation of our nation, the product of generations of toil. Ning Jiangwo, with a somber countenance, refrained from responding. Although the demands were excessive, what recourse did they have? The kingdom of Ying was a bastion of Protestantism, having perfectly inherited its tenets. In this transcendence challenge, they held a distinct advantage. And without their assistance, Huaxia risked being among the bottom 5. At that point, not only would they lose their technological blueprints and patents, but the entire nation of Huaxia could cease to exist. Noticing Ning Zhangwo's silence, the others gradually composed themselves. They understood that there was no alternative. Compared to the blueprints and patents, the survival of Huaxia was paramount. Suddenly, the quiet conference room was interrupted by the sound of a video call ringing. The secretary, furrowing his brow, asked General Ning, "It's a video call from General John. Shall we connect?" "Yes," came the affirmative response, and without hesitation. The secretary pressed the button to connect. The projection screen in the conference room instantly displayed a middle-aged Caucasian man in military attire, complete with a cap and a mixture of black and white stubble on his chin. "Ha, General Ning, it has been a long time," John greeted with a broad smile. Although Ning Zhangwo was filled with frustration, he returned the greeting with a friendly smile. "General John, it seems you are in good spirits." "Ha ha. If Huaxia agrees to my terms, my spirits will soar even higher. It is feasible, but could you possibly lower these conditions?" Ning Zhangwo inquired politely. John shook his head. "General Ning, you know well that this is not solely my decision. It is a decree from our queen and head of state. General John, you must have witnessed Huaxia's previous performance. Had the challenge rules not changed, we would have undoubtedly ranked among the best. If the Kingdom of Ying aids us in overcoming this challenge, we too will extend our assistance in future divine selection games, forming an alliance with the Kingdom of Ying." Ning Zhangwo spoke with tact, clearly conveying his intent. If the Kingdom of Ying seeks to take advantage of our predicament, then it would be wise not to seek our help in the future divine selection games. To his surprise, John responded with a dismissive laugh, "General Ning, our Kingdom of Ying is a successor of Protestantism. Should the need arise, we could even summon Jesus and God to fight for us. If we choose not to assist you now, do you truly believe Huaxia can endure until the next round of divine selection? The conditions have been laid before you. Decide whether to accept or decline, and return to me with your response." With that, John abruptly ended the call. Is this the gentlemanly conduct of the Kingdom of Ying? They exhibit no basic courtesy. Do they think they can threaten Huaxia? An official exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Others shared similar sentiments, but they found themselves with no alternative. Should we seek assistance from the Kingdom of A and the Cherry Blossom Nation? That seems even less likely. Let us connect with Feng and inquire about his opinion. Ning Zhangwo commanded, his demeanor serious. Feng, if he had a solution, he would have summoned a divine being long ago. Why is he still dawdling in the palace of eternal loneliness? Someone could not help but complain. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhangwo shot a glare at the individual, causing the expert to fall silent. Within the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, Feng had not rushed to summon a divine being. As he was exploring the palace of eternal loneliness, though he suspected that the legendary Chang'e would not be found, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. For she was indeed the woman of his dreams. After wandering about, however, he found nothing. At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Huaxiao official requests a video call. Shall we connect? After a brief moment of hesitation, he decisively accepted the call. Upon connecting, he was greeted by a group of solemn-faced men staring intently at him. What's the matter, gentlemen? Have you all come down with a collective case of constipation? Feng jested with a smile. At such a critical time, you still find humor in this? An elderly expert could not help but interject. However, Ning Zhangwo waved his hand, indicating that there was no cause for alarm. Observing Feng's calm demeanor, Ning Zhangwo suddenly felt a renewed sense of confidence. He then proceeded to recount the recent developments to Feng in detail. Chapter 61. The 10 Kings of Hell. Meanwhile, the people of Huaxia were kept informed of the entire situation through live broadcasts. In an instant, a wave of indignation swept over them. Some were enraged by the opportunism of the foreign nation, while others felt that their arrogance had gone too far. Nonetheless, Huaxia found itself in a position of reliance on others. Ultimately, it was Huaxia's own shortcomings that led to this predicament, rendering their outbursts somewhat futile. As for Feng, the central figure in this affair, he could only roll his eyes in frustration. His ire was not directed at the foreign nation, but rather at the officials who failed to reflect on their own actions. Resigned, Feng managed a wry smile and said, "General Ning, these challenges are but trifles to me. We in Huaxia do not need to seek help from anyone." His statement was met with skepticism from several experts, who questioned him. Feng, While we acknowledge your previous victories for the nation, the rules of engagement have changed. You are our only chosen player, and any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences for Huaxia. They were correct. This was indeed a significant matter. And recognizing one's limitations and seeking assistance can possess strategic merit. Although the conditions proposed by the other side seemed excessive, they were indeed followers of the divine, and their assistance in the matter of salvation was indispensable. The experts spoke truths that resonated even with the viewers in the live stream, who gradually calmed down. To decline and face demise, or to accept and find salvation, any reasonable person would choose the latter. Salvation? Was it truly impossible without their intervention? The mere mention of divine followers elicited a smile from Feng, who remained silent. If it were merely a matter of salvation, he could summon hundreds of deities proficient in this art without breaking a sweat. Although the deities of the underworld ranked far lower than those of the celestial realm, each was adept at managing spirits. Beings such as the black and white impermanents, ox-headed and horse-faced guardians, judges, and Zhongkoe could not be enumerated in a single breath. As for the number of deities in the underworld, Feng had not counted, but he was certain it was far from necessary to plead with other nations. Yet, considering that the people of Huaxia might not fully grasp their own historical and mythological heritage, he chose not to dwell on it. Rest assured, I have my methods, Feng assured with a smile. His confidence momentarily stunned the experts and officials, who remained puzzled since they were unaware of the deities he could summon. A few wished to inquire further but were interrupted by General Ning, who nodded and said, "All right, let us proceed with your approach." The video connection was then abruptly severed. Feng held many secrets that were unknown to them. Not only were Ning and his colleagues curious, but so were the higher-ups from other nations, who were always observing Huaxia. Such secrets, naturally, could not be divulged lightly, which justified Ning's actions. The challenge had commenced for some time, and certain malevolent spirits, noticing the absence of immediate danger to Huaxia's merit structures, began to mount coordinated assaults. Their method was straightforward. They used the yin energy within them to erode the merit structures. Should these structures fall victim to complete erosion, the nation they represented would be eliminated. At that moment, Feng had just exited the grand gates of the Palace of Moonlight. His eyes fell upon a group of malevolent spirits, exhaling dark mist against the courtyard walls of the palace. This sight nearly incensed him, and he pointed at the spirits, exclaiming, "Have you no sense of decency? How dare you try to taint my sister Changa's palace?" His sudden and furious outburst startled the spirits. If they had legs, they might have jumped in fright. As they recognized the presence of a living person, they gradually regained their composure, albeit feeling quite vexed that a mere mortal could instill fear in them. The more they contemplated this, the angrier they became, and thus they ceased their assault on the walls, instead drifting toward Feng, intent on teaching this human a lesson. With the illumination from the Palace of Moonlight, Feng could discern the faces of these spirits. Some appeared as half-formed heads, with their eyes dangling by blood vessels, while writhing maggots were visible on their decayed visages. Female spirits were not much better off. Though they lacked missing limbs, their long hair and white garments hung low, their heads bowed. In terms of fright, they were no less terrifying than their male counterparts. Although Feng prided himself on his courage, he was momentarily taken aback by their ghastly appearances. As for the audience in the live stream, they were already petrified. Goodness, as a grown man, I find these spirits utterly spine-chilling. How could the women not be terrified? Enough. I've already soiled myself and am en route to purchase adult diapers. Go, Feng. Annihilate these spirits. My word, these spirits are horrendously terrifying. Will I resemble them after death? Fear not, the state advocates cremation, so you'll be reduced to mere ashes, not like them. If this were made into a horror film, it would be a blockbuster. No more talking. I'm recording this. Whoa, look at the third spirit from the end. She is quite voluptuous. What a pity. Whoa, the one above is a werewolf. Can that vehicle even be driven? For heaven's sake. Just when I thought I was going to die from fright, your comments have me laughing. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen, witnessing the undaunted spirits approaching him, Feng hesitated no longer and decisively summoned one of the 10 kings of hell, King Yanluo, as the ruler of the 5th palace in the underworld. His formidable prowess was more than sufficient to handle these spirits. This time, the summoning was distinct as Feng uttered King Yanluo's name. A black Sanskrit circle illuminated the ground before him. Following this, a towering figure draped in a black robe and adorned with a beaded crown emerged gracefully. Unlike the Yanluo king from the classic tale Journey to the West, this Yanluo bore fewer whiskers and possessed a far more handsome visage. Clad in different attire, One might not even recognize him as one of the illustrious 10 kings of hell. The moment King Yin-Luo materialized, the surrounding spirits recoiled in terror, hastily retreating. This spectacle left the live stream's audience in awe. To instill such fear in malevolent spirits signified a promising turn of events. Chapter 62. The Reincarnation of a Great Deity? As soon as the King of Hell appeared, his sword-like brows furrowed slightly as he remarked, Why are there so many specters in the mortal realm? Is it possible that the gates of the underworld have been misaligned? He then surveyed his surroundings and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 3 figures at the palace of Guchan. His curiosity piqued. Was this not the mortal realm? How could the celestial palace of Guchan be here? His gaze finally settled on Yifeng beside him. A mere mortal cultivator? The King of Hell frowned once more. A torrent of questions surging within him. Who are you? What place is this? Why have I appeared in the palace of Guchan? And why are there so many specters nearby? Standing tall with an air of authority, he spoke each word with gravitas. I cannot explain everything at this moment. Would you mind assisting me in guiding these spirits first? I can then elaborate for you, Yifeng replied amiably. Although this formidable figure lacked the prowess of Sun Wukong or Yang Jian, his possession of the Book of Life and Death could easily snatch away Yifeng's soul. Thus, Yifeng's demeanor towards the King of Hell was notably respectful. Humph. The King of Hell snorted disdainfully. You shall answer what I inquire. Faced with the King of Hell's intimidating presence, Yifeng had no choice but to comply and respond truthfully. Should the king refuse to cooperate after he clarified the situation, Yifeng would have to dismiss him and summon another ruler of the underworld. This is another space within the mortal realm, known as the Divine Selection World. The Palace of Guchan behind us is not the celestial palace you might think. You have been summoned by me to assist in the Divine Selection game of Huaxia, and these specters are manifestations created by the game. The Divine Selection game? What is that? The King of Hell seized upon one key term, which also happened to be the most challenging to explain. Reluctantly, Yifeng succinctly recounted the details of the Divine Selection game and the National Fortune Contest. These revelations intrigued the King of Hell. He then asked, since this is the 4th round of the Divine Selection game, which deities did you summon in the previous 3 rounds? In his view, if Yifeng could summon him, the previously summoned deities must have been remarkable as well. Possibly even colleagues of his, such as the other Kings of Hell. Observing the seriousness on the King of Hell's face, Yifeng could only chuckle in disbelief. Why were all the deities he summoned so curious about this matter? Collecting his thoughts, he slowly replied. The 1st round summoned the great sage, Sun Wukong. The 2nd round summoned Prince Nezha, and the 3rd round summoned the Erlang god, Yang Jian. What? The King of Hell was struck with astonishment. Realizing that this unassuming young man had managed to summon 3 deities whom even he could not provoke, the name of Sun Wukong lingered in his memory. The recollection of their previous encounter still vivid, causing his expression to shift dramatically. His decision to shave off his beard had stemmed from the time when Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the underworld, mercilessly plucking at his facial hair. As he pondered, the King of Hell noticed that Yifeng spoke of these matters without a trace of fear, as if they were longtime friends. This made the King of Hell question the veracity of Yifeng's claims. Could this young man be deceiving him to manipulate him into exorcising the specters? How could a mere ant, one he could easily crush, possibly be a companion of such deities? The more he contemplated, the more plausible this notion seemed, causing his expression to shift from wrathful to imposing. He coldly snorted and directed a strand of domineering divine sense toward Yifeng. He was eager to ascertain whether this mortal was indeed lying. However, before his divine sense could reach Yifeng, it was repelled by an imperceptible golden light. This light then surged toward the King of Hell's brow. Sensing imminent danger, he hastily concentrated his divine sense at his forehead, bracing against the impact. A muffled sound echoed as he staggered back a couple of steps. Although he sustained no significant injury, he was drenched in sweat. To his surprise, the Erlang god had left a trace of divine sense within this mortal. Fortunately, his powers had recently increased. Otherwise, he would have surely suffered greatly. While he could not fathom why Yang Jian would do such a thing, he was now convinced that Yifeng's words held undeniable truth. The presence of a divine guardian within a mortal's body could not be mere coincidence. It suggested that this mortal might indeed be a reincarnation of a great deity. With this realization, the King of Hell's gaze toward Yifeng shifted from condescension to profound respect. Are you all right, Your Majesty? Yifeng inquired with genuine concern. As a mortal of lesser cultivation, he had not perceived the earlier anomaly. All is well, the King of Hell swiftly reassured him, his demeanor transforming into one of warmth, nearly extending his face toward Yifeng in camaraderie. The sudden change in attitude left Yifeng bewildered. Nonetheless, he remained focused on the task of completing the Divine Selection game. While Yufeng contemplated this, the audience in the live stream was left pondering the King of Hell's abrupt shift in demeanor. Wow, is this King of Hell a woman? His mood changes so rapidly. This King of Hell possesses extraordinary strength. Otherwise, those specters would not have been so fearful. But I'm curious, how did he go from being so imposing to suddenly adopting a subservient demeanor? Truly remarkable. Is this the legendary aura of a protagonist? Incredible. Yifeng seems to radiate the essence of a main character. In the divine selection world of Huaxia, the King of Hell humbly inquired, "Should I begin exorcising the specters now, or?" Yifeng did not rush to respond, instead gazing into the distance. Since the reformation of the divine selection world, the remaining 186 nations had merged into a singular divine selection continent. This meant that as long as the merit structures of each nation were sufficiently grand and luminous, they could be seen from afar. Yifeng could even vaguely discern the merit values of some structures, displayed prominently above them. Some nations had already begun to see their merit values gradually increase, indicating they had commenced the exorcism of specters. "Your Majesty, please be gentle when you proceed. Do not inadvertently exorcise them to death." Yifeng turned his head, smiling as he offered a gentle reminder. There was little doubt that the King of Hell, being one of the 10 great kings of the underworld, would find exorcising these specters a mere trifling task. Yifeng's concern was that the king might, in a moment of fervor, accidentally extinguish his spirits, which would ultimately lead to a loss of merit, a situation best avoided. Chapter 63, The Renewed Targeting of Huaxia. Upon hearing the news, the King of Hell promptly nodded in assurance. "Rest assured, little deity, while I may lack other talents, my prowess in exorcising spirits is undoubtedly top-notch." With that, the King of Hell wasted no time and immediately began to wield his magical arts. He crossed his hands and swiftly formed a peculiar hand seal, unleashing a multitude of dark mist that enveloped him. With a thunderous shout, the black fog surged toward the nearby specters. The spirits, sensing the imminent threat, retreated in a frenzy, no longer daring to assault the Guanghan Palace. Those ensnared by the dark mist vanished into the underworld in mere moments. In the next instant, the merit value of Guanghan Palace rose from 0 to 1. As the King of Hell accelerated his exorcising pace, the merit value swiftly escalated from single digits to 3 figures, astonishing the onlookers in the live stream. "Wow, I never expected this dark-clad giant, the King of Hell, to be so formidable. In the blink of an eye, he has subdued 7 or 8, exclaimed one viewer. "Long live Yufeng. Who would have thought that Huaxia truly possesses a deity capable of exorcising spirits, and such a powerful one at that, truly akin to a war god? What else with these spirits being dragged down? Are they being sent to hell?" Someone mused. Who was it that claimed Huaxia lacked exorcising deities? Such ignorant fools. Today, let them witness the truth. I just counted. Within 5 minutes, our King of Hell has exorcised over 300 spirits. That averages to 1 spirit per second. He is far superior to the priests and exorcists from the Infant Nation. The Infant Nation? Just a self-righteous pirate state. No different from the Cherry Blossom Nation or the A3 Nation. The King of Hell instilled great confidence in Huaxia's netizens, emboldening them to challenge their counterparts from other nations. Meanwhile, those foreign netizens who had previously mocked Huaxia fell silent, dumbfounded as they realized they had been outsmarted by Huaxia's chosen player. They thought, "If you truly possess a deity capable of exorcising spirits, why the delay? Are you merely toying with us?" In the world of Huaxia's chosen ones, the King of Hell's prowess was indeed extraordinary. In a mere moment, Huaxia's merit value surged into the top 10. This remarkable speed was scarcely inferior to that of the Infant Nation and the A3 Nation. However, outside Guanghan Palace, the scene remained grim and dark, with spirits continuously emerging, seemingly endless. This sight was enough to instill fear and despair in anyone. Yet, Yifeng felt no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated. These apparitions, once mere ordinary spirits, began to evolve into formidable malevolent entities. This not only increased the King of Hell's workload, but also significantly slowed his exorcising speed, causing the recently confident Huaxian netizens to grow anxious once more. Standing behind the King of Hell, Yifeng eagerly inquired, "Can you accelerate the pace?" There was no way he could allow these spirits to transform into pure merit value if he possessed the ability to exorcise. He would have rolled up his sleeves and done it himself long ago. The King of Hell, hearing this, shook his head in resignation. Alas, if not for the concern of harming these spirits, I would have already subdued them all. The King of Hell spoke truthfully, despite the spirits possessing considerable cultivation. They remained spirits, and the king held a natural dominion over them. His only grievance was the speed at which he was accumulating merit. After pondering the situation, Feng decided not to dwell on this issue. After all, there was no time constraint in the fourth round of the chosen game, allowing them ample opportunity to exorcise these spirits thoroughly. As for summoning additional kings of hell for assistance, Feng had not yet considered it, preferring to avoid reiterating the current circumstances. Besides, with the king of hell present, they could adequately handle the fourth round of the chosen game. Other kings of hell could be summoned for similar challenges later on, as previously summoned deities could not be called upon again under the current rules. While Feng patiently awaited the conclusion of the chosen game, the surrounding spirits began to stir inexplicably, scrambling about in a panic as if they had seen a hawk. What was happening? Noticing this commotion, Feng furrowed his brow. The spirits' reactions did not appear to be directed by the system, and even if the system were involved, it would have communicated more openly. Since the game's inception, the system had only reminded Feng about video calls and remained silent otherwise. Although Feng could not discern the cause, the king of hell surely could. As a deity governing countless souls in the underworld, he possessed unparalleled insight into spirits. As the king of hell's expression darkened, Feng surmised that someone was scheming behind the scenes. Someone is casting spells, summoning malevolent spirits to disrupt these entities. Which explains their agitation, the king of hell stated grimly. Summoning malevolent spirits? Feng's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Unbeknownst to him, the chatroom in Huaxia had erupted in chaos. All nations are competing fairly, yet the Cherry Blossom Nation, A3 Nation, and the Stick Nation have the audacity to collude against Huaxia. Damn it. I wish I could strap myself with C4 and obliterate these despicable beings. We, Huaxia, have shown patience time and again, only to be met with their escalating audacity. Enough. I'm heading to their live stream to unleash a tirade that would leave them unrecognizable. As Feng could not observe the situation in other nations through the live stream, he remained unaware of the unfolding events. However, as netizens, they could traverse through various live streams across nations. Some had witnessed the entire development of the situation. It turned out that 10 minutes earlier, some Huaxia netizens had discovered that these three nations summoned deities and were secretly conducting a peculiar ritual. They could not precisely identify the nature of the ritual, but it resembled a sinister invocation of deities. As the ritual concluded, their spirits began to revolt, their bodies swelling several times over, and their malevolent energy increasing exponentially. Each spirit transformed into a malevolent entity, their strength comparable to that of ordinary heavenly soldiers. In many ways, they surpassed ordinary heavenly soldiers, especially in areas rich in malevolent energy, where they could easily overpower them. The world of chosen ones was undoubtedly rife with concentrations of malevolent energy. Chapter 64. Severing people's wealth is like killing their parents subsequently. These ferocious evil spirits quietly vanished from the live stream. No one knew their destination or their whereabouts. Undoubtedly, the instigators behind this disturbance among the spirits of Huaxia were undoubtedly the nations of a country, Sakura Country, and Goryeo. Some sharp-eyed netizens had already spotted these enormous evil spirits near the Palace of Coldness, plunging the hearts of the Huaxia people into despair. It is worth noting that the deities summoned by these three nations numbered over 40. The combined might of such a multitude of divine beings targeting a single nation leaves that nation with no chance of recovery. 1 against 1, there may be hope. But what of 1 against 2? 1 against 4? 1 against 10? 1 against 40? More importantly, just 10 minutes prior, the deities of Huaxia had yet to be summoned. This implies that regardless of whether Huaxia could summon its own divine beings, they would still be assaulted by the righteous structures of Huaxia. Clearly, this was a deliberate attempt to eradicate Huaxia. The rules do not permit direct attacks among deities, yet they allow for other mischievous actions. Seizing this opportunity, they were intent on making Huaxia pay for the last incident where they had slain their divine beings. The matter had stirred significant commotion. Live streams from various countries were abuzz with news of the event, leading a plethora of foreign netizens to flock to Huaxia's live stream to watch the spectacle. While other nations refrained from joining the onslaught against Huaxia, they collectively maintained a tacit approval of the situation. Some even took the opportunity to mock Huaxia. The reason for the foreign netizens' selective blindness lies in their fear of the formidable alliance of the three countries, as well as their reluctance to see Huaxia ascend to dominance. Should Huaxia continue to prevail, other nations would inevitably bow to its supremacy, a prospect they could hardly bear. Thus, despite the despicable actions of Sakura Country, a country, and Goryeo, not a single foreign netizen could be found in the live stream voicing support for Huaxia or condemning these three nations. Only the citizens of Huaxia expressed their anger and indignation, yet their voices seemed futile. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia were swiftly apprised of the situation. Their expressions were grim. If the third round of the Divine Selection Games had incited their wrath, this time they were enveloped in despair rather than anger. The alliance of over 40 powerful deities was far beyond the capacity of a single nation to contend with. Even if Feng were to summon numerous divine beings to assist, one must not forget that they faced a concerted onslaught from dozens of deities across the three nations. As for exorcising these evil spirits, that was an even more distant hope. These spirits were formidable, and even engaging them in battle was a challenge, let alone attempting to exorcise them. Furthermore, Huaxia was confronted with a relentless tide of evil spirits. This meant that no matter what Huaxia did, it could not unravel the dire situation it faced, unless a miracle were to occur. But how likely was that? After despair, the emotions of the crowd gradually transformed into anger. These vile creatures had truly gone too far. If it weren't for these events, with the speed at which our King of Hell could exorcise spirits, Huaxia would surely rank among the top 3, perhaps even first. Damn it. Do they truly think Huaxia is easy to bully? Time and again, they provoke us. Even a clay figure has its limits, let alone our illustrious Huaxia. Yes, we should fight back. After all, it is death regardless. So let them first taste the flavor of our Eastern Express. Blast these vile creatures to smithereens. Indeed, since they show no mercy, let them blame us for our ruthlessness. I shall be the first to charge into battle. Once genteel officials were now unceasingly uttering curses. Those unaware might think this was a gathering of ruffians. Even the conservative elderly experts joined the ranks of the furious. The notoriously hot-tempered figures of you refrained from cursing, remaining silent, which left many officials and scholars astonished and bewildered. General Ning, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhao Chaoren inquired on behalf of the others, addressing Ning Jiangwo. Upon hearing this, Ning Jiangwo shifted his gaze from Feng on the live stream to Zhao Changren and the others. I share your sentiments. This statement invigorated the officials and scholars, who readied themselves to sacrifice for their country. However, Ning Jiangwo's next words nearly rendered them speechless. Yet, it is not yet the time for total annihilation. Let us first observe how Feng proceeds. He may have a plan. Not only the others, but even Zhao Changren looked at Ning Jiangwo in confusion. While Feng's previous performances were nothing short of extraordinary, this situation was entirely different. Previously, summoning a single deity was feasible. Now, there were no limits. Even if Feng withstood the first wave of attacks, who could guarantee that Sakura Country would not summon more deities to launch a second wave? If it truly came down to a desperate struggle, it was impossible for Feng alone to endure such a burden. The outcome could be discerned with mere intuition. Was there any need to continue watching? However, observing Ning Jiangwo's earnest demeanor, it seemed he was not jesting. The crowd pondered anew. Indeed, Feng had consistently created miracles. Perhaps it was genuinely feasible. With this thought, the crowd began to regain their composure. In critical moments, calmness was paramount. Yet, within Ning Jiangwo's heart, turmoil brewed. He silently vowed that if they could endure this ordeal, he would ensure that these nations paid dearly for their transgressions, lest they think Huaxia was without defense. It was his anger that prompted him to place his faith in Feng. For him, total destruction was not an acceptable outcome. He desired survival for the fish. While the net lay in tatters, the towering evil spirits commenced their assault on the malevolent entities near the Palace of Coldness. Some of the malevolent spirits fought back, but in the face of overwhelming power, they could not inflict harm upon these monstrous evil spirits. As countless malevolent spirits fell, the merit points above the Palace of Coldness plummeted rapidly, decreasing by over 100 points in mere moments. This infuriated Feng to the point where he nearly raised his fist to strike at these evil spirits. Severing people's wealth is akin to killing their parents. Moreover, the adversaries sought to bankrupt Feng. Chapter 65. The 10 Kings of Hell. Upon witnessing the malevolent spirits viciously attacking the vicinity of the Moon Palace, King Yanluo promptly retaliated. He swiftly gestured with his hands, reciting what seemed to be a forbidden Sanskrit incantation. As the final syllable resonated, his form expanded dramatically, increasing in size 7 or 8-fold. Fortunately, this transpired outside the palace. Otherwise, the Moon Palace would have surely suffered damage. Begone! King Yanluo bellowed, his colossal hand striking down with force, manifesting a black palm imprint that soared towards the rampaging malevolent spirits. Although the spirits themselves were formidable, they paled in comparison to King Yanluo, especially regarding their strength disparity. With that single blow, several of the malevolent spirits were obliterated. Simultaneously, the merit value of the temple in the country of Asan diminished by 3 points. However, In light of its previous 1,000-point total, this reduction appeared negligible. Conversely, the merit value of the Moon Palace in Huaxia had plummeted to around 200, while the malevolent spirits continued to converge in greater numbers. Alone, King Yanluo could hardly manage the onslaught, for they did not need to conquer him. Simply vanquishing the malevolent spirits of Huaxia would suffice to diminish its merit value and lead to its eventual downfall. Moreover, the deities from the three nations continued to employ dark sorcery, incessantly conjuring malevolent spirits to assail Huaxia. This sight incited a wave of fury among the Huaxia netizens. Damn it! They offer no chance for reprieve, intent on obliterating Huaxia. Is this truly the end for us? Those scoundrels from Asan always unite against Huaxia. Do they possess no sense of sportsmanship? Discussing sportsmanship with them is as futile as hoping a sow could climb a tree. Curse it! If only the great Wukong could summon more deities. Yet, relying solely on him, it is impossible to rally additional divine support for Huaxia, especially considering the alliance of three nations confronting over 40 powerful deities. One man's strength cannot alter the tide of battle. In the Imperial Conference Room, Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues fixated on the live broadcast, their expressions darkening further. The situation at the Moon Palace had grown increasingly dire, leaving them uncertain of how Wukong would respond. However, time was of the essence. The merit value of Huaxia continued to dwindle, and their despair deepened. The current rules permitted unlimited summoning of deities. Since Asan had initiated their assault, they would not relent until Huaxia was utterly annihilated. This meant they might continue summoning deities until Huaxia was entirely extinguished. At this moment, no one dared to harbor hope for Huaxia, given the evident disparity in power. Some even resorted to online betting on how long Huaxia could endure, profiting handsomely in the process. Back in the Huaxia chosen world, King Yanluo's countenance was far from pleasant. He waved his hands rapidly, each motion ensuring the demise of a malevolent spirit. Yet, despite his impressive speed, the influx of spirits was relentless. Additionally, King Yanluo refrained from casting spells of excessive potency, for a misstep could result in the untimely demise of his own malevolent spirits. Think of something quickly. I cannot hold on much longer, King Yanluo urged, glancing at Wukong. Standing beneath the plaque of the Moon Palace, Wukong suddenly broke into a sardonic smile, one tinged with both disdain and resignation. Initially, he had hoped to engage with them as an ordinary person, fostering peaceful development. Yet, since they had chosen this path, he would show no mercy. With that thought, Wukong ceased his trivialities, placing his hands on his hips and facing the multitude of malevolent spirits. This spectacle left the foreign viewers in the Huaxia live stream utterly bewildered. Did the Huaxia chosen player truly intend to self-destruct? Was he actually considering descending into the fray against these malevolent spirits? Such an act seemed tantamount to courting death. Ha ha ha, it appears Huaxia is indeed doomed this time. A significant source of amusement will be lost henceforth. Yifeng's demeanor overshadowed many chosen players, yet reality remained stark, no matter how positive one's mindset. Lacking strength would ultimately lead to death. To the foreign viewers, Yifeng's actions appeared akin to awaiting oblivion. The barrage of comments predominantly mocked him. Only the people of Huaxia and Ning Jiangwo's cohort harbored genuine concern. Wukong, oblivious to the external opinions, was preoccupied with recalling the names of the 10 kings of hell. Then, raising his voice to the heavens, he proclaimed, "Arise, King Qin Guang, King Chu Jiang, King Song Di, King Wu Guan, King Lu Cheng, King Taishan, King Du Shi, King Pingdeng, King Zhuanluan." Upon hearing this, King Yanluo paused mid-battle, turning to gaze at Wukong in astonishment. He pondered how this mortal could so effortlessly summon him. Was there no elaborate ritual involved? It seemed far too casual. Realizing this, King Yanluo became increasingly convinced that Wukong was a reincarnation of a divine being. Otherwise, how could he have summoned himself so easily, along with 9 other colleagues? No less. The very thought was terrifying. As Wukong completed the final name, 9 black Sanskrit circles materialized on the ground outside. In the next instant, 9 imposing figures appeared before the gathered crowd. The illustrious 10 kings of hell had convened within this modest chosen world. Few would believe such a claim. The Huaxia audience in the live stream was left in utter disbelief. Is this real? Another 9 deities summoned? They appear to be on par with King Yanluo's strength. Wukong truly is remarkable. What a feat. Could any veteran player of Hongming Bahuang explain who these deities are? I have never heard of them. A veteran from version 1. One chimed in, "Don't ask me. I've never encountered them either. Are they reliable? Aside from their attire, they seem like common street thugs." Ha ha ha, street thugs? Have you not noticed their expressions and appearances resemble that of ghosts? Moreover, they are all kings of some sort, undoubtedly of the same caliber as King Yinluo. Thus they must be trustworthy. Even if you doubt them, at least have faith in our great Yifeng. Who among you suggested that Yifeng was awaiting death? I trust you are regretting those words now. Chapter 66. Those who offend our Huaxia shall be punished, no matter how distant they are currently. These divine beings have yet to reveal their full prowess, yet the netizens of Huaxia have regained a modicum of confidence. More significantly, they perceive these 9 deities as the last flicker of hope for Huaxia, fervently wishing for miracles to unfold through their intervention. Conversely, for those abroad, these newly summoned powerful entities are entirely foreign, deities they have neither heard of nor seen. Their capabilities remain shrouded in mystery, yet none harbor optimism for Huaxia. After all, Huaxia faces over 40 formidable divine beings, particularly the so-called Master Nation, which boasts a proud reputation. Ironically, the deities summoned by Huaxia are entirely absent from their historical records. Previously, they shamelessly claimed that Huaxia had stolen their divine beings, but now such assertions would not only be met with skepticism, but also ridicule from other nations. While others summon new deities time and again, they stand utterly oblivious. How dare they allege that others pilfer their deities? Such claims would only invite laughter. Despite this, they continue to underestimate Huaxia. The victors are revered while the vanquished are vilified. Should Huaxia falter, the world would remember the Master Nation, not Huaxia. This dynamic explains their willingness to set aside grievances and ally with the Sakura Nation. For the people of Huaxia, those who deride them have ceased to provoke anger. One more or one less makes no difference. What matters most is to triumph in the contest and deliver a resounding slap to the faces of all detractors. The scene shifts back to the realm of the chosen deities of Huaxia. Upon their summoning, the 9 lords find themselves bewildered and perplexed by their surroundings. They ponder how they, who were diligently cultivating in the underworld, have inexplicably arrived in the mortal realm. The oppressive aura of the surroundings causes their brows to furrow deeply. Had it not been for the swift intervention of King Yinluo, they would have eradicated the malevolent spirits surrounding them in an instant. At that point, Huaxia would not need the intervention of foreign powers. They would be doomed. This spectacle nearly terrified the netizens of Huaxia, casting doubt upon their impressions of the lords. Upon seeing their old acquaintance, King Yinluo, the lords exchanged polite greetings, inquiring about his well-being and progress in cultivation. Although their strengths are comparable, King Yinluo's renown in the underworld surpasses theirs, necessitating a measure of humility in his presence. As for the surrounding malevolent spirits, upon sensing the aura of the 10 kings of hell, they retreated, daring not to approach. This remarkable display instilled a considerable amount of confidence in the netizens of Huaxia. At that moment, King Qingguang and his peers noticed Yifeng, a mere mortal, standing nearby. What intrigued them most was the fact that this mortal displayed no fear upon seeing them. This piqued their curiosity about Yifeng's identity. It was the first time they had encountered a mortal unafraid of the kings of hell. They wondered who this audacious individual could be, bold enough to face them without trepidation. As they speculated, Yifeng took the initiative to approach, clasping his fists in greeting, and humbly introduced himself. I am Yifeng. The younger generation, honored to meet all the lords. With a request in mind, he naturally adopted a modest demeanor. Yifeng's respectful demeanor earned the approval of many lords. Since the heavenly realm decreed non-interference in the mortal realm, reverence for deities had waned significantly, with many unaware of their identities. It was astonishing that, after hundreds of years, someone still remembered them and treated them with such respect. Seeing Yifeng's humility left King Yinluo somewhat incredulous, but he attributed it to the general modesty of great beings and thought little of it, feeling an increased respect for Yifeng. Yifeng wasted no time, succinctly outlining the circumstances surrounding the divine selection game. Upon hearing this, the lords furrowed their brows, initially curious about the potent aura of Yin energy in the mortal realm. It became clear that the so-called divine selection game was the source of the disturbance. However, they were unaware of the specifics of this game. Then why must we refrain from exterminating these malevolent spirits? Inquired King Qingguang, gesturing toward the relentless tide of spirits. The other lords shared his curiosity, after all. To them, these spirits were simply ghosts, and as such, they could not evade the judgment of the 10 kings of hell. Yifeng shook his head with a wry smile. The rules of the 4th round of the divine selection game prohibit the killing of our own spirits. We can only liberate them, or else our merit points will diminish. Merit points? They echoed, glancing at the enormous red numeral hovering above them, which read, Huaxia merit points, 186. Feng continued, should our merit points plummet to a critical negative threshold, we will be automatically eliminated, and Huaxia will thus face annihilation. However, the spirits you see are not from Huaxia. They are the machinations of the spirits from the nations of Asan, Sakura, and the Master Nation, conspiring against us. Such treachery exists, exclaimed King Qin Guang, his fury palpable. While reverence for deities may have diminished in Huaxia, they all shared a profound connection to the land. They could not stand idly by as Huaxia faced destruction. Humph! King Chujiang fumed, his face flushed with anger as he waved his hand, instantly obliterating several malevolent spirits. These petty border nations presume to trifle with Huaxia, thinking us bereft of divine protection? Those who dare to offend Huaxia shall meet their end, regardless of their distance. The other lords erupted in righteous fury, unleashing their might. Their seemingly simple techniques swiftly vanquished the invading malevolent spirits. The sight of their formidable presence sent the netizens of Huaxia into a frenzy, their excitement palpable. The live stream's comments flooded with enthusiasm. I'm in love with this. Though they lack the ethereal aura of the Erlang god, they remain strikingly impressive. Wow! Is this truly the divine beings of Huaxia? So resolute and valiant, we are humbled. It turns out these deities have been quietly safeguarding Huaxia all along. Does that mean Feng is a disciple of these divine beings? Disciple is an apt title, but perhaps messenger would be even more fitting. I just heard Feng mention that these divine beings are called the 10 Kings of Hell and that they govern the underworld. Could they be the embodiments of death and hell in Huaxia? Chapter 67. The demise of Miyamoto Musashi by the whip. Although the 10 Yama kings summoned by Feng bore fierce and intimidating appearances, the people of Huaxia quickly grew fond of them, not for their looks but for the stirring and inspirational words they spoke. A cultural rift has emerged in Huaxia's history, leading to a collective sense of inferiority among its people regarding their civilization and culture. Despite Huaxia's status as one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations and a major global economy, excelling in military, political, and financial arenas, confidence in their civilization remains elusive. Many citizens of Huaxia still idolize foreign cultures, taking pride in it, and some even descend into disgrace, betraying their nation to serve as spies for others. The recent mass arrest of experts and scholars serve as a poignant example. Thus, when the 10 Yama kings declared, "Those who offend Huaxia shall be pursued, regardless of distance," a wave of fervor surged through the hearts of the Huaxia people. This sentiment was extraordinary and perhaps incomprehensible to some. Yet, in a nation starved of civilization and history, such words struck like thunder, resonating deeply. The live streaming chat erupted with impassioned comments. "Those who offend Huaxia shall be pursued, regardless of distance. I have no regrets in this life for entering Huaxia. In the next life, I shall be a flower cultivator." Such fervent declarations dominated the Huaxia live streams. However, to foreign observers, the actions of Huaxia netizens appeared merely as celebratory revelry before an impending doom. While they acknowledged the formidable prowess of the 10 Yama kings, they remained skeptical about Huaxia's chances of victory, for they were up against over 40 deities summoned by 3 nations. Moreover, the 10 Yama kings were unfamiliar to them. And despite their ability to vanquish powerful spirits, it should not be forgotten that these spirits were merely subordinates summoned by the deities. The true challenge lay in those 40-plus deities, each with distinct identities, particularly from the third nation, where the number of deities was virtually limitless. In their view, Huaxia's aspirations were nothing short of delusional. A nation of subjugated souls dared to dream of turning the tide? They scoffed, declaring, "The sun has yet to set. Awaken from your dreams." They laughed at the idea of flower cultivators, predicting instead that these individuals would soon find themselves in hell, toiling in the earth. The notion of 10 opposing 41 seemed absurd, leading many to conclude that Huaxia was doomed. The mockery from foreign netizens quickly filled the chat, inciting the ire of Huaxia viewers, including Ning Zhangwo and his companions, who were filled with dread. The unprecedented odds of 10 against 41, compounded by the opponent's vast reservoir of deities, made Huaxia's goal of defeating 3 adversaries seem insurmountable. The enemy's despicable tactic of summoning historical warriors' spirits to possess the spirits only served to tighten the noose around Huaxia's neck. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia chosen world, Feng remained oblivious to the external happenings, instead observing from a distance. The number of spirits around him swelled, and their appearances diverged significantly from those encountered previously. Some donned armor and wielded dual swords, while others rode war horses brandishing large blades. A closer inspection revealed that the dark aura surrounding these spirits was exponentially stronger than before. Like ferocious wolves, they charged into the Huaxia chosen world, their blades cleaving the malevolent spirits of the Guanghan Palace in twain. As they wreaked havoc, the merit value of Guanghan Palace plummeted to a single-digit figure. Nonetheless, Feng, as a chosen player, remained unfazed. Even scanning the distance for the identities of the warrior spirits. Why was he not anxious? That would be absurd. With the 10 Yama Kings present, any concern would be akin to slapping their faces. It was as if one were to tell a northeastern person, if you can't drink, then don't. The outcome would be all too predictable. In the face of the oncoming spirits, the 10 Yama Kings wasted no time and immediately commenced their rituals. They gestured with their hands, chanting incantations, enveloped in an enigmatic dark aura. Upon the completion of their final verse, they pointed decisively ahead. Suddenly, a massive vortex of sacred script materialized before them, and a beam of black light shot skyward, intensifying the surrounding ominous atmosphere. Subsequently, shadowy figures began to emerge, revealing themselves as ghostly emissaries. Some bore the heads of oxen and horses, while others were clad in contrasting black and white, alongside various other forms with animal heads atop human bodies. With the addition of these emissaries, the battle tilted overwhelmingly in favor of Huaxia. Even the formidable spirits, akin to celestial soldiers, faltered against the ghostly emissaries, succumbing in mere moments. Notably, the warrior wielding twin swords met his end at the hands of Black Wukong, who struck him down with a whip. This scene left the live stream audience in stunned silence, contemplating the absurdity of it all. As for the 10 Yama Kings, they seized this opportunity to fervently exorcise the wounded malevolent spirits. Previously resistant to exorcism, the spirits now welcomed it, eagerly desiring release. After all, it was preferable to be exorcised than to be slain by the spirits. One death was already taxing enough. Moments later, the merit value of Guanghan Palace surged from single digits to nearly 1,000, a rapid ascent that led viewers to suspect foul play. Huaxia's ranking soared from the bottom to the top 10. This bizarre turn of events left the audience and the Huaxia livestream slack-jawed, particularly foreign netizens, who appeared as naive as country bumpkins. Is that it? This is a total annihilation. How can this be possible? The most renowned general in the history of our Sakura Empire, Miyamoto Musashi, could not possibly be vanquished by that figure clad in black with a whip. Impossible. These spirits are possessed by our generals, the great leaders of the Peacock dynasty. How could they fall so easily? How infuriating. Even our naval commander, Sun Sen, would not be bested by a creature with an ox's head. What on earth are these beings? Could they also be warriors from Huaxia's history? But that can't be right. No one looks like that. In response to these inquiries, Huaxia netizens found themselves equally at a loss, for they too were unfamiliar with the concepts of ox head and horseface, or the 10 great commanders of the underworld. Chapter 68. The counterattack of Huaxia. Fortunately, the outcome left Huaxia's netizens in a state of great satisfaction. They had not anticipated such a swift conclusion to the battle, and it was a complete annihilation at that. While answers remained elusive, humiliation was certainly within reach. Previously, foreign netizens had derided Huaxia, proclaiming its inevitable downfall in the next round. Now, however, Huaxia's netizens seized the opportunity to retaliate, showing no mercy in their scorn. Who was it that claimed Huaxia was doomed? Where are they now? I have a grand treasure to show them. Oh, is that not the land of cherry blossoms? After a mere week, how is it still so pathetic? 3 against 1, and yet still met with a counterattack? Do you not know how to play? Did you think your father, Huaxia, had no tricks left up his sleeve? Is your mind buzzing now? Rest assured, we in Huaxia shall remember this day. Revenge is merely a matter of timing. Faced with the ridicule from Huaxia's netizens, no foreigner dared to speak up. They felt as though they had swallowed something distasteful. Perplexed as to how Huaxia consistently managed to turn the tide at critical moments, often with just a sliver of life remaining. Could this truly be a nation with a history spanning 300 years? It was utterly ludicrous. Such occurrences had not been infrequent. Yet they remained unwavering in their attempts to belittle Huaxia. In their eyes, opposing Huaxia was politically correct. Even at the cost of defeat, they remained intent on targeting Huaxia, driven by the desire for its disappearance from the world stage. Moreover, the performance of Feng stirred the most excitement among Huaxia's leadership. In the conference room of the imperial capital, figures like Ning Jingwo were beside themselves with elation, not merely due to the victory, but also because of the divine beings they had never encountered before. Initially, they speculated about the identities of the 10 kings of hell, for these were entities absent from Huaxia's mythology. They even delved into extensive research but found no clues. Eventually, by piecing together information revealed by Feng and the ghostly emissaries summoned by the 10 kings, they swiftly arrived at a conclusion. The 10 kings of hell were akin to Huaxia's version of Satan, while the underworld they inhabited mirrored the concept of hell abroad. As for the ghostly emissaries, they corresponded to exorcists in foreign lands. This revelation undoubtedly filled the void of Huaxia's own underworld, as they had previously believed that upon death, souls either ascended to heaven or descended to hell, beliefs rooted in foreign doctrines, not Huaxia's own. With the establishment of the underworld and the 10 kings of hell, Huaxia would no longer be plagued by wandering souls. The significance of this was akin to a triumphant victory in a game. The demise of these malevolent spirits caused a sudden plummet in the merit values of 3 nations. Fortunately, their merit values had reached thousands, preventing them from dropping out of the top 10, though the rankings had shifted. The lead now belonged to the Land of Infants, followed by the Kingdom of Sira, the Northern Land, the Third Nation, the Kingdom of Jinta, the Land of Cherry Blossoms, Huaxia, the Battleground Nation, the Beautiful Nation, and the Land of the Stick. The Land of the Stick nearly fell out of the top 10, while the Beautiful Nation's placement at 9th was a surprise to all, given its historical parallels with Huaxia. However, considering the Beautiful Nation's status as a melting pot of cultures, including Christianity, Islam, and Catholicism, it was not unexpected that they could summon exorcists to purify restless spirits. Reflecting on the earlier rounds of the Divine Selection Games, the Beautiful Nation had barely scraped through. Looking back now, they had emerged as the biggest winners. Not only had they avoided being targeted by other nations, but their cautious approach had also resulted in minimal losses among their chosen players. In stark contrast, the Beautiful Nation, once hailed as the world's superpower, known for waging countless wars and causing immense destruction, had adopted an unusually low profile since the onset of the Divine Selection Games, so low that many had forgotten their existence. Meanwhile, nations that had once been subservient to the Beautiful Nation were now eagerly vying for the top spot, a clear awakening of sorts. If not for the results of this competition, the world would have remained blissfully unaware. In stark contrast, Huaxia found itself in a far more dismal situation. The results of the battle left the once confident nations of the Third Nation and the Land of Cherry Blossoms utterly bewildered. They could scarcely fathom how Huaxia had so effortlessly withstood their onslaught. This was undoubtedly a severe blow to their self-confidence. Just 10 divine beings had managed to withstand the combined efforts of over 40 divine beings from 3 nations, a claim few would believe. In the conference room of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, the atmosphere was tense. "Quick, connect me to them." Seiji slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with fury. His new female secretary trembled and hurried to comply, establishing a connection with the chosen players of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. The enormous floating display screen materialized, showcasing the realm of the chosen players. Upon seeing their superior Seiji, the players bowed their heads and greeted him as general. Seiji wasted no time, summoning the leader of the group, and berated him. How could this happen? Why did Huaxia manage to turn the tide so quickly? "General, we too were blindsided by this outcome," the middle-aged man replied, his expression one of frustration and despair. He thought to himself that he wished to eliminate Huaxia, yet he needed the strength to do so. "I don't care how you achieve it. Huaxia must be eradicated." Seiji issued a stern command. But, no buts. If you cannot manage it, then I will find someone else." Seiji cut him off, granting no opportunity for explanation. Noticing the middle-aged man attempting to speak again, Seiji added, "However, I must remind you that the privileges granted to your family will be revoked." At these words, the middle-aged man turned pale, straightened his posture, and fervently assured, "Rest assured, General, I will not fail in my mission. We will eliminate Huaxia." Satisfied with the man's response, Seiji nodded. Seiji's harsh demeanor stemmed from his fear of death. This was the final opportunity bestowed upon him by the emperor. Failure would result in his ritual suicide. Just as he spoke, the middle-aged man's expression abruptly changed, mirrored by the other chosen players. Seiji furrowed his brow, uncertain of what was occurring. At that moment, Seiji's female secretary suddenly pointed at another section of the broadcast screen, her voice trembling with fear. "Seiji, look." "What?" Seiji was momentarily confused, then swiftly turned to follow her gaze. Unbeknownst to them, outside the merit structure of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, a swarm of ghostly figures had appeared, tall, armored beings wielding large blades or sharp instruments, mounted on steeds, invading their territory without restraint. They proceeded to wreak havoc upon the malevolent spirits of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, which had evolved into a more formidable form in the second stage. Chapter 69. The loyal bones buried beneath the green hills. Why must one wrap their corpse in horsehide? Among them was a formidable warrior clad in green, with a striking red face, riding a warhorse and wielding a green dragon crescent blade. With a single stroke, he could slay 2 or 3 malevolent spirits. Beside him stood a burly man with a beard, clearly unwilling to concede, brandishing his 8-foot-long serpent spear in a wild frenzy that was truly terrifying. Where on earth do these wretched souls come from? After the initial shock, Zhang Ye's fury surged. The middle-aged man's complexion darkened. Yet he hastily responded to Zhang Ye's inquiry. General, they must have come from Huaxia. What? Huaxia? Zhang Ye was once again taken aback. He never anticipated that Huaxia would dare to launch a counterattack. It was sheer folly. His confidence stemmed from the presence of 2 other allies. As long as the nations of Asan and Bangzi dispatched reinforcements, they would surely encircle and strike Huaxia, inflicting severe damage upon its strength. At that time, Huaxia would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow, and they would pursue their victory, not seeking to annihilate Huaxia, but merely to push it out of the top 5 ranks. However, what Zhang Yi was unaware of was that the circumstances faced by Asan and Bangzi were no different from their own, and perhaps even more perilous. In the realm of Asan, the divine selection world, their merit structure was simultaneously besieged by a fierce army. Attacking them was a formidable force of several thousand soldiers, clad in uniform armor and wielding identical spears. Though only a few thousand strong, they exuded the aura of a vast army. Leading this force was a seasoned general, a veteran of countless battles, who brandished a long sword measuring 70 centimeters. Even standing still, he emanated an overwhelming pressure, as if confronting not just a man, but an invincible deity of death. With a raised sword pointing towards the distant deities of Asan, the old general coldly commanded, "Kill. Show no mercy." In response, over 1,000 soldiers behind him roared in unison, "Brave old Qin, let us face the national peril together." Each word bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, resonating powerfully in the hearts of all who heard. The malevolent spirits near the merit structure of Asan trembled in fear, daring not to approach, and took a wide detour. In the divine selection world of Bangzi, a similar spectacle unfolded. Outside their merit structure stood another army of several thousand. Before them was a young leader with flowing black hair, adorned with a brass tiger helmet and clad in dragon-patterned chainmail. He wielded a hooked spear and rode a majestic steed. Upon closer inspection, this young commander appeared even younger than his soldiers, seemingly in his 20s, yet he commanded them with remarkable prowess. Rather than rushing into battle, he turned his horse around to address his troops sternly. "If the Xiongnu do not perish, how can there be a home for us? If the enemy nation remains, how can our homeland thrive?" The young leader scanned the crowd and declared, "All soldiers, heed my command. You are the pillars of our nation. Once I led you north to confront the Xiongnu. Now you shall accompany me to eradicate the enemy nation. We vow to return home with our bodies wrapped in horsehide. Vow to return home with our bodies wrapped in horsehide. Those who offend our mighty Han shall face death, no matter the distance. Those who offend our mighty Han shall face death, no matter the distance." Over 1,000 soldiers echoed in unison, their voices growing louder with each repetition. The young leader then turned once more to the proud deity at the back and whispered, "Remember my name. I am Huotsubing." This declaration was not only directed at his adversary, but also a personal affirmation. With that, he brandished his spear and led his soldiers fearlessly into the fray. 20 minutes earlier, in the divine selection world of Huaxia, after the ghostly officials had dealt with the malevolent spirits, they joined the ranks of those performing the rites, leading to a remarkable surge in the merit points of the Guanghan Palace, advancing 2 positions. The issue has been resolved, and those petty nations will surely think twice before acting again, King Qin Guang stated, clapping his hands and turning to Yi Feng. "As for the rites, let those ghostly officials handle it. It will give them a chance to hone their skills," the King of Reincarnation added. As the esteemed 10 Yama kings, they held their pride. Having resolved the crisis, they naturally did not wish to linger, as it would tarnish their dignity. Apart from these 2, several other hall masters nodded in agreement, indicating their intention to depart. Only the King of Hell remained silent, seemingly intent on staying behind, which piqued the curiosity of the others, though they refrained from inquiring further, as it was not their concern. Yi Feng first glanced at the ghostly officials engaged in the rites, then turned to King Qin Guang and the others. Politely clasping his hands, "On behalf of the people of Huaxia, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance, and in the future, I shall ensure temples are erected in honor of all the hall masters, with incense offerings." It must be noted that Yi Feng possessed a keen understanding of human sentiment. His words were imbued with allure, even moving the illustrious 10 Yama kings. After all, Huaxia had experienced a cultural disjunction. leading to a significant decline in the worship of deities. If they could indeed receive offerings, it would be a tremendous boon, though excitement coursed through them as deities. They maintained composure. With a smile, King Qin Guang replied nonchalantly, I have endured countless years of cultivation in the underworld and do not particularly care for temples or offerings. Since you are so sincere, I shall not refuse. Indeed, the second hall master, King Chu Jiang, nodded affirmatively while stroking his beard, politely inquiring, What name do you go by, young man? Such a remarkable figure. You must be exceptional. The fourth hall master, King Chuan Guan, smiled and added, Indeed. Since the first time I laid eyes on this young man, I felt an inexplicable affinity. Perhaps he shares my surname, Liu. The ninth hall master, King Ping Ying, chimed in, Nonsense, clearly he shares my surname, Shui. Shui, you say? Clearly, he has surnamed you, protested the 10th hall master, King Luan Zhuang, unimpressed. Enough. The king of hell observed the bickering crowd with a sense of exasperation, wondering if they had lost their dignity. Were they truly squabbling over a trivial matter of offerings? It was a shameful display for the 10 Yama kings. Lost in thought, he suddenly caught Yi Feng's polite smile, and his stern expression instantly transformed into one of joy. The name of the younger generation is of little consequence. Esteemed hall masters need not worry about offerings. They will certainly come, Yi Feng replied courteously. Upon hearing this, they ceased their disputes. The matter of offerings was not a deception. Huaxia had long been lacking in this aspect of mythology. Now, with such promising material, there would undoubtedly be a multitude of supporters domestically. The construction of temples and the offering of incense were customary practices. Previously, figures like Sun Wukong, Erlangshan, and Nezha had already planned the establishment of their 101st temple. The motivation behind this was also to cultivate a more global identity. Chapter 70. Summoning deceased warriors. The vast expanse of Chinese land and its teeming populace have witnessed foreign religious factions flourishing unrestrained, voraciously absorbing the faith of the Chinese people. These adherents are susceptible to the sect's insidious influence, potentially breeding disillusionment or animosity towards China, a perilous trend indeed. Thus, China is ardently erecting temples dedicated to its indigenous deities. As for why Yi Feng refrains from divulging their names, it is a matter of prudence. Who dares utter their name before the king of hell? Esteemed lords of the 10 courts, I have another matter to entreat. Yi Feng beseeched once more, bowing deeply. Speak without reservation, they responded. Since ancient times, China has been the celestial empire, yet due to cultural fragmentation, petty foreign entities have brazenly encroached upon our nation. Even within the current God's chosen game, they persist in their transgressions, seeking to obliterate China. What? Such audacity! The lords of the 10 courts exclaimed, their anger palpable. They had presumed this was an isolated incident, only to discover it was a habitual offense. Indeed. Therefore, I beseech your assistance in employing these malevolent spirits to retaliate. Yi Feng implored with utmost humility. Worry not. It is opportune to make an example of them, demonstrating to those petty nations that China is not to be trifled with. Whoever dares to bully China shall be annihilated without quarter. The 10 kings of hell, accustomed to dealing with ghosts and demons, possessed an innate sense of justice and retribution. Even in the absence of temples or incense offerings, they would readily extend their aid. This scene moved many Chinese netizens to tears. Sob. I never imagined the 10 kings of hell would be such staunch supporters of China. Prior to this, I was woefully ignorant of their identities. The 10 kings of hell. Erlang Shenyang Jian, Nezha, the third Lotus Prince, and Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven. They are our Chinese deities and the guardians of our nation. Thank you, Yi Feng, for enlightening me about these divine figures of China. Yi Feng is an unparalleled legend. But I still yearn to know when Yi Feng will summon the Lady Chang'e. Lady Chang'e won. In stark contrast to the Chinese netizens' heartfelt emotions, their foreign counterparts expressed derision. In their estimation, China's ability to expel the invading baleful spirits stemmed solely from its home field advantage. Devoid of this advantage, China would stand no chance. They based this assertion on the fact that the meritocratic structures of India and Japan were guarded by numerous deities, with over 10 deities safeguarding their structures. What manner of malevolent spirit could possibly breach their defenses? It is utterly preposterous. Numerous foreign netizens seized this opportunity to mock China, seeking to avenge their previous humiliation. Surely, no one believes that defeating the baleful spirits renders them invincible? To contemplate invading other nations is the height of hubris. Has China always been this self-assured? Such provincial arrogance is laughable. I wager that China's dispatched spirits would be outmatched even by Korea's deities, let alone those of Japan and India. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the utter annihilation of China's spirits. Even within the upper echelons of the Chinese government, divergent opinions arose. Launching an unprovoked attack on India or Japan risks inciting retaliatory strikes, potentially plunging China into renewed peril. Indeed, the optimal course of action is to avoid unnecessary conflict. The rules of the fourth round of the God's Chosen game are inherently unsuited for combat. I contend that we must deflate their arrogance, lest they perceive China as an easy target. Moreover, with the 10 kings of hell guarding our meritocratic structures, even a failed offensive would be inconsequential. Can you guarantee that India and its allies will not once again conspire against China? Bear in mind that Britain and its cohorts harbor covetous designs upon our nation. So, are you suggesting that China should meekly submit to their depredations? Arguments erupted among officials, scholars, and experts, descending into cacophony. Ning Jiangwo, his brow furrowed, silenced the assembly with a stern rebuke. Silence. The room fell into an uneasy quiet. This matter shall be decided by Yi Feng alone. We shall observe and offer guidance as needed. Ning Jiangwo concluded, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Feng. In truth, Ning Jiangwo harbored the desire for Yi Feng to chastise India and its allies, confident that Yi Feng possessed the discernment to mitigate any potential risks. Seeing Ning Jiangwo's resolve, the others relented. Within China's God's chosen world, Qin Guangwang, having reached a consensus, inquired, now that a decision has been made, what is your plan? They had previously learned from Yi Feng that direct combat between deities was prohibited. Yi Feng turned to Qin Guangwang, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed. I have a plan. Oh, pray tell, Qin Guangwang responded, piqued with interest. The others, along with the viewers of the live broadcast, leaned in attentively. Yi Feng gazed into the distance and murmured, China's civilization spans millennia. This vast land has given rise to countless valiant warriors. Turning back to the assembled deities, he continued, given your lordship's mastery of spirit possession, why not summon the spirits of deceased heroes to once again showcase China's might? A collective gasp swept through the Chinese netizens, goosebumps erupting across their skin. They had witnessed the lost deities, but the lost historical figures remained unseen. In a sense, these historical figures were even more awe-inspiring than the mythological ones. These were real individuals who had once walked upon Chinese soil. This would serve as tangible proof that China had merely lost its history, not that it never had a history or civilization. Even those within the Chinese government who had previously opposed military action were now stirred with excitement, eagerly anticipating the summoning of these historical luminaries. An excellent proposal. Qin Guangwang assented with a smile. I have indeed encountered numerous such spirits in recent years. Dushi Wang nodded in agreement. However, most have already been reincarnated. Few remain as ghostly cultivators. No matter, we shall summon those we can. Moreover, with your lordship's magical enhancements, even a single warrior can vanquish multitudes. Yi Feng replied, artfully flattering them. The deities were delighted, finding the young man increasingly impressive. Had Yi Feng not possessed such a long lifespan, they would have gladly spirited him away to the underworld to groom him as a trusted subordinate. Within a century, he would undoubtedly become a renowned ghost officer. Had Yi Feng been privy to their thoughts, he would have been incensed. Here I am, devising ways to construct temples and offer incense. And you lot are plotting my demise? Such treachery. Chapter 71. The clashing of arms and iron steeds before long. The 10 kings of hell stood in a row, swiftly gesturing with their fingers while reciting the forbidden Sanskrit incantations once more. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunderous roars, as if a tempest of divine retribution were imminent. Yet, the 10 kings remained unfazed, their gestures becoming increasingly fervent, and the dark aura surrounding them thickened ominously. Observing this, Yi Feng hastily retreated into the palace of eternal cold, for the oppressive darkness bore a formidable weight that he could not withstand at his current level of cultivation. As the final line of the incantation was uttered, a vortex of Sanskrit materialized in the direction they indicated. The surrounding malevolent energies were drawn into the vortex, only to be expelled again in a relentless cycle. Subsequently, shadows began to emerge from the swirling void, some exuding an aura that rivaled even that of the infamous black and white impermanence, their presence imbued with an even greater density of dark energy. This revelation caught Yi Feng off guard, however. Recalling that these entities were once renowned generals and commanders in life, it was only natural that their powers had surged after becoming spectral beings. The restless spirits continued to pour forth from the Sanskrit vortex, possessing various malevolent spirits in the process. The possessed entities found themselves unable to resist. helplessly witnessing their own assimilation. The transformation was visually striking. For instance, frail female spirits morphed into towering warriors upon being possessed by the shadows. The shadows surged forth from the vortex, fervently seeking out more malevolent spirits to inhabit. As the number of possessed entities grew, the historical figures of warriors began to take shape before the onlookers' eyes, some mounted on steeds, others commanding chariots akin to those of the terracotta army, wielding weapons like the green dragon crescent blade or long spears. Before them stood 3 rigorously organized battalions, perfectly aligned and motionless, awaiting orders from their commanders. Their forms continued to emanate a dense black mist, causing the distant malevolent spirits to recoil in fear, as if facing not soldiers, but rather demons. Each battalion was led by one or several commanding figures, whose auras surpassed that of the soldiers by an extraordinary margin. The black energy radiating from them seemed to stretch toward the heavens, an endless expanse of power. Even from afar, Feng could acutely feel the chilling essence carried by that dark energy. Such strength surely transcended that of mere specters. The audience in the Huaxia live stream was left in a state of awe, utterly astonished by the terrifying visage of the historical generals summoned by Huaxia. This was a far cry from the spectral entities conjured by the nations of the south. The bullet comments flooded in from Huaxia netizens, expressing their astonishment. Wow, that red-faced general on horseback looks incredibly fierce, especially the weapon he wields. It appears capable of cleaving me in twain. Another chimed in. It seems he could easily turn us into mere sticks. They wondered aloud about the nature of such unique weaponry, having never seen its like before. Could these all be warriors from Huaxia's illustrious past? With such a formidable army and powerful generals, surely Huaxia must have been a great nation in history. If this is true, then Huaxia undoubtedly ranks among the foremost powers of the past. Alas, our present Huaxia lacks the records and civilization of yore. Feng had previously discussed various dynasties of Huaxia, and perhaps these warriors hailed from one of those epochs. Based on their exhibited prowess, they likely originated from the Tang dynasty. The curiosity among Huaxia netizens regarding the identities of these martial figures was palpable, as they marveled and speculated about their origins. Notably, the 3 battalions, each numbering in the thousands, displayed 3 distinct styles of military attire, possibly indicating 3 different dynasties or factions. As for the higher echelons of Huaxia, their reaction mirrored that of the netizens' overwhelming shock. They dispatched subordinates to conduct thorough investigations into the identities and histories of these martial figures. Feng had previously elucidated Huaxia's history, and this knowledge was now being put to good use. Conversely, the international audience was far from pleased. The sight of Huaxia's grandeur incited a visceral discomfort, becoming an instinctual response. These cannot possibly be historical generals of Huaxia. How could the souls of martial figures be so terrifying? If I am not mistaken, it must be the machinations of those 10 old geezers. They asserted. Huaxia's accepted history spans merely a few hundred years, and even if there were historical figures from the past, they would have long since been severed from Huaxia, rendering them ineligible to summon such beings. In their view, it was clear that the rogue Feng sought to exploit this opportunity to fabricate a history for Huaxia, thereby creating the illusion of a civilized great nation and escaping the reality of its status as a vassal to the H nation. Huaxia is utterly repugnant. Stealing culture and appropriating myths, now attempting to alter history? Exclaimed a representative from the A nation. Are the generals summoned by Huaxia truly formidable? Especially that red-faced rider wielding such a long blade. Does he truly believe himself invincible? I can assure you that even the deities of the Cherry Blossom Nation, without lifting a finger, could reduce those possessed warriors to mere scraps. I guarantee you, the great generals of our H nation's history are numerous. They were once the gods of war who conquered Huaxia. In the past, they could make Huaxia submit to their might. Now, returned from the beyond, they will undoubtedly force Huaxia to bow once more, and our nation's generals will surely leave Huaxia in ruins. It was evident that these international netizens had conveniently forgotten the reality of their previous humiliation. Yet, their perspective was somewhat understandable on their home turf. With the power of deities backing them, the possessed spirits would indeed become more formidable. They believed that dealing with the forces of Huaxia was more than sufficient. If Feng were aware of their misplaced confidence, he would undoubtedly be the first to emerge and confront them. Returning to the realm of Huaxia's chosen ones, the 10 kings of hell ceased their summoning. Outside the palace of eternal cold, a throng had gathered, armored and prepared for battle. They turned in unison to face the 10 kings and Feng, collectively proclaiming, "We pay homage to the esteemed immortals." Their voices resounded thunderously, echoing across the land. The newly formed malevolent spirits in the vicinity were instantly terrified, retreating in haste. This invocation of immortals included Feng, who was evidently regarded as one among them. Chapter 72. The fierce and fearsome army. It is entirely understandable to harbor such misconceptions. Although Feng appears to possess modest cultivation, he stands alongside the 10 Yama kings. The key point is that these formidable figures treat him with utmost respect and kindness, which undoubtedly signifies that Feng's status is far from ordinary. It is not surprising that he is addressed as immortal. On this occasion, the 10 Yama kings tacitly refrained from interjecting, allowing Feng the opportunity to deliver the pre-battle address. Feng surveyed the vast assembly of valiant warriors before him, stepping forward with confidence, and proclaimed aloud, "Esteemed heroes, you were once the gallant sons of our great Huaxia, dedicating your lives to the nation and its people. You fought for unity and drove away the Xiongnu, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to your homeland. Such remarkable deeds fill me with profound admiration." At this juncture, Feng bowed deeply to the crowd, his demeanor earnest and respectful. This gesture was one they deserved and could graciously accept. The soldiers below responded in kind, recognizing Feng as a figure of lofty stature. A young commander among them, displaying humility, remarked, "Immortal, there is no need for such reverence. This is merely our duty." Feng turned to regard the young commander, who stood before a magnificent steed, his left hand gripping a helmet while his long black hair flowed in the wind. His right hand firmly held a spear, ever vigilant. Adorning his waist was a jade pendant inscribed with the character Hua. Most notably, he was a striking young man, exuding vigor and charisma. In modern times, he could easily thrive on his looks alone, even without effort. Feng nodded appreciatively and explained courteously, "The reason I have interrupted your training today is that our Huaxia faces dire tribulations. Our enemies have invaded, bringing shame upon our land. I humbly request that you, noble warriors, take up arms for Huaxia and stain the battlefield with the blood of our foes." In unison, the nearly 10,000 soldiers shouted, "Protect our Huaxia. Stain the battlefield with the blood of our enemies." Their voices grew increasingly thunderous. Feng raised his hand to quell the clamor, and silence fell over the crowd. He then turned once more to Huaxubing, respectfully stating, "If General Jing Huan joins this campaign, the enemies will tremble in fear." Huaxubing was taken aback. He had not expected such a revered immortal to know his name and to express such an inexplicably friendly demeanor. This was a stark contrast to his first encounter with the King of Hell, where he had been neglected for a considerable time. Were it not for his formidable achievements in life, the king would hardly have acknowledged him. This comparison led him to perceive Feng in a much more favorable light, increasing his respect for the immortal. "You flatter me, esteemed immortal. I, Huaxubing, shall surely take the heads of our enemies as a lesson for others." His declaration invigorated the soldiers behind him, who echoed his sentiments with fervor. Only when Huaxubing signaled for quiet did they gradually settle down. With Huaxubing's words, Feng felt reassured. He was well aware of Huaxubing's prowess. At the tender age of 18, he had been appointed as a cavalry colonel, leading 800 horsemen into the desert, achieving resounding victories that earned him the title of Marquis of Champions. By 19, he rose to the rank of general of the cavalry, commanding 2 campaigns in Hishi, decimating and capturing nearly 100,000 Xiongnu, and seizing the golden idol from their temple. His subsequent feats were nothing short of astonishing. Were it not for the historical records, one might find it hard to believe that a youth of around 20 could instill such dread in the Xiongnu. In stark contrast, Feng in his previous life spent his youthful days playing video games with friends, a far cry from the extraordinary accomplishments of Huaxubing. The disparity in their achievements was painfully evident. After receiving a response, Feng shifted his gaze to an elderly general in the center. This veteran, with hair as white as frost and a face etched with the scars of history, bore an impassive expression. Even when meeting Feng's gaze, he merely nodded slightly, uttering no further words. Such a figure, were he encountered on a bus, would likely prompt most to offer their seat. Were it not for the ominous aura that surrounded him, making it difficult to associate him with the infamous General Bai Qi, known for his ruthlessness in history. Reflecting on Bai Qi's fate after his disgrace, Feng empathized with his plight. Therefore, he refrained from further comment, instead offering a respectful bow and addressing him, "General Wuan, your efforts in the campaign against the Asin nation are greatly appreciated." To those present, this gesture held significant weight. A high-ranking immortal showed such courtesy to a ghostly figure, a rarity that would elicit immense gratitude from anyone else. Yet Bai Qi merely returned the bow, remaining silent. However, only he understood that his long-closed heart had begun to thaw at this moment. He had fought valiantly for the Qin state, single-handedly crippling Zhao's strength and laying the groundwork for the unification of the Qin dynasty. Recognized for his numerous accomplishments, he had been honored with the title of General Wu, enjoying a peaceful later life. However, due to his overwhelming accomplishments, he had faced repeated demotions and ultimately met a tragic end. Now, as a ghostly figure, he had transformed into a different person, speaking less than 10 words since entering the underworld. Today, he sensed respect and even understanding from Yi Feng. The ice that had encased his heart for millennia began to melt. Though no formal military agreement had been established, should Yi Feng issue an order, he would undoubtedly risk everything to fulfill it, not only for Yi Feng but also in defense of Huaxia after a millennium. Behind him, the fierce Qin army stood resolute, their expressions imbued with unwavering determination. The final contingent on the right differed from the preceding two, for they were accompanied by 3 notable generals. Their identity was unmistakable. They were none other than Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, the legendary trio from the Peach Garden Oath. In Yi Feng's previous world, these 3 figures were renowned to the heavens, appearing in films, television dramas, literature, and games, truly national historical icons. Yi Feng vividly recalled a particular scene where Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei swore brotherhood, with Zhang Fei exclaiming, "Me too." The sheer humor of the moment had nearly brought Yi Feng to fits of laughter. Now, witnessing the real Zhang Fei, known as Zhang Ida, was a delightful fulfillment of a long-held fascination. Upon closer inspection, this Zhang Fei bore a striking resemblance to the actor Li Jingfei, who portrayed him in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. A wave of nostalgia washed over Yi Feng, prompting an involuntary chuckle, leaving the onlookers bewildered, uncertain of the immortal's whimsy. Chapter 73. The entire army strikes, especially Zhang Fei below, who was utterly perplexed. He realized that Yi Feng had only laughed after seeing him, which left him bewildered. Was he really that amusing? It seemed illogical. Beside him, the 10 kings of hell also wore strange expressions, had it not been for Yi Feng's promise to construct temples for them. They would have scolded him for laughing during such a serious moment. Yi Feng, aware of his indiscretion, quickly cleared his throat and respectfully addressed them. Emperor Zhao Lai of Han, Marquis Shuang Miao, and Marquis Huan, I require your assistance in the campaign against the Sakura nation. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Upon hearing his words, the 3 immediately straightened their demeanor and responded with utmost respect. Your Excellency, you are too kind. For the sake of future generations of Huaxia, we are duty-bound to assist. While Yi Feng delivered his speech, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia were also diligently working. They carefully analyzed the historical records that Yi Feng had previously revealed, eventually uncovering the identities and backgrounds of these historical figures. They promptly compiled this information into posts and disseminated it to the entire nation. The seemingly brief materials ignited a fervor among the people of Huaxia. These individuals were great figures in Huaxia's history, revered ancestors, and national heroes who had safeguarded the land of Huaxia, thanks to Yi Feng and the government. The people of Huaxia were formally introduced to these historical giants for the first time, deepening their understanding of their identities and backgrounds. This revelation further solidified the belief that Huaxia was not a minor historical nation, but rather a grand civilization with thousands of years of history. The living embodiments of this truth stood before them, even if some attempted to sow discord with accusations of fabrication. It could not alter the unwavering conviction held by the people. General Hua Tsubing, youthful and handsome, had risen to the rank of general at such a tender age, valiantly opposing the Xiongnu for the Han dynasty, only to tragically pass away in his prime. Zhang Ida, with his endearing charm, left them wondering if he was equally adorable on the battlefield. Little did they know that this elder was the infamous Bai Qi, who had slaughtered 400,000 soldiers of the Zhao kingdom. The nations of the 3 kingdoms had reason to mourn. Marquis Shuang Miao, Guan Yu, possessed a demeanor that could hold back 1,000 men, yet sadly fell victim to Sun Quan's sword before achieving greatness. Emperor Zhao Lai, Lu Xuanda, was revealed to be a martial general, a fact that was quite surprising. They speculated on how his strength compared to that of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. With the newly available information, Huaxia's netizens engaged in lively discussions in various live streams. However, some envious foreign netizens looked on with disdain, resorting to mockery at every opportunity. Slaughtering 400,000 troops? This feeble old man can barely walk. How audacious to call him the god of slaughter. He's more of a fool. They scoffed. Where did Huaxia even steal these historical figures? They're just putting on a show. A general in his early 20s? Hilarious. You're telling me Huaxia has to invent such a character? A mere child, I could defeat him with one hand. I've trained in Taekwondo for 10 years and hold a 9th-degree black belt. Come at me if you dare. They derided the military attire and weapons, claiming they resembled those of their own nation, accusing Huaxia of theft. Meanwhile, the leaders of the three kingdoms received intelligence about Huaxia's intention to simultaneously attack all three nations, prompting uncontrollable laughter. Having previously suffered defeat against Huaxia, they understood their own shortcomings. After all, they had fought on enemy territory, supported by divine beings, making victory elusive. However, the roles had now reversed, and Huaxia's audacious plan to assault three nations simultaneously seemed suicidal. Just because Huaxia has martial generals, does that mean we lack them? Amir coldly remarked. Let us show Huaxia the meaning of irreversible consequences. Connect with the chosen ones and summon more martial spirits. This time, let the generals take the lead without divine intervention. Huaxia will learn what it means to be a true historical power. His secretary promptly complied. On the other side, after receiving the news, Jin Shengwu wore a similarly scornful expression. Does Huaxia truly believe that by summoning a few historical figures, they have become invincible? He sneered. An official suddenly suggested, General, our nation has numerous historical martial generals. We can seize this opportunity to defeat Huaxia's generals. Indeed, this would solidify our status as the suzerain nation and make Huaxia recognize its subordinate position. Others chimed in. Jin Shengwu approved of this proposal, signaling his secretary to inform the chosen ones. In the Sakura nation's upper echelons, plans to attack Huaxia had faltered, leading them to seek connections with the dying kingdom. To survive and avoid the emperor's decree to commit seppuku, they needed to find a powerful ally. If they could forge an alliance with the dying kingdom, the emperor might grant them another chance. Even the latest news from Huaxia, delivered by the secretary, failed to capture their interest. Other officials dismissed it as well, convinced that Huaxia would not dare to attack, as they still had allies while Huaxia did not. If Huaxia did deploy troops, they would find themselves in a predicament. Thus, they even neglected preparations for summoning martial spirits. Feng, who relished exposing the arrogance of others, commanded the chosen ones of Huaxia. Under his orders, three teams readied themselves and set off in different directions. Yubing led thousands of Han troops toward the site of the construction and the nation of the bamboo people. Bai Qi commanded thousands of Qin troops towards the domain of the three kingdoms. Liu Bei and his companions took thousands of Shu troops toward the position of the Sakura nation. Along the way, Zhang Yida was far more exuberant than the other commanders. He rode his steed alongside Guan Yu, laughing heartily. Second brother, shall we have a competition to see who can slay more enemies? Before Guan Yu could respond, Lu Xuanda turned his head to glare at Zhang Yida, admonishing, do not be foolish. Completing the task assigned by the Exalted One is paramount. Zhang Yida, somewhat intimidated by Lu Xuanda, quickly nodded in agreement. As Lu Xuanda turned back, Zhang Yida exchanged a knowing glance with Guan Yu, who solemnly nodded in silence. Watching the army depart, Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. If the divine beings of the three kingdoms intervened, this battle might very well end in failure. Unless. Chapter 74. The deity support unless the 10 kings of hell are willing to lend their assistance, Feng pondered. Turning his gaze towards the 10 kings of hell standing nearby and humbly requested, I have one more matter that requires the attention of all the lords. Speak freely. King Qin Guang and the others responded in succession. To help one is to assist until the end. To escort the Buddha is to see him to the west. Having chosen to extend their aid, they would naturally not be stingy. Moreover, Feng was regarded as a treasure in their eyes, and it was imperative to win his favor. Seeing that all the lords were in agreement, Feng ceased his hesitations and candidly stated, this expedition will undoubtedly be a bloody battle. Should the deities of the enemy nation intervene, our warriors of Huaxia may very well face defeat. What do you propose we do then? Feng turned and pointed to the distant sky. If the esteemed lords were to remain here and issue a warning to the opposing deities against participating in the battle, then victory would be assured for Huaxia. Feng was well aware of the formidable strength of the 10 kings of hell. With their presence, the deities of the neighboring nations would surely harbor apprehensions. At that moment, our Huaxia warriors would be unmatched. In essence, the 10 kings of hell would exude an aura of terror, compelling the deities of the neighboring nations to refrain from taking action. Furthermore, they would issue warnings against attacking our Huaxia warriors, lest we retaliate against their malevolent spirits. Under such intimidation, the opposing side would naturally weigh the pros and cons. For the prowess of the 10 kings of hell would render any attempt to eliminate their malevolent spirits futile. Additionally, The rules explicitly forbade deities from engaging one another in combat, making it unwise for anyone to initiate such a conflict, as no one could guarantee absolute victory. Feng's proposal garnered applause from the Huaxia netizens, though it also stirred some concerns. On one hand, they were uncertain whether the 10 kings of hell could effectively intimidate the deities of the neighboring nations, as these deities were formidable in their own right. In a head-to-head confrontation, Huaxia might not hold the upper hand. On the other hand, the division of Huaxia's forces into 3 groups for the expedition undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the endeavor. In contrast to the reactions of Huaxia netizens, foreign viewers scoffed at the notion. The 10 kings of hell of Huaxia, attempting to intimidate over 40 deities from 3 nations? Are they dreaming? They ridiculed. Winning against a few minor characters does not make your deities invincible. This is sheer delusion and arrogance, even without divine intervention. You think your mere warriors can contend with the might of our nations? What are these so-called lords? They sound impressive, yet they are merely mediocre. Huaxia's audacity was not a recent development, and the international audience was not surprised by it. Despite having underestimated Huaxia previously, they anticipated that this time, Huaxia would face humiliation at the hands of the 3 nations, ready to document their downfall with fervent comments. While the strength of the 10 kings of hell was undeniably formidable, the deities of the neighboring nations were not to be underestimated either. This time, Huaxia was likely to be overwhelmed by their combined might. Indeed, they might even face annihilation due to their own hubris. The foreign viewers were eager to witness how Huaxia would manage the aftermath, unbeknownst to Feng and his companions. If the 10 kings of hell were aware of such disdain, they would surely be furious and deliver a resounding rebuttal. After all, only beings of their stature could possess such fiery tempers. In the realm of the Huaxia chosen, with Feng's encouragement, the 10 kings of hell expressed their willingness to comply. Feng also took the time to clarify the rules of engagement, emphasizing that they must not attack the opposing deities, as he wished to avoid elimination from the system due to their transgressions. As preparations were made for their departure to assist, King Yin Luo suddenly interjected, "Only 7 should go. 3 must remain to guard against ambush." This proposal met with no objections from the other lords, as their primary duty was to protect Feng and the merits of their constructions. However, deciding who would stay behind posed a dilemma, as none wished to volunteer. The 10 exchanged glances, and ultimately it was decided that King Yin Luo, King Qin Guang, and King Reincarnation would remain. Their collective strength made them a reliable choice for guarding. With consensus achieved, the group parted ways. The 7 lords stepped forward, and in an instant, vanished from sight. Feng, however, wished to accompany them, for he had only witnessed such battles on screen. Yet, as the sole chosen of Huaxia, he understood the necessity of remaining behind. Should he inadvertently meet his demise, Huaxia would face dire consequences. Such perilous endeavors were not ones he could undertake lightly. Watching as the figures of his companions gradually faded from view, Feng felt a flicker of satisfaction. His proposal to summon historical warriors from Huaxia was not merely for battle, it was to showcase the valor of Huaxia's sons to its people, instilling a sense of confidence and pride that had waned over time. After all, Feng could have easily dispatched the likes of He Bai Wuchang and Yo Tu Ma Mian, along with the 10 grading commanders, to the battlefield. With their prowess, the nations of Asan and Sakura would stand no chance. The strength of these spectral beings was on par with that of some deities. Of course, figures like Huitubing and Bai Qi, as adept ghost cultivators, were equally formidable, but they were few in number. The majority were mere soldiers, their capabilities significantly inferior to the spectral enforcers. Nevertheless, compared to the malevolent spirits, these possessed soldiers would undoubtedly prove superior, for they had undergone millennia of cultivation. How could the ephemeral spirits hope to rival them? Time rewound to just before the battle commenced. The 3 teams arrived simultaneously at the locations of the merit constructions in each nation, except for Sakura Nation, which had no defenses in place. Asan Nation and the nation of the Korean Peninsula were well prepared. They had summoned numerous historical warriors, each renowned and celebrated. Their feats of valor well documented even by foreign scholars. As they emerged, the populace of their nations erupted in excitement. For instance, figures like Emperor Ashoka and General Sun Sen were among them. The dark energy emanating from these warriors soared skyward, signifying their immense strength. Under their leadership, no one entertained doubts about Huaxia's chances of victory. As the battle loomed, the live streams from Asan Nation and the Korean Peninsula were filled with jubilant commentary. This time, we have summoned Ashoka, the 3rd ruler of the Maurya Empire, the greatest king and commander in our history. He unified vast territories beyond a sand nation. With him leading the charge, the generals of Huaxia shall fall in droves. In addition to Ashoka, a sand nation boasts Akbar, the third ruler of the Mughal Empire, a paragon of both martial and scholarly prowess. Furthermore, we have hundreds of celebrated warriors under their command. With 2 monarch-level leaders at the helm, Huaxia is destined for defeat. Chapter 75. Intimidation. Our nation has summoned hundreds of valiant generals, all pillars of the Goryeo and Joseon dynasties. In this time we shall undoubtedly engage in a bloodbath with the Huaxia. Moreover, with our national hero Yi Sun-sin at the helm, the buffoons of Huaxia shall not stir a ripple. It is quite the spectacle. Huaxia has only dispatched a few generals, while the rest are mere soldier-level specters. What is there to fear? Let us learn from our Sakura Nation's chosen players. Their lack of summoned generals signifies the absence of necessity. Huaxia is but a historical footnote, easily extinguished by our Sakura Nation. Indeed, in modern history, Huaxia has faced numerous invasions from us. Yet none were as devastating as those from your Sakura Nation, which nearly brought about their annihilation. As this 4th round of the Divine Selection game drags on, it is high time we conclude with Huaxia's downfall. Observing the live streams from various nations, one can see an overwhelming chorus of skepticism towards Huaxia. They regard Huaxia's show of force with disdain, dismissing the notion that a mere commander and thousands of soldiers could challenge a mythical power. Returning to the battlefield. Within the Sakura Nation's chosen realm, Lu Xuanda and his companions led their forces to launch an initial assault against the specters of Sakura Nation. The outer specters attempted to resist, but without the possession of the undead, they were no match for Lu Xuanda and his comrades, being utterly overwhelmed. This spectacle incited the wrath of the Sakura Nation's chosen players. With a gesture from the chosen, a dark-robed sorcerer began to chant incantations, pointing his staff menacingly at Lu Xuanda and his allies. Suddenly, a sphere of terrifying black energy surged forth, crashing towards them. Before Lu Xuanda could react, the valiant Guan Yu, mounted on his steed, swiftly struck out with his blade, severing the fearsome black energy sphere in twain. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, especially the Sakura Nation's chosen players, whose faces reflected sheer disbelief. Indeed, a specter possessed by the undead could so effortlessly cleave through their divine magic. Such prowess clearly exceeded their expectations. Yet, they remained undeterred, for they possessed 12 divine beings, while the opposing force had merely 3 generals. Surely, for against one would not lead to their defeat. The sorcerer, feeling humiliated by the ease with which his magic was dispelled, once more lifted his staff, only to be interrupted by an unforeseen event. From the distant skies, a cold snort resounded, audible solely to the divine. Following this, a wave of terrifying pressure descended upon the 12 sorcerers of Sakura Nation, causing them to stagger back, their faces hidden beneath their hoods betraying their unease. This unexpected turn of events left everyone bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. One of the chosen players of Sakura Nation, perplexed, inquired, "What is happening, esteemed deities?" However, the 12 sorcerers were too engulfed in fear to respond. Their powers barely reached the divine level, while the King of Hell and his ilk had long since ascended. Their cultivation unfathomably profound. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that any one of the 10 kings of hell could easily overpower their 12. Subsequently, several lords transmitted their refusal to engage in battle to the 12 sorcerers, including those from the nations of A3 and our own. In an instant, all 41 divine beings weighed their options, whether to acquiesce or to reject. Should you refuse, do feel free to test that theory, the irritable urban king communicated once more. The collective might of the 7 surged, their power even more formidable than before, truly managing to intimidate the sorcerers. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. The deities, who were supposed to guard them, remained indifferent to the slaughter of their specters. Even as the chosen players collectively beseeched them, their silence persisted. Unbeknownst to them, the subtle maneuvers of the 10 kings of hell left the live audience utterly baffled. What is happening? Why are they not intervening? Indeed, how strange. I surmise they simply disdain to engage. After all, it would be beneath the dignity of divine beings to contend with mere generals. This reasoning held some validity, as the generals of A3 and our nation should indeed be more than sufficient to contend with Huaxia. Yet, the Sakura Nation had not summoned many generals. They faced 3 from Huaxia, particularly that formidable red-faced general, who was clearly no trivial adversary. Would this not place them at a disadvantage? Yet, the Sakura Nation exhibited audacity, confident in their capabilities. Even so, the spectators' pride compelled them to hope for their success, not wishing to witness Huaxia shine. The chosen players of Sakura Nation, seeing the 12 sorcerers neither act nor respond, grew increasingly anxious. However, time was of the essence. One leading chosen player urgently called out to Guan Yu. Who approaches? State your name. The inquiry was not born of fear of Guan Yu's strength, but rather a tactic to buy time. As their general was currently contacting A3 in our nation for assistance, Guan Yu, upon hearing the question, scoffed derisively. A mere child of the Eastern Isles dares to challenge Huaxia? Such arrogance! With that, Guan Yu spurred his horse forward, cleaving through several specters with a single stroke. This scene ignited a mix of fury and frustration among the Sakura Nation as chosen players. The remaining few dozen generals hastily rallied their forces to engage Guan Yu and his comrades in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the situation was much the same for A3 and our nation, the only difference being the substantial number of their generals. Hundreds of generals and tens of thousands of warriors rendered the battle a foregone conclusion for them. However, upon confronting Bai Qi, Huizubing, and others, they soon realized their grave miscalculation. Huizubing, charging into the ranks of the Sakura Nation, found himself encircled by thousands yet remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips. One general, unable to tolerate the sight, pointed his blade at Huizubing, loudly declaring, "I'll show you. I'll cleave you in two." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Huizubing's spear flew forth, piercing the general's neck, and he vanished without a trace. After dispatching the general, the spear soared back in Chapter 76, live stream of carnage on the other side. Bai Qi rode his warhorse as if he had entered a desolate realm, charging in and out with relentless ferocity, causing the warriors of the Asin Kingdom to flee in disarray. With each swing of his longsword, he reaped several lives of his adversaries. Even the soldiers of the Qin army, akin to ferocious tigers, mercilessly stripped away the lives of their foes. The once formidable generals from the Asin Kingdom and the Bangzi Kingdom, whom they were so accustomed to, were now severed like watermelons by Bai Qi's blade and pierced through by Huizubing's spear. This was nothing short of a complete massacre. The merit points of the three nations plummeted rapidly, soon falling out of the top 10 rankings. The spectacle left the live stream audience utterly bewildered. Director, did you grab the wrong script? Why are the Asin Kingdom, Bangzi Kingdom, and Sakura Kingdom being slaughtered? What? Is this for real? Ashoka can't possibly be losing to an old man? And that fellow namely something is actually being chased down by Huizubing? It must be that I am not understanding this correctly. How could these lesser-known generals from Huaxia be so formidable? Moreover, even the soldiers are astonishingly skilled. I initially thought that Sun Sin was invincible, yet there is someone even braver than him. Who is this commander? This is utterly absurd. Huaxia is taking on three nations and utterly dominating them. In stark contrast to the astonishment and confusion of foreign viewers, the viewers from Huaxia were particularly exhilarated. They flitted between the live streams of the Asin Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, indulging in various forms of irony and boasting. Oh dear, how careless of Huizubing. If only he had raised his spear a bit higher, he could have pierced Sun Sin's skull. Grandpa Bai Qi is magnificent. Letting the Asin Kingdom witness the might of Huaxia's sons. Uncle Guan Yu may have blushed a bit, but he looked so handsome, especially when he was slaying the enemy, taking down one little Japanese soldier with each strike, so impressively dashing. Is it that I, Zhang Yida, can no longer wield my sword? Or is it that the Sakura Kingdom has grown too arrogant? I, Lu Xuanda, merely smile in silence, rhythmically striking down adversaries with my dual blades as if to say, let the music play on, let the dance continue. It was not only the viewers. The high-ranking officials of various nations were equally taken aback by the outcome. In the Imperial Conference Room, they were astonished at the strength of the summoned generals by Feng. It seemed they had underestimated their capabilities. Had we known their strength rivaled that of deities, I would have worried about nothing. It was Ning Jiangwo who had the foresight to trust Feng, and now the results were abundantly clear. Once the divine selection game concluded, they would seek Feng for further insights, as he surely possessed knowledge of many more Huaxia generals. As for the high-ranking officials of the Sakura Kingdom, they erupted in curses. Baka. How could this happen? They were completely taken aback by Huaxia's assault, especially the overwhelming strength displayed by their generals, which was beyond comprehension. Initially, they had intended to seek assistance from their allies, the Asan and Bangzi kingdoms, as they were all on the same battlefield. However, to their shock, the Asan and Bangzi kingdoms were also being invaded by Huaxia, rendering them unable to dispatch reinforcements. The gravity of the situation left them dazed. It appeared Huaxia intended to eliminate all three nations in one fell swoop. Let them fight. But how could our deities choose to merely observe? This thought nearly caused him to faint from anger. He pointed angrily at the divine selection player on the other end of the video call, shouting, "What are you doing just standing there? Hurry and summon the deities to attack them." The chastised divine selection player snapped back to reality and hastily turned to plead with the 12 sorcerers. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Asin kingdom were seething. How could this old man Bai Chi be so powerful? Our Ashoka is a king. How could he be bested by a mere subject? Amir fumed with clenched teeth. The secretary beside him, with a grim expression, remarked, "General, we should have directly ordered the deities to annihilate them." However, some officials began to voice opposition, arguing that they had initially allowed the generals to fight on their own, to promote their strength. Suddenly invoking the deities' intervention would surely attract criticism. Despite the dissent, the most critical point they failed to realize was that it was not merely the deities choosing to observe. The influence of the 10 Yama kings deterred them from acting rashly. The secretary, infuriated by the officials' comments, retorted, "Would you rather be criticized or be annihilated? Choose for yourself." The official was left speechless. Amir narrowed his eyes. Swiftly making a decision, contact the divine selection players and instruct them to summon the deities to join the battle and bring this to an end. In the Bangzi kingdom, the officials were equally frantic. "General, our generals can hardly withstand much longer. That despicable Huaxiao has summoned such powerful warriors to besiege us. Damn it. We should have let the deities eliminate them at the outset," the officials lamented. At that moment, Kim Sung-woo's face was ashen. His eyes were fixed on the live stream, and he bellowed, "Contact the divine selection players and have the deities join the fray." In the face of a lopsided battle, all three nations simultaneously issued such commands. The divine selection players, upon receiving the orders, dared not delay, as their rankings had suffered greatly, now teetering outside the top 50. If they hesitated any longer, they risked falling to the bottom. However, when the divine selection players approached their deities to request their participation, they were met with indifference. Only the deity of the Sakura kingdom spoke up, stating, "We cannot intervene. Otherwise, Huaxiao will not relent." The response of the various deities, particularly the statement from the deity of the Sakura kingdom, left the live stream audience in a state of utter confusion. What on earth is happening? Why are their deities refraining from intervening? What does it mean that Huaxiao will not relent? Could someone please explain? We are on the brink of annihilation, yet they hesitate? Many foreign viewers were at a loss, as were the citizens of the Asan and Sakura kingdoms. At that moment, some viewers who had initially observed the live stream from Huaxia stood up to clarify, could it be due to the influence of the 10 Yama kings? It must be. I was just wondering why Huaxia's 10 Yama kings would want to intimidate the 40-odd deities from the Asan and Sakura kingdoms. And now they are being slapped in the face. Damn it. I initially thought the 10 Yama kings wouldn't dare to act in their presence. Yet the situation has flipped unexpectedly. Those who understood the background did so because they had heard the conversation between Feng and the 10 Yama kings during the earlier live stream. With their explanation, the audience began to grasp the situation. Chapter 77. Dread indeed. I had my suspicions as to why the warriors of the land of cherry blossoms were systematically annihilated, and their deities remained passive. It was evidently due to the imposing presence of the 10 kings of hell. I recently observed a live broadcast from the Celestial Empire, where only 3 deities were left, indicating that 7 had been deployed. 7 deities intimidating over 40 others. What an exaggeration. Is this truly the case? Yet, why did I not witness the 10 kings of hell from the Celestial Empire? Moreover, some viewers began hurling insults in the chat. If this is indeed the situation, then the actions of the nations of Cherry Blossoms and A3, calling upon their deities to join their battles when they find themselves at a disadvantage, are utterly shameless. Are they not? How hypocritical. Just moments ago, the deities of the Celestial Empire intervened in battle, yet you dare not label them as shameless? You speak of what? It was clear that A3 and the nations of Cherry Blossoms, alongside the nation of Styx, conspired to attack the Celestial Empire in a 3-on-1 confrontation. Are we not permitted to allow our deities to defend themselves? So now, our defense as A3 is not acceptable? Truly, what double standards? No wonder the reactions are so intense. It seems we have stepped on a sore spot. The people of A3 have no shame whatsoever. The Celestial Empire faced 3 opponents and yet, they could not prevail. Now, they audaciously wish to summon their deities to battle? How laughable. At that moment, in the realm of the Chosen, the 7 10 kings of hell, concealed in the heights, spoke forth. I shall reiterate. The affairs of warriors are to be resolved by warriors. You may continue to summon your warriors to join the fray. However, Let any deity who dares to intervene in their battles consider the consequences. This proclamation echoed throughout the entire chosen continent, heard not only by those within the realm, but also by the viewers of the live broadcast. Such commanding authority prompted applause from the Celestial Empire's online community, filling their hearts with satisfaction, and consequently, many became newfound admirers of the kings. Conversely, the chosen players from A3 in the land of cherry blossoms felt as though they had consumed something foul. They had never experienced such indignity. Their own deities were too intimidated to take action? What cowardice! Some skeptical players, refusing to yield, summoned even more deities, hoping they would attack the warriors dispatched by the Celestial Empire. Yet, upon their emergence, these deities were met with warnings from the 10 kings of hell. And under the overwhelming pressure, they refrained from engaging. This left the chosen players from the 3 nations seething with frustration, forced to watch their warriors be systematically defeated by the Celestial Empire. The current predicament left the leaders of the 3 nations both furious and helpless. Time was of the essence. They dared not delay and immediately convened a video conference among their high-ranking officials. If they could not swiftly devise a strategy, their ultimate fate could very well be annihilation. As soon as the video connection was established, Jin Xingwu from A3 erupted in anger. Who can tell me how these warriors from the Celestial Empire came to be? Is it not said that the Celestial Empire has only 300 years of history? Xingye, equally furious, shot a glare at Jin Xingwu and demanded, General Jin Xingwu, did you not claim that the Celestial Empire is a vassal of the Stick Nation? Why then are your warriors unable to defeat the Celestial Empire? Jin Xingwu was taken aback. He too wished to understand this enigma, for his nation's history books clearly stated otherwise, and it was widely recognized internationally. Yet, how could it be that the history, warriors, and deities of the Celestial Empire surpassed those of the Stick Nation? Observing Jin Xingwu's silence, Zhangye pressed him further. Eventually, he tentatively proposed, we have lost this round. Perhaps we should seek peace with the Celestial Empire. Otherwise, if this continues, our nation may face obliteration. Prideful Zhangye found himself lowering his head, for the public sentiment in the land of cherry blossoms was fervent, with growing dissent against the leadership. Many citizens expressed their unwillingness to continue opposing the Celestial Empire. After all, the land of cherry blossoms had suffered defeat since the inception of the Chosen Gang. Should they continue to falter, the entire nation may be eliminated. Furthermore, Xingye had recently received a stern command from their emperor, demanding that he spare no effort to rectify the current situation, lest he return home to a fate of self-disembowelment. With a wife as radiant as a flower, he had no desire to leave her a widow so soon. Were it not for her frequent intercessions with the emperor, he might have met his end long ago. With this thought, Zhangye felt an even greater reluctance to part with his wife. Hearing Xingye's words, Jin Xingwu from the Stick Nation also began to waver. After all, the Stick Nation was merely a small country, and after several rounds against the Celestial Empire, they were becoming increasingly weary. Even if they were not at risk of losing their populace due to the demise of chosen players, they could not afford further losses. Presently, only the top 5 received system rewards. Remaining at the bottom held no difference from elimination, the only distinction being a slightly longer survival. Before Jin Xingwu could voice his thoughts, Amir interjected vehemently, Zhangye-kun, is it not somewhat dishonorable for your land of cherry blossoms to act in this manner? General Amir, our actions are born of desperation. You are well aware of the crisis facing our land of cherry blossoms, Zhangye replied. The Celestial Empire is currently thriving. We should avoid their wrath and adopt a conciliatory approach. Zhangye anticipated Amir's line of thought, thus he deftly sidestepped the inquiry. Indeed, upon hearing Xingye's words, Amir was far from satisfied. Humph, he scoffed, displeased. My A3 nation is a global power, boasting the fastest GDP growth in the world. A population rivaling that of the Celestial Empire, and a military force ranked 3rd globally. Even poised to enter the ranks of the permanent members of the Security Council as the 6th nation. Moreover, in this chosen game, my A3 possesses unparalleled mythological heritage, compelling even Western powers to tread lightly in our presence. Naturally, both Zhangye and Jin Xingwu chuckled in agreement. Yet, in their hearts, they held A3 in contempt. If A3 were truly as formidable as they claimed, why then had they consistently been overshadowed by the Celestial Empire? Of course, Zhangye refrained from voicing such sentiments, for that would surely offend A3. From the very beginning, the Celestial Empire had dominated every round, clearly aiming for unilateral supremacy. Should that occur, other nations would find it increasingly difficult to oppose them. Moreover, let us not forget the wealth of system rewards the Celestial Empire has accrued. If this continues, The chasm between us will only widen. General Amir speaks truthfully, yet it appears the Celestial Empire intends to eradicate us entirely. We find ourselves yearning for strength while lacking the means. Jin Shinwu lamented. The predicament faced by the Stick Nation was scarcely better than that of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Should they fail in this round, the only outcome awaiting them would be annihilation. Chapter 79. The withdrawal of troops from Huaxia. Ning Jiangwo organized his thoughts before speaking. We have just held a video conference with the high-level officials of the Sakura Nation. Oh? What was discussed? Feng inquired, surprised by the significance of such a meeting between two great nations. He could guess the general topic, peace negotiations. Especially considering that with a little more effort, Guan Yu and his allies could annihilate the malevolent spirits of the Sakura Nation, rendering it non-existent. If there was ever a time to negotiate for peace, it was now. Seeing Yi Feng's keen interest, Ning Jiangwo let out a wry smile. We are negotiating peace with both the Sakura Nation and the Korean Nation. So we need you to facilitate the withdrawal of their troops. Of course, Yi Feng responded readily, without a moment's hesitation. This unexpected ease left Ning Jiangwo and his associates somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated a more arduous discussion, given that the current military accomplishments were hard-won by Yi Feng himself. Yet, Yi Feng seemed utterly unconcerned about the matter. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, "What are they offering in return?" Huh? Ning Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in explanation. Nothing, and it was I who initiated the peace talks. Really? This revelation surprised Yi Feng, who furrowed his brow. An offer without any demands? Even with his intelligence, he couldn't comprehend what Ning Jiangwo and the others were thinking. Sensing Yi Feng's confusion, Ning Jiangwo elaborated on the concept of a community with a shared destiny for humanity. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately grasped the situation. He was not naive. He recognized that Ning Jiangwo's remarks were meant to placate external observers. The true intent was to ensure the security of Huaxia. The rules of engagement had shifted dramatically. Despite Huaxia's current dominance, if pushed too hard, their adversaries could resort to desperate measures against Huaxia. At that point, Huaxia would be in peril. Desperation can lead to unpredictable actions, rather than engage in a futile struggle. It was wiser to dismantle their alliances first and then tackle each adversary individually. This was the strategic thinking of Huaxia's leadership. Although Yi Feng felt that such caution was unnecessary, he would proceed accordingly to reassure them, for they were unaware of the numerous trump cards he held. And what of the Indian nation? Yi Feng asked, shifting his thoughts. Ning Jiangwo shook his head. They have not provided a clear response, but their stance is quite firm. Firm, you say? Yi Feng chuckled, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He mused that they would soon learn the fortitude of iron. Let the troops of the Sakura Nation and the Korean Nation withdraw first. As for the Indian nation, you may handle that as you see fit. Understood, Yi Feng concluded, promptly ending the video call. Meanwhile, the audience in Huaxia's live stream erupted in frenzy. What is this script? The Sakura Nation and the Korean Nation are yielding to Huaxia? Huaxia is magnificent. Yi Feng is incredible. The 10 halls of Yama are formidable. If they do not surrender soon, their nations will face annihilation at our hands. It is a pity that Huaxia is too magnanimous to demand any recompense. If it were me, I would certainly extract several hundred billion. Money is worthless. It's merely a pile of paper. We should demand resources and technology instead. It seems General Bai Qi must intensify his efforts. The Indian nation is the last yet to be subdued. Damn it, this makes my blood boil. I wish I could grab a kitchen knife and charge in to help. In stark contrast, international audiences, particularly those from the Sakura and Korean nations, felt despondent. At this crucial juncture, Huaxia is actually withdrawing their troops? This is unexpected. It seems Huaxia is overextended and fearful of a confrontation with three nations. Though Huaxia has advantages, they do not know how to leverage them, which will inevitably hinder their progress. How could the great Sakura Empire surrender to Huaxia? This must be fake news. Our divine chosen players from the Korean nation cannot be defeated by a mere vassal like Huaxia. Our champions are not to be trifled with. Huaxia's victory is unseemly. They even resort to sending divine beings to interfere with other nations. What kind of honorable victory is that? Winning in such a manner is hollow. Do not underestimate the Indian nation. Despite their current disadvantage, they possess a rich history and many ancient civilizations from epochs long past. It would be a fantasy for Huaxia to defeat them. Indeed, the Indian nation cannot be vanquished. The divine is with us. Long live the Indian nation. In the Huaxia chosen world, upon receiving Ning Jiangwo's message, Yi Feng remained unperturbed. He stroked his chin, deciding to inform Yama and the others of this development first. Upon reaching the exterior of the Guanghan Palace, Yifeng courteously relayed the news to Yama and King Qingguang. However, he did not convey the message verbatim. Instead, he reframed it while maintaining the essence. Upon hearing this, Yama and his companions exchanged glances. Eventually, it was King Qingguang who spoke first. Are you suggesting we target the Indian nation first and leave the others for later? Yifeng nodded with a smile. Exactly. The Indian nation has been bullying Huaxia under the pretense of their vast territory and alliances. Once we subdue them, the others will naturally follow suit. This statement was meant to placate the foreign audience in the live stream, yet it did not reflect Yifeng's true intentions. To genuinely earn their respect, it would only be possible at the moment they were cast into the abyss. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, King Qingguang replied, nodding in agreement. As Yifeng assumed the role of commander, King Qingguang and the others were bound to follow his lead. Thereafter, he cast a spell, transmitting orders to Guan Yu and Huitubing. Upon receiving the command, the troops immediately halted their actions. Huitubing, with his spear poised at the neck of Li Sunshin, ultimately refrained from striking. All Han troops, retreat. Huitubing shouted, turning his horse with fluidity. The fervent Han soldiers ceased their attacks at the command, retreating in an orderly fashion amidst victorious cheers. As for Li Sunshin, he had long since collapsed in fear, never imagining that the youthful Huitubing could be so formidable, rendering him powerless in defense. This battle concluded with the Korean nation suffering the loss of 6,000 malevolent spirits. Their ranking plummeted to the bottom tier, becoming the least among the nations. Had they not previously accumulated considerable merit points, they might have faced elimination from the system. In the Sakura Nation's chosen world, Guan Yu, Lu Xuanda, and Zhang Ida were engaged in an exhilarating battle. The martial generals and malevolent spirits of the Sakura Nation were retreating in disarray, and they were on the verge of reaching the divine chosen players. Yet, unexpectedly, King Qingguang's order to retreat dashed their hopes. Chapter 80. The secret card of the A3 nation, the irascible Zhang Ida, cursing and swearing, was poised to launch another attack, which frightened the chosen players of Sakura Nation into hurriedly kneeling and pleading for mercy. They claimed they had already surrendered to Huaxia and could not be executed. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Ida halted his assault. However, before departing, he spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground and hurled a few insults at the Japanese pirates, leaving with a sense of satisfaction alongside his troops. He then eagerly caught up with Guan Yu, boasting about the number of enemies he had slain. When he learned that Guan Yu had surpassed his tally, Zhang Ida deflated like a punctured balloon. Were it not for Lu Xuanda's stern glare, he might have turned back to continue his slaughter. The spectacle of the chosen players of Sakura Nation lacking any backbone circulated globally through live broadcasts. Those who had previously boasted that Sakura Nation would never surrender were now likely seeking a hole to hide in. As for Sakura Nation's ranking, it, like that of the Korean nation, had plummeted to the bottom. If they did not quickly accumulate merit points, they would ultimately face elimination. The Huaxia forces that had withdrawn did not retrace their steps but quietly advanced in the same direction. A great battle was imminent. In the chosen world of A3 nation, one could not deny that Bai Qi was the most formidable among the three teams. The long sword in his grasp had transcended the definition of a mere weapon, becoming a merciless harvester of lives. Were it not for the formidable foundation of A3 nation, they would have long since been vanquished. At this moment, the most challenging predicament lay not with their chosen players, but with their deities, the 16 Arhats, and others. What had initially seemed like a situation ripe for triumph had devolved into a standoff where they could not even make a move. Consequently, they had endured a fair share of scorn from A3 nation's netizens, who threatened to reduce their stipends and offerings. As the battle raged on, a young chosen player burst into the conference room of the Grand Hall, breathlessly reporting, "General, our northern front is on the verge of collapse." No sooner had he finished speaking than three others rushed in, all flushed and agitated, clamoring, "General, the eastern, southern, and western fronts are all about to falter. We need a plan." The middle-aged man referred to as the general held a military rank in the real world, and thus assumed leadership over the chosen players upon arriving here. With a grim expression, he commanded, "Find a way to hold the line. They will surely falter against three nations before we do. As long as we endure, victory will be ours. However," he added, "stop wasting my time with nonsense. Do whatever it takes to hold them off." The young players exchanged glances, dawned into silence, and hurried back to the front lines to direct the battle. No sooner had they departed than another individual rushed in, a young boy tasked with relaying messages, a mere errand boy. "What are you panicking for? It's not the end of the world," the general bellowed in annoyance. The boy quickly bowed in apology, then, braving the general's ire, stated, "General, scouts report that 2 armies are converging towards us from the direction of the merit structures of Sakura and Korean nations." What? The general sprang to his feet in alarm. 1 by chi was already more than they could handle. Now, 2 more armies were approaching? This is absurd. Connect me to headquarters immediately. The general's countenance had darkened, losing the calm demeanor he had just exhibited. His secretary, not daring to delay, promptly initiated a video call with Amir, a high-ranking official of A3 nation. As soon as the connection was established, the general could not restrain his ire. Why are 2 armies converging on our position? How could you lack any intelligence on this? Amir had been engrossed in strategic discussions with his colleagues and had failed to relay the current situation. The general, named Motor, shared a similar rank with Amir, which rendered his tone rather brusque. Amir, however, did not take offense. Instead, he patiently explained, "Huaxia has set a trap for us. Now that Sakura and the Korean nations have opted to withdraw from the alliance, they have declared their neutrality." What? Those treacherous scoundrels. They want A3 nation to face Huaxia alone. Motor erupted in fury. Indeed, after fighting valiantly, they found that Sakura and Korean nations had surrendered and were even attempting to steal their own territory. How could Motor not be incensed? Humph. We will settle this score with Sakura and the Korean nations later. For now, we must focus on dealing with Huaxia's forces. Come, tell me how we shall handle this. Motor was thoroughly exasperated. He detested bureaucratic rhetoric. Reveal our trump card. Amir replied coldly. The trump card. Are you certain? Motor began to regain his composure. The so-called trump card was a secret they had concealed until now, intended to catch the enemy off guard. Moreover, this card could only be played once. Once used, it would be gone. If they did not use it now, when would they? Amir did not answer Motor's query, but countered with his own. Very well, I understand. Motor concluded, ending the video call. This trump card was pivotal to Amir's refusal to capitulate to Huaxia, and was the source of Motor's confidence. Motor gazed out at the battlefield, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes, and formed the deities to summon the true Ashoka and his generals. Yes. The secretary quickly bowed and exited the conference room. After receiving the order, the secretary rushed to gather the various deities and chosen players. Although these deities were pressured not to engage in battle directly, they could summon warriors to assist A3 nation in combat. Thus, once the task was communicated, their chosen players and deities readied themselves for a final, tenacious resistance. Meanwhile, the A3 nation's live stream was abuzz with activity. Countless international netizens offered their commentary on the conflict between A3 nation and Huaxia. Who would have thought that Huaxia had triumphed once again? It was truly outrageous. 3 mythological powers besieging a civilization-stricken nation, only to find themselves counterattacked? What were they attempting to achieve by lining up in such a lengthy procession? Were they really preparing to surrender to Huaxia? Surely not, surely not. The ancient civilization of A3 nation was actually contemplating surrendering to Huaxia? It made sense, though. With Huaxia abandoning its assault on Sakura and Korean nations, the 2 armies must be nearing A3 nation. If they did not surrender now, would they wait until they were utterly defeated? But wait, their deities were conducting rituals. It seemed they were summoning warriors. What? Was A3 nation truly preparing to fight Huaxia to the bitter end? Yet they were already at a disadvantage. How could they possibly prevail? Chapter 81. The true Ashoka. Many netizens expressed their confusion regarding the actions of the A3 nation. However, the A3 nation remained indifferent to external opinions. At this moment, the deities and chosen players of A3 were ecstatically chanting the name Ashoka in unison, their demeanor profoundly respectful and their gazes filled with sincerity. As their voices faded, innumerable strands of dark light suddenly descended from the sky, each strand embodying a spirit of the deceased. These spirits moved with astonishing speed, swiftly possessing the fallen warriors, some even lifting the injured spirits and soaring towards the edifice of merit. In the blink of an eye, the once near-death spirits were revived. The possessed spirits donned ancient military armor, wielding curved blades and serrated weapons. Cloaked in an aura of darkness, they stood shoulder to shoulder with Bai Chi's forces, equally formidable. These warriors formed ranks before the edifice of merit, and a single glance revealed a staggering multitude, numbering in the tens of thousands, nearly all the spirits that A3 possessed. The sight of this dark army was overwhelmingly oppressive. At that moment, another beam of light descended from the heavens, this time not dark, but blindingly golden. Under the golden light, everything in the world seemed to pale into insignificance. This radiant beam instantly seized the body of the man previously referred to by netizens as Ashoka. He was enveloped in golden light and lifted towards the edifice of merit. Moments later, as the golden light gradually dissipated. A robust man clad in retro attire appeared before the onlookers. He stood majestically between the army and the chosen players, surveying the crowd with an air of nobility, and then spoke with an aloof tone. "What is the purpose of awakening me?" His voice, though not loud, pierced through the very souls of those present, leaving them in awe. Upon hearing this, all the warriors of the A3 nation knelt on one knee, fervently proclaiming, "Long live our king." Their voices reverberated across the continent, echoing deafeningly. The chosen players of the A3 nation were filled with exhilaration, immediately prostrating themselves and chanting, "Ashoka manifests." Even the deities of A3 bowed their heads in submission upon witnessing this figure, adopting a posture of reverence. This scene left all viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. What is happening? Ashoka? Isn't Ashoka the same as the king we just summoned? Why can he be summoned again? Wait, why are the deities of A3 bowing to him? He is a deity. It was recalled that during Ashoka's reign, he fervently promoted Buddhism, earning the title of the Holy Ancestor of Buddhism. The Arhats and celestial beings were deities of Buddhism, which explained their reverence towards Ashoka. However, it seemed far more complex, while the other spirits were shrouded in darkness. This new Ashoka radiated golden light, indistinguishable from a deity. Clearly, this Ashoka had ascended to divinity, potentially holding a status equal to that of the celestial beings. Wait a minute. Wasn't the man being chased by Baichi not Ashoka? Is this the true Ashoka? This revelation struck them. Otherwise, the golden light would not have enveloped him. Perhaps there was a connection between the two. Damn it. We have been deceived by A3. They summoned a false Ashoka to catch us off guard. This is the true king of the Maurya Empire, Ashoka. It had been said that Ashoka was the sovereign of kings, the greatest ruler in the history of the A3 nation. During the years following Alexander the Great's expedition, he conquered much of northern territory during the ancient period, thereby establishing the first major empire in ancient history. His accomplishments in administration, military, and justice were unparalleled. Such an emperor could not possibly have exhibited the weakness previously displayed. The true form of Ashoka, now revealed, allowed the A3 nation to reverse their fortunes. With an army of tens of thousands of fierce warriors and a king possessing divine-like power, even if A3 wished to lose, it would be impossible. Even Baichi, stationed outside the edifice of merit, felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Particularly, the presence of Ashoka among the crowd filled him with a sense of helpless despair. Baichi was a ghost cultivator, acutely sensitive to the strengths of power. This Ashoka, in every aspect, completely overshadowed him. Even if figures like Hua Tsubing or Zhang Yida were present, they would still be outmatched. After all, they were merely ghost cultivators, while Ashoka had attained true divinity. Meanwhile, the 10 kings of hell in the distant sky were equally astonished. They were unaware of Ashoka's divine rank. Yet the power he exhibited gave the illusion that he was their equal. It should be noted that the 10 kings had cultivated for countless years, while Ashoka was merely a king from thousands of years past. If the 10 kings did not intervene, it was certain that the battle would result in a loss for Huaxia. The high-ranking officials of Huaxia were equally shocked. They had not anticipated that the A3 nation had been concealing their true strength. Ashoka's power appeared to rival that of a deity, indicating that Huaxia was now in a precarious situation. They needed to devise a strategy, perhaps even reach out to the A3 leadership for a truce. It was uncertain whether A3 would agree, so it seemed prudent to have Feng withdraw the troops back to the Guanghan Palace for defense. With the 10 kings guarding, Huaxia would not face annihilation. After all their hard-won gains, it seemed they might lose everything overnight. The conference room in the imperial capital was filled with a mix of astonishment, anger, and helplessness. The summoned warriors included a deity, which was practically a glitch in the system. After all, the rules stated that deities could not participate in battle. Yet, the summoned spirits possessed the strength of deities, and the system could hardly claim it was a violation, right? As long as no deities intervened, Ashoka was an invincible force. What was the point of this game? As for the high-ranking officials of Sakura and the Korean nation, they were filled with regret. Each one lamented their choices. They never expected this emir to be so cunning, hiding such a trump card. Had they known, they would have aligned with the A3 nation and stood firm together. Now, even if they initiated an attack on Huaxia, it would be difficult for A3 to ally with them again. Damn it, the spirits possess divine strength. How absurd. Zheng Yi and Kim Sungwoo felt as if they had lost 5 million, their expressions dark and gloomy. What could have been a partnership towards mutual prosperity had now been thwarted by Huaxia. Now, with their hopes of shared wealth dashed, if A3 turned against them, their fate could be even grimmer. Chapter 82. Descendants of the Qin? The chosen world of the Asin nation. The emergence of Ashoka utterly shattered the stalemate and immediately captured the attention of the entire world. A being with divine powers, a ghost, possessed a fierce spirit. One must ask, who could rival such an existence? In the grand hall, Ashoka looked down with an air of haughty solitude at the chosen players prostrating before him, as well as the vast assembly of the dynasty's army. In this moment, no one dared to meet his gaze, for he was the true sovereign. Meanwhile, from a distance, Bai Qi and his companions could only observe from afar, too intimidated to approach. Following Ashoka's appearance, Bai Qi led the remaining Qin army off the battlefield, awaiting reinforcements. Though he was deeply troubled within, he understood that failing to withdraw could result in being surrounded and overwhelmed, with death as the only outcome awaiting them. Ashoka paid little heed to Bai Qi and the others. To him, a mere military commander was insignificant and thus unworthy of attention. He turned and surveyed those present, his gaze finally resting on the deities of the Asin nation, specifically the 16 Arhats and the Kinaras. Why do such deities find themselves here? He inquired, his tone still imbued with superiority, as if these figures were mere mortals rather than divine beings. In response, the leader of the Kinaras quickly raised his head and respectfully replied, "We have been summoned to protect our descendants." Descendants? Ashoka furrowed his brow, then glanced at the chosen players kneeling before him and asked, "What year is it now?" "The world of 2,000 years hence," the Kinara answered. 2,000 years hence? I did not expect time to pass so swiftly. At this, Ashoka could not help but shake his head and smile, his eyes filled with reminiscence. "Rise, and tell me of the tribulations faced by the descendants." Ashoka spoke with deliberate slowness, yet none dared to exhibit the slightest negligence. This man before them was the great monarch who unified the South Asian subcontinent, a figure whose monumental achievements could be deified. It is no exaggeration to say that Ashoka was the greatest monarch in the history of the Asan nation, without exception. The adoration of every citizen toward him was irreplaceable. Now, standing in the presence of the sovereign, how could they not show reverence? As they rose, tens of thousands of soldiers suddenly raised their arms and shouted in unison, "Long live the Mauryan dynasty! Long live Ashoka!" Witnessing the magnificent spirit of his former subordinates, Ashoka revealed a rare smile. "My empire, my ministers, my people, Ashoka has returned." With these words, Ashoka spread his arms wide, facing the heavens. The clouded sky suddenly birthed a resplendent, multicolored divine light that enveloped Ashoka. The shadow cast upon the ground took the form of a Buddha with hands clasped in prayer. Moreover, a circular halo appeared at the back of Ashoka's head, reminiscent of the figures of the great Buddha or Guanyin. Such a miracle astonished all those in the live broadcast. Initially skeptical or wavering individuals were now completely convinced. My goodness, Ashoka must be a deity. The radiance of the Buddha shines upon him. Alas, this is indeed the arrival of a great being. The Huaxiao must be facing grave troubles this time. Not just grave troubles. In my view, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia have likely begun to capitulate to the Asin nation. Otherwise, once Ashoka leads his army forth, Huaxia is doomed. That may not necessarily be the case. Does Huaxia not have the 10 kings of hell? With their guardianship, Ashoka might not prevail. The 10 kings of hell? They have forbidden their deities from intervening and left matters to the generals. If they dare to allow divine intervention now, it would surely undermine Huaxia's credibility. Who would dare to collaborate with Huaxia then? That is indeed a valid point. However, if Huaxia does not allow divine intervention, the only fate awaiting them is annihilation. I suspect they will certainly permit their deities to act. Without a doubt, Huaxia will do just that. For survival, they would resort to any means. Is it not laughable that a nation with only a few hundred years of history would dare to contend with the Asan nation? The audience in the Asan live stream had already begun to declare Huaxia's defeat. Indeed, the intimidation Ashoka instilled was on par with that of a deity. Such a monumental figure, could Huaxia possibly possess one? Clearly not. Thus what awaited Huaxia but failure and ruin? The scene returned to the chosen world of the Asan nation. Bathed in divine light, Ashoka slowly lowered his arms, and the army ceased their cheers. Everyone understood that a great battle was imminent. The chosen players of the Asan nation were filled with reverence for the monarch before them, their pride and faith. Seeing that no one responded, Ashoka turned to the leading chosen player, Motor, and inquired, "What is your desire? Speak freely." Motor, taken aback by the king's attention, quickly bowed his head and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, this is the chosen world, and our Asan nation is currently under siege by Huaxia, facing the threat of annihilation. We implore your Majesty to lead our ancestors into battle against Huaxia. to showcase the might of the Mauryan dynasty and the might of our Asin nation. Upon hearing this, the other chosen players beside Motor nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with earnest pleading. Those who dare to oppress our descendants, Huaxia, shall surely be vanquished. Ashoka declared with a cold snort. At these words, Motor and the others were elated. If Ashoka were to lead the charge, who in Huaxia could stand against him? However, Ashoka then asked, what kind of nation is Huaxia? Noticing Ashoka's furrowed brow, as if deep in thought, Motor quickly explained. Huaxia is a great nation to the east of our Asin nation. An eastern great nation? Is it the continent of Jiuzhou? Ashoka raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Huaxia is the current name of the nation, which did not go by this title 2,000 years ago, hence Ashoka's confusion. Motor seemed to grasp the issue. Yet he was uncertain whether Huaxia could be considered part of Jiuzhou. More importantly, he sensed that Ashoka might have some awareness of Huaxia. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he hastily shook his head, forcing himself to dismiss this fanciful notion. Ashoka was a monarch from over 2,000 years ago. A time when Huaxia was still a land of savagery. How could it possibly be the Jiuzhou continent he spoke of? Such a thought would never leave an impression on a regal figure. This was akin to a tiger not recalling a mouse, or a dragon not remembering a snake. With this realization, Motor felt a sense of relief and smiled as he explained, the chosen players of Huaxia refer to their land as Huaxia Jiuzhou. But it should differ from the Jiuzhou continent you speak of. Other chosen players couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement with Motor's words. How could a nation with merely a few hundred years of history possibly be connected to the Jiuzhou continent? Ashoka mentioned. Chapter 83, The Eternal Emperor of the Ages. In a moment of revelation, a flicker of light danced in Ashoka's eyes as he added, surely. They must be descendants of the Qin people? Qin people? Descendants? Model was utterly perplexed, uncertain of the identity referenced by Ashoka. However, in a good mood. The illustrious king Ashoka nodded with a smile and patiently elaborated. During my reign, I often heard from merchants about an eastern continent known as the 9 provinces. Yet, the 9 provinces are not solely inhabited by the Qin state. There are several nations, though I cannot recall their names. The reason I remember Qin is that this state possesses formidable strength, only slightly inferior to my own Maurya dynasty. After unifying the realm, I relinquished my violent ways, sincerely embracing Buddhism, and thus refrained from further conquests of foreign lands. My inability to integrate the Qin people, renowned for their musical talents, into my Maurya dynasty remains my sole regret. Ashoka's musings left Model and his companions bewildered. Qin people? Musical talents? What connection could there possibly be? Meanwhile, the online audience from Ashoka's realm erupted in excitement. Wait, the Qin people? Huaxia? Could it be that there truly existed a nation named Qin in the annals of Huaxia's history? After all, Ashoka was a ruler from over 2 millennia ago. His words could not be mere fabrications, which indirectly attest that Huaxia's history extends far beyond mere centuries. No wonder Huaxia has been so buoyant lately. They possess such a rich historical lineage. I recall the army summoned by Huaxia, chanting something about brave old Qin, united in national peril. Could this Bai Qi be one of the Qin people? Bai Qi? Qin people? What nonsense! That old man is clearly a product of Huaxia's appropriation from elsewhere. How could he possibly be the Qin person Ashoka refers to? In addition to the foreign commentators, many Huaxia netizens in Ashoka's live stream became equally animated. Damn it. I always knew our Huaxia history spanned far beyond hundreds of years. Initially, I had my doubts when Feng claimed we had thousands of years of history. But now I wholeheartedly believe it. Ashoka's words validated Huaxia's heritage, proclaiming them as descendants of the great Qin. He stated that Huaxia's Qin was only marginally weaker than the Maurya dynasty. Thus, does it not imply that our great Qin was also immensely powerful? After all, the Maurya dynasty was one of the foremost powers over 2 millennia ago. In this light, I find Ashoka somewhat endearing. As long as he refrains from attacking Huaxia, I might even offer him some paper offerings. Ashoka's historical renown is widespread. Even as a Huaxia native, one has inevitably heard of him. His recent appearance and implicit endorsing Chapter 84, Does Huaxia deserve a timeless emperor? The moment these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Yin Luo Wang and Qin Guang Wang exchanged glances, fully aware that the timeless emperor referred to by Feng was none other than the illustrious figure they had in mind. Should it indeed be he, then the so-called great monarch Ashoka Pal would hardly pose a threat, as there exists a profound chasm separating the two, each a distinct entity of their own caliber. Nevertheless, a flicker of concern danced in the eyes of the three, their expressions betraying an unspoken unease. On the other hand, the video conference participants, including Ning Jiangwo, were left utterly astounded. Particularly, historian Zhao Chongren found his breath quickening, his gaze toward Yi Feng brimming with anticipation. Ning Jiangwo and the other officials echoed this sentiment. Yi Feng had conjured countless miracles for them, and if he proclaimed the existence of this so-called timeless emperor, then it was undeniably true, perhaps even rivaling Ashoka in stature. Meanwhile, the live stream's comment section erupted with fervor. A timeless emperor? Could it be that Huaxia too possesses an emperor of such eternal significance akin to Ashoka? Yi Feng, our treasure, truly knows everything. To be deemed a timeless emperor, such a figure must possess an extraordinary status and contribution. Ashoka of the Indian subcontinent hardly qualifies as a true timeless emperor. Is it possible that such an emperor truly existed in Huaxia's history? Yi Feng asserts there is one, so it must be so. There should be no doubt. Following Yi Feng is the right path. Earlier, Ashoka mentioned that Huaxia had a Qin state, which resonates with Yi Feng's prior remarks about the Qin dynasty. Could it be that this timeless emperor is somehow connected to Qin? The discussion around the timeless emperor proliferated in the comments, with the majority of citizens choosing to trust Yi Feng. The reason was simple. Yi Feng had consistently created miracles from the outset. This time might very well be no different. Trust in Yi Feng and leave the rest to miracles. However, a segment of the comments from abroad was far less amicable. What? A timeless emperor? Huaxia? How dare you utter such words? Truly, a tree without its bark is doomed to die. A person without shame is invincible. Even the generals and deities are borrowed. How can you shamelessly claim to possess a timeless emperor? Ridiculous. Perhaps Huaxia considers the leader of a mere village of thousands to be a timeless emperor? But then again, in a nation devoid of history, the fabrication and plunder of tales seem inconsequential. Timeless emperor? How many can genuinely be deemed as such on the Blue Star? Emperor Constantine of the Roman Empire unified the realm, and his promulgation of the Justinian Code rightfully elevates him to the pedestal of the greatest emperors in Western history. Ashoka, the third sovereign of the Maurya Empire, expanded territories, unified the South Asian subcontinent, and propagated Buddhism, achieving continual contributions that glorified the Maurya dynasty. Alexander the Great, a distinguished military strategist and statesman of ancient history, led the charge in unifying the West and conquering the East, advocating intermarriage among ethnic groups and equality among them, ushering in an era of Hellenization. And then there is Peter the Great of Russia and King Arthur of Britain, among others. Only such eminent monarchs and emperors merit the title of a timeless emperor, with merely a few centuries of history lacking any substantial contribution to the Blue Star. How can you brazenly claim to possess a timeless emperor? It's laughable. It appeared that the comments from foreign friends were decidedly unfriendly. Apart from Huaxia's own citizens, scarcely anyone believed in the existence of a timeless emperor within Huaxia. Yet, this mattered little. The scene returned to the realm of Huaxia's chosen ones. Before the palace of Guanghan, upon noticing the peculiar expressions on Yin Luowang and Qin Guangwang, Yi Feng could not help but inquire, "What troubles you?" On the other end of the video call, Ning Jiangwo and his companions wisely refrained from interjecting, though they too were consumed with worry. Qin Guangwang turned to Yi Feng and lamented, "With the three of us, we could summon a certain emperor. His presence would certainly alleviate many issues. But his legions are countless. We might not be able to summon a significant force. Indeed, even if we were to join forces, we cannot guarantee the summoning of an entire army." Yin Luowang chimed in. While this statement seemed to pose a dilemma, it inadvertently affirmed the possibility of Huaxia possessing a timeless emperor. Deities like the 10 Yama kings had no reason to conspire with Yi Feng in deceit. This revelation ignited further excitement within Huaxia, especially for Zhao Changren. After learning about Huaxia S5000, your history from Yi Feng, he had grown greatly intrigued by the emperors and historical figures Yi Feng mentioned. More crucially, if he wished to validate this history, he required compelling evidence. Should they successfully summon the timeless emperor, not only could it resolve Huaxia's current crisis but also serve as an opportunity to proclaim Huaxia's true history to the world. At that moment, who would dare claim Huaxia had merely a few centuries of history? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded thoughtfully. Then let us first call back the other hall masters, and also summon Bai Qi and Guan Yu to prevent any potential ambush. The current priority was to summon the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang. If successful, the threat posed by this so-called Ashoka would diminish significantly. In truth, aside from Qin Shi Huang, Yi Feng had numerous other candidates in mind, such as Emperor Taizong of Tang, Emperor Wu of Han, Genghis Khan of the Mongol Empire, Zhao Kuangyin of the Song dynasty, and Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty. Even the Kashi Emperor, Aizenjaro Xuanye, could rival this Ashoka. After all, the magnitude of Huaxia, with its vast territory and abundant populace, makes it difficult not to produce a great nation and emperor. Moreover, Yifeng's choice of Qin Shi Huang was driven by a profound intention to rekindle the self-confidence of the populace. For this purpose, he had exerted considerable effort. Qin Shi Huang earned the title of a timeless emperor not merely for unifying the 6 states and being the first to adopt the title of emperor, but also for a multitude of achievements and contributions, including standardized weights and measures, uniform scripts, and the establishment of a cohesive legal system. He laid the foundation for Huaxia's grand unity, which subsequent emperors would build upon. However, the current Huaxia faced a cultural disjunction, significantly diminishing such unity. Therefore, if a summoning were to take place, it could only be Qin Shi Huang without question. Before long, the 7 hall masters and 3 military contingents returned upon receiving the news. Upon learning that Yifeng intended to summon this emperor, the hall masters collectively fell into a moment of stunned silence. Chapter 85, the same track particularly, the King of Reincarnation, with a tone of confirmation, inquired of Yifeng, "Young man, are you certain you have made your decision? Even with the combined strength of 10 of us, summoning a substantial army may still prove elusive. Moreover, the forces on Ashoka's side continue to swell." After a brief pause, he added hastily, however, "We shall endeavor to summon that emperor with utmost certainty." Yifeng noticed a subtle detail. Whenever the 10 kings of hell spoke of Qin Shi Huang, they exhibited an extraordinary reverence, entirely devoid of any divine arrogance. Upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. The achievements and merits of Qin Shi Huang were undoubtedly remarkable even after death. Indeed, the incense offered to him likely surpassed that of the 10 kings of hell. It was possible that his divine status eclipsed theirs. With this thought, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. "No worries, we shall do our best." Upon hearing this, the 10 kings of hell refrained from further comment. Then, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the 10 kings of hell joined forces to perform a ritual. An overwhelming surge of dark energy radiated violently from their beings. Under the influence of this aura, the malevolent spirits surrounding them became increasingly frenzied and violent. The ritual undertaken by the 10 kings of hell was evidently far more arduous than before. Their expressions contorted, and their spiritual energy was relentlessly absorbed by the swirling Sanskrit vortex above. Upon closer inspection, their complexions had even taken on a pallid hue. These observations left Yifeng somewhat astonished. The mere act of summoning Qin Shi Huang and a portion of his Qin army had rendered the 10 kings of hell so beleaguered. It was not difficult to imagine the splendid magnitude of this ancient emperor's forces. The summoning persisted, and as the intensity of the spell deepened, the changes in the surroundings grew even more pronounced. The Sanskrit vortex expanded, drawing in the malevolent spirits near the Moon Palace with its immense gravitational pull. These frenzied spirits no longer struggled. Instead, they gazed upwards at the vortex, seemingly awaiting something to descend. Even Bai Qi and Hua Tsubing found themselves irresistibly drawn closer to it. In the sky, amidst the howling winds, the sounds of galloping hooves and neighing steeds echoed. In a daze, Yifeng felt as if he were amidst a blood-soaked battlefield, with thousands of troops thundering by, distant drums of war resounding, and the clashing of weapons ringing nearby. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. It felt as though the unfolding spectacle before him was not an illusion, but a true occurrence. Even though Yifeng's strength far surpassed that of ordinary mortals, within this vision, he experienced an overwhelming sense of abandonment and helplessness. What Yifeng witnessed remained invisible to outsiders and the viewers in the live stream. Yet, they were entranced by the scene before them. Though unseen, the sounds of clashing arms and the beating of drums resonated genuinely in their ears. The foreign spectators, who had previously mocked, were now taken aback. They had never before witnessed a summoning of generals and emperors so dramatic, it rivaled even the summoning of deities. As the spell concluded, the Sanskrit vortex unleashed a torrent of dark spectral entities, moving with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously merging with the malevolent spirits below. The possessed spirits began to writhe violently, clutching their heads and kneeling in anguish. The ethereal forms of the spirits transformed rapidly, soon taking on the appearance of adult soldiers clad in the distinctive armor of the Qin army, wielding various weapons, spears, bows, and swords. Moreover, cavalry mounted on war horses and chariots of the Qin army joined the fray. The chaotic spirits had vanished, replaced by a well-ordered, vigilant army. The precision of their formation was strikingly comparable to the ceremonial troops of later dynasties. Their ranks faced Yifeng, leading one to wonder if these Qin soldiers were poised to assault the Moon Palace. Yet, facing them, Feng felt an indescribable weight upon him. Even though these Qin soldiers stood immobile, having not uttered a single word, their numbers were not substantial, as the 10 kings of hell had indicated. Feng estimated their strength to be around 10,000, a stark contrast to Ashoka's nearly 60,000 troops. Nevertheless, Feng remained confident. With Qin Shi Huang at the helm of his forces, he felt undaunted, whether the odds were 1 to 6 or even 1 to 100. After all, Zheng possessed a significant advantage. From a distance, Bai Qi and the others were visibly astonished upon encountering these Qin soldiers. The reason was clear. These newly manifested soldiers were exponentially superior to the Qin troops Bai Qi had commanded, or to the Han army led by Huistubing, or even to Lu Xuan's Shu army. Bai Qi, in particular, was perplexed. He could not fathom why, despite being of the same Qin army, such a vast disparity existed. Simultaneously, he was intensely curious about the leader of these future Qin troops. Historical records indicated no intersection between Bai Qi and Zheng. Bai Qi had perished before Zheng's ascendance. Thus, Bai Qi was unaware of who Zheng was, yet this did not diminish his curiosity, and his hands trembled with excitement. After all, it was a remarkable fate to encounter a figure from history thousands of years later. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream flooded in. Goodness, the dark energy within these troops is overwhelmingly potent. It's completely overshadowing the previous army. Look closely. These troops appear somewhat similar to those led by Bai Qi. Could they also be Qin soldiers? Though they are all Qin soldiers, why is there such a vast difference? Qin army, Qin dynasty, Qin state, clearly, we are the Qin referred to by Ashoka. Yet, we remain uncertain whether our Qin army is superior to Ashoka's. Curse it. Ashoka has over 60,000 on his side, while we barely muster 60,000 with 3 armies, and 5 of those 1,000 are clearly weaker. What is there to fear? With Feng in our ranks, why should we be afraid of defeat? Why am I kneeling to watch the live stream? Because I await the emergence of the Eternal Emperor. The Qin army had appeared, yet Qin Shi Huang, Zheng, remained elusive, prompting foreign netizens to seize the opportunity for mockery. Where is the Eternal Emperor of Huaxia? Have you realized he might not even exist? Be satisfied, at the very least. You have summoned 10,000 troops. What are you waiting for regarding this Eternal Emperor? Such a being is not possessed by just any trivial nation. Let's be honest. The prowess of these troops is formidable. Compared to Ashoka's forces, they are nearly equal. However, with a 6-to-1 disadvantage. Even the Eternal Emperor would find it challenging to prevail. I thought there was truly an Eternal Emperor. I've wasted my time waiting in this live stream when I could have been watching the Emperor of the A3 nation. Chapter 86. The emergence of the Ancestor Dragon. These individuals would not overlook any opportunity to deride and humiliate the glory of Huaxia, even if the rationale appeared tenuous. At this moment, Feng felt more anxious than anyone else, glancing around but failing to catch a glimpse of Qin Shi Huang. This left him with a tinge of confusion. Had the summoning failed? Turning his gaze toward the 10 kings of hell, he noted that they too were bewildered. Although the summoning had seemingly succeeded, the absence of Zheng was perplexing. As the crowd pondered in astonishment, rays of brilliant golden light began to pierce through the somber clouds above, warming the air and dispelling the chill. Look, the Eternal Emperor is about to manifest. The live stream's comments alerted the viewers. At that moment, everyone held their breath, fearful of missing the spectacular event. In front of the palace of Guanghan, Feng raised his right hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling light. He longed to discern what was unfolding in the skies, but the brilliance made it nearly impossible to open his eyes. Once he managed to block the glare, he began to see faint outlines. This was not just Feng. Even Bai Qi and Huitubing found themselves similarly affected. Only the viewers in the live stream and the 10 kings of hell remained unperturbed. Beneath the heavens and upon the earth, 9 5-clawed golden dragons soared majestically, weaving through the clouds. Wherever they passed, dark clouds dissipated and the colors of the world transformed. At first glance, it resembled a scene of sunset and blazing sun coexisting, accompanied by the continuous sound of dragon roars. This spectacle left all in awe, including the live stream audience. 9 golden divine dragons. Is this for real? These golden dragons must span hundreds of miles, and there are 9 of them. Could it be that Huaxia's Eternal Emperor is 9 individuals? Feng's prowess was undeniable. Huaxia is magnificent. Who could this be? The 9 dragons soaring. The regal essence of the human emperor. Why is there no record of him in the annals of Huaxia's history? Huaxia, akin to a slumbering divine dragon. shall one day soar through the skies. The eternal emperor has emerged. Huaxia shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the world. Although Qin Shi Huang had yet to appear, the mere hint of his presence had already stirred immense excitement among the people of Huaxia. Even international viewers were left speechless in astonishment. The 9 golden dragons did not immediately descend upon the palace of Guanghan, but instead danced through the sky, showcasing their might to other chosen players in the chosen continent. They were all stricken with awe, many believing this to be a new boss challenge. Even Ashoka of the A3 nation darkened at the sight of the ancestor dragon's might, sensing its overwhelming presence from afar. How could the king of the Qin possess such divine power? And a true son of heaven's 5-clawed golden dragon at that. Ashoka could not fathom it. During his reign, he had never heard of such a remarkable king from the eastern Qin state. Though wary, Ashoka remained a sovereign of great unification, possessing divine strength, and thus was not excessively astonished. If it came to confrontation, strength would ultimately determine the outcome. Ashoka had his own confidence and power. The celestial phenomenon witnessed in Huaxia truly astonished many, particularly the ever-fickle nations of Sakura and Korea. Upon witnessing the might of the ancestor dragon, were relieved they had chosen neutrality. Clearly, Huaxia's display had exceeded their expectations, matching that of the A3 nation. After soaring through the chosen continent, the 9 5-clawed golden dragons returned, their golden light condensing as they slowly descended towards the palace of Guanghan. Countless individuals flooded into the Huaxia live stream, eager to catch a glimpse of the ancestor dragon's grandeur. Below, Feng was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng would transform into 9 5-clawed golden dragons, an undeniable sign that he had ascended to divinity. As for his strength, Feng surmised it to be well beyond that of the 10 kings of hell, for he noticed an unusual glint in the eyes of the 10 kings when they regarded Yingzheng. Beyond respect, there was a hint of trepidation. As Qin Shi Huang gradually descended, he did not land before the palace of Guanghan, but rather behind the ranks of 10,000 Qin soldiers. The soldiers turned simultaneously, their eyes filled with admiration for their emperor. They remained silent. Before the eternal emperor, quietude was the most fundamental form of respect. Upon closer inspection, Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng appeared to be in his early 30s, a stark contrast to his historical demise. Furthermore, he was remarkably handsome, with long hair tied back, adorned with a dragon crown, and an indescribable aura of solemnity about him. He wore his favored black dragon robe, intricately embroidered with 9 5-clawed golden dragons. And at his waist hung a black patterned long sword, his treasured weapon, the Tai sword, with the ability to vanquish demons above and treachery below, disregarding his identity. Yingzheng's appearance in the present would undoubtedly qualify him as one of the most handsome men, embodying the essence of classic beauty. This was a significant departure from the mixed reputation of Yingzheng in historical texts. The only similarity was the imposing imperial aura and the power of the human emperor that emanated from him, strong and unwavering, even standing still. He commanded an air that deterred prolonged gazes. The figures of Bai Qi and Huo Yubing, positioned slightly behind, were also captivated by Yingzheng's descent. They had encountered many emperors in life, yet none bore the unique presence of Yingzheng. Bai Qi felt a surge of excitement, though unaware of Yingzheng's identity. The imperial aura he projected was enough to affirm that during Yingzheng's reign, the Qin had fulfilled a century-long aspiration, unification. As a loyal subject, Bai Qi could hardly contain his exhilaration. "Who calls upon me?" Yingzheng's voice resonated like thunder, shaking hearts. In such vast territory, none dared reply. At this moment, Feng was so exhilarated he could hardly articulate his thoughts. He had even forgotten the tasks assigned in the 4th round of the chosen game. Now that Yingzheng had spoken, as the sole chosen player of Huaxia, Feng could only steel himself and respectfully respond, in the name of future generations. Feng humbly welcomes the ancestor dragon. With that, Feng stepped forward a few paces and performed a deep bow of homage towards the distant Yingzheng. The ancestor dragon is Yingzheng, and Yingzheng is the ancestor dragon. Though Yingzheng had been summoned by Feng, the anxiety he felt in facing him rivaled, if not surpassed, that which he experienced with son Wukong and others. Who was the ancestor dragon? He was the brilliant jewel of Huaxia's splendid civilization, his deeds worthy of eternal remembrance by future generations. Although many historical records in Feng's world criticized Yingzheng as a tyrant, burning books and burying scholars, Feng understood that the true Yingzheng was far removed from such portrayals. Without a wise ruler, how could the 6 nations be unified? Even the so-called book burnings and scholar burials were mere embellishments and slanders by later generations. Regardless, as a descendant of Huaxia. Yifeng found no fault in performing this act of reverence. Chapter 87. Is it not said that there are no clothes? We share the same robe. With Yifeng leading the way, others followed suit, paying their respects to Yingzheng, adhering to the formalities of sovereign and subject. Among them were Bai Qi, Huizubing, and Guanyu, who, though serving different sovereigns, recognized Yingzheng's divine status as deserving of such honor. Even the 10 kings of hell offered a slight nod, a gesture considered significant among deities. Yingzheng turned, his piercing gaze fixed upon Yifeng before casting a sidelong glance at the Guanghan Palace and the 10 kings of hell. His expression was devoid of excessive emotion, marked by a notable calmness. "Do you know me?" he inquired, his tone considerably softened. As Yifeng referred to himself as a descendant of the future, it implied a connection, prompting a gentler demeanor from the emperor. Without hesitation, Yifeng replied respectfully, "You are the unparalleled emperor of the ages, Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. You conquered the 6 kingdoms, achieving unification. You established standardized measurements, unified scripts, and aligned laws, constructing the Great Wall to fend off foreign invaders, and led campaigns against the Xiongnu to protect your homeland. Even in death, you refused to have the living accompany you, choosing instead to build the terracotta army to guard the fortunes of the realm alongside your former generals. Your achievements have forged the Eastern world, with the Han Chinese as its foundation, establishing a truly united nation. Your arrival today is the utmost glory for the lands of Huaxia." Yifeng merely touched upon Yingzheng's remarkable deeds, and while the emperor remained largely impassive, the onlookers could scarcely contain their astonishment. Bai Qi, Huizubing, and Liu Bei gaped in disbelief. Huizubing and Liu Bei, being figures of a later era, were well acquainted with the historical Yingzheng. How could they not be awed by the sight of the great emperor who once unified the realm? Although Bai Qi had not met Yingzheng, the realization that he led Qin to fulfill its long-held dream of unification stirred profound emotions within him. It was a monumental achievement shaped by generations of Qin people. At this moment, all the Qin soldiers raised their arms in unison, chanting, "Brave old Qin, let us face the nation's trials together. Blood shall not run dry, and we shall not cease our struggle." In the west, the great Qin rises, like the sun at dawn, bearing a century of grievances. The world is in turmoil. How can peace be attained? Qin has its valiant warriors. Who dares to challenge us? Is it not said that there are no clothes? We share the same robe. The king raises his banner. We shall forge our weapons together. Is it not said that there are no clothes? We share the same resources. The king raises his banner. We shall arm ourselves as one. Is it not said that there are no clothes? We share the same armor. The king raises his banner. We shall march together. The songs of the Qin resounded across the continent, even reaching the distant Ashoka, who felt their fervor. Ashoka narrowed his eyes, his expression subtly shifting. Meanwhile, the Huaxia live stream was in chaos. What? He is transformed into Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng? Our ancient emperor? This is beyond cool. Standardized measurements and unified scripts. Only by establishing standards in civilization can a unified nation be solidified. Who would have thought that over 2 millennia ago, Yingzheng possessed such advanced thoughts? His monumental achievements truly qualify him as the eternal emperor of Huaxia. We indeed have an eternal emperor, Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng, the true dragon of heaven. 9 golden dragons. Far more powerful than the previous little white dragon, such divinity, who could possibly stand against it? If anyone dares to claim that Huaxia lacks an eternal emperor or civilization, I shall be the first to refute it. The Great Wall, the Terracotta Army, these are the remnants of our glorious history. It is unfortunate that we, as descendants, cannot witness the splendor of our ancestors. Yifeng, the Great One, will forever be our unwavering support. Additionally, leaders from various nations were equally astounded. In the imperial conference room, upon learning of Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng's legacy and his status as Huaxia's eternal emperor, Ning Zhangwo and Zhao Chongren were filled with excitement. Their skin prickling with goosebumps, many with tears in their eyes. They could finally prove to the world the history and civilization of Huaxia. We do not have merely a few hundred years of history. We once basked in glory and achievement. Let us document all of this, inscribing it I Chapter 88. The wrath of the Son of Heaven in the world of the chosen of Huaxia during this period. Yifeng summoned the 10 kings of hell to carry him towards Yingzheng. This was partly due to the considerable distance between them, making communication inconvenient, and partly to pay homage to Yingzheng, as a junior should observe the necessary etiquette. The 10 kings of hell acted swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they materialized 10 meters before Yingzheng. This was Yi Feng's first close-up observation of Yingzheng, who stood at an impressive height. His bright eyes and sword-like brows giving him an extraordinary appearance, with skin that appeared remarkably fair. He bore little resemblance to the ancient emperor who unified the realms, instead evoking the ethereal grace of a celestial disciple. This stark contrast to Yi Feng's preconceived notions of Yingzheng led him to ponder whether such changes stemmed from his ascension to divinity. The unique aura surrounding Yingzheng set him apart from other monarchs. He possessed not only the dignity of an emperor, but also the ethereal elegance of a divine being. At that moment, as Yi Feng's awareness of Yingzheng became evident, the latter's inquisitive gaze turned to scrutinize Yi Feng. "And who might you be?" Yingzheng inquired, his tone remaining gentle. Yi Feng bowed respectfully before responding. "I am a descendant of Huaxia from 2,000 years hence." "Oh," Yingzheng expressed mild surprise, glancing around before asking, "Is this indeed the Jiuzhou continent of 2,000 years later?" Yi Feng, maintaining a respectful demeanor, clarified, "To be precise, this is the continent of the chosen of the gods from 2,000 years later." The mention of the chosen of the gods elicited a furrowed brow from Yingzheng, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Yi Feng nodded and patiently elaborated on the nature of the chosen game. Upon learning of the competition for national fortune and the chosen game, Yingzheng immediately grasped the situation, refraining from further inquiries on this topic. This surprised Yi Feng, as the capabilities of the chosen game transcended ordinary comprehension. Even myths could scarcely encapsulate its essence. Yingzheng sighed, reflecting on the cyclical nature of the world and the myriad experiences of life. Since ascending to divinity, he had devoted himself to profound cultivation, remaining largely oblivious to earthly matters. The affairs of emperors were for the sake of the common people. The suffering endured by the descendants of Jiuzhou 2,000 years later stirred a sense of compassion within him. "I yearn to know how future generations perceive me." Yingzheng's resolute gaze remained fixed on Yi Feng as he posed this question. Yi Feng paused for a few seconds before responding. "The descendants have forgotten you, along with the illustrious history of Huaxia spanning thousands of years." "Why is that?" Yingzheng's brow knitted in confusion, not out of displeasure at being forgotten, but rather as a citizen of Jiuzhou. He believed that history should be remembered. Yi Feng sighed helplessly, because there has been a severe historical discontinuity in Huaxia. Their recorded history spans only a few hundred years. "Is that so?" Though perplexed, Yingzheng chose not to press further. Nor did he inquire why Yi Feng possessed such historical knowledge. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and as a deity and emperor, Yingzheng understood this well. Their exchange confirmed that Huaxia's history was far richer than merely these fragments. It was a civilization boasting 5 millennia of radiant history. In that moment, the Huaxia people felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Some were moved to tears. "Damn it, watching this live stream has me in tears. I should have bought more tissues." Others expressed their disbelief, realizing the truth of their ancient heritage, affirming Yi Feng's credibility. Sadly, this history and civilization had become remnants, and as descendants of Huaxia, their hearts ached. "As long as Yi Feng remains, I believe we will one day restore our ancestors' glory and rejuvenate Huaxia's civilization. We are fortunate to have Yi Feng with us." In the realm of the chosen of Huaxia, recognizing the opportune moment, Yi Feng pressed on with a tremulous voice. "Due to the civilizational and historical discontinuity in Jiuzhou, they now mock us, claiming we lack civilization, history, and great monarchs. Presently, Jiuzhou faces unprecedented trials. The western nation of Asan has summoned the ruler of the Peacock dynasty, Ashoka, intending to invade our Jiuzhou, to obliterate our foundation and massacre our people. As they deride us as Barber Chapter 89, is the Great Qin Empire inferior to the Maurya dynasty?" Yingzheng had heard of Ashoka, which came as no surprise to Yi Feng. This is because both the Great Qin Empire and the Maurya dynasty existed during the same era, one in the east and the other in the west. It was precisely the formidable barrier of the Himalayas that prevented these two powerful empires from ever encountering one another, although both were the mightiest rulers of their time. Ashoka was a full 32 years older than Yingzheng, yet the younger Yingzheng achieved accomplishments that surpassed those of Ashoka. Thus, it was inevitable that Yingzheng regarded Ashoka with disdain. Moreover, Ashoka harbored ambitions of invading Huaxia, which further fueled Yingzheng's contempt. Yi Feng listened intently as Yingzheng continued. "After I unified the 6 states, I learned of a powerful empire to the west of the Great Qin, the Maurya dynasty. However, by that time, Ashoka had already passed, and the Maurya dynasty was no longer what it once was. Had it not been for the vast distance in the council of my ministers advocating for the submission of foreign states to Qin, I would have long since changed their national title. This is the truth, but the foreign viewers in the live stream held a different opinion. It was understandable, as these individuals had never witnessed the might of Qin's 100,000-strong army. It is no exaggeration to assert that the combat prowess of the Qin army ranks first in history. This supremacy stems not only from the fierce customs of the Qin people, but also from the renowned legalist philosophy that governed the state, strict laws for governance, and military discipline. Under such conditions, the first formidable army of Huaxia gradually emerged. Of course, this conclusion is not entirely indisputable, as the Han army was also quite formidable in history. However, if one were to contest for the title of the strongest, Feng would unhesitatingly choose the Qin army. He was well aware of this, and thus harbored a deep respect. But how could the foreign friends possibly comprehend this? Consequently, the comments section in the Huaxia live stream became particularly lively. What nonsense! They wish to send troops to attack the Maurya dynasty? Surely this ancient emperor of Huaxia must be drunk. How absurd! The Maurya dynasty was an undeniable strong nation in history, while your Qin Shi Huang is powerful. The notion of attacking the Maurya is truly fanciful. Who cannot boast? With the meager forces you currently summon, it would be a challenge to defeat the nation of A3. Yet you dare to speak of altering their national title? What a joke. The Maurya dynasty of A3 is the world's strongest nation. And you audaciously utter such words demanding our submission? Allow me to enlighten you about the strength of the Maurya dynasty. The Maurya dynasty unified the South Asian subcontinent, wielding control over an area of approximately 500 square kilometers, with a population around 75 million. In terms of armaments, the Maurya dynasty was renowned for its production of Uzi steel, crafting curved blades that were incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through even leather armor. Additionally, the Maurya dynasty enjoyed a hot and rainy climate, coupled with vast arable land, ensuring a stable food supply. Furthermore, the Maurya dynasty boasted 300,000 cavalry, 600,000 infantry, and 9,000 war elephants. Whether in military strength, culture, or national power, the Maurya dynasty stands as a preeminent force. Such an imperial dynasty is invincible. How could you Huaxia shamelessly claim to abandon conquest? To compel the Maurya dynasty to submit to Qin? Dream on. The comments section was inundated with rebuttals and insults. Previously, the people of Huaxia might have remained silent. However, now that Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng had stepped forward, Huaxia had proven that its history extended far beyond mere centuries. In this context, how could the people of Huaxia pretend as if nothing had occurred? Instantly, Huaxia's netizens and keyboard warriors launched a coordinated counterattack in the comments. If you want to laugh, return to your mother's womb and laugh until you're satisfied before emerging. If the Maurya dynasty is so powerful, why does it have a history of only over 100 years? Furthermore, it was usurped by one of its own ministers. Even if we could not alter the title of your Maurya dynasty 2,000 years ago, can Huaxia not change the name of your A3 nation in 62 years? Ridiculous. Have you A3 people forgotten that you reclaimed your country through hunger strikes? The territory of A3 has been ravaged multiple times throughout history, leading it to change names repeatedly and establish a caste system. Eventually, a motley crew emerged, claiming to be descendants of the higher castes, establishing A3 on this repeatedly ravaged land. Enough. The people of A3 are on the verge of tears. The counterattack from Huaxia's netizens caught the A3 viewers off guard, with many A3 users enraged to the point of spitting blood. Yet, all this seemed irrelevant to Feng and his companions. In the realm of Huaxia, Yingzheng, after recounting this narrative, expressed his willingness to assist Feng in the conquest of the A3 nation, in the noble task of safeguarding the 9 provinces of Huaxia one final time. This favor would be etched in the memories of future generations. As the time was ripe, Feng chose not to delay any longer and urged Yingzheng to proceed to battle against the A3 nation. Though the forces mobilized were not numerous, they were all elite troops. Even if they were reluctant to admit it, the citizens of A3 felt a profound sense of dread. Yingzheng leaped into the air, transforming into a golden dragon, soaring alone toward the direction of A3. The Qin army followed swiftly behind on horseback. Bai Qi and Huitubing, having recovered from their astonishment, hurriedly pursued, though they understood that Yingzheng required no assistance. They were unwilling to miss the clash of the 2 great emperors, an event that could not be witnessed even with wealth. The 10 Yama kings, as before, dispatched 7 to observe the battle from the skies. In truth, with Yingzheng's divine prowess, there was no need for concern regarding ambushes from the opposing deities. It is no exaggeration to assert that even combined, The deities of the opposing side would not match Zhang's strength. Feng, the chosen player, also yearned to witness the battle, but ultimately chose to remain at the Guanghan Palace. As the battle was poised to erupt, the attention of the entire world was captivated by the confrontation between A3 and Huaxia. Online, bets were being placed on which nation would emerge victorious, and astonishingly, the odds favored A3 over Huaxia. Clearly, foreign friends held little faith in Huaxia's chances of victory in this confrontation. Before long, Zhang arrived first at the battlefield. He took human form and stood alone, positioned over 1,000 meters from the outer perimeter of the A3 national structure, behind tens of thousands of troops. With Zhang commanding the army, he undeniably became the enduring war drum in everyone's hearts. The battle had yet to commence, yet they already occupied an invincible position. Huaxia's proactive challenge left the chosen players of A3 both astonished and fearful. Chapter 90. Dare to battle. The recent display of the Golden Dragons might filled Ashoka with apprehension. Simultaneously, it instilled a sense of terror in the war horses and war elephants of his army, which let out fearful low roars. Had it not been for the soldiers' forceful suppression, these beasts would have fled in panic. Zhang surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately resting upon Ashoka. Despite their never having met, Zhang recognized Ashoka at once. Owing to his regal attire and the imperial aura he exuded, which made identification effortless. From the moment Zhang appeared, Ashoka's eyes never strayed from him. The formidable pressure emanating from Zhang left Ashoka momentarily perplexed. Beside him, the chosen player Motor quickly leaned in, whispering to Ashoka, "Your Majesty." This figure in the black robe is none other than the eternal emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang Zhang. Motor had maintained contact with the outside world and had learned of Zhang's arrival early on. Frankly, he had never anticipated that China would also possess an eternal emperor, especially one exhibiting such formidable strength. This revelation significantly dampened his previously unwavering confidence. When two emperors engage in battle, one must inevitably fall, and Motor could not ascertain who that would be. Thus, caution was prudent. Upon hearing Motor's words, Ashoka's expression shifted once more, although he was not well acquainted with Zhang. As a king, Ashoka grasped the significance of the title Shi Huang. Even he dared not claim such a title for himself. Moreover, the divine aura that Zhang projected was evidently superior to his own, indicating that Ashoka's prowess was far inferior. For the first time, the fearless Ashoka displayed a hint of trepidation. Meanwhile, the young chosen player, seemingly oblivious to Ashoka's unease, interjected, mocking, "China has only a few hundred years of history, right? Where could they possibly find an eternal emperor? It seems to me they're merely putting on a facade." The young man, clearly unaware of the events that had just transpired before the palace of Guanghan, would have regretted his words had he known. Before Motor could chastise the young man, Ashoka, typically stoic and reserved, preemptively reprimanded him. Such disrespect is unacceptable. Although the young man harbored disdain for Zhang, he held Ashoka in high regard. Faced with Ashoka's admonishment, he immediately straightened, refraining from further outbursts. Seizing the opportunity, Ashoka began elucidating the history of the 9 provinces. This individual is the Qin person I previously spoke of, and he is the ruler of the Qin state. Though I have never met him and know little of him, I can assert with confidence that he has fulfilled the grand ambition of the Qin people for centuries by unifying the 9 provinces. Such a monumental achievement is something even I would find challenging to accomplish. He is indeed worthy of the title of the Eternal Emperor of China. At the time of Zhang's unification of the 6 states, Ashoka had already passed away. His certainty stemmed, in part, from the imperial aura that Zhang projected, which was magnitudes greater than his own. Furthermore, he had just learned from Motor that Zhang was Qin Shi Huang, a title denoting the first emperor. Such a title could only be borne by one who had accomplished the remarkable feats of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Otherwise, Zhang could not possibly embody a destiny so grand. Thus, it was beyond doubt that the young man in the black robe had unified the continent of the 9 provinces. Ashoka was not entirely aware of the number of states within the 9 provinces, but he was familiar with several powerful nations, such as Zhao and Qin. To achieve such unification was no ordinary feat. Ashoka's seemingly mundane statement sent shockwaves across the globe, leaving everyone astonished. Had these assertions come from Zhang himself, skepticism might have lingered. Yet, with Ashoka, an opposing ruler, proclaiming such truths, the authenticity was irrefutable. The chatroom of the Asan nation erupted at this moment. What? Could it be that everything China claimed was true? This is outrageous. Is our Ashoka mistaken? How could China possibly possess such history and figures? Oh my. I just went to the Chinese chat room to hurl insults, and now we've been slapped in the face by our own, with Ashoka's acknowledgement. It became clear that China was far more than what they had perceived. They could not afford to underestimate this rising power, and unity was imperative. Otherwise, it would be their nation facing elimination. Ashoka revered the strong, and it was evident that Yingzheng was worthy of a challenge. Yingzheng's audacity in confronting them alone was indeed audacious, and they should demonstrate their strength in response. Seriously? I just mortgaged my house. Ashoka, you better hold your ground. Amidst a flurry of comments, the enthusiasm was palpable, particularly from the side of China. Ashoka's statements effectively served as an indirect acknowledgement of China's civilization and history to the world. Consequently, China's history was no longer confined to the few hundred years of the Qing dynasty, but now traced back over 2 millennia to the era of the Qin dynasty. Among the nations on the Blue Star, few could boast such an extensive history. Finally, China could stand tall upon this land, proclaiming its illustrious past and civilization, which had merely been obscured. In an instant, Yi Feng's image in the hearts of the Chinese people was magnified infinitely, resulting in an increasing number of young women desiring to bear his children. Unfortunately, the oblivious Yi Feng remained unaware of this burgeoning admiration. Meanwhile, Bai Qi, Hui Yubing, and their 10,000 elite troops had also arrived within the borders of the Asan nation, standing behind Yingzheng. The reason Yingzheng had refrained from making a statement earlier was precisely to await their arrival. Now that they were assembled, it was time to address the matter at hand. Yingzheng stepped forward, gazing down upon the multitude, and thunderously declared, "You foreign nations dare to encroach upon my 9 provinces. Do you now dare to face me in battle?" His voice reverberated throughout the chosen continent, causing nearby malevolent spirits to tremble in fear, and even the war horses and elephants of the Asan nation knelt in submission, lowering their heads. Such a reaction stemmed from Yingzheng's invocation of a soul-binding spell within his voice, capable of instilling terror in lower-tier spirits or lingering souls. This moment served as a preliminary challenge to Ashoka. Behind Yingzheng, thousands of soldiers were invigorated, their spirits soaring as if they had been invigorated by a surge of vitality. This fervor had little to do with the soul-binding spell, but rather stemmed from their morale, which surged like a tidal wave. Chapter 91. The might of the human emperor confronted by the overwhelming force of the Qin. Ashoka took a deep breath, burdened by the weight of the moment. As a sagacious monarch, he recognized that although his army outnumbered the enemy, the likelihood of emerging victorious was slim. This was not due to a lack of confidence, but rather an acute awareness of the chasm that lay between him and Yingzheng, the formidable leader of Qin. In stark contrast, the chosen players from the A3 realm appeared exuberant, viewing the Qin soldiers as mere jesters. Their audacity in challenging Ashoka could only lead to their own demise. They harbored an inexplicable confidence in Ashoka of the Maurya dynasty, as if his presence alone rendered all obstacles surmountable. This attitude was further bolstered by Ashoka's composed demeanor. After a brief silence, Ashoka stepped forward, and before the eyes of all, he respectfully clasped his hands towards Yingzheng, proclaiming, "It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. I do not wish to stand against the first emperor." This declaration left everyone, both within and outside the battlefield, astounded. The A3 chosen players were particularly perplexed by Ashoka's apparent submissiveness, given that their forces clearly outnumbered the Qin. The live stream's comment section erupted with speculation. Some astute viewers quickly discerned the implications. Was Ashoka truly afraid of Yingzheng? Such a notion seemed absurd. "I've wagered a fortune on Ashoka winning. If this battle does not commence, my investment is for naught," they lamented. "Go, Ashoka. Defeat Yingzheng. Vanquish the Huaxia." It seemed Ashoka wished to spare the innocent lives of Huaxia, reflecting his late-life reverence for Buddhism. Such a benevolent disposition made his choice for peace entirely understandable. In my view, Ashoka was indeed wary of Yingzheng, for the latter possessed the power to transform into 9 5-clawed golden dragons, an ability that Ashoka could scarcely fathom. In the realm of the A3 chosen, Ashoka and Apos, S. reluctance to engage in battle was wholly unexpected for Hui Yubing and his compatriots. Yet, Yingzheng remained unmoved, coldly snorting. "Those who are not of my kin are bound to harbor ill intentions. Should you dare to covet my 9 provinces, prepare to face annihilation." With that, Yingzheng pointed his right hand, and a beam of golden light surged forth, striking Ashoka from afar. The speed of the golden light was astonishing. Before anyone could react, Ashoka was forced back several steps by its impact. In an instant, the air crackled with energy, and the Huaxia forces erupted in exhilaration. The warhorses neighed, and weapons clashed in a symphony of impending conflict. Typically, battles are heralded by challenges between generals, and Ing Zhang's actions were no exception, having successfully repelled the opposing monarch. Though no substantial harm had been inflicted, the psychological advantage was decidedly in favor of the Qin. "Kill," commanded Ing Zhang. Igniting fervent cries of anger and excitement from his soldiers, the once-doubted Qin forces now surged with unprecedented battle spirit. The dark energy emanating from the warriors coalesced into a massive lion in the sky, roaring fiercely and frightening the enemy's steeds and war elephants into retreat. The so-called invincible peacock army found itself not charging forth but rather recoiling in fear. Had it not been for Ashoka's fierce roar, their morale would have surely crumbled. As negotiations had failed, battle was the only recourse. Ashoka, a conqueror of vast territories, felt no trepidation despite Ing Zhang's might. He boldly commanded his warriors to charge forward. The impending clash loomed large. The soldiers of the Peacock dynasty advanced with curved blades, forming dozens of assault squads, each comprising hundreds, attacking from various angles. Disrupting the Qin formation would simplify the ensuing conflict. Both Ing Zhang and Ashoka remained steadfast, choosing not to engage directly yet awaiting the other's move. For the first to strike would be the one to falter. Facing an encirclement of nearly 10,000. The front line of 1,000 Qin soldiers instinctively began to form their defensive array. They swiftly established the Qin Bagua formation, a lethal arrangement despite their limited numbers. The Qin army excelled in archery. 5,000 warriors split into 100 squads surrounded by Qi and Huitubing, forming a cylindrical shape. The remaining 5,000 summoned their longbows, unleashing a relentless barrage of black arrows into the sky. The downpour of arrows pierced through the charging Ashoka squads before they could close the distance, transforming them into mere wisps of smoke. Nevertheless, a portion of the assaulting warriors managed to reach the Qin ranks. Yet, the first line of Qin soldiers was far from defenseless. They swiftly retaliated, leaving no opportunity for a protracted struggle, felling their foes with decisive blows. "Kill!" The frontline Qin soldiers roared in unison, their blades rising and falling, each strike claiming the life of an enemy. Observers were baffled by how a force as formidable as the Peacock army appeared so vulnerable against the Qin. A closer examination revealed the fierce determination and resilience in the eyes of these Qin warriors. They exuded a unique aura, strikingly reminiscent of that which surrounded Ing Zhang. The seven lords observing from above quickly discerned the truth. Could it be that this is the might of the human emperor? The spirit of the 9 provinces? The king of the city marveled. The other lords nodded in astonishment, their expressions reflecting profound shock. Though they were divine beings, the notion of a human emperor was a lofty aspiration. In simpler terms, a human emperor embodies the spirit of heaven and earth. Only the most revered monarchs, having endured immense trials and tribulations, can attain such a status. Even though they commanded legions of the deceased, it was their first encounter with the might of the human emperor. With this aura, the strength of their soldiers surged, not rendering them invincible but bestowing upon them an intangible fortune. Who would have thought that Ing Zhang's unification of the 9 provinces would grant him the mandate of the human emperor, enjoying the favor of heaven and earth? The king of Chujiang remarked enviously. The king of Mount Tai, shrouded in dark mist, sighed, "Alas, Ing Zhang passed too soon. Had he lived longer, this might of the human emperor would have ensured not just the unification of the 9 provinces, but even the submission of neighboring barbaric tribes." Speaking of the might of the human emperor, I have heard it manifested in figures such as Yao, Shun, and the 5 emperors, the emperor of Song added, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, it is this very power that laid the foundation for the 9 provinces, the soul of Huaxia. Chapter 92. I shall lead the charge. The decline of the Huaxia 9 provinces may indeed be intertwined with these events. Who can say? After you and I ascended to divinity, we have scarcely departed from the netherworld, and matters of the mortal realm have ceased to concern us. Such a significant upheaval has occurred, yet the reasons remain elusive. At this juncture, the 7 lords exchanged glances, then turned their attention towards the peculiar man performing strange exercises before the palace of Guanghan. Perhaps he could be the turning point in this turmoil, or possibly the only hope for the Huaxia 9 provinces. One can only hope. As deities, they are acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the divine selection game, for even they cannot fathom its origins. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they have been summoned here by this very game. Even the formidable Erling Shen and son Wukong are ensnared, which speaks volumes about the game's power, surpassing that of all present. The battle rages on in the divine realm of the Asin nation. No one anticipated the sheer strength of Huaxia's Qin army, which exceeded all expectations. 10,000 against 10,000, and yet they could not even lay a finger on their adversaries before succumbing. A truly humiliating defeat. Ashoka's forces primarily consisted of infantry, specializing in close combat. In contrast, Yingzheng's Qin army excelled in ranged warfare, bestowing upon them a significant advantage in smaller-scale conflicts. Their numerical inferiority allowed them to withstand the risks of encirclement. The initial clash concluded with a resounding defeat for the Asen nation. The live stream's comments erupted in frenzy. Is this for real? The mighty army of the Peacock dynasty is being overwhelmed by Huaxia's Qin army? This is utterly absurd. Asen nation, you are disgraceful. I wagered so much on your victory, and this is the outcome? Damn it, I want my money back. Useless Asen nation, is this all you can muster? I thought you were formidable. You constantly boast of being an ancient civilization, yet you are outdone by a nation with merely a few hundred years of history. What do you mean a few hundred years? Wasn't it just confirmed that Huaxia has over 2,000 years of history? Enough said, Asen nation is a complete failure. And the cherry blossom and stick nations, always bragging about their prowess. And what happened? 3 against 1, and they were schooled by Huaxia? Initially, I was merely spectating in the Asen live stream, but the comments turned into a barrage of insults, dragging in their own countries, which ignited the tempers of the cherry blossom and stick nations. How dare you? If you think you can do better, step up. All you do is chatter online. Let your chosen players face off. How dare you suggest that our cherry blossom and stick nations collude? You should have a shred of decency. Cherry blossom, how dare you? Our stick nation looks down upon you. We are a major world power with a history stretching back over 10,000 years, far beyond what you invaders could ever claim. The live stream devolved into a battlefield of words, while the divine selection world braced for a second wave of conflict. The first wave of crushing defeat made Ashoka acutely aware of the impending crisis. After all, he was once a legendary conqueror. A single defeat would not suffice to compel him to surrender. Moreover, he had a history of invincibility as a conqueror, as a ruler. He could not allow himself to falter, nor could he permit his authority to be challenged. Everyone, to me, Ashoka bellowed, leaping into the air and soaring high above. The ranks of his dynasty's army had swelled to 80,000, and without a hint of hesitation, they charged towards Huaxia upon receiving Ashoka's command. The numerical disadvantage for Huaxia against the Asan nation was glaring, compounded by the relentless resurrection of their spirits. This meant Asan's forces would continue to replenish. While Huaxia's Qin army, led by Yingzheng, numbered only around 10,000, supplemented by Bai Qi and Huitubing, totaling a mere fraction more. Should the sovereigns refrain from intervening, few would expect Huaxia to emerge victorious. The external confidence in Huaxia stems solely from Yingzheng's formidable prowess. 9 golden dragons. Such entities are not easily vanquished. As Ashoka ascended into the air, beyond the gaze of the masses, he coldly declared, Emperor Yingzheng, meet me in battle. His voice resonated like thunder across the land. Yingzheng lifted his gaze, a sardonic smile creeping upon his lips. The enemy's intent was clear. They sought to divert his attention, allowing the Peacock dynasty's forces to overwhelm Huaxia. Should the army succeed, even if Ashoka fell short against Yingzheng, he could at least salvage some semblance of dignity. However, if both were to falter, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. As a ruler, Ashoka was determined to avoid such disgrace, hence his desperate tactics. Before Yingzheng could respond, the audience watching the live stream grew increasingly agitated. How shameless can Ashoka be? Issuing a challenge at such a moment and taking to the skies to fight? It is evident he wishes for his army to triumph over Huaxia. Yingzheng cannot accept this. If he departs, the army is certain to falter. An overwhelming number of soldiers, along with a continuous influx of reinforcements, would render it a miracle for the Qin army to emerge victorious. He must not go. Ashoka's intentions are transparent. He seeks to provoke Yingzheng. Should Yingzheng abandon the field, the morale of the Qin troops would undoubtedly plummet, leaving them at a severe disadvantage. Yingzheng is clearly the type of noble ruler who is likely to concede. Damn it, I just placed my wager on Yingzheng's victory. If Ashoka tricks him, my money would be lost. In the live stream, not only were Huaxia's viewers anxious, but foreign viewers also expressed concern. However, their worries did not stem from the safety of Huaxia or Yingzheng, but whether Yingzheng could secure victory. Yingzheng's commanding presence convinced many foreign viewers that he was the true victor, thus the tide of betting shifted entirely in his favor. Yingzheng's odds continued to plummet, reaching a point that raised suspicions of deceit. For instance, wagering 1 million could yield only 110,000 upon his victory. while a loss would mean total forfeiture of the wager. Yet, despite these odds, the urge to bet on Yingzheng's success remained irresistible. You think they would want Yingzheng to lose? The scene shifts back to the divine realm of the Asan nation. Upon receiving Ashoka's challenge, Yingzheng exhibited no hesitation, transforming into a beam of golden light and soaring into the sky. The onlookers witnessed a flash of golden brilliance, and Yingzheng vanished from sight. Although he departed, the Qin army remained undeterred, their resolve only strengthened by adversity. They fought valiantly against the forces of the Peacock dynasty as if possessed by the spirit of war. Bai Qi, Huitzubing, and Guan Yu did not linger as spectators. They rallied their subordinates and led the charge against the overwhelming forces of the dynasty. Chapter 93. The true power of Ashoka due to the overwhelming numbers of the opposing forces and their coordinated assault. The archers of the Qin army were unable to maximize their effectiveness. In order to create favorable conditions for the archers, 5 formidable generals, Bai Qi, Huitzubing, Guan Yu, and others, took their respective troops and confronted the enemy head-on. The battlefield was chaotic, with warriors clashing against one another, soldiers engaged in fierce combat, and the scene descending into utter disorder. Ashoka's 10 mighty generals, towering over the average soldier, wielded blunt weapons of considerable heft. In contrast, Bai Qi and his men were equipped with sharp, lethal arms. The disparity in weaponry placed them at a disadvantage, compounded by the fact that the enemy outnumbered them significantly. To the casual observer, this seemed a certain recipe for defeat. Yet, despite the enemy's strength, the martial prowess of the Huaxia generals was beyond ordinary reckoning. The infamous Bai Qi, the god of death for Qin, had previously decimated over 300,000 adversaries against overwhelming odds. Huitzubing, the Grand Marshal, had annihilated more than 70,000 Xiongnu warriors in the battles of the northern desert, pursuing them relentlessly to the mountains of Longzhou and Guyan, before returning to pay homage to heaven and earth. Lu Xuanda, Zhang Yida, and Guan Yunlong, too, were extraordinary figures. In the tumultuous era of the late Eastern Han, they carved out a realm for themselves against Cao Cao and Sun Quan. Their remarkable achievements, even when considered individually, were beyond the capabilities of their opponents. In the face of a 2-to-1 numerical disadvantage, Bai Qi and his comrades exhibited no fear. Instead, they fought with increasing ferocity. Conversely, the enemy generals appeared overwhelmed and burdened. Among them, Huitzubing displayed unparalleled ferocity. Charging into the midst of the enemy ranks on horseback, he wielded his spear with lethal precision, taking down an adversary with each thrust. His armor was stained crimson with the blood of his foes. Despite several attempts by opposing generals to fell him, Huitzubing repelled these attacks with remarkable resilience, resembling a whirlwind as he wreaked havoc among the enemy. Astonishingly, the enemy had no means to counter him. After this battle, foreign observers who had previously doubted Huaxia were rendered speechless. The live stream was dominated by the ecstatic cheers of the Huaxia populace. The so-called civilized nation of Ashoka appeared to be lacking in substance. Huitzubing was still youthful. Had he been in my position, I would have challenged Ashoka to a duel. This Huitzubing is so striking even in his acts of violence. I find myself utterly captivated by him. Disclaimer: I am male. The Qin army operated with meticulous discipline, while Huitzubing and his comrades displayed fearless valor. Together, they achieved remarkable synergy, suggesting that Ashoka's forces may soon face annihilation. What expression might Ashoka wear upon discovering that his grand army had been vanquished by Huaxia? As the two armies clashed, one could easily observe the brutal exchanges of blades. Each combatant struck with ferocity, seemingly impervious to pain. The war elephants of Ashoka's army failed to make an impact in the battle, as Huitzubing targeted the smaller elephants with precision. Meanwhile, the 10,000 Qin soldiers stationed at their posts relentlessly fired arrows to intercept any reinforcements from the Peacock dynasty. Any enemy reinforcements daring to approach the battlefield met with an almost certain fate of being shot down. What was intended as a siege by Ashoka's forces had devolved into a complete rout for them. With the addition of the Han and Shu armies, the strength of the Qin forces experienced a significant boost. Even with the numerical disadvantage, they maintained a commanding presence over their foes. Above the battlefield, the two emperors were not idle. Observant viewers had already switched to the most thrilling perspectives of the live broadcast. Yingzheng soared into the sky and quickly spotted Ashoka concealed among the clouds. He swiftly advanced, casting a spell even before drawing near. This seemingly simple maneuver was designed to ensnare Ashoka. Unless Ashoka's power surpassed that of Yingzheng, escape was impossible. A profound sense of danger enveloped Ashoka. Yet, Just as he was about to be captured, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage, causing Zheng to miss his target. Though Ashoka evaded capture, the dense clouds surrounding him suffered from the aftermath. The failed attempt unleashed a surge of golden energy that tore through the clouds, leaving a gaping void. From below, one could observe the darkened sky marred by the absence of clouds. Just as Zheng completed his action and prepared to respond, he suddenly sensed an intense threat approaching from behind. At their level of cultivation, they could perceive impending danger. To put it simply, it was akin to the observation hockey in One Piece. Their senses heightened, allowing them to detect the presence and emotional fluctuations of nearby beings, which also served to anticipate and evade peril. However, at that moment, Zheng found himself unable to evade the impending danger, as it had drawn alarmingly close. Clearly, the threat was utilizing a swift movement technique. Otherwise, it would not have approached so rapidly. Without hesitation, Zheng swiftly executed a defensive maneuver, invoking a protective spell upon his chest. Instantly, golden light radiated from him. The next moment, a ferocious blue energy fist struck him from behind. Boom! The tremendous force sent Zheng careening through the air, leaving him in a state of disarray. This spectacle left some viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. What? Ashoka is that formidable? How did I not notice this earlier? Huaxia has truly bitten off more than it can chew. Of course, Ashoka is one of the great ancient civilizations, and the legendary emperor they possess cannot be compared to a mere imitation from Huaxia. Those comments are utterly absurd. Are the 9 golden dragons conjured by Zheng mere decorations? Moreover, did you not observe that Zheng did not even unleash his full power? Look, Ashoka has vanished again. Upon this revelation from the comments, viewers hastily adjusted their screens in an attempt to capture Ashoka's elusive form. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ashoka had reappeared behind Zheng, delivering another powerful punch. Ashoka's fist glimmered with blue light, each strike accompanied by a mesmerizing dance of energy, resembling the effect of blue gloves. Though seemingly ordinary, these punches unleashed tremendous power. Boom! Zheng was once again propelled backward, this time soaring higher into the sky. Ashoka evidently intended to seize the opportunity to vanquish him. As Ashoka's figure disappeared once more, he found himself startled to see Zheng smiling coolly at him as he ascended. This unexpected reaction caused Ashoka to pause, bewildered by Zheng's apparent nonchalance. Chapter 94. Overwhelming power. Gazing at the unscathed Zheng before him, Ashoka could not help but feel a sense of self-doubt. Just moments ago, he had struck Zheng with 2 powerful punches, expending most of his energy in the process. It is no exaggeration to say that even the mightiest of arhats or deities would not have emerged unscathed from such blows. Even if they survived, they would surely be gravely injured. Ashoka had great confidence in his own strength. When he chose to act, it was always with astonishing results. Yet now, he had failed to even scratch Zheng's surface. Impossible. He must have employed some form of illusion to deceive me. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Ashoka unleashed his blue iron fist once more, this time with unrelenting ferocity. However, Zheng effortlessly grasped his fist with his hand, neutralizing the energy contained within it with ease. Ashoka gasped in disbelief. The time elapsed from the moment he spotted Zheng to when he swung his fist could hardly be measured beyond a mere millisecond. He had not anticipated that Zheng could mount a defense in such a seemingly disadvantageous position, let alone dismantle the force of his punch so effortlessly. This level of prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. Realizing this, Ashoka dared not linger close to Zheng. He attempted to retract his fist and employ teleportation once more. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, he found himself unable to withdraw his fist from Zheng's grip. The slender fingers of Zheng felt as if they were welded to his own, rendering him utterly immobile. In that moment, panic seized Ashoka, and the last vestiges of his fighting spirit evaporated. If his opponent could so easily subdue him, leaving him unable to move, it was clear he stood no chance in this confrontation. Consider a scenario where an adult firmly grasps a child's wrist. Could the child possibly extricate themselves from such a hold? This scene was only conceivable through an overwhelming disparity in strength. Zheng, in this instance, was the adult overpowering Ashoka. This realization shattered Ashoka's hopes of triumphing over his opponent. Having attained his formidable level of cultivation through great effort, he was unwilling to engage in a reckless battle with Zheng, nor did he wish to meet his demise in that moment. Thus, he prudently ceased his resistance. As Zheng steadied himself, the two stood facing each other, Ashoka's right hand firmly held by Zheng, who showed no intention of further aggression. In that instant, their clasped hands bore an uncanny resemblance to long-lost friends reunited, evoking a sense of nostalgia. However, their gazes were anything but amicable, particularly for Ashoka. Although he had relinquished his resistance, his eyes brimmed with resentment, as if accusing Ying Zheng of betrayal. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng maintained an indifferent demeanor, revealing little emotion upon his countenance. The live stream chat exploded with fervor. What? Is that it? What on earth? Wasn't Ashoka just formidable? How did he falter upon having his fist grasped by Ying Zheng? I knew it. Ying Zheng must have been concealing his true strength. But I never imagined it was to such an extent. This isn't merely a battle. This is a complete annihilation. Ying Zheng is incredible. A previously unknown emperor is overpowering the legendary Ashoka of the A3 nation. Shall we continue? Ying Zheng inquired coldly. His intentions were not to take Ashoka's life. Otherwise, Ashoka would not be standing, but rather kneeling before him. In the past, Ying Zheng would have swiftly dispatched him. However, since taking up cultivation, his desire for bloodshed had considerably waned. Now that his objective of aiding Huaxiao and repelling Ashoka had been achieved, the need to eliminate Ashoka was no longer of paramount importance. Seeing that Ying Zheng intended to spare him startled Ashoka momentarily. He quickly shook his head, expressing his trepidation. I concede. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng released his grip. He had afforded Ashoka a singular opportunity should Ashoka fail to appreciate it. Ying Zheng would not hesitate to eliminate him. The decision of life or death rested entirely within Ying Zheng's will, contingent upon Ashoka's attitude. Very well, return with your subordinates, Ying Zheng said softly. Ashoka's emotions were a tumultuous blend of gratitude for being spared and bitterness at his defeat. Chapter 95, Withdrawal of Troops. Goodness. It appears that the nation of A has found itself in dire straits. Such a nation, known for its cowardice in the face of strength, deserves to be ousted. It would spare us from their incessant mischief. But hold on, if A is eliminated, how shall I enjoy the performances of the jesters in the future? Indeed, we are not lacking in deities, and we need not fear the threats from A. I still hope that our nation treats it with the same leniency as it has shown to the nations of Sakura and Korea. After all, A possesses remarkable comedic talent. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of A are in a state of utter panic. They never anticipated that their trump card could be so easily countered by our great nation. Now, the fate of their country lies entirely in our hands, and they risk annihilation at any moment. Quickly establish a connection with our nation and inform Modi and others to be prepared for the summoning of Brahma and Shiva. Amir was the first to react. He understood that he must act on two fronts, seeking peace with our nation while also preparing for a desperate counterattack. After numerous failed attempts to connect, his secretary's face turned ashen. General, no one from the higher-ups in our nation is answering. Then what are you standing there for? Hurry and notify Modi. Amir cursed vehemently. In the Sakura nation, the expressions among the high-ranking officials, including Takashi Kaneshiro, mirrored Amir's distress. He was utterly astonished by the might of our nation and the incompetence of A. With our nation now unparalleled, the prospect of claiming a share of its strength seems almost impossible unless those other nations join forces. As he contemplated this, a sinister smile crept onto Takashi's face. Surely, Nagaya must be even more anxious than I am. In the Sakura High Command, Nagaya fumed. How could Ying Zheng be this formidable? Someone explain this to me. Nagaya trembled with rage, having witnessed the battle unfold in its entirety. In one word, powerful. But what does China's strength have to do with them? They would prefer China to be weak, so they could extract benefits from it. Following this battle, China's standing in the eyes of other nations would undoubtedly rise several levels. At that point, who would dare to ally with them against China? Nagaya's anger intensified. Even if his wife were unfaithful, he would not be this furious. A truly pathetic nation, always posturing before us. After venting his frustrations, Nagaya darkened his expression and sent congratulatory messages to our nation. In the conference room of the capital, the ease with which the battle concluded took Ning Zhangwo and the others by surprise. They could hardly believe that our eternal emperor, Qin Shi Huang, was this powerful. It seems we have indeed placed our bets wisely. Feng is truly a prodigy, had it not been for him. We might have faced defeat multiple times. Indeed, it would be wise for us elder statesmen to show him more patience in the future. Scholars and experts conversed joyfully about Feng, and at present, no one dared to doubt the young man. Those of greater age regarded him as a son, or perhaps even more significant than their own children. At that moment, Ning Zhangwo's secretary rushed in. General Ning, it's a video call from A. Shall we connect? Oh. Now they are anxious? Ning Zhangwo chuckled coldly. He was neither a soft-hearted individual nor one prone to excessive compassion. The earlier suggestion for peace was merely a tactic to stabilize the situation. Our nation requires a period of steady development, avoiding the creation of too many enemies. On one hand, we must prevent the opposition from acting rashly. On the other, we must convey to other nations that while we do not bully others, we shall not permit others to bully us. However, Ning Jingwo was acutely aware that both A and Sakura would always harbor ulterior motives toward our nation. Seeking peace? It was merely a strategic delay. Once given a sliver of opportunity, they would pounce without mercy. Yet, Ning Jingwo had no alternative but to seek a way forward. Our nation must develop in stability. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Do not connect, nor provide any response." Having given his orders, Ning Jingwo then instructed to connect with Feng. The objective, of course, was to withdraw troops and cease further assaults on A, as the multitude of deities at their disposal could spell disaster for our nation should they resort to a desperate last stand. At this moment, Feng had learned of the victory from King Yama. He had not been overly concerned. With Yingzheng present, this battle was merely a formality, strengthening national confidence and warning foreign adversaries to refrain from aggression. Upon receiving the video call, Feng promptly connected. "Feng, let Qin Shi Huang and the others return," Ning Jingwo said gently, his gaze fixed on the young man on the other side of the screen. The more he observed Feng, the more he admired him. Ning Jingwo had already resolved that if Feng returned alive, he would do everything in his power to make him his son-in-law. Feng nodded slightly, smiling. He had anticipated this outcome and did not inquire further. It was as if they had reached a silent understanding, where a mere glance or smile conveyed their thoughts. "Very well, I shall take care of it," he replied before they ended the call. After completing these tasks, Ning Jingwo exhaled in relief. Soon after, the secretary's voice rang out again. "General Ning, Nagaya from the Sakura Nation has sent a congratulatory message." "Nagaya? A congratulatory message? Huh. This old fox truly knows how to bide his time," Ning Jingwo scoffed. Back in the divine realm of A, Modi had received Emir's orders. If our nation continued its offensive, they were to summon powerful deities at all costs. In truth, even without Emir's directive, Modi would have acted similarly. Not far away, our troops stood ready, with Yingzheng having returned to the surface. However, just as Modi prepared to summon Shiva and Brahma, our forces began to withdraw. This left Modi utterly perplexed. Were they truly leaving? Or was this yet another trap? Modi and his cohorts struggled to comprehend our nation's actions. Only when our troops had completely vanished from sight did their anxieties begin to ease. "It seems China is aware of our plans, which is why they ordered a retreat." Modi sneered. Although they had lost the battle, summoning Shiva and Brahma would ensure that Yingzheng and his companions met their demise without a trace. Modi harbored confidence in this, convinced that deities like Shiva and Brahma were invincible. Chapter 96. The conclusion of the fourth divine selection game unbeknownst to Motor and his companions. Feng and his allies remained oblivious to their subtle intentions. In truth, had it not been for the concern of Ning Jingwo and others, Feng would have long since dismantled the merits amassed in the land of Asan. As for the summoning of deities such as Shiva and Brahma by Asan, Feng harbored no trepidation whatsoever. Could their pantheon rival the profound legacy of 5 millennia of civilization that Huaxia possessed? Such a notion was preposterous. When the primordial deities of the Hongwang era emerged, who could stand against them? Feng had never contemplated summoning ancient beings like Pangu. This was his trump card. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, it was not yet time to invoke them, for one must reserve their ultimate weapon for the final act. The sudden withdrawal of Huaxia's forces sparked a flurry of speculation among the viewers in the live stream. Many questioned whether Huaxia had succumbed to fear of Asan's potential wrath, while others suggested that Huaxia's benevolence prevented them from stooping to Asan's level. The barrage of comments grew increasingly tumultuous. Is this real? They were on the brink of breaching Asan's homeland, and now they retreat? What kind of offensive is this? Do they think Shiva and Brahma are mere decorations? Huaxia must be wary of Asan's deities, hence their withdrawal. Indeed, the game rules do not restrict divine summoning. And should Huaxia dare to invade further, Asan would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. At that point, Huaxia would find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. Not necessarily. Since Huaxia can summon the formidable Emperor Yingzheng, they surely possess other powerful deities in reserve. In my opinion, Huaxia is simply cowardly, pathetically so. If I were targeted in such a manner, I would fight tooth and nail for a tit-for-tat exchange. Such arguments reflected the ignorance of the true intent behind Huaxia's withdrawal. A sentiment shared even among the citizens of both Asan and Huaxia. The people of Asan generally believed that Huaxia feared their deities, a misplaced confidence that permeated their society. Conversely, the citizens of Huaxia regarded their withdrawal as an act of kindness, unwilling to see the population of Asan numbering in the billions, face annihilation. As fellow inhabitants of Blue Star, the people of Huaxia grasped the significance of a shared human destiny. Upon returning to the Guanghan Palace with his troops, Yingzheng was met with utmost respect from Yi Feng, the sole divine player. Present were not only Yingzheng but also Bai Qi, Wutubing, and tens of thousands of warriors. Your Majesty, you have worked diligently, and my fellow soldiers have toiled equally hard. Yi Feng beamed, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. This was not mere courtesy, it was heartfelt appreciation. They were not deities of Huaxia but revered heroes from its historical tapestry. Had he not summoned them, their existence might have faded from the annals of time. Yi Feng recalled a saying, when one departs this world, if no one remembers them, their soul shall vanish from existence. Though this principle may not apply to Huaxia and Amp, Apos, S mythology, the sentiment remained that Huaxia's people must eternally cherish their legacy. Yingzheng waved his hand, dismissing all soldiers except himself. This included Bai Qi, Wutubing, and Guanyu. In the expansive Guanghan Palace, apart from Yi Feng, Yingzheng, and the 10 Yama kings, only the wandering malevolent spirits remained. Yi Feng exhibited no reaction, while the 10 Yama kings widened their eyes in astonishment. With tens of thousands of soldiers still present, even the 10 Yama kings would have to return them in batches. Yet Yingzheng dismissed them effortlessly, without even seeking consent. This was truly astonishing to the 10. From the moment Yingzheng had triumphed over Ashoka, the 10 Yama kings had significantly elevated their regard for him. They understood that even in a one-on-one confrontation, they could never match Yingzheng's prowess. Remarkably, he had only practiced for a mere 2 millennia. Yet, each of the 10 Yama kings was an ancient being. The comparison was stark, and it was evident that Yingzheng's innate talent surpassed theirs. It was likely that soon, his divine status would ascend even further, overwhelming them entirely. Contemplating this, the 10 Yama kings' expressions shifted to one of deference, and they enthusiastically clasped their hands in salute to Yingzheng. To the onlookers, it did not appear forced. Yingzheng, maintaining his usual demeanor, did not return the salute but merely nodded in acknowledgement. Nevertheless, the 10 Yama kings felt no offense. Rather, they were elated. To forge a connection with such a gifted individual as Yingzheng might bring unforeseen opportunities in the future. Your Majesty, we are grateful for your efforts. Yi Feng reiterated with a bow, garnering Yingzheng's attention. Yingzheng scrutinized Yi Feng, his eyes brimming with appreciation. In a lineage of countless descendants, only this young man remembered him. This alone indicated that Yi Feng was extraordinary. I must take my leave. The realm of the 9 provinces shall be entrusted to you henceforth. Yingzheng spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. The future generations will fulfill their mission and remember their origins. Yi Feng replied, bowing once more. Yingzheng nodded, very well, until we meet again. With that, he refrained from bidding farewell to the 10 Yama kings and transformed into a radiant golden light, soaring into the sky. He then morphed into 9 majestic golden dragons, spiraling upwards until he vanished from sight, taking with him the blinding luminescence. With Yingzheng's departure, the once cowering malevolent spirits gradually rose. In that case, it is time for us to depart as well, King Qin Guang remarked with a smile. The other lords nodded in agreement. With the crisis averted, there was little reason to linger. As for the task of guiding the souls, that responsibility could be entrusted to the Black and White Impermanents, along with Niu Tu and Ma Mian. My lords, I shall forever remember your kindness, Yi Feng declared, a smile gracing his lips. As for the temples, I am confident they will soon be established. Ha ha ha, the construction of temples is of little consequence, as long as the 9 provinces of Huaxia remain peaceful. The King of Reincarnation chimed in. Indeed, yet if we are to build, King Taishan interjected, gesturing towards King Qin Guang and the others. Then let my temple be grander than theirs. You old rogue, dreaming too grandly. Another quipped. Never mind him, let us take our leave. With that, the 10 Yama kings invoked their powers and vanished into the earth one by one. Only King Yin Luo remained, nodding and smiling at Yi Feng as a final farewell before departing as well. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the system resonated in the minds of people across the globe. The 4th Divine Selection game has concluded. Rewards and penalties are being processed. Please hold on. Chapter 97. Additional rewards. The 4th round of the Divine Selection game has concluded successfully. First place, the Nation of Dying, receives the following rewards. Turbocharging Technology Blueprint. Increases in average lifespan and physical fitness, and a notable enhancement in the training talents of the local mythological civilization system. Second place, Huaxia, receives the following rewards. Increases in average physical fitness and lifespan, along with a nationwide increase in resource production. Third place, Shila, receives the following rewards: increases in average lifespan and a reduction in national pollution levels. 4th place, Bailu, receives the following rewards: increases in average physical fitness and a decrease in national pollution levels. 5th place, Jinta, receives the following rewards: increases in average physical fitness. Failure penalty: the last 5 ranked nations will be erased. Other ranked nations will not be penalized or rewarded. The outcome of the game evoked a mixture of emotions. Previously, the nation of Dying had struggled to even secure a spot in the top 10, yet this time, they emerged victorious. It would not be an exaggeration to label them the greatest dark horse. Huaxia had consistently maintained positions in the top ranks. Thus they can hardly be considered a dark horse at this point. Amidst the admiration, there was also a tinge of regret. Had it not been for the provocations from the nation of Asan, perhaps the top spot would have belonged to them. After all, the deities of Asan were exceptionally skilled in the art of guiding restless spirits. More importantly, their number of deities was vast. If not for first, they would have undoubtedly claimed second place. Unfortunately, they had stirred up trouble with Huaxia, and after suffering numerous losses, their ranking fell to the mid-tier level. This mid-tier status was still reliant on Huaxia's mercy, otherwise they would have been among those eliminated. However, only the top 5 nations received rewards, making the mid-tier standings somewhat irrelevant. Huaxia's second-place finish was largely due to the tireless efforts of the deities of Black and White, as well as the ox-headed and horse-faced guardians, who diligently guided the restless spirits. The battles consumed considerable time, and many spirits were commandeered by the undead. Thus, achieving second place was indeed a commendable feat due to the early withdrawal of the nations of Sakura and Bangzi. They managed to secure spots within the top 20. This infuriated the people of Asan, who took to the internet to vociferously criticize them for their lack of loyalty. The audacious Sakura and Bangzi nations would not take such insults lying down. They retaliated online, accusing Asan of being inept and dragging them into their misfortunes. Just as everyone thought the rewards and penalties had concluded, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations to Huaxia, having triumphed over the 3 major civilizations in both challenges. The system will bestow additional rewards as follows. 11 forbidden zones will randomly appear within Huaxia's territory, wherein exceptional treasures and historical records of civilization may be obtained. After the system's announcement, it fell silent. Every individual on Blue Star heard this reward. Had time not been ticking away, many would have found it hard to believe the system's words. Additional rewards for Huaxia? 11 forbidden zones? Exceptional treasures? Historical records? The cumulative value of these rewards surpassed the total of the top 5 rankings, inciting envy among many. In an instant, emotions soared. Some were overwhelmed with tears of joy, while others seethed with indignation. The global public network buzzed with diverse opinions. Why should the second-ranked Huaxia receive additional rewards, especially 11 forbidden zones? This was unjust. The system was biased. Where was the promised fairness? Clearly, it was the nation of Dying that rightfully claimed first place, and any additional rewards should have been theirs. Huaxia had merely vanquished 3 weak opponents. What warranted such generous rewards? How absurd. Asan boasted of being the first mythological power of Blue Star. How could they possibly lose to Huaxia? It was merely a matter of allowing them to win. If they dared dispute this, they should challenge the nation of Dying instead. Our cosmic deity nation, Bangzi, merely smiled in silence. While Huaxia had indeed proven a 2,000-year history, we Bangzi boasted a lineage exceeding 10,000 years. Hence they remained our vassal state. Even though we were defeated by Huaxia, they still served as our subordinate. Observing our vassal surpassing us in capabilities brought us satisfaction rather than ire. Huaxia was formidable. Even our great Sakura Empire could not rival them, let alone the nation of Dying. If anyone doubted this, they were welcome to test it themselves. Regardless, Huaxia was in our class, while you were not. The 5th round of the Divine Selection game taught you a lesson. Huaxia could take on 3 at once. If you were unconvinced, why not give it a try? And you, nations of Sakura and Bangzi, could you kindly refrain from your ambiguous remarks? I nearly regurgitated my dinner from the absurdity. We, the nation of Dying, were once the empire on which the sun never set. In terms of relations, even Asan would have to address us as father. What now? Have you grown independent? Thinking your wings have strengthened? How ludicrous. A nation that merely lucked into first place, alongside 3 defeated foes, dares to mock Huaxia, who has claimed 3 championships. Who gave you the audacity? Your matron? Enough of this. You claim Huaxia is impressive and mighty. Why not have Huaxia conquer all the nations of the world? You only know how to bully the meek. Who is bullying whom? Who are these curs stirring trouble? You permit curs to bite while forbidding me to kick them? If someone were to bully your wife, would you not retaliate, instead standing idly by? The live stream may have ended. But the keyboard warriors of Huaxia continued their vigorous discourse, promoting their cultural heritage. The discussions online surged, with insults flying back and forth. This was their sole opportunity to vent their pent-up emotions. In the past, Huaxia had only borne the brunt of criticism. After all, at that time, Huaxia had yet to reveal its prowess, coupled with a sense of inferiority regarding civilization and mythology, leaving them lacking in confidence when addressing such topics. However, this time was different. The existence of Yingzheng had conclusively demonstrated that Huaxia's history stretched beyond 2,000 years, bearing significant weight for the nation. An hour after the conclusion of the competition, in the capital city, General Ning's office. Engrossed in reviewing documents, Ning Jingwo was roused by a knock on the door. Given the unusual circumstances prompting a visit, he instinctively uttered, "Come in." Entering was his secretary, visibly agitated, hastily closing the door behind him. He approached Ning Jingwo, excitement evident in his demeanor, and exclaimed, "General Ning, our personnel have discovered anomalies in 11 different locations across the country. These 11 sites correspond precisely with the rewards announced by the system." For a moment, even the usually impassive Ning Jingwo displayed a hint of excitement, inquiring, "What anomalies?" Chapter 98, The Forbidden Land of Fortune. Mount Buzhou, the secretary, organized his thoughts before speaking. These 11 forbidden areas are situated in desolate locations, primarily amidst towering mountains and deep waters. Due to their status as forbidden lands, these originally remarkable sites have become even more extraordinary. In places where white mist was once absent, a persistent fog has suddenly emerged. Regions characterized by perpetual heat have unexpectedly been blanketed in thick white snow. Areas with scarce vegetation are now enveloped by towering trees reaching heights of over 100 meters. In addition to these geographical and climatic anomalies, there are also stark contrasts in species. While the initial part is easily comprehensible, the latter statement left the well-informed Ning Jingwo in a state of perplexity. Species contrast? Observing Ning Jingwo's furrowed brow, the secretary continued without further delay. It refers to our practitioners discovering some mutated species within these lands. More accurately, they should be termed evolved species. Oh, Ning Jingwo exclaimed, visibly astonished. Mutation often connotes a negative connotation, whereas evolution signifies the opposite. These species must have undergone changes due to the influence of the forbidden lands, becoming more sentient and aesthetically unique. For instance, there are white foxes with 3 fluffy tails and vividly feathered birds, among others. Our practitioners have sensed considerable spiritual energy emanating from these creatures. However, we must await the detailed results from the biological department's examination. In that case, there must be immense opportunities hidden within, Ning Jingwo remarked with a smile. However, a hint of concern crossed his face. Will these species changes have any impact on humanity? Ning Jingwo certainly did not wish to emerge from the expedition transformed into an isolated anomaly. The secretary, aware of Ning Jingwo's worries, chuckled and shook his head. So far, no adverse effects have been detected. In fact, individuals who have ventured to the periphery of the Forbidden Lands have reported benefits in their cultivation. Is that true? Indeed. Ning Jingwo laughed heartily, feeling elated and at ease. With this additional boon, coupled with the previous Forbidden Lands of Fortune, there are nearly 15 such auspicious locations within the realm of Huaxia. This is undoubtedly a tremendous benefit for practitioners in Huaxia. How could Ning Jingwo, a military general, possibly remain unhappy? Amidst his excitement, Ning Jingwo couldn't help but reflect on the fortune and blessings bestowed upon Huaxia, all thanks to Feng. Truly, one person can uplift an entire nation, surpassing even the likes of India, Japan, and Korea. Such abilities and accomplishments are hard to fathom, especially from someone in their 20s. Regaining his composure, Ning Jingwo wiped the smile from his face and, with a solemn demeanor, issued commands. Deploy personnel to safeguard these forbidden lands of fortune. Utilize our infrastructure capabilities to construct defensive strongholds to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from causing disruption. Simultaneously, have the personnel from the Immortal Seeking Bureau organize a team to investigate. We must strive to uncover 1 or 2 relics of historical civilization. Though Huaxia's history has been confirmed to exceed 2,000 years, it still falls short of Feng's claim of 5,000. If we can indeed procure some relics of historical civilization, it would hold monumental significance for Huaxia. News of the emergence of new forbidden lands quickly spread across the nation and eventually the world. Such revelations were impossible to conceal, so there was no need for subterfuge. An immediate wave of excitement surged through netizens, who were practically on the verge of ecstatic cries. Various forums and websites ignited with fervent discussions. My goodness, 11 forbidden lands. How many treasures will be uncovered this time? Drooling emoji, that depends on your capabilities. I've heard that in Huainan, there is a sect called Kashan, whose disciple Ming Hao previously obtained a spirit sword from the last forbidden land, which has left many envious. Doghead emoji, Ming Hao. I know that kid. As I am also from Huainan, his strength seems to be nearing foundation establishment, and even the immortal-seeking bureau is trying to recruit him. Envious emoji, I heard there is a new sect emerging in the south, something like the Tianjin sect. Of course, that's not the main point. The key takeaway is that the sect leader's granddaughter just turned 18. She is absolutely stunning, far beyond the comparison of any television star. I've made up my mind. I want to join the Tianjin sect, sacrificing my own happiness to become their son-in-law. Oh, I forgot to mention, I am 25 years old, handsome, wealthy, standing at 186 centimeters, weighing 158 pounds, with a cultivation level of chi refinement at the 7th stage. Contact 15659. Damn it, why do I feel like the guy upstairs is showing off while seeking a partner? Brothers, bombard his phone. Who needs a beauty? Isn't joining the immortal-seeking bureau far more appealing? Doghead emoji, as if you could join. This is 1,000 times harder than becoming a civil servant. Here. The difficulty refers to innate talent. After all, lacking sufficient talent means being virtually excluded from the immortal-seeking bureau. After the news of the Forbidden Lands broke, there was an undercurrent of activity. Many with ulterior motives began to set their sights on the Forbidden Lands. In Huaxia, numerous sects and factions exist, often remaining hidden from public view and difficult to detect. Behind the scenes, they operate their own enterprises, with some sects possessing wealth that could rival that of significant corporations. Take the previously mentioned Tianjin sect, for instance, while its disciples rarely venture out. The cumulative wealth of the sect is so substantial that even someone like Xiama would have to address them as Big Brother. This is no exaggeration, of course, as this wealth is attributable to the sect as a whole, including the familial powers behind it, while Xiama is merely an individual. Averaged out, Xiama still reigns supreme. These sects are scattered throughout Huaxia. Virtually every province or city has such a faction. Following Yifeng's acquisition of cultivation benefits for Huaxia, these sects have gradually begun to surface. Previously, they could only cultivate their character, but now not only can they cultivate, but they also have resources and opportunities to vie for. This calls for an all-out effort. Due to this recent emergence of forbidden lands, numerous sects have dispatched their personnel to seek their fortunes. Within Huaxia, they dare not act overtly or recklessly. For the Immortal Seeking Bureau is currently the most formidable cultivation organization in the land, without exception. In the southwestern region of Huaxia lies Mount Buzhou. It is a range of mountains that stretches endlessly, with the highest peak being Mount Buzhou itself. Legends speak of divine beings being born from its heights, and some adventurers have claimed to witness celestial phenomena, suggesting that deities have descended. Conversely, others assert that Mount Buzhou is an ominous place, where all who enter ultimately meet their demise. In any case, various narratives surround Mount Buzhou, with both favorable and unfavorable accounts. Moreover, within 100 miles of Mount Buzhou, one is unlikely to encounter any signs of human habitation. Chapter 99, that man upon the crest of a mountain range opposite Mount Buzhou, stood a peculiar pair. The man, seemingly in his twilight years, perhaps 70 or 80, was clad in a light-colored tank suit. His hands were clasped behind his back, exuding an air of venerable sagacity. Beside him stood a maiden of tender years, her alabaster skin and pure, captivating features accentuated by bright, limpid eyes that held a bewitching quality, dissuading prolonged gazes. She was dressed in simple casual attire, a baseball cap concealing a cascade of raven hair so luxuriant that it caused the cap to bulge noticeably. "Grandfather," she began, her voice shattering the stillness, tilting her head towards the elder, a playful glint in her eyes. "Will this trip to the blessed land of Feng be enjoyable?" The man chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with affection for the girl. The Forbidden Lands are inherently perilous. Among the newly formed 11, Mount Buzhou's is likely the most dangerous. Yet it also holds the greatest potential for serendipitous encounters. The word dangerous piqued the girl's interest. "As long as it's not like last time," she said, a hint of exasperation in her tone as she shrugged, "or it will be utterly unstimulating." "You little imp," the old man chided, gently tapping her forehead with a finger, a wry smile playing on his lips. Despite the known perils of the Forbidden Lands, the elder brought the girl along due to her exceptional talent. A talent that would easily secure her a place in the elite classes of the Seeker of Immortals Guild. The blessed land of Feyuan favored those with exceptional talent. The greater the gift, the more bountiful the reward. The grandfather spared no effort for his granddaughter, attending to every detail himself. "Grandfather," the girl inquired, digressing slightly. "Should I even consider joining the Seeker of Immortals Guild?" At this, the old man's smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression as he contemplated her question. After a moment of solemn silence, he spoke, his voice measured. "Joining the guild would grant you access to superior resources, broader horizons, and more influential connections. Backed by the state, the guild's resources and network are unparalleled. Even the Heavenly Sword sect would benefit from the associations. For no sect would dare challenge the guild without courting self-destruction. The advantages are manifold, but I value only the resources and connections. So I will spare the rest of the enumeration. However, I would miss you, grandfather, and my parents, and Ahu, and the Heavenly Sword sect," the girl said, her voice laced with melancholy. The old man tapped her head lightly. Though it caused no pain, she feigned distress, rubbing her forehead and glaring at him with mock ferocity. "Grandfather, why did you hit me? I wasn't lying." Our little Inai has grown, now daring to prevaricate before her grandfather. I didn't," she stammered, her confidence waning. The old man did not dwell on her words, but instead mused. "You are the most gifted disciple of our Heavenly Sword sect. Though I long for you to remain, I know you have matured and must venture out on your own. Whether you join the Seeker of Immortals Guild is your decision. I will not coerce or compel you. Rest assured, even if you choose not to join, our Heavenly Sword sect will not suffer." "Grandfather," she said affectionately, clasping his arm. "None of that matters to me. I merely wish to learn more about that man through the government." She then posed another question, abruptly changing the subject. "Grandfather, what kind of man do you think he is?" It was clear the elder knew to whom she referred. His relaxed demeanor sharpened instantly, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied with reverence, "He is an extraordinary individual who single-handedly reshaped the landscape of our nation. He has instilled in our people the ability to cultivate the confidence to believe in themselves, and the pride to stand tall before the world and declare, 'We are Chinese.' And we possess a long and venerable history. But he is so young, barely older than me. How does he know so much about the history and myths we do not?" The old man shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his heart. No one else in all of China possessed such knowledge. He himself had once been curious. Of China's 1,400 million people, only Yi Feng knew these things. Such knowledge could not have arisen from nothing. It must have been passed down through generations, perhaps through a master-disciple relationship. But if so, why had no one ever heard of this master before? Fortunately, someone possessed this knowledge, or China might have already ceased to exist. The old man had long since accepted that Yi Feng's knowledge was not his concern. What mattered was that Yi Feng was working tirelessly for them, for China. In that light, all other considerations paled. Seeing the girl's unwavering gaze, the old man sighed. "The only way to know is to ask him yourself." "I suppose," she replied, disappointed at not obtaining the information she sought, not because of her grandfather, but because she did not know Yi Feng better. Just then, a multitude of flying swords streaked across the sky in the distance, bearing indistinct figures. The girl pointed excitedly. "Grandfather, who are those people?" The old man's face grew grave. "Those appear to be members of the Seeker of Immortals Guild. I did not expect anyone to reach the foundation establishment stage so quickly. Their talent rivals even yours." Even the seasoned elder felt a prickle of unease. He recognized them as members of the Seeker of Immortals Guild for several reasons. First, their attire was distinctive, as the guild maintained a uniform dress code, with variations only for different positions. Second, only those at the foundation establishment stage could fly on swords, and the existence of multiple individuals at that level pointed to the guild. Third, such a large quantity of flying swords could only come from the Chinese government. Any one of these reasons would suggest the guild's identity, let alone all three combined. "We must hasten our pace. The guild has arrived, and others will soon follow," the old man said, his voice heavy with urgency. Then, as an afterthought, he added, "Stay close to me. The blessed land of Feyuan on Mount Buzhou will be exceedingly dangerous. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life." Chapter 100, Convergence. The young girl nodded gravely. Despite her extraordinary talent, she remained humble and cautious, particularly in the face of danger, exhibiting a level of prudence that surpassed that of most. This was the reason the elder felt confident enough to venture out with her alone. Although the unyielding mountain appeared to be within reach, it was actually separated by several formidable peaks. The mountains stretched endlessly, presenting a treacherous path. Had it not been for their considerable cultivation, Survival to this point would have been uncertain. After all, there were no well-defined paths, and the occasional roars of wild beasts echoed through the surroundings. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the foot of the unyielding mountain. Gazing upward, the girl exhibited a profound excitement, her curiosity intensifying. In the backdrop of the surrounding mountains, the unyielding mountain loomed magnificently. Yet, the most striking feature was the jagged fissure that ran vertically through its center, extending into an unfathomable abyss. This crack rendered the mountain akin to a fractured porcelain vessel, imbued with an air of mystery and antiquity. Furthermore, miraculously, a water source flowed from the summit of the fissure, cascading down in a waterfall that appeared as if the mountain's very veins had been severed. With the rushing water symbolizing the mountain's lifeblood, at the base of the waterfall, the water had coalesced into a river, winding like a serpentine form into the distance. Not far from the waterfall, a throng of individuals had gathered. These people, diverse in attire and affiliations, shared a common goal: to enter the forbidden grounds of the unyielding mountain. The girl pointed toward the distant crowd and inquired with curiosity, "Grandfather, who are those people?" The elder patiently explained, "Do you see the group of robust men on the left? They are disciples of the Tiger faction. Known for their signature move, Tiger descending the mountain, it is said that they can even slay tigers." "Is that truly so?" The girl gasped in astonishment. The probability of an ordinary man defeating a tiger is less than 0.1, and that fraction often arises from the tiger being overly satiated. In simpler terms, it is virtually impossible for an adult man to best a fully grown tiger. Yet, these disciples of the Tiger faction could vanquish tigers with their mortal forms. Indeed, an impressive feat, but grandfather, how do we of the Heavenly Sword sect measure against the Tiger faction? She pressed eagerly. Our Heavenly Sword sect specializes in swordsmanship. If armed, even 3 or 4 members of the Tiger faction would stand no chance against us. However, if it comes to barehanded combat, I doubt even 5 of us could match them, the elder replied candidly, elucidating the comparative strengths. Afterward, he turned to the girl, his expression warm as he emphasized, "Thus, you must not only diligently hone your sword skills but also cultivate your physical abilities. This way, you can traverse further without being at a disadvantage when unarmed." Taking his words to heart, the girl nodded thoughtfully. Besides the Tiger faction, there were the Reliant sect and the Changshin Pavilion, but those were not the focal point. The primary concern was the Seekers of Immortality, was it not? The girl, astute as she was, quickly made the connection to what the elder had indicated. Indeed, the elder affirmed with a smile, "Stay alert and observe more, speak less." As they approached, a representative from the Seekers of Immortality stepped forward. The newcomer was a young man, approximately 27 years old, clad in the distinctive attire of the Seekers, reminiscent of a futuristic warrior, seamlessly merging high technology with the essence of mystical cultivation. As he assessed the elder and the girl, he glanced at the display on his left wrist. "You are Li Xiaoyao, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, and this is your disciple, Li Waner?" His tone was cool, devoid of deference due to the elder's status or any admiration for the girl's beauty. Li Xiaoyao quickly clasped his hands and smiled, "Indeed, I am Li Xiaoyao. This is my granddaughter, Li Waner." He lowered himself, almost placing himself on equal footing with the man. Li Waner, standing beside him, felt a twinge of displeasure, not due to the man's demeanor, but because her grandfather, Li Xiaoyao, seemed overly submissive. In her eyes, her grandfather was unparalleled, and no one in the world could rival him, not even her father. The only one who could stand comparison was Feng. "Ah, you're also among the invited guests. Please wait over there," the man indicated to a vacant area. "Thank you." Li Xiaoyao expressed his gratitude, guiding Li Waner away. As a leader of a sect, it was not long before others approached to engage him in conversation. "Master Li, what brings you here personally this time? Where is that rascal Li Hanjie?" A middle-aged man, around 50 years old and dressed in a suit, approached, appearing more suited for a matchmaking event than a treasure hunt. Li Hanjie was Li Waner's father and Li Xiaoyao's son. Li Xiaoyao paused to regard the man, responding with a smile. "Hanjie recently went abroad for a matter and won't be back for some time. It has been a while since I last saw your father. How has he been?" "He is well, and often speaks of you, Master Li," the man replied with a chuckle. "Once this business concludes, I will personally visit to see that old fellow." As they conversed, Li Xiaoyao's smile remained unwavering, particularly when discussing the middle-aged man's father, his expression growing even more genuine. "Oh, by the way," Li Xiao exclaimed, gently patting Li Waner on the back, "this is your Uncle Lin, who played with your father Hanjie when they were young." "Hello, Uncle Lin." Li Waner greeted warmly and politely. Good, good, good," Uncle Lin exclaimed thrice, his gaze toward Li Waner filled with admiration. This was not solely due to her sweet appearance, but also her remarkable talent. As a friend of Li Hanjia, Uncle Lin had heard much about Li Wanner, but he had never had the opportunity to meet her until now. Little girl, you must be 18 this year, right? Just 2 years younger than my nephew Ming Hao. We should arrange for the two of them to meet. Perhaps they could forge a friendship like that of Hanjia and myself. Is he Ming Hao from the Reliant sect? Li Wanner inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, that is correct. I am Lin Han, an elder of the Reliant sect, Uncle Lin replied with a smile. Chapter 101. The Divine Beast. Speaking of Ming Hao, I have heard that he recently acquired a spiritual sword in the forbidden grounds of Fuyuan in the north, relying solely on his own strength. Such an achievement at such a young age is indeed remarkable, remarked Li Xiaoyao with admiration. Haha, that lad Ming Hao is indeed powerful. But if we are to compare talent, he pales in comparison to Xiao and I, Lin Han interjected with a chuckle. Xiao and I refers to Li Wanner, a prodigy whose brilliance shines wherever she goes, becoming a subject of admiration among others. This little girl simply cannot focus. She still has quite a distance to cover compared to Ming Hao. Li Xiaoyao's words were not mere flattery but rather a statement of fact, which even Li Wanner herself did not dispute. Young people, after all, are prone to distractions. Ming Hao was even scolded by me not long ago. Lin Han continued with a smile, though his expression reflected deep affection for his nephew. Li Xiaoyao, curious, glanced around before asking, is that young fellow not here today? Haha. He has gone to another Fuyuan forbidden area. Lin Han shook his head, unable to suppress a sigh. What a pity. What is so regrettable, Uncle Lin? Li Wanner inquired, unable to hold back her curiosity. Looking at the enchanting Li Wanner, Lin Han replied warmly, it is a pity he missed the opportunity to meet you. Had I known you would be here, I would have brought him along. At Lin Han's teasing, Li Wanner's cheeks flushed slightly. All right, enough of this playful banter. Let us discuss serious matters, Li Xiaoyao interrupted Lin Han. Nodding, Lin Han composed himself, taking advantage of the gathering crowd to patiently explain, many have come seeking treasures. As you know, such a splendid opportunity cannot be overlooked by those ambitious wolves. Alongside these local sects, we also have members from the Seeking Immortals Bureau. Surely, you have noticed the situation nearby? Li Xiaoyao nodded in silence, fully aware of whom Lin Han was referring to. Even before arriving at Buzhou Mountain, he had keenly sensed the presence of numerous armed forces lurking in the vicinity. Having weathered many storms, Li Xiaoyao naturally deduced their purpose, to prevent foreign entities from causing disruption, particularly given the current tensions surrounding China and its proximity to the hostile nation. When a major power wishes to operate in the shadows, it is not a daunting task, especially when it harbors deep-seated grievances. Furthermore, these factions aim to extract benefits from China's Fuyuan forbidden grounds. Thus, the presence of armed forces is indispensable. One could even envision China, a nation renowned for its infrastructure, constructing fortifications deep within these remote mountains. Indeed, not only is this location heavily guarded, but other Fuyuan forbidden areas are similarly secured, Lin Han added. So swift in their actions? Li Xiaoyao expressed his astonishment. With at least 15 Fuyuan forbidden areas scattered across dense forests, merely locating them consumes considerable time, let alone deploying armed forces for strict oversight. Alas, Lin Han sighed helplessly. This is an unavoidable situation. Recent upheavals abroad have escalated. Were it not for the government's continual suppression, our nation might have descended into chaos long ago. Since the emergence of the divine selection game, many countries have begun to seal their borders, prohibiting foreign individuals from entering and restricting domestic citizens from leaving. However, a nation as significant as China cannot resort to the same measures as smaller countries. Otherwise, economic turmoil would precede any fallout from the divine selection game. With borders unsealed, it is inevitable that foreign forces will attempt to meddle. That certainly makes sense, Li Xiaoyao replied, his expression grave. During their conversation, more individuals arrived, most of whom were familiar faces. Upon spotting Li Xiaoyao and Lin Han, they eagerly approached to engage in conversation. As a result, nearly 100 people had gathered at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, excluding the concealed armed forces. Everyone, please gather around. A disciple from the Seeking Immortals Bureau clapped his hands to draw attention. Complying, the crowd shifted closer. The disciple, a young man in his 30s, stood tall and exuded an air of decisiveness in his movements, hinting at a military background prior to joining the Seeking Immortals Bureau. I am Lin Hao, the leader of the 6th group of the Seeking Immortals Bureau and the head of this operation. As he introduced himself, his gaze meticulously assessed the crowd, pausing momentarily upon noticing Li Wanner, whose beauty was a rarity among the few females present. This expedition to Buzhou Mountain is fraught with peril. Before we embark, I urge everyone to consider whether they wish to proceed. No sooner had Lin Hao spoken than disciples from various sects began to voice their thoughts. Brother, we traveled a great distance. Of course, we have already considered this. Besides, where there is no danger, how can there be opportunity? Indeed, we were martial experts even before our cultivation, and now with our enhanced abilities, what can a mere forbidden area pose as a challenge? Laughter erupted as the crowd voiced their excitement, while Li Wanner, standing at the back, appeared contemplative, her gaze sparkling with a hint of a plan. Very well. In that case, I shall clarify the situation regarding Buzhou Mountain. As members of the Seeking Immortals Bureau, we have conducted prior investigations into the forbidden area. Thus, before entering, we will brief everyone on what lies within to mitigate unnecessary losses, for each individual here represents the elite of our nation's cultivators. Losing even one is a detriment. Moreover, Buzhou Mountain is currently open to the public, but exclusively to our citizens. All entrants will be screened. Foreign individuals are not permitted. This was why Li Xiaodao and Li Wano had their identities verified earlier. Lin Hao continued, "Do you see the crevice behind me? That serves as the entrance to the forbidden area. Within, we have encountered 2 yellow divine beasts guarding the stone door. Behind that door lies the hidden Fuyuan forbidden area. Yellow divine beasts? What manner of creatures are they?" An inquisitive voice arose from the crowd. Yet Lin Hao merely shook his head. "We are uncertain. They possess deer-like antlers yet are not deer, with lion-like eyes, tiger-like backs, bear-like girth, horse-like hooves, and even serpentine scales.